Song Gua, accompanied by a large entourage of jovial companions, traversed realms. This is a world where everyone can change their profession, and Song Gua transformed into a bondmaster, capable of borrowing power, while his avatars embraced a myriad of diverse vocations. The number of avatars increased daily, each one a talent, and their words were pleasing to the ear. Under Song Gua's astute leadership, they engaged in daily greetings and friendly sparring, executing grand endeavors on Blue Star. Chapter 1. A worthless profession? Nonsense, it's a master in full. Blue Star. Yinshan City Youth Labor Education Center. The heavy iron gate creaked open, revealing a handsome youth with a buzz cut, who stepped out, clutching a bulging satchel. Damn it, 3 months on a sewing machine. Is there a luckier time traveler than me? On the eve of his journey, the original host had been incarcerated for fighting. Upon crossing over, Song Gua found himself directly seated before a sewing machine. Today marked his release from confinement. The air of freedom. At last we can run, jump, and perform splendid acrobatics in this new world. New world? It seems quite similar to my previous life. Here, individuals can change professions. They can level up. They can soar through the skies. Can they achieve immortality? Apparently not. Can they remain invincible? That's irrelevant to whatever world you're in. These chattering voices belong to Song Gua's avatars, now overlapping with his own essence. 3 months prior, Song Gua had transitioned from Earth to this realm where gaming melded with reality, and everyone could change their profession. He had become a high school senior. In the 3 months leading up to his transition, Song Gua discovered he possessed a unique trait. Each day, a new avatar emerged. He had intended to amass a considerable number of avatars, execute a grand scheme, attain financial freedom, and indulge in a harem, thus reaching the pinnacle of life. However, on the way to visit Technician Number 9, he was struck by a dump truck and transported to this world. Unencumbered, Song Gua quickly embraced his new reality. He relished the notion of a world where one could upgrade and grow stronger. He aspired to undertake even grander ventures here. As of today, Song Gua had precisely 200 avatars. Just as impatience began to set in, he heard a familiar voice. Old song. Your godfather has come to fetch you. The newcomer, with golden hair, clad in black school attire and bearing a slender frame, arrived on an old-fashioned bicycle. His name was Yuan Hao, Song Gua's close friend, that he often indulged in narratives that were uncomplicated, featuring only 2 actors. Why did you ride this contraption to pick me up? No wonder you're late. Where's your car? What car? Do you think I'm some wealthy aristocrat? Hop on, the profession sanctuary is about to close. Song Gua mounted the bicycle, which, aside from the bell that remained silent, was noisy everywhere else. What on earth is in that bag? It feels incredibly heavy. This is the bountiful harvest I collected during my 3 months there. You found happiness even in confinement? Let's correct that it's not confinement, it's labor education. Even a dead duck is not as stubborn as you, by the way. Be cautious when we arrive at the profession sanctuary. I saw Ma Feng there, accompanied by a few lackeys. He's probably up to no good again. Ma Feng, a fellow student from Yinshan Number 5 High School, was the one who led the original host into the Labor Education Center. Did they harbor animosity towards each other? According to the original host memories, there seemed to be none. If anything, it stemmed from jealousy. In Blue Star, individuals could detect, at a young age, the potential for future professional growth. This so-called growth referred to the multiplier of attribute points gained with each level up after changing professions. A first-year professional with a growth rate of 1.0 would receive 10 attribute points for each level gained. 20, which signifies 20 points. Song Gua possesses a remarkable score of 20, a testament to his exceptional talent. Provided he awakens his profession without deviation, his future is boundless. Ma Feng, with a gross score of 18, ranks just below Song Gua in school and is also regarded as a genius. He is frequently compared to Song Gua by others. However, Ma Feng invariably falls short of Song Gua, earning the unfortunate nickname of perennial second. Harboring resentment, he often seeks to provoke Song Gua, striving to prove his superiority. 3 months prior, Ma Feng deliberately humiliated the original owner of this body, an orphan, in public, inciting a furious retaliation that resulted in Ma Feng being physically reprimanded. Consequently, the original owner was sent to a labor education facility. As for Ma Feng, he enjoys the protection of a prominent local family, ensuring his safety. Should he dare to provoke me again, I would not hesitate to confront him once more. It appears you might struggle against him now. He awakened his profession yesterday, a combat type, classified as a warrior, at level 1, a swift swordsman. He is the only level 1 among this year's graduates in the entire city. Following the original owner's incarceration, the principal reallocated the promised financial support and admission opportunities to him. This young man is currently riding high on success, brimming with confidence. The opportunistic principal is certainly adept at navigating the winds of fortune. Amidst casual conversation, Song Gua noticed that the hem of Yu Wenhao's school uniform had come undone. Skillfully, he produced a needle and thread and swiftly mended it. All done. No, old Song. I consider you a brother. How could you? Damn it. Your occupational habit is acting up. Ride faster. The professional sanctuary is about to close. The professional sanctuary. The administrator called out loudly. Are there any students who have yet to awaken their profession? If not, today's transition concludes here. I can finally clock out. I'm utterly exhausted. Inside the grand hall, the crowd was sparse. The sanctuary had been open for 2 days, and all graduating students from the city's high schools had completed their transitions. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, Song Gua strode in with confident strides. I'm here too. Yu Wenhao followed closely behind, straining under the weight of Song Gua's heavy pack. With a gross score of 20, Song Gua had long since become a local celebrity in Yinshan City, and many students present recognized him. That person resembles Song Gua. It is him. I saw him on the news when he achieved a gross score of 20. It caused quite a stir. He looks far more handsome in person than on television. That buzz cut is still striking. It truly suits him. Don't be infatuated. He's a former convict. Just look at his buzz cut. He must have just been released today. A convict? No wonder he exudes such an imposing aura. I like him even more. The faintly glowing professional sacred stone hovered above the grand hall. Song Gua approached the elevated platform beneath the sacred stone. At last, the moment for his profession awakening had arrived. He wondered what profession he would awaken to. Professions are divided into 3 major categories: combat, logistics, and lifestyle, with 5 levels. The combat category comprises 12 sequences: warrior, mage, archer, assassin, healer, controller, guardian, summoner, all-rounder, dragon blood, commander, and sage. The latter 4 are advanced sequences, each granting 2 innate talents, while the first 8 are basic sequences, each possessing only 1 profession talent, even at level 1. As a brilliant beam of light descended, Song Gua completed his transition. A vast information panel materialized before the professional sacred stone. Name: Song Gua. Age: 18. Level: 00. Class: First Transition Bonded Combat Type. Commander Sequence. Class Talent: Unadorned. Damage from normal attacks is regarded as true damage, yet equipping weaponry is prohibited. Power of Unity. With the consent of another, you may amalgamate their attributes with your own and utilize portions of their talents and skills for 1 minute, followed by a 5-minute cooldown. However, the other party will enter a state of immobility and weakness for 1 hour. Current level allows the simultaneous bonding of 5 individuals. Weapon Specialization: None. Armor Specialization: Light Armor. Specialization attributes not activated. Strength: 20. Constitution: 10. Spirit: 10. Agility: 20. Growth: 20. Equipment: None. Within the grand hall, a chorus of discussions erupted. It's a bonded. I've heard of this profession. It's formidable. A team: S Nuclear Bomb. One Punch Man. How come I've heard it's a useless profession? This class can be powerful or feeble, primarily depending on the willingness of others to follow a true commander sequence. Nonsense. This class cannot undergo 2nd or 3rd transitions. It's a trash profession. Why can't it continue to transition? Because the challenges for 2nd and 3rd transitions are solo combat. Who can a bonded borrow power from? It's as if they possess no class talent, rendering them inferior to a basic class. To others, the bonded is a useless class. For the solo challenges of the 2nd and 3rd transitions do not allow the use of the power of unity talent, hence they cannot succeed. Yet for Song Gua, who possesses clones, this profession is utterly perfect. With clones by his side, what's solo challenges? They do not exist, forever engaged in righteous brawls. At this moment, Song Gua's clones also awakened their classes. Bro awakened the mage sequence. Quick, call me daddy. I'm of the assassin sequence. I can become invisible. My class is also of the assassin sequence, yet I lack the invisibility skill. Damn it. I want to restart. I've awakened the healer sequence. Anyone in need of a healing touch? It's supersized. I'm of the control sequence. Thorn Sorcerer. Watch my mother ensnare you. You have already embarked on the path to demise. The clones also possess a growth of 20. The higher the growth, the greater the probability of awakening combat types, and the likelihood of higher professional levels increases as well. Thus, none of the clones belong to a life-type profession. There are 185 combat types and 15 logistical types. The lowest professional level is an E class, which is rare, numbering less than 10. The remainder consists of D classes and 1 C class upper sequence. So many professions, so many talents, so many skills. As long as Song Gua utilizes the power of unity talent of the bonded, he can borrow at any time. The drawbacks of the bonded talent do not exist for Song Gua. Will borrowing power cause weakness? Not at all. There are plenty of clones. They take turns borrowing. What a bonded. This is truly a master of all trades. Old song. Don't heed the naysayers. I believe your profession is impressive. Let us go level up. Having successfully transitioned to a new profession, leveling up has become the foremost priority. However, to level up, one must first venture outside the city, which necessitates a pass. Administrator, where's my pass? Upon successful transition, one is entitled to receive a standard city exit pass. Today has been rather hectic. We've enlisted volunteers to assist with the distribution of passes. You may locate Ma Feng over there. I shall take my leave now. With that, the administrator hastily departed. Chapter 2. The Summoning of Clones. Ma Feng? As Song Gua turned, he indeed spotted the very individual responsible for his unfortunate initial mishap with the sewing machine. Ma Feng. Yu Wenhao spat in disdain. This was the very pest he had been waiting for. Ma Feng toyed with the last city exit pass, casting a mocking glance at Song Gua. Long time no see, oh great genius Song. Your awakened profession is quite impressive. I shall dub you the Debt King. By the way, that hairstyle suits you rather well. The entourage surrounding Ma Feng erupted in laughter. In Song Gua's mind, his clones clamored for action. This fellow truly had a knack for courting disaster. To dare mock a transmigrator, such audacity. The mindless antagonist, ever eager to assert his presence near the transmigrator, had appeared. The real body, that old rogue, what was he waiting for? Release us, so we may deal with this insolent fool. The old rogue had declared us his trump card in this world, to be revealed sparingly. Seeing Ma Feng's reluctance to hand over the pass, Song Gua remained unfazed. Did he think he could compel him to beg? How naive. A quick demise would soon yield a new pass. Let us go, yellow hair, he said, as Ma Feng obstructed their path. Bam! Song Gua unleashed the power of unity, amplifying the attributes of his 5 clones, and delivered a devastating punch to Ma Feng's face, sending him hurtling away. Ma Feng spun through the air like a human cannonball, shattering the glass windows of the temple and crashing outside. The students within the temple were momentarily stunned. Divine strength? Is this what you call a useless profession? No wonder he has experience with the law. He resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. Yu Wenhao frowned at the scene, impulsive. If he reports you to the authorities like last time, you could find yourself behind bars again. We are now professionals. As long as no serious injuries occur, it is regarded as sparring, and the authorities will not intervene. You seem to be quite knowledgeable about this, said Yu Wenhao, recalling lessons from within. Ma Feng limped back inside, clutching his bloodied mouth, having lost another front tooth. Fortunately, his physical attributes were not low. He could only consider this a minor injury. Who lent him strength? Ma Feng bellowed at everyone present. Despite his own unpreparedness, the fact that Song Gua could send him flying such a distance indicated that it was not merely due to initial attributes. It dawned on him that Song Gua must have utilized the unity power talent of a bonded one. Song Gua dusted off his hands, relishing the satisfaction of that punch. It had eased some of his frustrations from the past 3 months spent lamenting behind bars. If anyone had their strength borrowed, they wouldn't be able to stand up right now. Besides you, who else here is unsteady? Ma Feng paused, realizing the truth in those words. Upon reflection, a chill ran down his spine. Could incarceration truly enhance one's strength? Before his transition, he had been unable to best Song Gua in a fight, and now, after the transition, he was still bested by a single blow. Ma Feng felt utterly humiliated, uttered a few harsh words, and left with his entourage in disgrace. Yu Wenhao hurried after him, calling out for his pass. The following morning, at the bus station outside Yinshan No. 5 High School, Song Gua and Yu Wenhao were waiting for their bus, preparing to venture outside the city for training. Their plans had been thwarted by Ma Feng the previous day, causing them to miss the last bus out, necessitating another trip today for leveling up. Just thinking about Ma Feng's embarrassing situation yesterday brings a smile to my face. Ha ha ha. I heard he had 2 dental implants done overnight. That must be incredibly painful. Ha ha. What is the point? Are you going to be like Ma Feng, a sycophant? That is not quite fair to say. With your impressive growth, there are surely prominent families in Yinshan City willing to nurture your talents. However, it requires initiative on your part to pay them a visit and show some sincerity. In the world of Blue Star, the concept of nationhood is non-existent. The entire globe functions as a single entity, the Blue Star Federation. Thus, there are no national protections or talent reserves. Moreover, growth is merely a component of the professional combatant's power system. In the later stages, it does not solely determine an individual's strength. Even if nations existed, they wouldn't provide any special privileges for that reason. Due to the Federation's weak control over localities, remote cities like Yinshan experience this even more acutely. This results in many individuals of humble origins, yet with significant growth or exceptional vocational talents, seeking the protection of prominent families, becoming their aides, colloquially referred to as sycophants. Ma Feng is a prime example of this. A true gentleman, residing between heaven and earth, should not languish beneath others for long. Rely on oneself, seek no favors, and live with integrity. Yu Wenhao was stirred by Song Gua's words. Truly, you are remarkable, old Song. I knew I had not misjudged you. Such strong conviction. I admire that. To be candid, I too disdain those like Ma Feng who grovel before the nobility. What a disgrace. Song Gua nodded emphatically. Indeed, rely on oneself. Seek no favors, and live with integrity. The bus arrived. After boarding, they traveled to the light rail station, then continued on to the Misty Zone. Following the fusion of the game with reality, only a few major cities remained intact. All other regions were shrouded in mist. Wild monsters and dungeons resided within this foggy expanse. While it's called mist, the visibility in the hazy areas near the city remains largely unaffected. By midday, Song Gua and Yu Wenhao arrived at the Level 1 training area. Gazing at the throng before them, Yu Wenhao exclaimed, "Wow, there are so many people. I can't even get a chance to fight for monsters." The previous day, all high school students in the city had undergone a unified class transition. Now, the Level 1 training area was overcrowded. Those poor slimes and goblins, upon respawning, were immediately overwhelmed by a sea of professionals. Their experience points dissolving into the bodies of unknown adventurers. Song Gua remarked, "It seems that to level up quickly, we must venture into a higher level training area." Yu Wenhao was taken aback. "But we can't defeat them. Should we form a party? Who would want us, a trio lacking equipment, levels, and rewards?" "Solo grinding," Song Gua suggested. Solo grinding. The train ahead announced its arrival at Yinshan City's Level 5 training area. Yu Wenhao declined to follow, believing it wiser to test his luck in the Level 1 training area instead. Song Gua was indeed reluctant to have Yu Wenhao accompany him. This solitary venture was anything but lonely. "Brothers, are you ready? It's our turn to make an entrance. It's time to deliver a minor shockwave to this world. The young master has arrived. Everyone, step aside. It feels akin to launching a new server. Let me make one thing clear. I am a master of rhythmic magic, belonging to the esteemed mage hierarchy, and thus I should be prioritized for upgrades. Do not steal my monsters. Make way for the holy light priest. Healing should be the foremost priority. If our healing ranks are weak, you will perish swiftly." "What is this? You've transformed into a healer class, becoming rather effeminate. Let me check if you are still the same fellow." The avatars were eager and excitedly restless. Chapter 3. We are the Tao of Forgetting. The protagonist Group S image, wearing mahjong headgear and adorned in various robes. The Level 5 training area was quickly reached. Those disembarking here were mostly well-equipped. They cast curious glances at Song Gua as he stepped off the vehicle in his school uniform. Surely, this student has alighted at the wrong stop. At Level 0, he ought to be in the Level 1 training area. Every year, countless overconfident newcomers, eager to challenge higher-level monsters, end up meeting their doom. He must be some young master from a family, likely accompanied by a trainer, waiting for him. Which young master is so destitute that he lacks even a weapon? Personal information may be concealed, but levels cannot be hidden. Upon disembarking, it was evident that the fog density here was thicker than in the Level 1 training area, though visibility remained reasonable. On one hand, fresh graduates like Song Gua had all undergone a unified job transfer, akin to launching a new server. However, half of the participants were eliminated during the initial ascent. These individuals could easily enter the city's vocational sanctum for job transfers with a small sum of money. Thus, in reality, individuals of various levels were present. On the other hand, affluent scions like Zhao would have trainers accompanying them. To level up more efficiently, they would venture into higher-level training areas. Monsters in the Level 10 area had thicker health pools, making them less efficient to defeat. Level 5 was the most suitable. The confluence of these factors resulted in a considerable number of individuals in the Level 5 training area. In theory, the map function for professionals should display a world map. However, Song Gua had only explored Yinshan City thus far, so his map was limited to Yinshan City and its surroundings, with other regions shrouded in mist. The Sad Marsh. There should be few people there. Let us go. The avatars eagerly proposed strategies. It's quite far from our current location, at least 10 kilometers away. Let us rent an off-road vehicle. They are available near the bus station. Walking there would take until nightfall. Song Gua chuckled, who said, "I need to walk." Surveying his surroundings, he spotted a large rock, took cover behind it to avoid being seen, and summoned 4 avatars. With limited funds and no means to rent a vehicle, he declared, "Lift me up, and let us sprint toward the Sad Marsh." The avatars exchanged glances, realizing Song Gua's intentions. "Goodness, are you truly that lazy? Is this something a person can do? I cannot say whether the marsh is truly sad, but we certainly will be. Don't be so oppressive. Who is going to hang him from the lamppost? Though they grumbled, the avatars obediently lifted Song Gua. On these, Song Gua retrieved several hoods from his backpack. These hoods were of course craftsmanship, made of cloth, each adorned with a design on both the front and back. The motifs were derived from mahjong tiles, the 8 characters, 9 dots, and 3 bamboo, among others. These were the treasures Song Gua had brought back from the labor camp, a culmination of his 3 months of experience. The 4 avatars examined the hoods, glancing left and right. What purpose do these serve? Are we to embark upon a new vocation as practitioners of the art of forgetfulness? Song Gua elucidated. You all bear my handsome visage. How shall I explain if we are seen? It is a manifestation technique employed by certain professions within the assassin hierarchy. But where are you, with your own professions, capable of leveling up, talking back, and existing for prolonged periods as avatars? Unable to counter Song Gua's logic, the avatars reluctantly donned the hoods. Seated in their human-pulled sedan, Song Gua hastened toward the sad swamp. What a masterful scion, commanding his subordinates with such ease. All at level 0, engaging in this performance art? Should a lurking monster emerge, they would surely face annihilation. After 10 minutes of full speed running, the first group of avatars began to slow. Song Gua swapped them out for another group, continuing at full speed. Though 10 kilometers is a considerable distance, at such a pace, they arrived in just over half an hour. The further they strayed from the station, the fewer the people. Upon reaching the sad swamp, one could scarcely see anyone. This was not solely due to the distance from the station. The swamp's treacherous terrain and hidden currents made traversing it a challenge. In pursuit of efficiency in leveling, who would willingly seek hardship here? The creatures of the sad swamp, triangular rhinos, irritable water buffalo, and fire-breathing hippos, were formidable, ranging from levels 5 to 10. At last, single-player combat was within reach. Song Gua summoned all 200 avatars. Charge! I shall defeat 10. Do not compete with me. I intend to be the first to reach level 1. Our logistics professions are somewhat redundant here. Which of you will assist me? Stay away from me, you effeminate healers. Song Gua cleared his throat and said, Halt. The avatars, seemingly driven by fervor, all came to an abrupt stop at the swamp's edge. First, collect your hoods. Currently at level 0, Song Gua's backpack held a mere 10 slots. He stacked 5 slots full of hoods, each at a quantity of 99. As he distributed the hoods, Song Gua laid down some ground rules. We are all at level 0. Engaging with level 5 monsters cannot be reckless. We must coordinate. A meat shield, physical damage, magical damage, healing, and control. These essential forms of cooperation must be established. Form your own teams. Ensure to overcome the few with our multitude and synchronize our efforts. The combat-oriented avatars began to form teams, each consisting of 5 to 10 members, in a rather casual manner. The logistics-oriented avatars, on the other hand, could only watch from the sidelines. The logistics professions included alchemy, scrolls, forging, and formations, with talents and skills primarily focused on crafting various items. They can acquire experience by defeating monsters or by crafting items pertinent to their profession. Thus, there is no rush to level up. Furthermore, while you diligently train, do remember to leave behind some weakened foes for me to reap experience and level up. The avatars began to grumble amongst themselves. How lazy can you be, reaping the rewards without effort? Does anyone understand? We, a group of level 0 novices, have inadvertently become trainers ourselves? Song Gua kicked one of the avatars. Enough of the complaints. Hurry up and level up. Chapter 4. Reaping rewards without effort. I can level up without training. Over 100 avatars began to approach the swamp in a throng. First, those with taunt skills targeted the hulking beasts entrenched in the mire, unleashing their abilities. If one lacked the skill to taunt, sometimes a simple insult could suffice. Hey, you big dumb ox, come here. Once the monsters were lured to the shore, the avatars spread out, forming small teams to besiege the creatures. When dealing with wild monsters, no intricate maneuvers were necessary. A classic combination of warrior, priest, and mage would suffice. However, lacking equipment and being of low level, the avatars' rate of attrition was somewhat slow. Fortunately, with their numbers, they soon achieved success. With a serious punch, one team of avatars brought forth a bloodied and enraged water buffalo, which was swiftly dispatched by Song Gua with a single blow. This serious punch was regarded as a standard attack, inflicting 120 physical damage with a cooldown of 5 seconds. One of the initial skills of the bonded, although of ordinary quality, it had a rapid cooldown. Its classification as a standard attack allowed it to manifest a straightforward true damage effect. Song Gua found it rather practical. You have slain 5 enraged water buffalo. Experience increased by 120. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 1. You have gained 20 attribute points, automatically allocated according to your profession's characteristics. Song Gua and the avatars refrained from utilizing the team feature, allowing them to retain all experience gained from slaying wild monsters. Whoever dealt the final blow claimed the reward. Defeating monsters of a higher level yielded an experience bonus. Thus Song Gua leveled up directly. A beam of holy light descended from the heavens, enveloping Song Gua completely. When the radiance faded, Song Gua had reached level 1. The slain water buffalo had also dropped an item. Song Gua picked it up to examine. It was a white, ordinary quality upper garment, providing a slight boost to defense attributes. The quality of equipment, skills, and other items is categorized as ordinary, fine, excellent, flawless, rare, epic, and legendary. Their associated colors are white, blue, green, red, orange, purple, and gold. The drops from wild monsters are rather meager, typically comprising only some ordinary quality gear commensurate with their level, colloquially known as whiteboard gear. Occasionally, low-grade health potions may drop as well, also consistent with their level. These items are sold by weight in the market and hold little value. Nonetheless, they are better than having nothing at all. Moreover, equipping a full set of upper garment, lower garment, headgear, and footwear activates the armor specialization effect. While awaiting the second offering, an unexpected event occurred. A group of avatars, in their exuberance, inadvertently killed a weakened, fire-breathing hippopotamus. The avatar that vanquished the fire-breathing hippopotamus has been enveloped in divine light and has leveled up. This avatar's profession is that of a rhythm mage, a combat-oriented wizard class. Its innate ability, Rhythm Magic, allows for damage output fluctuating between 90 and 150 with each skill usage, presenting a straightforward yet potent offensive capability. It is rumored that upon the second class transition, the adverse effect of 90 will dissipate, making it an ideal choice for skill acquisition and grinding. A brief moment ago, the fireball spell may have reached a damage output of 150, and with an unintentional critical hit, it swiftly dispatched the hippopotamus. Song Gua expressed understanding. The rhythm mage exclaimed, "Indeed, I am utterly devastated." At that moment, Song Gua noticed a notification appear before him. Your experience has increased by 2025. Where did this experience come from? He glanced at the rhythm mage. Could it be that your party is slaying monsters on their own? Fire Warrior, you are reaping the experience. The Fire Warrior is a combat class of the all-rounder sequence and naturally possesses two abilities. Flame Transformation allows the body to become engulfed in flames, skillfully utilizing the fire to unleash abilities such as fire-breathing flight, fiery lines of combustion, and explosive flames. Magic Fire adds an additional 30 points of fire magic damage to all attacks, which can critically hit with a 20 chance to apply a burning state on the enemy. Each layer of burning increases the critical hit rate of Magic Fire's additional damage by 10, with a maximum of 10 layers based on the offensive and defensive disparity between the caster and the target. Weapon Specialization, Fist Weapons. Armor Specialization, Leather Armor. This is the singular avatar of Song Gua that has awakened to a level 10 profession. Typically, an all-rounder class embodies characteristics from multiple foundational sequences. For instance, the Fire Warrior, while dealing primarily physical damage through its exclusive skills, also benefit from additional magical damage due to its talents. Its skills encompass both melee and range combat. At this moment, the Fire Warrior avatar donned a striking red mask, quite impressive. Behold my Fire Fist. With a powerful strike, the entire arm transformed into flames, unleashing a searing torrent that dispatched a critically wounded Triceratops. The red mask leveled up. Your experience has increased by 25-30. Simultaneously, Song Gua also received 20 of the experience gained by the red mask. Understanding dawned upon him. The avatar and the original share the same memories, and the avatar is comprehended. So, when we gain experience, 20 is fed back to the original? What kind of mechanism is this? An inherent ability of the avatars? Regardless, it is fortunate that it is a feedback system rather than a division of experience. Thus, we do not suffer a loss. The feedback of 20 signifies that whenever Song Gua's avatar gains experience, an additional 20 points are granted to the original. If Song Gua were to slay a monster, only he would receive the experience. Then what is the point of fighting? Song Gua promptly reclined on the grass and pulled out his phone to browse through social media. Persevere. Strive. Go forth, young men. The avatars grumbled in unison. You're just being lazy. Although such actions maximize benefits, he couldn't help but feel a desire to chastise him. Level up, level up. Who says we lack the fortune of our true selves? Although I have 200 companions aiding my training, their levels are all quite low, resulting in inefficient monster slaying. Nonetheless, in merely half a day, Song Gua has ascended to level 5, undoubtedly among the swiftest of his peers. During the leveling process, Song Gua prioritized a select group of avatars for advancement, ensuring that they would possess sufficient combat prowess for dungeon raids post-level 5. This group not only included proficient classes, such as rhythmic mages and fire warriors, but also accounted for synergy within the team composition. He designated several key candidates for roles such as healing, control, tanking, burst damage, and harvesting, allowing them to level up first. After equipping all available gear, Song Gua accessed his information panel, which had transformed significantly since the morning. Chapter 5. I have 200 aids. Name, Song Gua. Age, 18. Level, 5-2. Class, First Transition Bonded 1. Combat Type, Command Sequence. Class Talent, none. Weapon Proficiency, none. Armor Proficiency, Light Armor, Specialization Activated. Strength Attribute 10. Agility Attribute 10. Strength, 5,555. Vitality, 25. Mentality, 25. Agility, 5,555. Growth, 20. Equipment, no weapon. Standard Chainmail Top, Level 5. Standard Scale Leg Armor, Level 5. Bronze Battle Boots, Standard Level 5. Black Iron Helmet, Standard Level 5. No rings, no necklace, no bracelets, no cloak. With each level granting 20 attribute points. My attributes have effectively doubled over the course of 5 levels. This doubling signifies a comprehensive enhancement in all aspects of Song Gua's physical being, punching power, running speed, and reflexes, among others. Even sensory perception has improved, albeit not as dramatically, given the inherent difficulty in augmenting such qualities. At this moment, Song Gua feels remarkably alert and energized, as if imbued with boundless strength. The rapid pace of leveling has left him somewhat unaccustomed to his own body. Meanwhile, his avatars, still laboring to slay monsters, cast disdainful glances in his direction. If he has the leisure to indulge in such musings, they suggest he might as well lend a hand in the battle. After an afternoon of toil, he feels the weariness in his back and waist. Isn't there a logistics brother among them, a bone magic alchemist? Surely he can concoct potions that swiftly alleviate fatigue. If only I had the materials, I would craft a few myself. Wild monsters drop no materials, and even their corpses vanish shortly after demise. As the main avatars gradually reach levels 3 and 4, the creatures of the sad swamp become insufficient for their needs. The groups formed by the avatars, initially numbering 10, dwindle to 5 or even 2 or 3 individuals as their strength increases. The more groups there are, the more wild monsters they can simultaneously defeat. This area's monster respawn finally struggles to keep pace. Taking a moment to rest, he awaits the next wave of creatures. By now, night has fallen. Song Gua retrieves food from his pack and begins to enjoy his dinner. The avatars seated themselves on the ground, forming clusters of 3 or 5 as they began to eat. Each avatar possessed the ability to carry a backpack, allowing them 10 slots for storage. Ordinarily, avatars do not require sustenance. When they converge with the main body, they exist in a state of equilibrium, capable of communication, yet expending no energy. However, once they engage in battle or labor, fatigue sets in, necessitating the replenishment of water and food, just like any ordinary individual. Boss, we have company. The pitiful logistics crew, with little to do, had taken to watching from a distance. They did not need to run over to relay messages. Instead, they could communicate directly within the localized network of Song Gua, broadcasting their words for all to hear. Put on your masks, commanded the avatars, who were currently eating and chatting. In unison, they pulled down their masks. Their appearances, resembling those of formidable figures, were quite intimidating in the dim evening light. Boss, it's familiar faces, Zhao Can and Hua Xiangrong. They're accompanied by 6 individuals of around level 10, likely trainees invited by Zhao Can. A smile crept across Song Gua's face. Only 6. I have 200 trainees. The Zhao family is one of the 4 prominent clans of Yinshan City, firmly established as local power brokers. Zhao Can is one of the sons of the family head. In truth, Zhao Ken was the connection through which Ma Feng had managed to extricate himself from a brawl 3 months prior, with Zhao Ken vouching for him. As for Hua Xiangrong, Song Gua rummaged through the memories of his original self, eventually recalling her as one of the many girls who had confessed to him, and notably, a school beauty from the 5th secondary school. Although the avatars donned masks, Song Gua decided to retract all but the one stationed on lookout to prevent any curious hand from tugging at the masks. The ability of the avatars must remain concealed. It is his greatest asset in this world. Once the surrounding avatars were withdrawn, Song Gua caught the sound of footsteps and voices approaching. There are too many mosquitoes here. One voice complained. It's like this near the swamp. We must endure. Let's South find another place to level up. Why come here? Throughout the day, the monsters in several level 5 training zones had grown tense, but the sad swamp remained largely deserted. Aren't you looking to level up all night? This place is perfect for that, Hua Xiangrong remarked, swatting away the relentless swarm of mosquitoes. Zhao Can casually draped an arm around her as they walked among the trainees. We have arrived. Young Master Can, ahead lies the sad swamp. The monster should be fully populated, and I doubt anyone has been here all day. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Zhao Can glanced toward the swamp, seemingly void of any commotion. Are there monsters here? One of the professionals escorting Zhao Can, a dazzling mage, unleashed a flash spell into the sky above the swamp. Boom! The luminous orb burst in midair, resembling fireworks, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that illuminated a large portion of the swamp. What unfolded next left everyone speechless. Not a single monster was in sight. The area was eerily empty, a silence that was almost unsettling. It seems implausible. This place has always been devoid of visitors. Look, there is someone by the shore warming himself by the fire. Zhao Can furrowed his brow. Could it be that he has vanquished the level 5 monsters in the sorrowful marsh? Hua Xiangrong focused intently and felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed like the group, having endured the relentless assault of mosquitoes, was quite reluctant to proceed any further. They approached Song Gua, eager for clarification. As they drew nearer, illuminated by the faint glow of the fire, Hua Xiangrong recognized them. Song Gua, it truly is you. What brings you here? Song Gua poked at the fire with a stick, gnawing on a fast food chicken leg. I'm here to level up. What else would I be doing, basking in the moonlight? Are you really leveling up alone in a level 5 zone? Don't jest, Zhao Can remarked, his thoughts more meticulous as he probed into Song Gua's information. Since Song Gua had concealed his personal details, Zhao Can could only ascertain his level. Level 5? He has reached level 5. Hua Xiangrong's expression paled. Impossible. We toiled all day to reach level 3, which is already quite rapid. How could he? After further investigation, Hua Xiangrong confirmed that Song Gua indeed was at level 5. She was bewildered. How did he achieve this? Does he have a mentor? As an orphan living off the school's financial aid, how could he afford such luxuries? Moreover, reaching level 5 in just one day, how many mentors has he employed? The Zhao family does not operate in such a manner. Chapter 6. Brother, who do I resemble? Noticing that Zhao Can and the others had yet to depart, Song Gua raised his fast food chicken leg and proposed, the moonlight is just right. Would you care to join me for a late-night snack? Hua Xiangrong's expression conveyed her distaste as she replied, Brother Can, let us go. The mosquitoes here are unbearable, and besides, there are no monsters left. Zhao Can activated the map function to survey the area. Further ahead lay the level 10 training zone. Let us head to the level 10 training zone. Your few mentors are all equipped with level 15 gear, more than sufficient to handle level 10 monsters. Among Zhao Can's mentors was a bald man clad in heavy armor. The bald man hesitated and remarked, wild monsters become active at night, boosting all attributes by 100. These level 10 monsters are even tougher than level 15 ones during the day, yet the rewards remain unchanged. It's not worth it. As they prepared to leave, Hua Xiangrong cast a glance back at Song Gua, her words unspoken, ultimately deciding against voicing her thoughts. Once the group finally departed, Song Gua relaxed and lay back. However, he did not let his guard down. He summoned a doppelganger. The Night Shadow Assassin, a class within the assassin hierarchy, possessed a unique talent. When utilizing stealth skills at night, the effects were permanent unless countered by skills or effects that dispel invisibility. This was indeed a talent that could inspire bold ideas. Yet for now, he had matters to attend to. Follow them closely, tread lightly, and ensure you aren't detected. Communicate via local network if anything arises. Understood, boss. If I execute this task well, could I be granted a primary position? Song Gua glanced at him. This fellow was still at level 0. All right, your class talent does have its merits. The Night Shadow Assassin donned a dark hood and eagerly followed along. On the way, Hua Xiangrong pondered why Song Gua had ascended to level 5. It was rather peculiar. He had encountered him at the entrance of the 5th middle school that morning, and he was still at level 0, just like them. Even if he had a team to assist him, it shouldn't have expedited his leveling process more than theirs. Zhao Can remarked, do not forget that although Song Gua comes from a modest background, our school has sponsored him for 2 years. The amount of that financial aid remains a mystery to us. Perhaps there are other affluent individuals who have invested in him. That remains unknown. It is quite possible that he is not merely accompanied by one team of trainers, but rather several. Hua Xiangrong's expression was a blend of 7 parts astonishment and 3 parts regret. He is so wealthy? Meanwhile, the bald trainer, deep in thought, suggested, some equipment possesses effects that amplify experience acquisition, does it not? Zhao can promptly dismiss the notion, exclaiming, impossible, absolutely impossible. Those are rare attributes that can only manifest in epic tier accessories, typically at levels far higher. The bald trainer continued, but what if that accessory carries the carefree attribute? Equipment with such an effect would lower the user's level, allowing lower-level players to equip it. Zhao can halt it in his tracks. If such a thing exists, it would indeed be worth a fortune. The implication that something could be of such immense value was not lost on Zhao Can, a scion of wealth. A tacit understanding spread among the group. The bald trainer eagerly volunteered. How about I check it out? Zhao Can inquired. Shall we go together? The bald trainer replied. Young Master Can, does Hua not despise the mosquitoes in that swamp? You all stay here. I will return shortly. His ulterior motive was apparent to everyone, yet they allowed him to proceed alone. After all, it was not a matter of great honor, and a large group might inadvertently alert others. The bald trainer strode confidently towards the swamp. From a distance, he noticed the campfire still flickering at the shore and felt a surge of delight. Song Gua had not departed. Upon approaching, he confirmed it was indeed the handsome Song Gua. Song Gua, you haven't left yet, he called out, retrieving a shield and a one-handed sword from his backpack, weighing them in his hands. Undoubtedly, he belonged to the Guardian class, likely some form of knight. Song Gua glanced at the bald trainer and replied, I am merely waiting for the monsters in this area to respawn. Did you truly slay all these creatures? The bald trainer inquired. Of course, Song Gua replied. Alone? Do you yist? I have a team. The bald trainer realized, indeed, he had trainers assisting him. How could a novice possibly tackle level 5 monsters single-handedly, causing their respawn to lag behind? Where are your trainers? Upon hearing that Song Gua's trainers had departed, the bald trainer's demeanor visibly relaxed. Haha, it seems we have an opportunity to collaborate. Young Master Can mention you reached level 5 in just one afternoon. That is truly remarkable. Beyond your trainers, do you possess any little secrets? Little secrets? Such as? Perhaps equipment that enhances experience acquisition? I possess no such treasures. Song Gua replied nonchalantly. What if I refuse to show you? Do not blame my sword if it shows no mercy. I initially had no intention of bullying newcomers, but you brought this upon yourself by refusing my cordial invitation. With a casual wave of his hand, Song Gua declared in a normal tone, no more acting. My bald-headed friend, brothers, emerge and take him down. The rustling sounds emanating from the surrounding grass and marshland sent a shiver down the bald man's spine. Could it be that his trainees had not departed but were lying in ambush nearby? There was no time for hesitation. The bald man unleashed his skill, Knight's Charge. His speed surged dramatically as he barreled forward with his massive shield, the wind howling around him, leaving a flurry of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Song Gua. With a single-handed sword poised against Song Gua's neck, he threatened, Tell your people to remain still, or I shall end you with a single strike. I am level 16, equipped with level 15 gear. Dispatching you will be a trivial matter. Song Gua regarded him with disdain. Brother, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Song Gua. Rubbish. Such a handsome face is not easily forgotten. Have you not checked my level? What? The bald man raised his head, activating the information function, only to be taken aback by the large arrow hovering above Song Gua's head. With a shrug of his hands, Song Gua replied, I'm merely a scroll maker, brother. Would you like to place an order? What is the meaning of this? How is your level? Before the bald man could process the situation, the grass beneath him stirred ominously. Mother's embrace. A vast expanse of thorns suddenly surged forth, winding around the bald man's legs and binding him like a rice dumpling. From all around, a cacophony of voices erupted. 1,000. Stop shouting skill names. Focus, brothers. We are about to execute a level-up counterattack. 1,000. What kind of pathetic skill are you using? Aren't you a higher level? How can you only restrain him for half a second? What good is that? Of course, I am only level 2, and his resistance far exceeds my ceiling strength. So the control duration is significantly reduced. Next in line for control, punish him until he stands still. Chapter 7. Genuine damage. Counterattack from 10 levels below. The Night Shadow assassins trailed Zhao Can and his companions, eavesdropping on their conversation, and subsequently recounted it. Thus, Song Gua and all his avatars came to realize that these individuals, having advanced in level more rapidly than they, fancied themselves possessing some hidden treasures. Naturally, their intention was to commit murder and plunder. Song Gua would not be so accommodating. Among his 200 avatars, 185 belonged to combat classes, with 19 in control roles. Due to the bald man's high resistance, each could only hold him for less than a second, with the more skilled managing just over a second. However, the sheer number of them compensated for the cooldown of their skills. The bald man found himself ensnared repeatedly by thorns, icy prisons, stunning toxic mists, and chaotic flames. He could only take a few arduous steps during the brief windows between each control. Damn it, why are there so many of them? In the darkness, the bald man saw figures drawing nearer. Song Gua's voice echoed once more. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one does offend me, they shall leave their belongings behind, and if not, their very lives. The bald man turned to the speaker with a cold smirk. A level 5 novice dares to claim my resources? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect. At this moment, the true essence of Song Gua has approached. The figure that was just squatting by the fire was merely a logistical avatar. Had the bald man been more astute and noticed the incongruity in Song Gua's level, he might have retreated and Song Gua would have spared him. However, he is a brutish character with impure intentions, and thus, he cannot blame Song Gua for acting in self-defense. Though the bald man was oblivious to the situation, he managed to activate a defensive skill amidst the chaos. This is a common ability within the Guardian sequence, temporarily enhancing both defensive metrics. Haha, so your trainees consist of a horde of level 1 and 2 novices? With so many underlings, it's no wonder you've managed to reach level 5. Who are you? Really, that so many newcomers are willing to support you. Song Gua, from his elevated position, cast a disdainful glance at him. That is not a concern for you. The damage-dealing team, advance. The Fire Warrior, donned in a crimson mask, unleashed flames from both hands, soaring into the air like Iron Man Firestorm. The Fire Warrior is a high-tier class, naturally endowed with 5 skills, ranging from common to rare. This Firestorm is of rare quality, akin to unleashing a powerful ability right from the start. A vast, swirling inferno descended from above, reminiscent of the Milky Way, enveloping the bald man. Other range classes also began to unleash their skills. Archers released arrows, mages conjured magical projectiles, priests invoked holy retribution, and rogues hurled bricks. Meanwhile, melee classes, eager to join the fray, hesitated, fearing friendly fire, and thus had to restrain themselves. In the wilderness, the protective barrier for teammates cannot be activated. Moreover, one cannot form a party of 200 individuals at once. Despite the cacophony of battle, the damage numbers left the avatars dumbfounded. 15, 20, 6, 1. Health points regenerate naturally. The rate of recovery is a fundamental attribute, influenced by vitality. Particularly for classes within the Guardian sequence, this aspect is even more pronounced. In other words, the damage dealt by the avatars is insufficient to overcome his self-healing capabilities. This one do. We cannot break through his defenses. Though a swarm of ants can fell an elephant, this is the formidable Galen we are facing. We shall be worn down. We cannot kill him. It is utterly impossible. The disparity in levels and equipment means that even the Fire Warrior's attacks, while visually impressive, inflict minimal damage on the bald man. The bald man laughed heartily. A group of individuals lacking even basic gear seeks to ambush me? How foolish. Once the mana of these controlling classes is depleted, I shall dispatch you one by one. Song Gua reached into his backpack and retrieved a collection of small magical potions, distributing them among the dozen or so controlling avatars. These were drops from wild monsters encountered during the leveling session earlier in the afternoon. The bald man sneered. Even magical potions have their limits. How many can you carry? Song Gua clenched his fists and walked toward the bald man. Enough to ensure your demise. We're level 5. You are no different from these lowly level 1 or 2 wretches. Song Gua extended a finger and shook it. There is still some distinction. Unite in strength, activate. After Song Gua's demise, 5 level 0 clones fell to the ground, their strength waning. Alas, I can no longer endure. I feel utterly drained. This state of weakness persists for a full hour? No wonder they deemed this profession worthless. Although these 5 clones are of level 0, upon successful class advancement, they will acquire initial attributes tied to their respective professions. With the accumulation of the attributes from these 5 clones, Song Gua's strength and agility surpassed 100. He is now able to utilize the skills of these 5 clones and possesses their respective talents, albeit only to a limited extent. Yet, this is of little consequence. Song Gua channels his strength to activate another talent of the Binder, which transforms normal attack damage into true damage. A serious punch. With over 100 in agility, he is swifter than the cumbersome knight. Coupled with the fact that the knight had been incapacitated, there was no way to evade. He could only withstand Song Gua's fist. How amusing. Are you merely tickling me? 1,200. The knight's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. 900. 990. 1,089. 1,197. 8 consecutive punches, each dealing true damage. The knight, unable to execute any blocking or interrupting skills due to being restrained, saw his health plummet. Spare me, spare me. If you strike me again, I shall perish. Song Gua raised an eyebrow. Really? You appear to be in fine health. We are professionals. Our bodies have been digitized. Disrupting bodily structure results in death. And being drained of health leads to death as well. Is that true? I refuse to believe it. You are committing murder, do you realize? Aren't you afraid? Song Gua chuckled. Afraid? This is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. Those who fear are the weak. Not wishing to waste more words on him, Song Gua proceeded to utilize his next skill after the cooldown. Wind Fist. Immediately delivers 2 normal attacks, subsequently increasing attack speed by 50 for 30 seconds. With a cooldown of 2 minutes. The initial skills of the binder are remarkably compatible with their talents. Treating skills as normal attacks to enhance attack speed maximizes the benefits of the unpretentious talent. With 2 solid punches, the knight reluctantly closed his eyes. With a clatter, upon the death of a professional, all equipment and items within their possession would spill forth. Hooray! Brothers, we have garnered quite a bounty. Indeed, killing and looting is the fastest way to earn. Quickly gather the items and make our exit. We must be cautious of Zhao Can and the others coming to investigate. Chapter 8. Gold Coins Galore. Where has Brother Wong been for so long? Zhao Can and his companions waited in the woods for quite some time, an ominous feeling beginning to stir within them. Hua Xiangrong paused. Sensing trouble, Zhao Can shook his head. Song Gua is only level 5, while Brother Wong is already level 16, equipped far better than Song Gua. What could possibly go wrong? He likely found something valuable on Song Gua and has made a hasty retreat. At that moment, a training team member behind Zhao Can gasped, alarmed. What is it? Brother Wong is dead. How do you know? They remained in a team state, and upon the death of a teammate, a notification would echo through their channel. Hua Xiangrong was once again bewildered. Did Song Gua kill him? Zhao Can appeared skeptical and suggested, let us go take a look. The group hurried to the edge of the marsh, only to find no sign of Song Gua or the bald man, nor any indication of a struggle. It was preposterous. With 200 individuals clearing the scene, it would be a matter of moments to uproot the grass. If Song Gua had made off with the goods, he would undoubtedly have left no trace behind. Even in the wilderness, where mutual killings were overlooked by the official enforcement agency, Song Gua still preferred to leave no evidence for anyone to grasp. It was certain that it was Song Gua who had slain Brother Wong. We must avenge Brother Wong. Hua, he was your classmate, correct? Hua Xiangrong nodded slightly, her brow furrowed. If you wish to seek vengeance, do not go to the school, lest you trouble me. Zhao Can doused their enthusiasm with cold water. If Song Gua killed someone and left no evidence, he must have had assistance. It's best you don't walk into a death trap. The notion of avenging Brother Wong is merely a suspicion that Song Gua possesses an experience-enhancing item. The group, caught in their intentions, coughed awkwardly. Zhao Can gazed into the dark marsh and mused aloud. Who could possibly be aiding or funding such a mediocre profession? Is this individual lacking in discernment? Or do they see something in Song Gua? Even if Zhao Can were to ponder endlessly, he could not fathom that Song Gua was, in fact, a lone wolf. After dispatching the bald man, Song Gua and several of his avatars hastily stowed the spoils into their respective backpacks. Subsequently, he retracted all the avatars and slipped into the forest, making a swift escape. Those accustomed to taking lives understood that, aside from the psychologically deranged, one seldom felt at ease after committing murder. Yet, Song Gua felt little to no emotion. He and his avatars had come to this world with grand ambitions. Such minor disturbances were inconsequential. Moreover, the recent battle had been data-driven, revealing only numbers of damage without any gruesome imagery, thus lacking in shock value. Battles among professionals could indeed be bloody and brutal, with limbs flying askew, but the heavily armored bald man, with his high defenses, had proven difficult to dismantle in such a manner. He had merely fallen victim to genuine damage. As he sprinted, Song Gua left behind avatars to conceal themselves and keep watch against any pursuers. He only paused after running 2 to 3 kilometers. Upon receiving reports from his hidden sentinels that no one was following, he felt reassured and began to tally his gains. The deceased bald man had been out to assist Zhao Can in leveling up and bore little of value. 20,000 federal coins. Presumably the training fee Zhao Can had paid. Some low-quality level 15 equipment and a few red and blue potions. The avatar scoffed. What fatigue are you talking about? Professionals could enter a state of experience fatigue after receiving continuous experience for an extended period or amount, hindering further gains. This mechanism existed to allow professionals a respite in their growth. Otherwise, everyone would remain in the wilderness until they reached maximum level. In the backpack of the bald man lay a finely crafted skill book belonging to the Guardian series. Skill books are valuable assets. The means by which practitioners acquire skills are limited to automatic comprehension upon class transition or through the study of skill books. Additionally, upgrading skills necessitates the use of these books. Skill books can be categorized into 3 types. Universal skills, such as sprinting, strong jumping, heavy strike, and self-detonation, which are available to all practitioners regardless of class, yet are of the lowest quality, represented by white. Sequence skills, accessible to all professions within the corresponding sequence. And exclusive skills, which can only be mastered by the respective profession. The Brothers of the Guardian series should make good use of this. Song Gua summoned all the avatars belonging to the Guardian sequence. With many monks and few offerings, a contest of strength ensued among the meat shields. The items dropped by the bald man had been mostly cleared away, leaving only the mundane supplies he had brought along for training. The overall haul was rather meager, particularly as he was only at level 16 and had little to show for it. What is this? As Song Gua carelessly discarded the bald man's personal belongings, one item caught his eye. Chapter 9. How can you sleep at your level? Within the bald man's possessions, Song Gua discovered a commission letter. Client, Miss Butterfly. Contractor, King Overlord Guild. The letter was lengthy, filled with formalities. Tucked within was a sheet of paper adorned with a pencil sketch. The drawing depicted a black balance scale, densely inscribed with symbols resembling writing. At the base of the scale was a mark of the Eye of Horus. This item appeared to be a millennium-old artifact capable of aiding a certain king to return to the netherworld. However, appearances can be deceiving. This is not a world where one plays cards to save the universe. A reward of 8 million. What could possibly warrant such compensation? This balance scale must be extraordinary. The King Overlord Guild was unfamiliar to Song Gua, likely one of those small guilds that sprout up like mushrooms after rain. Was Miss Butterfly, a foreigner, deceived by the King Overlord Guild? Small guilds are merely makeshift organizations, and an audacious thought crossed Song Gua's mind. If I were to locate that scale and present this commission letter to claim the final payment, would that not be possible? His inclination was further fueled by the mention in the commission letter that the balance scale was likely in the possession of a student at Yinshan No. 5 School. Yinshan No. 5 School, his very own institution. Searching for an item within his school would be quite convenient indeed. His avatars chattered excitedly. Given the disorganization of a small guild like the King Overlord Guild, impersonating them to fulfill the commission and pocket the payment was worth a try. It posed no challenge for him. Why would such a substantial commission rest in the hands of such a small guild? There must be something amiss. With Qingdong's involvement, it mattered little. The prospect of profit was enticing. Yet, there was an inherent risk. What if, upon delivery, the other party refused payment or resorted to treachery? Indeed, one must consider such dangers. Song Gua smiled, his words laden with meaning. No need to worry. One avatar advised him to remain grounded and not get carried away. Stability is essential for growth. Such perilous endeavors could be undertaken by them. He would remain steadfast. The silence of the numerous avatars was deafening. Song Gua, be a person. Song Gua retrieved a tent from his backpack. All right, you all go to the nearby level 5 training area and continue leveling up. I intend to sleep now. The avatars were displeased. We need rest too. Though I possess a steel rod, I am not made of iron. Who will hang him up on the streetlight? Song Gua admonished sternly. At such a young age, what's wrong with staying up all night? At your level, how can you still sleep? With that, Song Gua crawled into the tent and fell into a deep slumber. The beleaguered avatars had no choice but to continue grouping for training. The following morning, Song Gua awoke to the fragrant scent of the earth. After stretching comfortably, he greeted another version of himself within the tent. Here I am. As a newcomer, should I bow to the original or simply raise my rear? Song Gua had grown accustomed to seeing another self beside him each morning. This was a newly born avatar. Suddenly, Song Gua noticed that this entity bore the number 7 above its head. Song Gua was taken aback. What the heck? How did you spawn with a higher level than me? You truly are born. The new avatar pointed to the number above Song Gua's head. You are also at level 7. We are the same. Song Gua heard faint sounds of battle outside, realizing that the avatars had fought through the night. The nighttime monsters had doubled their attributes, making them more challenging, thus reducing the efficiency of monster hunting. Nevertheless, throughout that night, Song Gua managed to level up twice thanks to the experience feedback from his avatars. Do newly born avatars align with my previous level? This additional effect of avatars is intriguing. What is your profession? The new avatar shrugged. I have no profession. I'm a free agent and can only learn universal skills. A blank slate warrior. You could take me to the profession shrine for a class change. That place requires payment to enter. A trivial amount. A little each day accumulates into a significant sum. I have an idea. Both exclaimed in unison, zero cost acquisition. Song Gua chuckled. We truly have a synergy. The new avatar laughed as well. No kidding. After some contemplation, Song Gua decided to postpone the visit until they had gathered enough newcomers for a substantial endeavor. Today, once again, was a day for grinding experience, or rather, a day dedicated to diligently leveling up. Song Gua avoided the sad swamp to prevent an encounter with Zhao Can and Hua Xiangro. He headed straight for the level 10 training area. Here, some monsters had begun to fly, significantly increasing the difficulty of combat. However, the experience rewards were also greater, especially for defeating higher-level foes. The number of players in a level 10 area was considerably lower. Venturing a bit deeper allowed for isolated monster hunting, similar to the Sad Swamp. He instructed the avatars below level 5 to engage the level 10 monsters, initially employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers. 10 avatars against one monster would eventually wear it down. The monsters had weak ceiling resistance. Each group assigned 1 or 2 controllers could easily incapacitate it. Once successfully defeated, the experience gained from such a substantial level difference was sufficient to elevate a level 0 avatar by 2 levels. The avatars, akin to Song Gua, experience a growth of 20 upon leveling up, resulting in a clear enhancement in their attributes. Gradually persevering through the day by noon, the efficiency of monster hunting began to rise, and Song Gua's level ascended to 8. In the afternoon, an increasing number of avatars reached level 5, each donning the whiteboard equipment acquired from the previous day. The Fire Warriors, Rhythmic Mages, and Shadow Assassins, designated as the core force, could effortlessly dispatch level 10 monsters with just a couple of them working together. The efficiency of combat further improved. As their levels rose, the pace of their upgrades showed no signs of slowing. With nightfall came a radiant beam of holy light, marking Song Gua's breakthrough to level 10. At this moment, 59 avatars had attained level 5. The trio of Fire Warriors, Rhythmic Mages, and Shadow Assassins had even reached level 7, showcasing an exceptional upgrade rate among their peers. Song Gua reveled in the shared experience gained by his avatars, allowing for an unparalleled upgrading speed, unmatched by any fresh graduates. It was nearly time to challenge the dungeon record and acquire the job transfer medal. Chapter 10. Have you ever attempted to raid a dungeon with 200 people? The night had fallen, and wild monsters became increasingly arduous to defeat. Thus, it was preferable to raid dungeons for experience and resources. Beyond this, Song Gua harbored another ambition regarding dungeons: to break records. Achieving a new dungeon record would guarantee a job transfer medal. The professions associated with job transfer medals are unique and exist in only 2 tiers. Song Gua was thoroughly satisfied with his chosen profession, the Bondmaster, as it harmoniously complemented the capabilities of his avatars. His desire for the job transfer medal was fueled by the aspiration to empower his avatars, a plan he conceived immediately upon transitioning into a Bondmaster. The divine practitioner has merged with reality, and a millennium has elapsed. The records of low-level dungeons had long been polished to a golden sheen, making them exceedingly difficult to surpass. The record for level 5 dungeons had not been broken in over a century. However, it was inconceivable that anyone had ever attempted to raid a dungeon with 200 participants, no matter how profound the strategies of predecessors or how superior their equipment. A dungeon typically allowed entry for only 5 individuals. Yet, Song Gua was on the verge of leading 200 avatars into a dungeon. Arriving at the nearest light rail station, Song Gua boarded a train to the first-tier dungeon area. The Misty Zone, closest to the city, features a variety of leveling areas, ranging from level 1 to 30. At the far end of the Misty Zone, where it meets the Medium Mist Zone, lies the first-tier dungeon area. Spiraling entrances to the dungeons sprawl across the heavens, exuding grandeur, with dazzling stars twinkling within. Dungeons commence at level 5, with 2 new dungeons introduced every 5 levels. Each dungeon has restrictions on the level and number of entrants. The level restriction for the level 5 dungeon is between 5 and 10, while the level 10 dungeon ranges from 10 to 15, and so forth. Standard dungeons can accommodate a maximum of 5 individuals. The first-tier dungeon area has a maximum level of 25. At level 30, practitioners may challenge the second-tier dungeons, which are not located within the Misty Zone. The city's constructed light rail extends only to the terminus of the Misty Zone. The second-tier professionals seeking to conquer dungeons must traverse the mist-laden zones themselves. These dungeons, perpetually accessible, serve as the fundamental battlegrounds. Within the dungeon area, one may occasionally encounter limited-time challenge dungeon entrances, where the first players to conquer them are rewarded with additional prizes. Consequently, various guilds dispatch formidable teams to vigilantly guard these dungeon zones. The moment a challenge dungeon manifests, They swiftly enter, vying for the coveted first completion rewards. Certain rare materials are exclusively bestowed as first completion rewards, rendering challenge dungeons a battleground fiercely contested by guilds. Thus, the dungeon area remains bustling with activity around the clock, rivaling even the leveling zones in foot traffic. At the level 5 dungeon, the red-eyed Monkey Mountain, a controller is needed. 4-1. Any takers? Hop on board. For the level 25 dungeon leaderboard challenge, we seek experts. Dungeon runs available at fair prices, no deceit. Peter Guild guarantees credibility. Selling equipment. Dungeon sets for levels 5 to 25, various qualities available. If you lack a complete set, don't rely on luck in the dungeons. Come see me instead. If this were within the game, the vicinity of the dungeon would be adorned with numerous speech bubbles hovering above the heads of the gathered crowd. Alas, this is reality, and the professionals can only shout through their horns. Surrounding the dungeon area, streetlights have been installed, and a small marketplace is formed, where numerous professionals exchange goods. The reason it remains a modest marketplace is that the dungeon area is not stationary. The enormous vortex entrances slowly shift around the city, completing a full rotation every few decades. This radius is quite expansive. Upon entering the marketplace, Song Gua observed that the goods here were considerably pricier than those at the city's trading post, akin to the experience of purchasing water at a tourist attraction. It seems designed to exploit those in haste to enter dungeons who happen to lack certain essentials. Not lingering in this small market for long, Song Gua proceeded westward for several kilometers until he arrived at the entrance of the level 5 dungeon. There are 2 level 5 dungeons, Red-Eyed Monkey Mountain and Spider Cave. The high school curriculum in this world has already begun to cover theoretical knowledge relevant to professionals, such as basic dungeon knowledge. Song Gua recalled reading that, within the level 5 dungeons, the difficulty of Red-Eyed Monkey Mountain is relatively low. For a first dungeon run, a gradual approach is advisable. So, Song Gua decided to tackle Red-Eyed Monkey Mountain first. Typically, newcomers to a dungeon would don decent gear. Mere whiteboard equipment would be insufficient, and at the very least, one should acquire a set of refined gear to avoid being shunned in group formations. However, Song Gua prepared nothing. Approaching the dungeon entrance clad in mere level 10 whiteboard gear, a group obstructed the entrance ahead. Upon closer inspection, he recognized familiar faces: Zhao Can, Hua Xiangrong, and Ma Feng. Before Zhao Can stood 5 level 10 professionals, their equipment appearing exceptionally exquisite. One individual had not concealed their personal information, prompting Song Gua to take a glance. He discovered that, aside from rings, necklaces, bracelets, and cloaks in the accessory slots, the rest of their equipment was of rare quality. Prior to the second tier, equipment quality would only reach rare. There were no epic or legendary grades. The quality of accessories is notably inferior, and their yield is limited. Many individuals resort to wearing plain whiteboard accessories, biding their time until they reach the second transition. This implies that these 5 level 10 practitioners are now essentially at their peak configuration. Zhao Can has reached level 6, while his companion, Hua Xiangrong, stands at level 5. They are accompanied by a mentor, enabling them to challenge monsters beyond their level, thus ensuring an impressive efficiency in leveling up. However, they cannot rival Song Gua, primarily due to the insufficient number of mentors. Upon entering, do remember to initiate a live stream of the dungeon. Only then can we observe your performance from outside. Zhao Can admonished the captain of this level 10 team, who showed utmost respect in response. Rest assured, young Master Can, we will certainly make the leaderboard. Not just the leaderboard, but the top 10. The gear you wear is custom-made, crafted at great expense by the Zhao family, utilizing precious resources. Understood. I could wear this gear all the way to level 30 without issue. Remember, once we make the leaderboard, be sure to promote the new research achievements of the Zhao Medical Group in the comments. Otherwise, not only will you forfeit your final payment, but you will also incur a 10-fold penalty. Do you comprehend? In Chapter 11, No Need, Young Master Kai, within the data functionalities of a practitioner, there exists a leaderboard, including a speed ranking for basic dungeons. Those who make the list leave their names alongside a declaration of their achievement. Clearly, this place is a hotspot for advertisements. There is no alternative. The traffic is substantial. Furthermore, it is highly beneficial for guild recruitment and family factions seeking to attract talent. After Zhao Can's instructions, he turned to Ma Feng and said, once you reach level 10, you will replace the physical damage dealer in this team, don his equipment, and continue our assault on the leaderboard. I brought you here today to familiarize yourself with their combat style. You are a distinguished practitioner, and the Zhao family has high hopes for you. If you can find a few more newcomers of your caliber, We might just break the record at the Red-Eyed Monkey Mountain. Ma Feng nodded respectfully to Zhao Qin. Young Master Can. Your praise inspires me. I will observe closely and learn diligently. Meanwhile, Hua Xiangrong, glancing around, spotted the leisurely approaching Song Gua. Her expression shifted slightly, a mixture of disdain and arrogance. Seemingly struck by a thought, she utilized the information check function to confirm Song Gua's current level. Upon seeing the result, she was taken aback once again. Level 10. You're level 10 now. Zhao Can and Ma Feng turned their gaze towards Song Gua, their eyes widening in unison. Young Master Can, you are only level 6. How has he reached level 10? Ma Feng pondered, realizing he was merely at level 4, further perplexing him. He had not sought a mentor, nor had Zhao Can arranged one for him. He simply formed a team with a few classmates to grind monsters in the level 1 training area. He relished the admiration he received from his teammates throughout the session. Possessing a distinguished class certainly draws attention wherever one goes, particularly as a swift blade master, whose skills are remarkably elegant. Zhao Can's gaze flickered with suspicion regarding the experience-enhancing items on Song Gua. The commotion had drawn the attention of nearby practitioners. What is so remarkable about being level 10? It seems he just transitioned the day before yesterday. Wow, that's incredible. How'd he manage that? What can't wealth accomplish? One could hire several teams for training, alternating their contributions, or don experience-enhancing gear, or utilize experience-boosting scrolls. Wouldn't that suffice? Yet, this affluent individual appears to be adorned with nothing but bare essentials. This youth seems rather familiar. Could he be that 20 growth Song Gua? Indeed, it's him. Not long ago, he seemed to be in confinement, and I heard that his awakened class is a bond master. Isn't that a rather useless class? Especially for someone like him without a background. How can he possibly develop? Song Gua refrained from displaying personal information. Onlookers could not discern his gear, perceiving only through visual judgment. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Song Gua proceeded directly to the entrance of the Red-Eyed Monkey Mountain dungeon. Are you coming in or not? If not, please shift aside. I intend to enter. Zhao Can glanced behind at Song Gua. You wish to enter? Alone? Song Gua pondered seriously for a moment. Strictly speaking, yes, alone. Beside him, Ma Feng chuckled. Soloing a dungeon? Do you think that now that you're level 10, you can tackle a level 5 dungeon on your own? You spent 3 months in jail. Have you forgotten everything you learned in class about being a professional? Song Gua cast a puzzled glance his way. What business is that of yours? Do you still think you're that genius who was once surrounded by admirers? What are you so arrogant about? What business is that of yours? Ma Feng's face turned green with anger, clenching his level 1 sword, ready to confront Song Gua. Zhao Can intervened. With such a significant level difference, are you seeking punishment? Ma Feng gritted his teeth and fell silent. Zhao Can wore a slight smile, stepping closer to Song Gua. Wang Xing? Who is Wang Xing? He is the younger brother of Wang Yi, the president of the Wang Ba Guild. Although he is young, due to his brother's connections, he has secured a nominal position as vice president. The Wang Ba Guild is one of the developing guilds invested by our Zhao family. This time, I sought their assistance for leveling. Wang Ba Gu, that aligns with the commission. Song Gua remained unperturbed, responding, Wang Ba Guild? I haven't heard of it. After you left last night, I departed as well and encountered no one. Song Gua was not deceived, leaving Zhao Can somewhat disappointed. He had been waiting for Song Gua to mention that bald man or any characteristic related to Wang Xing. Had Song Gua done so, Zhao Can could have confirmed that Wang Xing's demise was indeed linked to Song Gua. But now, he could only linger in suspicion. Are you certain you wish to solo a level 5 dungeon? What, must I now seek the Zhao family's approval to enter a dungeon? Of course not. It's just that soloing a dungeon carries considerable risk. I can sponsor you with a set of excellent quality level 5 gear. If you acquire any materials within the dungeon, just share a portion with me. Noticing Zhao Can's apparent attempt to win over Song Gua, Ma Feng grew discontent, his brow furrowing. He had lived under Song Gua's shadow for 3 years. Now that he had aligned himself with the Zhao family, he wished to avoid crossing paths with Song Gua again. Young Master Can, this fellow possesses a useless class. He is not worth the investment. Zhao Can replied nonchalantly. We are all friends here. What does it matter whether his class is deemed useful or not? With a growth rate of 20, I believe Song Gua's future combat prowess will not be lacking. But, at this moment, Song Gua pushed aside the 10th level party, blocking the entrance to the dungeon. No need for that, young Master Kai. I am not one to acknowledge favors, he declared, stepping boldly into the vortex and entering the dungeon. Zhao Can's face turned ashen. I am Zhao Can, not Zhao Kai. Hua Xiangrong chuckled softly beside him, only to be met with a glare from Zhao Can, prompting her to fall silent. Zhao Can directed his frustration toward the ranking team. What are you still doing here? They have already entered solo. Do you still need to bolster your resolve? Yes. We are going we are going. At that moment, the words hell flickered above the red-eyed Monkey Mountain dungeon. The dungeon offered 5 difficulty levels: easy, enhanced, hard, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the monsters, the greater the loot and experience, and the higher the probability of obtaining high-quality items. The flashing text above the dungeon indicated the difficulty chosen by the recent entrants. Ma Feng was astonished. Soloing and choosing hell? Is he out of his mind? Going in for certain death? Hua Xiangrong scoffed. I reckon he is not taking his study seriously. He thinks he can respawn in the dungeon like it's just a game. Zhao Can furrowed his brow, sensing that despite Song Gua's seemingly casual demeanor, he possessed hidden depths and should not be so reckless. What could be his source of confidence? Was it connected to his rapid leveling? Unfortunately, Song Gua was not live-streaming his dungeon experience, leaving those outside in the dark, forced to speculate blindly. Chapter 12. Brothers, unleash your full firepower. You have entered the level 5 dungeon, Red-Eyed Monkey Mountain. Current difficulty, hell. Countdown begins. Upon entering the dungeon, a continuously scrolling timer appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. Currently, the record for the Red-Eyed Monkey Mountain dungeon stood at 30 minutes, 59 seconds, and 99 milliseconds. The last record-breaking time was set 128 years ago. Brothers, unleash your full firepower. Upon entering the dungeon, Song Gua didn't even take a moment to survey the map. He immediately released 200 clones. The clones surged forth like ferocious beasts, each howling and lunging at the nearby monsters. Don't compete with me. I'm still at level 0. I'm main force. I'm a main force. Give me those kills. Give me those kills. There are no heads here, only monkeys. Give me those monkey heads. Give me those monkey heads. The Red-Eyed Monkey Mountain dungeon, true to its name, was entirely a monkey mountain. Adventurers began at the foot of the mountain and fought their way upward, clearing all monsters and defeating the Monkey King at the summit to complete the dungeon. This is happening too fast. At least leave one monster for me to examine their details. Understanding everything about the dungeon was crucial. The terrain, environment, hidden paths, traps, and monster attributes could all determine the difference of those precious seconds. Although the textbook provided some information, knowledge gained from books feels superficial compared to witnessing it firsthand. At the base of the mountain, the monsters were a horde of red-eyed monkeys, clad in tattered garments and wielding wooden sticks, wandering about as if on patrol. Red-eyed monkey, level, type, elite strength, 86, constitution, 78, spirit, 25, agility, 90 skills, monkey staff strike, normal 5, monkey staff sweep, normal 5. Description: the most common little monkeys on Monkey Mountain, always shouting to protect the Great King. Yet, they may have never laid eyes on the Monkey King. Monsters are categorized into 5 types: minions, enhanced, elite, boss. In the hell difficulty dungeons, monsters begin as elite, and their levels surpass those in lower difficulty dungeons, reaching level 10. Furthermore, their skill levels are also heightened, resulting in increased damage and stronger effects. However, creatures like the red-eyed monkey sons are ultimately mere minions forcibly enhanced, lacking innate talent and possessing inferior skill mechanisms. Confronted by the overwhelming hordes of clones, their sole advantageous attribute, agility, becomes irrelevant. The sheer number of foes renders any maneuvering impossible. Goodness, the blows from these wretched monkey staffs are rather painful. I nearly met my end with a single hit. After all, they are level 10 monsters and elite. The fragile ones should stay a bit behind, while the guardians and controllers charge forth, forming a wall to push through. These monkeys possess low mental attributes, making them vulnerable to magical damage professions, while physical classes protect the magic users. Oh no, brothers of the summoning sequence, cease summoning. There are already enough bodies here, so what if we summon a few more? Do you think this is early poison milk powder, where too many summons would cause lag? The clones chatter incessantly, yet their hands remain busy, barreling up the mountainside at a rapid pace. Song Gua saves breath on commanding. The clones manage themselves well, leaving Song Gua to pick up the spoils, all leftovers from the clones. Monkey Mountain leather armor. I am proficient in leather armor. I shall take it. Monkey Mountain cloth shoes. I am adept in cloth armor. I will take those. This long sword is mine. My weapon mastery lies in swords. I have claimed the blue potion. I've cast too many skills, and I've run out of mana. Who picked up the red potion? Hand me a bottle. I accidentally took a hit moments ago. What do you need a red potion for? I can provide you a heal. Ugh, keep your distance, you weakling. The clones take what they need from the drops, fighting and gathering simultaneously. One by one, their equipment becomes increasingly refined. Fortunately, this is a hell difficulty dungeon, which yields such abundant drops. In simpler difficulties, perhaps only a few monsters would drop anything, hardly enough for this band of rogues. The Monkey Mountain Leather Armor and Monkey Mountain Cloth Armor are merely shorthand names, consisting of 4 characters, representing high-quality equipment produced from lower difficulty dungeons. Nightmares, drops from Hell dungeons, carry prefixes and exhibit even higher quality. Equipment information. Name, Agile Monkey Mountain Leather Armor. Slot, upper body. Type, leather armor. Quality, excellent, green. Level 5. Durability, 100. Effects, physical defense 30, magical defense 10, health 500. Constitution 1, agility 5. Monkey Mountain set, 14, physical skill damage 10. If the Monkey Mountain dungeon armor were of fine quality, it would solely enhance base attributes, lacking 4-dimensional attributes and set effects. There are 4 types of armor: cloth, leather, light, and heavy. Each type offers a progressively better defense, but with an accompanying increase in weight, which can adversely affect agility. Hence, a higher defense does not necessarily equate to superiority. It must align with one's class specialization. In the red-eyed Monkey Mountain dungeon, only cloth and leather armors are available. Conversely, the level 5 dungeon, the Spider Cavern, exclusively offers light and heavy armors. Early on, adventurers primarily acquire equipment through monster drops and dungeon loot. Wild creatures yield only basic gear, which is often disregarded. The equipment dropped in dungeons is what first-tier adventurers are most likely to wear. The accumulation of experience is indeed swift. A typical dungeon party, while slaying monsters, shares experience based on contributions such as damage output, healing capacity, and crowd control duration. Since they must have formed a party to enter, it's understood. However, Song Gua, upon entry, neglected to utilize the party function. Experience from defeated monsters is awarded to the individual who slays them. This strategy facilitates the cultivation of top-tier players. With 200 avatars, the equitable distribution of experience results in a slower leveling process for all. This is unfeasible. Low levels equate to diminished combat strength. Song Gua intends to elevate himself first, thereby uplifting others on the path to strength. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, Song Gua had only reached the halfway mark of the experience bar. And this was for level 10. Cursed humans, halt at once. Suddenly, a massive fireball, measuring several meters in diameter, materialized from thin air and descended from the sky, accompanied by a surging wave of heat. Detecting an incoming super fireball attack. Scatter, scatter, scatter. The terrain on the mountain was narrow, with limited footing and little room to maneuver. The 200 avatars anxiously scrambled to secure kills, creating a congested atmosphere. In their haste, a stampede ensued, and many avatars found themselves unable to evade the impending attack. Song Gua took action. Chapter 13. Entering the dungeon feels like coming home. Currently, summoning avatars still results in them appearing merely 1 meter away. The colossal fireball continued its descent, shaking half the mountain, with burning branches and debris flying in all directions. Song Gua, being relatively close to the fireball's impact point, was caught in its blast and knocked to the ground. A half-burnt giant tree arced through the air, heading straight for his head. Realizing evasion was impossible, Song Gua summoned an avatar from the Guardian series to serve as a shield. Ouch! My backside. It burns. Guardian series. Level, Storm Knight. Young lad, I have high hopes for you. From now on, your priority for upgrades shall only follow that of the Fire Warrior and Rhythm Mage. Damn, stop painting grand visions for me. Song Gua summoned another avatar. The confined terrain and excessive numbers only bred chaos. They risked being simultaneously obliterated by the white-haired elder monkey perched atop a boulder. White-haired elder, level, type, boss, strength, 50, vitality, 120, mentality, 180, agility, 20 skills, white-haired confinement, common level 5, elder's blessing, fine level 5, celestial punishment fire, flawless. Level 5. Description. They say this elder of Monkey Mountain merely tosses a fireball, but who would have anticipated its magnitude? The chief monsters, in comparison to regular minions, enhanced foes and elite creatures, not only possess superior attributes, but often wield additional formidable skills. Take, for instance, that extraordinarily large fireball just witnessed. The cooldown for the white-haired elder's celestial punishment fire is extensive. There is no need for hesitation. Charge forth and confront him. This mechanism is frequently encountered within dungeons. A crafty adversary may conceal themselves in a corner, chanting a skill incantation, waiting for the adventurers to arrive before unleashing a devastating attack. If caught off guard, the repercussions can be severe. Even in level 5 dungeons, where adventurers have become well acquainted with the terrain, such obvious traps are seldom triggered by those who have perused strategies. The solution is straightforward. Assign an individual with high agility to activate a speed-enhancing skill akin to dash. Then, traverse the vicinity drawing the white-haired elder out, and evade as the fireball coalesces. The earlier chaos stemmed from the overwhelming number of clones, each clamoring to engage the enemy without pause. Protect the elder! Protect the elder! Numerous stout, black-furred monkeys with fiery red eyes emerged. Red-eyed monkey, level 10, classification, elite, strength 90, constitution, 100, spirit 40, agility 40, skills, skin hardening, common, level 5, shared fate, fine, level 5. Description: the elders guards from Monkey Mountain, tough-skinned and resilient. The monster count within the dungeon is designed for 5 individuals. In hellish dungeons, the numbers may increase, yet they remain significantly fewer than the clones of Song Gua. At this moment, 10 red-eyed monkeys stood vigilant beside the white-haired elder, who, in his frail old age, was once again murmuring spells. It was imperative that he did not cast another celestial punishment fire. Dozens of clones surged forth, their roles clearly defined. For individuals formed a group, 10 groups in total, lifting the 10 red-eyed monkeys and carrying them away. Are you truly so resilient? One skill enhances damage reduction, and another allows sharing damage with others. Song Gua commanded the clones to swiftly transport this troublesome creature away to a different location for a thorough beating. The poor white-haired elder, chanting incantations, opened his eyes only to find several assassin-class adventurers before him. Kidney strike, backstab, critical headshot, break stealth attack, blades unsheathed. The hallmark of the assassin class is concentrated damage, delivering fatal strikes. With this round of skills unleashed, the white-haired elder could only meet his demise. You have slain the white-haired elder. Experience gained. 570. You have obtained a fine equipment. Resilient Monkey Mountain Leather Hat X1. You have acquired an excellent skill book. First Transition Mage Class Skill Book X1. You have received a consumable. Enhancement Stone X1. You have obtained fine materials. Magic White Hair X10. You have obtained a fine material. Aged Monkey Brain. It is indeed a monster of the boss level, and the spoils upon its defeat are considerably more abundant. Items such as arcane white fur and aged monkey brain were promptly collected by Song Gua as logistics avatar. Monsters in dungeons tend to drop various materials, including common beast bones, fur, and hides, in a continuous stream. The logistics profession has a significant demand for these materials to craft their respective items, diligently following behind to gather every scrap. In a conventional team clearing a dungeon, such mundane materials, measured by the pound, are often overlooked as they consume valuable backpack space. It is more practical to collect equipment for sale. Enhancement stones, essential materials for fortifying gear, are in high demand later on. Initially, no one enhances these transitional items unless their finances allow it. Typically, practitioners save enhancement stones for when their combat power is insufficient, such as during the second job advancement challenge. As for headgear, every mainstay has one, and they don't require Song Gua's concern to collect them. I have a splendid skill book for mages. Should I sell it or bestow it upon the avatar? High-quality skill books are quite valuable, with market prices ranging between 10,000 to 100,000, fluctuating considerably based on the popularity of the profession. When skills are upgraded, skill books are also required, making those for popular professions even scarcer. Mages undoubtedly belong to the elite tier, and Song Gua estimates the skill book could be worth nearly 100,000. Thus, it is evident that practitioners can earn swiftly, achieving 6-figure incomes in mere moments. However, this is solely because Song Gua is soloing hell-level dungeons, avoiding the need to share spoils with others. His contemporaries, fresh graduates, cannot match such efficiency in earning. The rhythmic mage avatar poked its head out and ingratiatingly said, "Hey, boss, let me use it. If I learn one more skill, my output frequency will increase. Won't it?" Chapter 14. Defeating the Monkey King, setting a new record. Practitioners inherently possess a skill limit of 5. As their profession level rises, so does their innate skill capacity. For every 10 levels, an additional skill slot is granted. Each job advancement provides extra skill slots, contingent upon the profession level. Currently at level 10, Song Gua's skill slots have expanded from 5 to 6. He glanced at the damage statistics within dungeon. The rhythmic mage's total damage even surpassed that of the level equivalent fire warrior. After all, as a mage, standing behind the crowd and casting spells allows for considerable damage accumulation. Song Gua's avatar capability is undoubtedly his greatest asset in this world of practitioners. The avatar must be nurtured. Leading a group of experts is far different from leading a bunch of novices. There are numerous ways for practitioners to earn. This single skill book is of little consequence. Although Song Gua lacks familial ties, he has received ample support over the past 2 years, sufficient for his living expenses. Take it and make good use of it. The rhythmic mage joyfully collected the skill book. After use, it transformed into a skill known as Great Storm. The Great Storm, consuming 10 mana, cannot be unleashed if below 10. It inflicts 80 wind damage on all enemies within a radius of 100 meters, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. This skill boasts an extensive range, reaching up to 100 meters. This is merely the effect at level 1. As the skill upgrades, its potency will undoubtedly expand. When paired with the talents of the Rhythm Mage, the damage output is commendable. This skill book was indeed a fortuitous acquisition. In the latter half of the dungeon, from the mountainside to the summit, Song Gua busied himself. His occupation was not with combat, but rather with the art of graceful maneuvering. As he ascended, the path became increasingly treacherous, with fewer spots to stand. With a crowd of 100 or 200 attempting to ascend together, they had no choice but to queue, resulting in diminished efficiency. Thus, under the protection of several guardian classes, Song Gua forged ahead with determination. Throughout this endeavor, the entire team maintained a steady pace, never faltering. When confronted by monsters, they merely repeated their previous tactics. While others utilized skills to clear the dungeon, Song Gua summoned his doppelgangers directly. Furthermore, he strategically deployed various classes and combinations based on the characteristics of the foes, showcasing a remarkable form of speedrunning technique. The remaining 3 elders of Monkey Mountain were swiftly vanquished amidst this relentless assault. At last, Song Gua arrived at the summit, which surprisingly appeared much more spacious, as though its peak had been sheared away by a sword. This was undoubtedly good news, for Song Gua could now release his doppelgangers. Before him sat a stone chair, upon which rested a figure clad in black iron armor, the Monkey King. He wielded a black iron staff, sported golden fur, and possessed crimson eyes, adorned with a coronet of purple gold feathers. In his grasp was a gourd, the aroma of alcohol wafting through the air, suggesting he was quite inebriated. The Monkey King tossed aside the gourd and, dragging his staff, created sparks as he rubbed it against the stone, swaying unsteadily towards Song Gua. Red-eyed Monkey King. Level 10. Roll. Strength 200. Constitution 150. Mentality 100. Agility 150. Talent. Cloud of Whirlwind. Can summon the Cloud of Whirlwind for flight at any time, consuming mana during flight. The cloud can be slain, requiring a certain time to recover, depending on level. Hair of the Monkey. By plucking any number of monkey hairs, one can conjure monkey minions to assist in battle. For each minion present, damage reduction of 1 occurs, and summoning minions consumes mana. Skills. Monkey King Staff, normal. Fiery Eyes, excellent, 8. Calming Needle, exceptional, 8. Cloud Surge Assault, flawless, 8. Havoc in Heaven, rare, 8. Description. Here comes your old son. Just by observing his talents and skills, one can discern that he is a formidable adversary. The primary challenge of the Monkey Mountain dungeon lies in swiftly dispatching the Monkey King. In easier dungeons, the Monkey King only summons his minions after losing a certain percentage of health. Once these peculiar minions appear, the Monkey King's damage reduction becomes formidable, making him nearly invulnerable unless the smaller foes are eliminated first. However, the Monkey King does not merely stand idle. He unleashes relentless attacks from behind. A single misstep could lead to disaster. In a hellish difficulty level, eliminate the Monkey King and shatter the record. A mere 20 minutes have elapsed, and with 10 minutes remaining, Song Gua possesses ample time to accomplish his feat. All his avatars have emerged onto the battlefield. Observing this, the Monkey King remarked, "Oh, you can employ that tactic too? As if I could not." In the realm of hellish difficulty, the Monkey King initiates the encounter by summoning his monkey progeny. He plucks a tuft of fur from the back of his head and, with a thunderous exhale, conjures forth a flurry of chattering monkeys from his palm, which instantly swell into towering figures over a meter tall. These little monkeys bear an uncanny resemblance to the elite red-eyed monkeys at the foot of the mountain. With a flourish, the Monkey King summons 50 of his kin. Under the influence of his innate abilities, his damage reduction reaches an astonishing 50%. This attribute renders even genuine damage futile against him. Even if Song Gua had the opportunity to land a punch, the actual damage inflicted would be mitigated by 50%. Fortunately, he possesses a multitude of avatars. After a barrage of skills, the diminutive monkeys are nearly vanquished. Particularly, the Rhythm Mage, positioned at the eye of the storm, raises a tattered wand high, unleashing a tempestuous skill he has just mastered. This skill envelopes the entire mountaintop, ensuring every monkey is accounted for. Meanwhile, Song Gua, harnessing the strength of 7 avatars, launches a relentless assault on the Monkey King, shielded by his loyal minions. His innate ability, Unity Power, allows him to borrow an additional ally for every 5 levels. 899, 900. 1290. Enraged, the Monkey King roars, Cloud of the Somersault. A golden cloud materializes on the horizon, and he leaps onto it, soaring away and evading Song Gua's ensuing attacks. Although some of the controlling avatars attempt to restrain him, their skills lack the necessary quality to penetrate the Monkey King's defenses, resulting in a complete immunity. Damn, the Monkey King has taken to the skies. He has exceeded my skill range. We do not have many aerial combatants among us. Engaging him in the air eliminates our advantage of encirclement. Strategy suggests that it is best to have a range class. Archers possess skills with exceptional range, capable of striking the Cloud of the Somersault, thus forcing the Monkey King to descend. A tactical review is in order. Just then, a burst of fire erupted skyward. Allow me to handle this. The individual was not the Fire Warrior, Fire Brother, but rather Song Gua. At this moment, Fire Brother lay in a corner, relishing the sensation of his own limitations. Among the 7 borrowed avatars, Song Gua included him. Chapter 15. Breaking the Record, A Nation in Shock. Song Gua activated the Fire Warrior's innate ability, expelling flames from both hands akin to twin rocket engines, propelling him skyward. His ascent, however, was noticeably slower than that of the Fire Warrior, as the borrowed powers only yielded partial effects. It sufficed. The Monkey King, standing upon the Cloud of the Somersault, roared and unleashed his skill. The Monkey King's great staff, as his iron rod elongated and thickened exponentially, crashing down toward Song Gua. Bestow upon me your enhancements. The healing and protective classes, often endowed with various buff skills, directed their abilities toward Song Gua. With their strength bolstered, his attributes surpassed those of the Monkey King. With the enhancement of various augmentative skills, he has undeniably become a formidable warrior. Thud! The Monkey King struck down with a mighty blow. It was effortlessly sent flying by Song Gua's punch. Wow! Impressive. Brother Ben is extraordinary. I would gladly bear your offspring. The clones below were watching with keen interest. The stabilizing divine needle. This is a control skill. Those struck will be left dazed. Song Gua's hands surged with fiery power. The flames blazed brilliantly as he swiftly propelled himself in one direction, evading with remarkable speed. Limit-breaking fist. Limit-breaking fist. For a duration of 1 minute. Physical attack power is increased by 50. Attack speed is enhanced by 100. All damage taken is reduced by 30, and 1 health point is burned every second, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. This is the pinnacle of skills innate to the bonded. The bonded cannot wield weapons, destined to engage in close combat. Thus, inflicting damage necessitates proximity to the enemy. The 1-minute effect of the limit-breaking fist, encompassing a 30 damage reduction, is exceptionally compatible. This is merely the effect of 1 minute. As the skill levels up, its potency will only amplify. Song Gua caught up to the Monkey King, engaging him in a fierce melee with his fists and staff. The clones were visibly tense. Brother Ben's borrowed power can only last for 1 minute. How much time has passed? 40 seconds. Goodness. Can he endure until the Monkey King's health is depleted? Wait. 1 minute and 50 seconds. With each level gained, the effect of the unifying power extends by 5 seconds. Is there a chance? If victory is attained, the record will surely be shattered. Breaking the record would earn a prestigious promotion medal, the sole profession of its level. Let us hope it isn't a life skill. Cursed be the jinx. The entrance of the dungeon. Zhao Can, Hua Xiangrong, and Ma Feng were observing a level 10 team executing fluid maneuvers in the red-eyed Monkey Mountain dungeon. They had initiated a live broadcast, allowing onlookers to view the data-driven performance. Ma Feng marveled. Their coordination is impeccable, as if they are one. Zhao Can wore a satisfied expression. These 5 individuals are currently affiliated with the Ling Xiao Guild, the guild with the most control held by the Zhao family. We have nurtured them since they were level 0, all for the purpose of ranking in every dungeon upon their first promotion. Ma Feng chuckled awkwardly. What do you mean nurturing them from level 0? They are merely at level 10 now. What is there to nurture? The equipment they possess is merely borrowed, not gifted. Though he thought this, Ma Feng still showered praise on the surface. The Zhao family's leadership is visionary. I am truly impressed. Zhao Can huffed, yet regardless. These individuals are merely dropouts from junior high, having never even attended high school. I hold little regard for them. I place greater emphasis on promising fresh graduates like you. Ma Feng immediately donned a grateful expression, vowing, I will not disappoint young Master Can. The family entrusting me with the task of ranking in the level 5 dungeon is a test of my capabilities. Now that I have a capable ally like you, what do I have to fear about ranking? Thank you, young Master Can, for your recognition. Refrain from excessive flattery. Familiarize yourself with their tactics, and promptly proceed to upgrade your skills. My intention in not providing you with a mentor is to encourage you to engage in monster hunting, thereby becoming adept in your abilities. Ideally, you should enhance your skill levels. Indeed, skill level advancement demands considerable proficiency, which can be quite challenging in the early stages. Do your best. At this moment, Hua Xiangrong glanced at the timer and exclaimed in astonishment. A mere 21 minutes had elapsed, and they had already defeated 2 elder monkeys. I had previously heard from seniors that when they vanquished the first elder, nearly an hour had passed. Zhao Ken chuckled. This is a speed run. Of course, we are swift. The Zhao family strategy has been refined through professional calculations, theoretically placing us in the top 10. He then cast a glance at Ma Feng. If he were to join this level profession, securing a top 10 position would be almost guaranteed. The objective assigned to Zhao Can by the Zhao family was to rank within the top 10. Achieving a higher position would be exceedingly difficult. Each second on the leaderboard is a formidable challenge to improve. While the group engaged in casual conversation, suddenly a massive, bright red announcement floated through the sky above the dungeon area. The record for the red-eyed Monkey Mountain dungeon has been shattered. New record, 21 minutes, 5 seconds, 12 milliseconds. The following player participated in the creation of the new record, Song Gua. Only hell-level difficulty dungeons can yield leaderboard rankings. Other difficulties cannot participate in speedrun competitions. This means that the individual named Song Gua has soloed the hell-level dungeon and set a new record. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Nearby, merchants in the small marketplace, teams organized by various guilds waiting at the dungeon entrance, and countless adventurers preparing to tackle the dungeon all fixated their attention on those 3 lines of text. Many scrutinized from various angles, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, questioning the veracity of what they saw. Hey, can you confirm that? Is that a record-breaking announcement? I can read the words. Indeed, someone has shattered the record. Is it 21 minutes? Not 30? I know what you're thinking. It is indeed absurd. Nearly a 10-minute improvement. Even more absurd, should it not be a solo run? How could that possibly be? There's no way it was a solo run. With a plethora of meat monkeys at the elder side, how could one possibly get through? The Monkey King's repulsive damage reduction and summoning abilities make it impossible to defeat in a one-on-one. Song Gua, isn't he that prodigious genius with a growth rate of 20? Even with a growth of 200, one cannot solo a hell-level dungeon. And yet, he shatters records. My worldview is shattered. A multitude of adventurers were left in a state of shock and disbelief by this announcement. Some were engaged in animated discussions, while others snapped photos to share on social media. This news spread at the speed of light. In fact, even those not in the Union City dungeon area would soon learn that the record for the red-eyed Monkey Mountain dungeon had been broken. Chapter 16. The principal is stunned. Is he really that strong? Yinshan number 5 middle school. Although it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, the principal, burdened with administrative duties, remained at school, engrossed in paperwork. After staring at the computer screen for an extended period, the principal could no longer resist the urge to remove his glasses and rub the corners of his eyes. Balancing the accounts proved to be a daunting task. Striving to indulge a little without leaving a trace meant he had to be meticulous. After bolstering his spirits, the principal resumed his official, fictional duties. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. You have a new alert. Please check your personal interface. The principal, a professional in the realm of life education, was a moral teacher by trade. Each day consisted of attending classes and grading assignments to earn upgrades. It must be noted that careers in life education possess their own advantages. Those who frequently use their phones are well aware of the discomfort a red notification brings, compelling one to click and investigate. Despite being occupied, the principal instinctively accessed his personal interface to locate the new alert. To his surprise, he noticed a red dot at the top right of the leaderboard feature. A leaderboard? Why would there be an alert in this section? Upon clicking, he was directly transported to the speed leaderboard for the 5 red-eyed Monkey Mountain. The astonishing speed of the top-ranking competitor left the principal in awe. 21 minutes? How could this be possible? He donned his glasses once more, scrutinizing the screen repeatedly. He confirmed 2 startling facts. The record-breaking team consisted of only one individual, who had accomplished the feat solo. The name of this individual happened to be identical to that of one of his students, Song Gua. No, it couldn't be. It must be a case of coincidental naming. Then he noticed a message left by Song Gua on the leaderboard. Principal, it's me. The principal, being astute, comprehended the implications. He slumped helplessly into his office chair. Was he truly that formidable, breaking the record solo? Each word in that statement was simple, yet when strung together, it left the principal feeling utterly bewildered. In comparison, a near 10-minute improvement in record time seemed trivial. Wasn't he the binder considered a useless profession? How could he possibly achieve such a feat without the benefit of teamwork? That unassuming talent that transformed basic attacks into true damage, was it really that potent? Without the ability to equip weapons, where did his attack power stem from? The principal scratched his head in confusion, exacerbating his already thinning hair. Word of Song Gua's record-breaking achievement was rapidly spreading. At the entrance of the dungeon, Zhao Can observed a growing crowd gathering, and he keenly realized an important truth. He needed to recruit Song Gua to his side. Ma Feng was bewildered. Young Master Can, he is a useless profession. How could a useless profession break record solo? He must be cheating. But how? Using hacks. Did he think this was merely a game? Perhaps it was. After all, it was a fusion of reality and gaming. Who knew what hidden mechanisms might exist? An operating system? Zhao Can shot Ma Feng an exasperated glance, urging him to ponder the matter himself. If such a thing existed, would it take a millennium for Song Gua to uncover it? Zhao Can remarked. The profession of the bonded is certainly not as simple as it appears on the surface. The number of bonded has been exceedingly scarce for a long time. In today's world, it is likely that he is the sole representative. Perhaps he has discovered some unique application that eludes our understanding. Even a 1 in a billion mutation in profession is not beyond the realm of possibility. He addressed those around him. When Song Gua emerges, let us all adopt a more favorable attitude. He shall become an invaluable asset in our family's competitive endeavors. Ma Feng stood frozen in disbelief. Just moments ago, the title of key player was his alone. How had it suddenly been shared? Hua Xiangrong pouted, expressing her displeasure. I do not like him. Zhao Can shot her a glance. What concern is it of yours? Just fulfill your role as the decorative vase. Hua Xiangrong stomped her foot in anger, her eyes reddening with frustration, as she retreated to a corner, dejected. Zhao Can took several steps closer to the dungeon entrance, anxious that the first person Song Gua would see upon his emergence would not be him. Zhao Can was acutely aware that once Song Gua broke the record, forces from Yinshan City would flock to court him. Other cities need not be a worry, as the thick fog zone and the forbidden area hindered transportation. Communication between cities was rare, and it was even more uncommon for someone to traverse cities for a newcomer. Even if the local forces chose not to recruit him due to the perceived ineffectiveness of the bonded profession, many would still approach Song Gua for strategies to break the record. Once such strategies were acquired, it was nearly certain that he would not only break records, but also secure a place in the top 10. After all, there was nearly a 10-minute gap between the first and second place, awaiting someone to fill it. Zhao Can had initially been confident about breaking into the top 10, but with Song Gua now shattering the record, his aspirations were reduced to 11th place. A mere difference of one word, yet it felt like world apart. Moreover, he would also fail to accomplish the task assigned to him by his family. There was another matter at hand, the class transition medal. With Song Gua breaking the record, he would undoubtedly receive a class transition medal, an object coveted by countless individuals. Being so close, Zhao Can certainly could not allow anyone else to seize it first. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the Red-Eyed Monkey Mountain Hell Dungeon. Completion rating. Congratulations! You have obtained the Supreme Dungeon Treasure Chest 51. Congratulations! You have broken the record for the Red-Eyed Monkey Mountain Dungeon and received the blessing of the gods, granting you 1 class transition medal. Currently, you are listed on the following rankings. Red-Eyed Monkey Mountain Speedrun Rankings, 1st place. If you can maintain this position for a month, you will subsequently receive 200 reputation points monthly. Each dungeon can only be entered once per day, allowing for normal experience and loot acquisition. However, each dungeon's treasure chest can only be obtained once a week. Depending on the completion rating, there are 5 qualities: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, and Supreme. As for the class transition medal, each individual can only obtain it once in their lifetime within each dungeon. This means that even if Song Gua were to break the record for the Red-Eyed Monkey Mountain Dungeon again, he would not receive another class transition medal. This measure is in place to prevent individuals from controlling speed and repeatedly breaking records. Achieving a place on the leaderboard not only brings forth accolades, admiration, and a certain aura in the realm of reality, but also yields tangible benefits, namely the acquisition of reputation points. These reputation points can be exchanged for items within the esteemed Glory City, accessible solely to those who have transcended to second-tier professions. For now, I shall reserve my reputation points for future use. Fortunately, my avatars are plentiful, and I promptly dispatched the subsequent minions summoned by that entity. Otherwise, the damage reduction would have been utterly formidable, rendering my true strikes ineffective. Upon vanquishing the Monkey King, the time for Song Gua's unity power also drew to a close. With the loss of the Fire Warrior talent, Song Gua plummeted from the heavens. Luckily, an avatar proficient in healing utilized a feather spell. allowing him to float gently to the ground, thus avoiding injury from the fall. Now, it is time to tally the spoils of victory. Firstly, the rewards for defeating the Monkey King are far from meager. Chapter 17, Promotion to Golden Rank, the Monkey Warrior. You have slain the 10 red-eyed Monkey King. Experience increased by 80 to 95. You have obtained flawless equipment. 5 Monkey King's leather armor 1. You have obtained flawless equipment. 5 Monkey King's leather boots 1. You have obtained flawless equipment. 5 Rui iron staff 1. You have obtained an excellent skill book. First Transition Warrior Skill Book 1. You have obtained an excellent skill book. First Transition Assassin Skill Book 1. You have obtained consumables. Enhancement Stones 10. You have obtained consumables. Strength Essence 1. You have obtained excellent materials. Monkey King's Golden Fur 20. You have obtained flawless materials. Monkey King's Hide 1. You have obtained flawless materials. Monkey King's Bone 1. As per my usual practice, I instructed my avatars to select what they needed from the equipment, skill books, and materials. If there was something suitable for me, I would certainly don it. Alas, there was none. The specialized armor of the bonded is light armor, which does not drop in this dungeon. I must venture to the adjacent spider cave for that. All consumables were stowed away in my inventory. One particular consumable, however, could be utilized immediately. Strength Essence, upon use, grants a strength increase of 1, with a maximum of 10 essences usable per month. The essence is an exceedingly precious consumable, so rare that it is nearly absent from the marketplace. One might argue that a mere increment in strength seems trivial. However, the scarcity of sales is due to the fact that those fortunate enough to acquire such items tend to consume them instantly. Even in a hellish dungeon of extreme difficulty, the drop rate for essences is not guaranteed. Song Gua was merely fortunate to have obtained one. The vast majority of individuals find it challenging to utilize their allotted 10 essences each month, invariably consuming whatever they can. It is prudent to ensure that one's attributes do not lag behind in this regard. A strength boost of 1, though modest, is better than none. Now, let's see what treasures await within the chest. You have opened the Supreme Dungeon Treasure, Chest 5. Reputation 10. You have obtained rare equipment. 5 Rui Golden Staff 1. You have obtained a rare skill book. First Transition Universal Skill Book 1. You have obtained rare materials. Fire Crystal 5. You have acquired consumables. Agile Spirit Elixir 2. Although the quantity is modest, the quality is exceptionally high. Achievements are not easily attained. Only those who have made it to the leaderboard, or are on the verge of doing so, can hope to achieve such recognition. 2 more elixirs have arrived, and without hesitation, they were consumed. The exclusive skill book for the all-rounder sequence was bestowed upon the Fire Warrior's avatar. Upon receiving the skill book, Brother Huazij could hardly contain his excitement, leaping with joy. This is an exclusive skill book, which means that upon use, one will gain a skill unique to the Fire Warrior profession, undoubtedly stronger and more suited to their talents than the sequence skills. Not long ago, a wishful iron staff was acquired, and now another wishful golden cudgel appears. What differences might there be? Let's take a look. Song Gua examined the attributes of this rare piece of equipment. Although he could not utilize it himself, he could at least indulge his curiosity. Equipment information: name, wishful golden cudgel, position, weapon type, staff, quality, rare orange, level 5, durability, 100 effects, physical attack 100, critical rate 2, physical penetration 2, lifesteal 2, strength 20, constitution 5, stun strike. Passive: each attack has a 10 chance to stun the enemy for 1 second. Wishful transformation. Active: physical attack 100. If the wishful golden cudgel is enlarged, the critical rate increases to 10. If it is shrunk, physical penetration increases to 10, lasting 1 minute. With a cooldown of 10 minutes, growth potential. This equipment enhances its effects with each upgrade, starting from level 5. Song Gua cannot help but give a thumbs up. This truly is an exceptional piece of equipment. Despite being merely level 5, its potential for growth signifies that it can be carried for a lifetime, which is quite economical. Unfortunately, he cannot use it. Thankfully, there is the avatar. Which of you excels in the use of staves? The avatars exchange glances before one stepped forward. I humbly present myself, a member of the Guardian Sequence, a monk by profession, proficient in wielding staves. Song Gua furrowed his brow. Guardian Sequence, you are rather tanky, aren't you? Indeed, I am exceedingly resilient. However, the wishful golden cudgel is evidently intended for warriors. Are you suggesting that I would squander it? Must you insist on speaking the harsh truth? The monk raised a defiant finger. A level 1 great swordsman avatar tossed aside his great sword. Today, I abandon my sword for the staff. Yet, Song Gua remained dissatisfied. Utilizing a weapon that does not align with one's expertise would result in a significant loss of damage, and the skills employed with the staff would also suffer. Just as Song Gua pondered this dilemma, he noticed the class change medal in his possession. The professions contained within the class change medal are unique. Unless the previous owner has perished, no new class change medal for that profession will emerge. Moreover, the professions within the medal are limited to the first class. Even those who have undergone the first class transition may use the class change medal to reclassify. However, those who have transitioned to the second class will face some disadvantages, as using the class change medal will require them to undertake the second class challenge anew, and the same applies to the third class. This is because the professions within the class change medal are all first class. The gold medal is inscribed with an overview of the profession, combat class, dragon blood sequence, level. Spirit Monkey Warrior. The term dragon blood is merely a concept, denoting a profession that embodies traits from various races and life forms, rather than being strictly related to dragons. Dragon blood signifies a higher echelon, indicating this will be a profession endowed with dual talents. This is impressive. It certainly cannot be sold, as I must reserve it for my doppelganger, allowing me to harness its power, akin to defeating the Monkey King. Although my doppelgangers could prevail through sheer perseverance, it would undoubtedly be slower than the efficiency of Song Gua. Through the strength of unity, Song Gua can organically amalgamate the talents and skills of his doppelgangers, achieving results far greater than the sum of their parts. In other words, the stronger the doppelganger, the stronger Song Gua becomes. I have decided to bestow this class-changing gold medal upon a brother. The doppelgangers erupted in excitement. Me, give it to me. Fill me up, boss. I no longer wish to be a healer. Let me change my class, will you? Boss, spare no words, grant me this class change, and I promise to follow your every command without question. With a cough, Song Gua recalled all his doppelgangers, leaving only one behind. This morning, within the tent, the newly birthed one. This is for you. This doppelganger is inherently at level 7 and possesses no profession. Bestowing upon him a commendable class would greatly benefit the forthcoming 5-level dungeon I am about to tackle. I shall not be modest. The doppelganger and the original self have no need for such courtesies. The new doppelganger utilized the class-changing gold medal. Streams of colorful light continuously enveloped him. Fear not the class change. Accompanied by the doppelganger's salute to Zhang Kong Kong, the brilliance began to fade. The new doppelganger remained standing, seemingly unchanged. However, upon checking his personal information, Song Gua was astounded. Chapter 18. So, this is how records are broken? Name? Age, 18. Level, 70. Profession, first transition Spirit Monkey Warrior. Combat class, Dragon Blood Sequence. Professional talents, Somersault Cloud. Can summon the Somersault Cloud for flight at any time, consuming mana during flight. The cloud can be vanquished, requiring a recovery time dependent on level. Hair to Army. By plucking any number of hairs, one can conjure monkey minions to assist in battle. Each minion reduces damage by 1, and summoning them consumes mana. Weapon Specialization, Staff Mastery, inactive. Armor Specialization, Heavy Armor, inactive. Strength, 80. Constitution, 80. Mentality, 30. Agility, 50. Growth, 20. Skills, 55. Monkey King Staff, Common 1. Fiery Eyes, Excellent 1. Sea Calming Needle, Superb 1. Cloud Surge Assault, Flawless 1. Havoc in Heaven, Rare and Equipment, none. The new doppelganger was also taken aback. Is this truly me? I possess a profession with replication abilities. No wonder it is called Spirit Monkey Warrior. Furthermore, Song Gua discovered that this individual was not only a master of heavy armor, but also an exceptionally formidable physical damage dealer, despite not being classified within the warrior tier. This implies that he possesses both resilience and striking power. The innate talent of the Cloud Somersault even grants him the ability to fly, rendering him nearly devoid of any apparent shortcomings. Truly, he is of an upper echelon, exceptional in every regard. Of course, he also has his own avatars, and as long as Song Gua activates the power of unity, he too can summon them, albeit with diminished effectiveness in terms of innate skills and abilities. Very well. The record for the Spider Cave now hinges on your performance. I believe a solitary attempt may even yield success. Furthermore, he belongs to a class capable of summoning, which is utterly remarkable, a veritable perpetual motion machine. Upon examining the information of his avatars, he noticed that all their names were represented as, rather than his own name. Is it that the system of this world cannot recognize one's own avatars? Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. From now on, this mask shall be exclusively yours. Song Gua retrieved a headpiece adorned with the character from Mahjong, signifying fortune. Excellent, I am Fortune, and the Fire Warrior is Red Dragon. We are merely missing a white tile to complete the Big 3 set. That will depend on what gold medals the Spider Cave rewards us with. With his avatars dismissed, Song Gua exited the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, Zhao Can and his companions were anxiously awaiting his return, growing increasingly impatient. What could Song Gua possibly be doing inside? It had been quite some time since they cleared the instance, yet he had yet to emerge. Was he trapped within? Grinding for records, what a torment. As they expressed their grievances, the entrance of the dungeon suddenly stirred. Song Gua sauntered out leisurely, nearly colliding with Zhao Can, who stood too close to the entrance. Ha ha ha! Brother Song Gua, congratulations! Zhao Can exclaimed, grinning widely as if they were longtime friends. Song Gua quickly pushed him back. Such proximity could lead to either a brawl or an awkward kiss, both of which were perilous. If you seek the strategy one just employed, I'm afraid I can offer no insights. And as for my class change medal, regretfully, I have already utilized it. Upon hearing this, many around him were disheartened. As expected, he had used it. I knew that his bond class was rather lackluster. Having obtained the unique class change medal, how could he possibly refrain from using it? What class is he now, having concealed his personal information from our view? Does anyone possess an item like the true sight eye to discern his current class? I'm utterly curious. Such items are reserved for the elite. We are not privy to such luxuries. Song Gua did not linger, turning promptly to venture into the neighboring spider cave dungeon. His experience bar was nearly full. If he did not enter soon, he would miss the opportunity. Once more, he selected the hell difficulty level, prompting speculation among the onlookers. Was he preparing to attempt another solo record? I cannot comprehend the actions of today's youth. What sort of maneuvers are these? How is it that he can single-handedly raise the record so significantly? Can someone provide an explanation? I believe there is but one possibility. A voice among the crowd captured everyone's attention. He began to narrate. The records on the leaderboard are hard-earned, yet there exists a strategy that simplifies the completion process. A boisterous individual interjected. What is it? Don't leave us in suspense. Understanding the nuances of the environment, Dong Gua coughs lightly, raising one hand towards the heavens and the other towards the earth. How might one articulate this? For instance, I could push the stones down from either side of the valley, directly crushing the monsters within, or lure them into the river to drown. These methods have been validated across numerous instances and can indeed be employed for extermination. However, it is worth noting that monsters vanquished by environmental damage do not drop loot nor yield experience points. Some have expressed skepticism regarding this. Environmental damage undeniably proves to be efficient, yet it has been observed that the environmental hazards available in dungeons only affect a limited area, resulting in the elimination of a scant few monsters at a time. Has he truly overturned the entire Monkey Mountain? Dong Gua, with half-closed eyes, remarked with profound significance. This is indeed the aspect he cannot divulge. He may have genuinely uncovered a means to annihilate all monsters in one fell swoop through environmental damage. Who can say? A silence enveloped the group. They felt there was merit in Dong Ji's words. For only such an explanation could elucidate why Song Gua could solo dungeons and even break records. Zhao Can, having been rebuffed by Song Gua, wore a discontented expression. Ma Feng approached, whispering conspiratorially. Song Gua is not someone worth courting. He prefers solitude and has no friends at school. Before he could finish, Yu Wenhao's voice interjected. You vile hornet, do not slander my brother Gua. At this moment, Yu Wenhao had also reached level 5. Though he initially struggled with training due to the overwhelming number of competitors for monsters, he later managed to join a level 10 party. Thanks to a collection of seeds he had preserved over the years, thereby gaining some experience. Upon reaching level 5, he felt it inappropriate to continue leeching and decided to attempt a dungeon run. To his astonishment, he arrived just in time to witness Song Gua's record-breaking achievement, which thrilled him. However, he then overheard Ma Feng speaking ill of Song Gua. Song Gua is well regarded in our school. Warm, humorous, vivacious, humble, and courteous, unlike you, a mere hornet, with a sharp tongue and narrow mind, filled with sordid thoughts. Ma Feng gritted his teeth in anger. You're so eager to flatter. Are you preparing for graduate school? Yet here you are, desperate to curry favor. Look at you, a true sycophant. How can you compare to me, you bootlicker? Just look at you circling around the Zhao family like a loyal dog. Yu Wenhao retorted fiercely. Ma Feng, lacking the eloquence to counter, found himself at a loss. Chapter 19. The principal, it's still me. Zhao can intervene to halt their quarrel, turning his gaze towards Yu Wenhao. Are you and Song Gua close friends? Yu Wenhao proudly lifted his chin. We're like brothers. I wish to invite Song Gua to join the Zhao family guild. The position and benefits are negotiable. I could also personally support his future education and career development. If you're interested, you may accompany him. Although Zhao Can was not yet 18, he had been raised within a large family and had encountered far more than his peers, thus possessing a keen sense of strategy. He perceived that Song Gua held little interest in him and decided to focus on those around him. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenhao's eyes indeed brightened. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with another matter. Are there beautiful women? Zhao Can paused for a moment, lowered his head slightly, coughed, and murmured yes. Huh, are you hoping I might speak a few kind words on your behalf to Brother Gua? Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is effortlessly gratifying. Yu Wenhao's response was resolute. It was a firm no. Zhao Can's expression was one of bewilderment. Why? It is acceptable to stand by a brother in times of peril. But to have a brother act as a dog, that is out of the question. As he spoke, he cast a rather pointed glance at Ma Feng. This glance made Ma Feng jump, exclaiming, "Why are you looking at me? Who do you think is a dog? Come here. I challenge you to a duel." This fellow was clearly agitated. Yu Wenhao dismissed it with indifference, muttering that such impulsive challenges were the actions of a fool. Ma Feng, seething with rage, drew his broadsword and swung it fiercely. At that moment, a beam of azure light struck, shattering Ma Feng's weapon instantaneously. This left Ma Feng astonished. To destroy a weapon's durability with a single strike requires overwhelming strength. Who could it be? Usually, when you engage in reckless behavior in the wild, it goes unnoticed. But with so many witnesses present, to openly defy regulations is audacious. The newcomer seemed increasingly dismissive of the Federation's authority. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice. A middle-aged man clad in a black leather trench coat, hands clasped behind his back, approached with a deliberate gait. His personal information was concealed, yet his level was visible, 75. A third-tier professional. Among the nearby professionals, some recognized him. It was Yu Sheng, the team leader of the law enforcement department of the professional association. What was he doing here? He should typically be stationed in the capital. The team leader's presence in such a remote city surely indicated a serious breach of conduct by professionals. Had there been any recent significant events? Such confidential matters are not privy to novices like us. Yu Wenhao's words dripped with sarcasm, and Zhao Can felt equally uncomfortable. Therefore, when Ma Feng decided to act, Zhao Can did not intervene. Upon witnessing Yu Sheng's appearance and his swift reprimand, Zhao Can quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Zhao Can, the seventh son of the Zhao family from Yunshan City, greets team leader Yu. Yu Sheng chuckled softly. Zhao Can could discern the underlying implication of Yu Sheng's words, hinting at a lack of respect for the regulations. Zhao Can, visibly awkward, replied, "It was merely youthful bravado, a moment of impulsiveness. I was just about to intervene with Ma Feng." Yu Sheng regarded Ma Feng with interest. "So, you are the only level professional among this year's graduates from Yunshan City, the Gale Swordsman, are you not?" Ma Feng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. "Team leader, you know of me? I follow the news." Pride swelled on Ma Feng's face, prompting him to glance at Yu Wenhao with a hint of arrogance. However, that pride quickly turned to embarrassment as several bold professionals approached to engage in conversation with Yu Sheng. While he may not be a global figure, Yu Sheng held a significant position within the Federation's power structure. Establishing a connection with him could prove advantageous. Perhaps it might even serve as a safeguard against future misdeeds. Yu Sheng is not the aloof type. He possesses a notably amiable demeanor. What brings the captain to our Yunyenshan instance zone today? Chasing after a petty thief, and unknowingly, he has arrived here. The thief capable of attracting the captain's attention must belong to the notorious Night Owl Thieves Guild, I presume? Such matters are best left undisturbed. Indeed. Yu Wenhao, hands tucked in his pockets, strolled over to Ma Feng. Ma Feng glanced at him from the corner of his eye. "What are you scheming? What a pity. What do you mean by pity? When I arrived, I actually saw Captain Yu. I hadn't anticipated his timely intervention. Had your sword struck me, you would likely find yourself adorned with abyssal rock handcuffs by now." Ma Feng sensed that Yu Wenhao seemed somewhat different today. Perhaps he has grown more astute, or perhaps it is merely his own foolishness that is highlighted. Ma Feng could not fathom it. "You are indeed formidable. Let us consider this a fortuitous encounter." Ma Feng chose to disregard Yu Wenhao thereafter. A moment later, another vivid red notification appeared above the Spider Cave instance. 5 Spider Cave instance record has been refreshed. New record, 17 minutes, 5 seconds 12. The following practitioners contributed to the creation of this new record. Song Gua. The practitioners awaiting in the instance zone fell into a moment of silence, swiftly followed by a cacophony of discussions and awe. My heavens, he has once again shattered the record solo. Is the instance record made of paper? The speculation made by that fellow moments ago must be correct. Song Gua has undoubtedly discovered a flaw in the instance map, eliminating a multitude of monsters in one fell swoop. Yu Sheng observed the notification above the instance with a smile gracing his face. The lethargic realm of human practitioners is finally on the brink of ushering in a new era. Though it was anticipated, Zhao Can was still astounded upon witnessing the emergence of a new record. 2 records, both achieved solo, an unprecedented feat. Can such talent be nurtured? Reflecting on his own status as merely a novice practitioner, Zhao Can found himself lacking in confidence. However, for a direct descendant of a prominent family like Zhao Can, occupational status is not a significant concern. As long as he accomplishes merits within his family, he will at least be rewarded with a level upgrade medal, provided he indeed achieves something noteworthy. The resources of a great family are not bestowed freely. They certainly prioritize those who are advantageous to the clan. Meanwhile, Hua Xiangrong, who sat despondently to the side, now regretted her choices profoundly. Had she known that Song Gua was so formidable, she would have pursued him relentlessly instead of falling into the embrace of the scoundrel Zhao Can. Ma Feng swallowed hard, still unable to comprehend how a seemingly worthless profession could exhibit such prowess. Others shared the same bewilderment, including the principal currently in the principal's office at Yanyanshan No. 5 Middle School. The declaration on the leaderboard read, "The principal, it's still me." Chapter 20. Fame is a burden, time to return. When Song Gua emerged once more from the instance, the vicinity of the instance zone was teeming with even more people, resembling an army laying siege. Zhao Can had not given up. He still stood as close to the entrance as possible. "Classmate Song, I sincerely invite you to join." "I'm not interested. I haven't finished speaking yet." "I have no interest in what you say," Zhao Can remarked, biting down on his molars. "I shouldn't have offended you, right?" Song Gua revealed a cryptic smile. "Whether you have or not, isn't that clear to you?" He was indeed part of Zhao Can's circle. If Zhao Can claimed ignorance of his actions, Song Gua would be incredulous. Zhao Can appeared to recall this matter, his expression shifting slightly. Yet he was determined to make an effort. "How about this? We can strike a deal, surely? I will offer you 3 times the market price. What is it that you wish to purchase from me?" "Naturally, the class advancement gold medal." "You just broke the record again and earned another gold medal, did you not?" The surrounding professionals gazed at the mere 11-year-old newcomer, their envy nearly palpable. 2 class advancement gold medals were a trivial matter. The key was that at such a young age, he had already claimed the top spot on 2 leaderboards. Imagine the amount of prestige he would accumulate as he aged. Those who had ventured to the Abyss Frontline and Glory City understood the immense value of reputation. "My apologies," Song Gua replied with a smile. "But I have already used the class advancement gold medal obtained from the spider lair." Zhao Can's eyes widened in disbelief. "You used it again? Hadn't you already utilized the medal from the Monkey Mountain instance?" "Class advancement gold medals are not limited to a single use in a lifetime. I wasn't satisfied with the profession from the Monkey Mountain medal, but I quite fancy this one from the spider lair." "How can you be so wasteful?" Zhao Can protested. The Zhao family also possessed class advancement gold medals. They were not solely obtainable through record-breaking feats, though acquiring them through other means was considerably challenging. Song Gua dismissed the notion. "It's merely a class advancement. What is the fuss about?" The onlookers were astounded. Using 2 class advancement gold medals in one day? Even the scion of the Dragon family, the largest in the Huaxiao administrative region, could not afford such extravagance. Those are class advancement gold medals, not mere new profession experience cards. "How frustrating, he has outshone us." Among the crowd, Yu Sheng applauded. "Though these are the 2 lowest-tier instances, no one has managed to break the record in over a century, yet you found a way. Truly, heroes emerge from the young." Song Gua turned to Yu Sheng, finding him somewhat familiar, perhaps from the news. Yu Sheng's trenchcoat was actually the uniform of the law enforcement department, adorned with his official title. Thus, Song Gua discerned that he was an official and likely of considerable rank. "Are you seeking to purchase strategies?" Yu Sheng inquired with a smile. "No, I'm not interested. I merely passed by and happened to witness a record being broken, so I came to see which prodigy was behind it." "So, it turns out to be the genius from Yinshan City, age 20. I heard you awaken the bonded one profession. That is indeed a rather challenging profession to wield. I did not expect you to alter your profession in such an innovative manner by breaking the record." At that moment, several men and women clad in black leather trench coats, enveloped in a shimmering aura of acceleration, hurriedly approached. "Captain, the target has been apprehended." Yu Sheng nodded. "Let us proceed to Yinshan City for a brief respite." Before departing, a lantern-like artifact appeared in Yu Sheng's hand. A singular eye opened on the artifact, casting a crimson light upon Song Gua. A voice erupted from the crowd, exclaiming, "The eye of true sight." A wave of apprehension washed over Song Gua. This artifact possessed the capability to disregard concealed personal information, revealing the details of others' professions, equipment, skills, and more. Before Yu Sheng appeared a character panel, visible only to him, showcasing Song Gua's information. "Captain, what does this mean?" Song Gua felt a pang of resentment. This individual dared to launch a surprise attack. He had not utilized any class transfer tokens. He remained a bonded one. His public declaration served to prevent the suspicion of holding valuable treasures. A mere item that amplified experience hardly warranted the risks that the bald-headed man took last night, even doubting whether Song Gua possessed it, let alone the class transfer token. Song Gua certainly did not wish to be overwhelmed before even exiting the dungeon. Yu Sheng chuckled. I merely wish to discern your new profession. It is indeed impressive. Surely it will aid you in achieving commendable results in this year's college entrance examination. With that, Yu Sheng and his subordinates departed. His subordinates, filled with curiosity, incessantly inquired, Boss, what is that fellow's profession? The professions within class transfer tokens are unique. If he's a combat type, he must be quite formidable. Yu Sheng's voice echoed back. That is a matter of his privacy. Refrain from prying. In any case, it is assuredly superior to your current level of profession, likely placing him among the elite. In Song Gua's mind, his clones engaged in fervent discussion. He endeavored to shield the true identity of his main body. This Yu Sheng seemed to possess a certain amiability. Was it intentional? Did he harbor ulterior motives? Perhaps he was simply benevolent. After all, in this world, there is no unprovoked kindness. Are you suffering from paranoia? Song Gua pondered, perplexed. Despite the absence of a class transfer token on his person, the earlier remarks directed at Zhao could still incite suspicion among those coveting the token. Yu Sheng's assistance in crafting a cover undoubtedly enhanced his safety. Upon entering the spider's lair, Song Gua swiftly reached level 11 after defeating only a few monsters. Following this advancement, he received a notification regarding experience fatigue, indicating a diminishing efficiency in gaining experience. Once the dungeon was cleared, he would reach a fatigue level of 100, necessitating a week's rest before he could continue to accumulate experience. This was of little consequence. In merely 2 days since his class transfer, Song Gua had attained level 11, while those with the means to higher power levelers, like Zhao Can, remained at a mere level 6. In the face of experience fatigue, all beings are rendered equal. Others would also enter a state of fatigue after accruing experience over a sustained period. This implies that those lagging behind would invariably remain at a disadvantage, albeit not excessively so. Yu Wenhao approached with a mischievous grin, promptly handing Song Gua a scroll while signaling him urgently to depart. Yu Wenhao, ever astute, likely surmised that Song Gua had not utilized both tokens. To prevent any unwarranted aggression, Yu Wenhao was assisting in Song Gua's retreat. I have it, said Song Gua, as a soft blue beam of light began to rise around them, ascending towards the heavens. Once more, Zhao Can approached. Song Gua, having exhausted the use of the class change metal, felt resigned. However, he pondered the possibility of selling the strategies for the 2 dungeons. If he were to sell them, he could offer a handsome sum. Chapter 21. Another Dragon Blood sequence. The Blood-Sucking Duke. Through the shimmering teleportation beam, Song Gua glanced at Zhao Can. This fellow had yet to abandon his attempts at persuasion, seeking to strike a deal and cultivate a relationship. With the ability to create clones, how could Song Gua possibly pledge allegiance to any family, guild, or faction? He was the leader. It is illogical for a leader to serve as a subordinate to another. Thus, Song Gua could not acquiesce to any of Zhao Can's propositions. He had no desire to entangle himself with this individual, the Zhao family, or any faction, especially with the events of the previous night looming in his mind. Young Master Kai, I have made it clear that I cannot divulge any strategies for the dungeons. Do not waste your efforts on me. We are not of the same ilk. As the brilliance of the teleportation beam intensified, its ascent accelerated. After 2 minutes, Song Gua and Yu Wenhao vanished from their location. Zhao Can gritted his teeth. I am Can, not Kai. A gust of wind swept through, erasing all light. Yet discussions about Song Gua continued to flourish among professionals in the dungeon district. It wasn't just them. Even in the deep of night, various practitioner forums and applications buzzed with phrases like Song Gua, new record, solo play, and Bonder, all trending in popularity. The entire internet was abuzz. Indeed, the world is filled with emerging talents. I had sensed Song Gua's extraordinary potential from the beginning. Level 20 growth. Utes neuest. Few have achieved such a feat throughout history. Does this growth correlate with intelligence? He must have exploited environmental damage in the Monkey Mountain dungeon, a previously unnoticed strategic advantage. What nonsense! That Bonder class is utterly useless. Not only is breaking records a challenge, but even soloing the simplest difficulty is a struggle, let alone hell-level soloing. What a farce! What about the Spider Cave dungeon? Isn't it easy to deduce? He acquired the class change metal in the Monkey Mountain dungeon, which surely indicates a particularly powerful class that counters the monsters in the Spider Cave. Did he not elevate this class? Thus, his current class must be even stronger. I heard Captain Yu Sheng was present at the time and praised his class as formidable. Captain Yu Sheng, a versatile class at the pinnacle. If he praised it, it must be exceptionally powerful. Various speculations and so-called deductions spread rapidly across the internet. The city return scroll would transport the user to the nearest professional sanctuary. Sitting on his couch, gazing at the class change medal in his hand, Song Gua's lips curled into a smile. Combat class, Dragon Blood sequence, level Blood-Sucking Duke. Another high-tier sequence. Song Gua could only marvel at the fortuitous luck of this transmigrator. It was simply impeccable. The Spider Cave dungeon had propelled the record to such heights. Thanks to the Spirit Monkey Warrior's clones wreaking havoc, the value of a high-tier class is undeniably significant. Even though this class change medal was worth a fortune, Song Gua had no intention of selling it. He intended to grant his doppelganger a gift. With the existence of a doppelganger, he essentially enhanced his own capabilities. Within the depths of the Spider Cave dungeon, Song Gua ultimately harnessed the power of the Monkey King, relishing the exhilarating sensation of turning the tides of battle. Aside from a slight discomfort in his scalp, the overall experience was remarkably pleasurable, although damage reduction came with certain limitations. When combined with the overwhelming might of the limit-breaking fist, he became as resilient as a stone. The Spider Queen, lurking within the cave, relentlessly attacked Song Gua, yet his health bar barely diminished. A mere low-level healing spell from any of his healing doppelgangers swiftly restored him to full vitality. Thus, he resolved to reserve the golden medal for his doppelganger. The reason he refrained from using it in the dungeon was that Song Gua wished to bestow it upon his next doppelganger. The new doppelganger would commence at the same level as his current self, meaning that as soon as the clock struck midnight, the newly born doppelganger would start at level 11. How delightful to bypass the tedious leveling process. Soon, the grandfather clock in his home chimed, signaling the stroke of midnight. Song Gua felt a slight swelling in his body, a discomfort that lasted only a fleeting moment. In the next instant, an identical figure, dressed in the same attire as Song Gua, stood beside him. Greetings, my original self. Newcomers should not learn from the seasoned veterans. They must address me as boss. Very well. My original self. The doppelgangers erupted into laughter within his mind. Song Gua had grown accustomed to such banter. Go ahead and make use of it. As he gazed at the class transition medal in his hand, the new doppelganger was overwhelmed with gratitude. Is this truly the level of benefits one receives as a doppelganger now? The older doppelgangers expressed various sentiments of envy and resentment. This is unfair. I demand a reincarnation. Original self, you cannot show favoritism. I call for a lottery. Whoever draws the short straw gets to use it. Protest. Protest. Song Gua activated his innate ability, unity, and silenced the loudest dissenters. The others fell silent. The new doppelganger shook the medal in his hand. Can I use it now? Shall I treat you to a midnight snack? The new doppelganger utilized the class transition medal. This time, the special effects were markedly different from those of the Monkey Warrior. Dark, swirling currents converged from all directions, intertwined with crimson bats flapping their wings, creating a cacophony of sound. A pair of crimson eyes opened in the midst of this darkness. The moment of the hunt had arrived. Song Gua's eyelids drooped as he silently grumbled. As the effects faded, the new doppelganger remained unchanged. Song Gua examined his panel to see what talents this class possessed. Name. Age. 18. Level. 11-0. Class. First transition Blood Duke. Combat type. Dragon Blood series. Class talent. Crimson Harvest. When using class-specific skills, there is a 20 chance to mark the enemy with a Crimson Mark. Crimson Mark. Targets bearing this mark will receive 10 increased damage from the Blood Duke. If the bearer is a professional and their health falls below 10, while the number of marking layers exceeds their level by 2, it may cause their level to drop by 1. The Blood Duke will then acquire 10 experience points corresponding to that level and clear half of the marks. Experience gained through this talent is unaffected by experience fatigue, and the effectiveness of this talent increases with level advancement. Bloodline. All skills come with a built-in 100 lifesteal. Any excess blood will convert into a shield, with a maximum value not exceeding level 1000. Weapon specialization. Whip specialization, not activated. Armor specialization. Cloth armor, not activated. Strength, 40. Constitution, 80. Spirit, 140. Agility, 60. Growth, 20. Skills, 56 Red Moon Dart, common, 1. Blood transmutation, fine, 1. Bloodbat summon, excellent, 1. Demon Blood Whip, flawless, 1. Blood Tide, rare, 1. Equipment, none. Chapter 22. The emergence of the three great generals. This profession is indeed remarkable. Despite having a considerable understanding of the common knowledge in this world, Witnessing the ability to gain experience from foes while also causing them to lose levels is truly a first. Some professions possess talents that amplify experience gain, allowing for relatively faster leveling. However, the capability to cause others to drop levels is likely unique to the Blood Duke. Upon reviewing their talents, the new avatar felt a surge of excitement. My original self, this profession is splendid. Look, even during periods of experience fatigue, I can still acquire experience through the Crimson Harvest talent. If I gain experience, you will also receive feedback. It's a win-win. However, will indiscriminately causing others to lose levels provoke public outrage? A moment of satisfaction is evidently less fulfilling than continuous abundance. In a world inhabited by professionals, the value placed on levels is as significant as life itself. Even those in life-oriented professions cherish their modest levels. While occasionally causing level drops may not elicit much backlash, doing so repeatedly would undoubtedly incite public ire, resulting in dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Song Gua had a brilliant idea. Target the wicked. With the existence of professionals, the world of Blue Star is far removed from the past. Law and order within the city are in utter disarray, while outside, various acts of violence and theft prevail. Despite the existence of laws and regulatory bodies, they often serve merely as formalities. Ultimately, strength and status reign supreme. Similarly, the incident where the original self was imprisoned for labor reform illustrates this point. Causing wicked individuals to lose levels is akin to confiscating a predator's tools. It will not incite public outrage, but rather evoke a sense of justice among the populace. With the original self's approval, the new avatar prepared to set forth. You still bear my visage. We are going to be harbingers of justice. What is there to fear? Even superheroes believe their actions to be just. Yet they all don masks. Here, take this. Superman, for instance, does not wear one. If I possessed Azu's strength, I too would forego a mask. Song Gua handed him a plain white mask and summoned Red Center, Fire Warrior, Wealthy, and Spirit Monkey Warrior to bid farewell to the white mask. From this day forth, you shall be known as Blood Brother, with the exclusive codename of Whiteboard. You three will be my esteemed generals. The trio of Central, White, and Perfect is truly splendid. The dice and the great 3 yuan stem from the heartfelt creation of a fellow reader, the Everlemon Suite. 3 elevated sequences are at your disposal. Borrow whichever you desire. For my mother shall no longer worry about the limitations of the bonded class's intensity. Aside from the united strength during the sage time, one may need to proceed with caution. Once the united strength is unleashed, it signifies an existence adorned with invincibility. With this thought, Song Gua realized that as soon as the experience fatigue subsided, he must hasten to tackle the level 10 dungeon and continue to reap the rewards of class advancement gold medals. Additionally, he ought to investigate other means of acquiring gold medals beyond merely grinding records. Contemplating, he acknowledged that all his avatars possessed high-level professions. Goodness gracious! Tears of excitement streamed from the corners of his mouth. The trio of Central, White, and Perfect observed Song Gua's demeanor and whispered among themselves. What lewd thoughts is the old thief harboring? Regardless, I shall take my leave. The night in Yunshan's city beckons me. Damn, I too wish to venture out as a superhero. Since we find ourselves idle, let us assist the whiteboard. After all, we are all donned in masks. Who would know our true identities? Indeed, let us proceed. This is the 7th floor. Monkey Brother bellowed, summoning the Nimbus Cloud. Fire Brother unleashed flames from his hands, propelling himself forward like Iron Man Blood Brother. With a grand gesture, activated the Bloodbat summon skill, unleashing countless crimson bats that appeared in the night sky, clutching his garments and carrying him away into the distance. Song Gua watched the 3 display their prowess outside the window, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Very well, they are quite the entertainers. Aren't they? Allowing Fire Brother and Monkey Brother to assist is prudent. In case of unforeseen circumstances, there will be support. Great 3 Yuan has ventured into the wild. The other brothers should not remain idle either, for an examination is imminent. Although cultural subjects do not carry significant weight, every point counts. I must strive to rank among the top 50 in the city, for I have heard from the homeroom teacher that there are prizes for the top 50. Seated upon the sofa, Song Gua addressed the multitude of his avatars before him. To speak candidly, I toiled diligently in my studies, yet Huang Mao, that old lecher, persistently distracts me with films during class, severely hampering my academic pursuits. Hence, I must rely on you all. Let us divide into groups. For Chinese, the 3 of you shall be responsible for memorization. For mathematics, the 7 of you shall tackle problem sets. And for history, as Song Gua was energetically assigning the groups, one avatar suddenly raised a hand. I say, dear main body, Aren't we allowed open book examinations? Humanities are open book, while sciences are not. No, I mean you could take the exam inside, while we assist you from outside by flipping through books, searching for answers online, or directly consulting those knowledgeable in the subject. Wouldn't that suffice? All avatars could speak freely, and the main body could hear their words. Conversely, the main body could respond, and they shared memories. Upon seeing the questions, as long as the main body noted them down, the avatars would comprehend the questions as well. Song Gua clapped the table, beaming with joy. You truly are a genius. Avatar. At that moment, an avatar distracted by a meeting glanced downstairs. Main body, that individual named Yu Sheng is standing below, gazing up at our home. Does he wish to see you? Chapter 23. The Legendary Treasure, Confusion. In Yinshan City, at Wenjing Community, Building 9, Room 701. This 3-bedroom apartment was acquired by Song Gua while his parents were still alive. Beneath Building 9, Song Gua encountered a figure clad in a black trench coat, the chief of the Law Enforcement Division of the Practitioners Association, Yu Sheng. Chief Yu, what brings you to our humble and aged community for a stroll? Yu Sheng regarded Song Gua, replying coolly, in fact, I once resided in this very neighborhood. Oh, are you a native of Yinshan City? Chief Yu, I lived here until I moved to the capital to attend the Practitioner University. You've come to reminisce about our neighborhood. I see. I noticed you gazing towards my home. I thought you were seeking me out. Indeed, I came to check on you as well. A sense of wariness surged within Song Gua. Just hours prior, in a secondary instance district of Yinshan City, Chief Yu had scrutinized his status with the eye of true vision. He was aware that Song Gua remained an untethered, without any job transition. Song Gua wished to keep his unchanged profession a secret. Otherwise, those with ulterior motives might suspect he still possessed a job transition medal. As the saying goes, it is not the thief one fears, but the one who keeps an eye on them. Song Gua did not desire to live in constant trepidation, unable to sleep soundly. He began to engage Yu Sheng in conversation, probing the chief's intentions. By the way, I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance in the instance. Yu Sheng chuckled. It was a minor matter. I wouldn't want to see a promising talent diminished by those vermin. Does that statement represent the official stance? Only my personal perspective. The official world is represented solely by the Blue Star Federation, a colossal entity that remains indifferent to the rise of a minor genius in a small city. Then why did you assist me? Chief Yu, consider it a gesture of camaraderie. I take pride in witnessing such outstanding newcomers from my hometown. Is it truly that simple? Otherwise, would you presume I am akin to the Zhao family, attempting to coerce you? It is not feasible for you to simply follow me. To become one of my team members, you must undergo rigorous selection and assessment, starting from the local enforcement team, gradually earning your merits and promotions. Yu Sheng displayed a sense of humor, causing Song Gua to smile, sensing no malicious intent. By the way, I have a gift for you. Utilizing the information inspection function, Song Gua focused intently, revealing the details of the object before him. Treasure information, name, confusion, quality, legendary, golden, effect, when dealing damage. You may choose to display the type of damage as physical, magical, true damage, or shield loss. A treasure, an extraordinary piece of equipment that does not occupy an equipment slot and has no wearing requirements. It does not provide attributes, skills, or passives. It grants certain unique effects. The eye of true vision that had been previously encountered was also a type of treasure. Treasures are typically found only in high-level instances, restricted zones, or expansive wilderness with a notably low drop rate. Legendary treasures are exceedingly rare. Yu Sheng's generosity left Song Gua somewhat bewildered. Chief, you need this. I do need it, but I cannot afford such an item. Ha ha ha. I offer this to you with the hope that it may contribute to your growth. This is all I can do. The path ahead is ultimately yours to navigate. By donning this, others will be unable to perceive their own ranks. However, Song Gua does not intend to conceal his rank entirely, for such an act would arouse suspicion regarding the extraordinary treasures he possesses, which could invite unwarranted envy. Captain, I shall graciously accept this, he said. No need for gratitude or overthinking. This item holds great value for you, but it is of no use to me. Consider it a simple favor. It is impossible for Song Gua to remain unperturbed. Even his doppelganger understands that no goodwill exists without reason. While it may appear benevolent, there must be an underlying motive. Could it be merely because he lived in this community during his childhood? That seems far-fetched. Song Gua and Yu Sheng exchanged a few pleasantries. Despite a 20-year age gap, their mutual experiences allowed for engaging conversation. Meanwhile, Blood Brother and his companions arrived in the old district of Yinshan City, near Slum. They concealed themselves in a dark alley, glancing around as if they were thieves. This area has a high rate of crime at night. Let's find suitable villains to target, Blood Brother suggested. Are there any rapists? I am particularly interested. Blood Brother interjected. Wait, we must devise an entrance strategy, otherwise, it wouldn't align with our grand trio's stature. What sort of design do you propose? Let us proceed as follows. In the awakening of careers within the sacred profession, approximately 70% of individuals belong to the lifestyle category. While those in lifestyle professions can gain experience by engaging in relevant activities, this method of advancement is notably slow. Moreover, not everyone's livelihood corresponds with their lifestyle profession. For instance, a poor individual from a slum who awakens as a pianist lacks the necessary resources to pursue piano studies, rendering any alignment impossible. Consequently, a significant number of individuals remain at level 0 or in the single digits throughout their lives. This demographic can be regarded as the ordinary populace within the professional realm. Conversely, combat professions possess inherent martial strength that is insurmountable for the average person, coupled with the fact that the Yunshan City Security Bureau often operates ineffectively. It becomes commonplace for combat-oriented thugs to prey upon lifestyle practitioners in more chaotic locales, such as slums. Chapter 24. The Grand Trio's First Battle. The overwhelming might of elite professions. In front of a large dining establishment near the slum, two flamboyant individuals known as the Shammate nobles approached. The elder brother, referred to as Strong Brother, and the younger, dubbed Strong Younger Brother, sported extravagant hairstyles, one with a purple explosion and the other with a green waterfall. They were demanding protection fees from the establishment's owner. When the money was not forthcoming, they turned their attention to the owner's daughter. Please do not take my daughter. I beg you. I implore you. The owner clung desperately to Strong Brother's leg, only to be dragged along the ground, sullied and helpless. Brother Chong and Brother Chong both belonged to the 19th level. Their attributes overwhelming not only their boss, but also his daughter, who had just turned 17 and had yet to undergo her first transformation. Get away. What good does your pleading do? If you simply pay up, there would be no trouble. The boss's daughter glared furiously at Brother Chong, who was treating her as if she were an object tucked under his arm. Scoundrels, I curse you to an untimely demise. Brother Chong chuckled lewdly, fear not. Tonight you shall experience ecstasy beyond your imagination. With a swift motion, he tore apart the boss's daughter's outer garment. Ah, she cried out, instinctively covering herself. The boss, witnessing this, was consumed by rage. He seized a stool from the street vendor and hurled it wildly at Brother Chong's head. Bastard! D. Brother Chong remained unfazed, allowing the stool to shatter against him without flinching, his hairstyle undisturbed. He cast a disdainful glance at the boss, who was overestimating his own capabilities. With a casual punch, the boss was sent flying, blood spewing forth as he crashed into the stove. Father, do not call me that. Tonight, you ought to refer to us as your fathers. Ha ha ha. The boss's daughter's cries echoed into the night, yet not a soul passed by. The patrons who had been dining at the stall fled at the first sign of chaos. Just as the two ruffians were about to carry the boss's daughter away for their nefarious deeds, a red, bat-shaped dart shot forth from a shadowy corner. Swoosh! The dart effortlessly sliced through Brother Chong's arm, a stream of blood erupting. 850. The damage was negligible for someone of his 19th level. Yet the potency of the attack left a mark on his leather-clad body. An injury would bring pain, inevitably affecting his performance in battle. This was an unavoidable reality following the integration of the cleric into the real world. After all, people in reality are still human, not merely a collection of data. Who dares to ambush me? From a nearby alley adjacent to the stall came the sound of fluttering wings. Since you have inquired earnestly, allow me to extend my benevolence and answer. A flicker of flame appeared. Behold, a golden iron rod emerged from the alley. To uphold morality, to protect the peace of the city, to embody love and beauty, and to be the invincible and charming hero. The first figure emerged from the shadows, wrapped in what appeared to be a white Taoist robe, though it seemed he did not know how to wear it properly, resembling a curtain draped over him. A cloth hood adorned his head, embroidered with the white tile symbol from Mahjong on both sides. White tile. Another figure stepped forth, similarly garbed in a red robe. His hood also adorned with the red tile symbol. Red tile. A third individual appeared, clad in a blue robe, with a hood of the fortune tile. Fortune. The three stood in formation, adopting a combat stance, speaking in unison, Team Rocket. The Batcave trio, Justice League. The silence that followed was palpable, as their murmurs filled the air. What are the Rockets and the Justice League? Do you two possess the rights? And as for the Batcave trio, can you be any more klitsch? Enough of the chatter. It's all the fault of Whiteboard for acting prematurely. Our grand entrance was not properly coordinated. If we delay any longer, Our garments will be torn to shreds. Oh, my wretched sense of justice. Brother Chong and Brother Chong glanced at the information. Although these three individuals concealed their personal details, it was evident that one was at level 8, another at level 9, and the last at level 11, far inferior to the two. They couldn't contain their laughter. With such low levels, they dared to emulate superheroes, donning eccentric attire to uphold justice? Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Ha ha ha. The three of them are certainly not the type to dawdle. The Monkey King, adorned with a well-themed headpiece, brandished the Rui Jingu Bang. The Rui Jingu Bang's active skill enables the weapon to enlarge, thereby enhancing its critical hit rate. A vivid red number representing physical damage from a critical hit appeared, 2,890. The Jingu Bang rapidly thickened and elongated, propelling Brother Chong, who was doubled over in laughter, skyward, allowing the boss's daughter, trapped under his arm, to escape. Fiery blast. Brother Huizi, wearing a red headpiece, slammed his palm against the ground. A faint crimson light swiftly spread from beneath, erupting violently beneath Brother Chong's feet. Boom! A stunning blaze shot into the sky, encircling Brother Chong in a ring of flames. The whiteboard, donned by the Blood Duke, approached the boss's daughter and elegantly tore half of his robe to drape over her. His demeanor was refined, exuding gentlemanly grace. It's late and the night is cold. Don't catch a chill. While he was still comforting her, he unleashed his skill, the demon blood whip. The whip weapon in his hand suddenly extended, a crimson beam stretching over 10 meters, ensnaring Brother Chong. Release me. Have the guts to face me one-on-one. So you wish for a duel? Very well, I shall oblige. Characters like Brother Chong and Brother Chong, brash and arrogant, make no effort to conceal their personal information. Their professions, attire, and skills were all clearly visible to the trio. Brother Chong belonged to the assassin class. Blood Duke summoned a multitude of crimson bats, surrounding him and incessantly pecking, rendering him immobile. He then unleashed a series of whip strikes, all basic attacks. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. He counted the crimson marks while gauging his opponent's health. The green-haired one was rendered speechless, unable to retaliate amidst the onslaught of whips and bats. As an assassin, he was controlled and had no skills to break free. He was essentially doomed. Meanwhile, Brother Chong was of the Guardian class. The mere level class made it feel almost shameful for Brother Huizi and the Monkey King to confront him together. To make matters worse, Brother Chong brandished his shield, exuding confidence in his defenses. Then he witnessed his own formidable knightly judgment, a level 19 skill, strike the Monkey King, inflicting merely double-digit damage. This is impossible. The knight's judgment inflicts true damage. Behind the Monkey King, a swarm of little monkeys had appeared, scavenging for leftovers on the tables of the street stall. The Monkey King hefted his golden staff and rubbed his nose. Red Zhong, it's your turn. I'm too lazy to fight him. He is utterly pathetic. Red Zhong ignited his fists, taking to the air. Fire Fist. He unleashed a blazing punch, a fiery fist trailing a long tail of flames, severing the purple-haired one's entire right arm. Oh no, I missed. The boss's daughter sat on the ground, gazing in awe at the 3 men who seemed to descend from the heavens. Who are you? A little monkey climbed beside her, scratching her head as if searching for lice. In a world spiraling into chaos, the boss's daughter felt a wave of despair, but at that moment, she burst into laughter. Chapter 25. The level is exhausted. A satisfying reckoning. Fire Brother and the Monkey King bound the severely injured Strong Brother with ropes fixed to the stall's canopy. Strong Brother pleaded, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. I'm going to die. Fire Brother cast a glance at him, tossing a few small red potions, remnants from yesterday's leveling session. Drink one if you feel like you're dying. Strong Brother was astonished. This is possible. We professionals are a fusion of data and life. As long as your health bar is not empty, you 1T die. How can you not understand this and still bully the weak? What a worthless fool. Fire Brother kicked him as he spoke. Meanwhile, the Monkey King was inside the stall, feasting on barbecue with the monkeys he had summoned, lifting the lower half of his hood. In the middle of the street, Blood Brother continued to whip Strong Brother. Big Brother, spare me. Spare me. If you hit me again, I'm going to die. Blood Brother glanced at the crimson marks adorning Strong Brother, who was already at 38 layers, exactly his level 2. What percentage of health do you have left? 11. With a crack, another whip landed. Ouch. You're still hitting me. And how much now? 10%. That's enough. What do you mean enough? Suddenly, a burst of red blood light erupted from Strong Brother's abdomen, slowly drifting towards Blood Brother. He spread his arms wide, absorbing the crimson glow into his body, increasing his experience. The Monkey King, enjoying his barbecue, and Fire Brother, standing over Strong Brother, shared a similar expression beneath their hoods. How disgusting. After Blood Brother finished absorbing the essence, he tossed a few health potions to Strong Brother. Wounded all over and unable to stand, Strong Brother gazed at the potions with gratitude. Thank you, Great One, for sparing my life. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. One Strong Brother consumed the potions and regained some health. Blood Brother remarked, that should suffice. Strong Brother, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by that? At that moment, the red whip descended once more. Oh no! Absorbing one level from the opponent would clear half of the marks. Only through attacking could one have a chance of inflicting marks. Thus, Blood Brother could only nourish the health of this creature's vitality and relentlessly attack to reapply the markers until they reached a sufficient number. When the markers on Strong Brother reached 36 layers, Blood Brother absorbed his experience once more. With a resounding thud, a beam of radiant light descended from the heavens. Blood Brother had reached level 12. Strong Brother stood frozen, his face a canvas of bewilderment. How did you level up? We haven't even fought any monsters. His expression made it clear he could not possibly belong to the logistical or life skill professions. Where could such experience stem from? Strong Brother suddenly realized something. He checked his personal information and was struck with darkness before his eyes. Why am I at level 17? A sharp crack echoed as a whip struck his mouth, silencing him. The marking continued unabated. Brother Monkey shook his head in dismay. What a travesty, he remarked. Truly cruel, commented Fire Brother. I never expected the whiteboard to possess such psychological resilience. Indeed, a whiteboard devoid of emotions. Beneath Fire Brother's feet, Strong Brother, with one arm severed, repeatedly affirmed, yes, yes. It's too cruel. Big Brother, you mustn't let that individual treat me this way. Fire Brother lowered his gaze, coldly observing, don't be anxious, you shall be next. As Strong Brother's level continued to plummet, the number of marker layers required to absorb his level diminished swiftly. The efficiency of deducting his levels increased exponentially. No, don't take away all my levels. The descent in levels signified a continuous decline in attributes. When his level fell below 15, all of Strong Brother's equipment fell away. Upon reaching level 0, he felt utterly drained. Blood Brother lifted Strong Brother as one would a mere chick and tossed it before the owner of the food stall. He is yours now. Strong Brother was no longer formidable. Now he was akin to an ordinary individual, and with his body battered and attributes misaligned, he was even weaker than the average person. Gazing into the fiery eyes of the stall owner, he felt a desire to perish. Boss Yang, it's a misunderstanding. My brother and I, no, it wasn't intentional. We were just joking. The owner seized the cleaver from the cutting board and struck it down upon Strong Brother's groin. A splash of crimson erupted. Boss Yang snorted disdainfully. I'm merely joking with you. How absurd. How could there exist a power that causes level reduction? Are you even human or a ghost? Strong Brother, feeling utterly defeated, resigned himself to his fate. Blood Brother cast Strong Brother towards the owner, leaving him to his devices. Just then, a round of applause erupted. From the alleyway, beside the walls, and behind the vehicles emerged numerous residents from the vicinity. Though there had been others present, they had refrained from appearing, fearing the repercussions. Only upon confirming that Blood Brother and his companions were indeed righteous figures did they muster the courage to step forward. Well done. Excellent work. These ruffians, who preyed upon the lower-class citizens under the guise of being combat specialists, had long needed to be dealt with. Mom, who are those people? They're good people. Why do good people wear masks? Well, in ancient times, they were known as heroes. Great heroes often concealed their faces to avoid recognition. Strong Brother's fate was to be even more tragic. At the age of 19, he would parade through the slums with great arrogance. However, he now finds himself at level 0. The neighboring residents, who had long harbored resentment towards him and his brother, surged forward, overwhelming him and ending his life with stones and spittle. The daughters of the 3 bosses stood before the trio, seemingly at a loss for words, finally uttering, Benefactor, please stay for a late-night meal. My father's culinary skills are remarkable. You saved me, and we have little else to offer in gratitude. The Monkey Brother strode forward, declaring, Woman, step aside. The Fire Brother waved dismissively, saying, What benefactor nonsense. We didn't come here specifically to save you. We're leaving. The Blood Brother patted the boss's daughter on the shoulder and, noticing her wearing half a Taoist robe quite gracefully, couldn't help but say, Next time, show me how to wear this thing. The distinct personalities of the 3 benefactors only deepened the admiration in the girl's heart. Just as the trio prepared to depart, a sharp voice rang out from the crowd. Halt. Blood Brother turned to see. What's this? Do these 2 little ruffians have someone backing them? A man, sporting an apparatus reminiscent of a combat power detector from Dragon Ball, emerged from the throng. Who are you 3? Which guild do you belong to? Remove your masks and submit to an identity investigation. Who the hell are you to question me? The man brandished an identification card. The three exchanged glances. The Special Abnormality Bureau? What business do they have here? The device on his face seemed to be something only members of the Bureau would wear. None of this was significant. However, this man was level 41, a second-tier professional. Run. Chapter 26. The principal should show me some respect. The trio from the Great Triple Yuan, each showcasing their unique talents, soared into the air, dispersing in three directions. Wang Miao raised his hand, cold energy swirling around him. It seemed he had a way to pursue them. But just then, the onlookers began to stir restlessly. The excitement is gone. Hey, why did you bump into me? I didn't bump into you. What are you staring at? What of it? Stop fighting. The chaotic crowd jostled around Wang Miao, thwarting his ability to activate his skills. This delay allowed the three to escape far into the distance. Frustrated, Wang Miao flung his hand. Everyone clear out. With a crackle, a layer of frost enveloped everything around him, freezing the crowd and causing them to shiver in fear as they hastily retreated. Wang Miao glided over the icy surface, extending it before him with a flick of his wrist, allowing him to continue his swift movement. I am Wang Miao. I have just detected 3 groups of life fluctuations near the slum area of the old town in Yunshan that deviate from normal parameters. I request an official investigation. The dawn was approaching, and without realizing it, he had engaged in conversation for so long. He needed to depart. Official duties awaited him. Song Gua and Yu Sheng had conversed for quite some time. Having grown up in the same neighborhood, their discussions naturally revolved around the changes in their surroundings and how they once were, providing ample topics to engage in. As Song Gua watched Yu Sheng leave the community, a furrow formed on his brow. What exactly was this fellow's purpose in getting close to me? After such an extensive conversation, Song Gua had employed various conversational tactics. Yet Yu Sheng remained inscrutable, revealing no intentions whatsoever. Could it be that he is merely a senior mentoring newcomers? No more speculation. Spending a few hours in conversation to acquire a legendary artifact is quite a boon. Suddenly, Hui Zi entered with a flourish, his hands emitting flames that ignited the curtains. In response, Song Gua summoned a doppelganger, a water element mage. Extinguish the flames. The doppelganger raised its hands. Great wave technique. With a resounding roar, a massive wave materialized, transforming Song Gu's abode into a fish tank. The neighbor on the 6th floor, roused by the cacophony of rushing water, peered through the curtains and groggily remarked, "What a torrential rain." Half an hour later, in the community flower bed, a drenched Song Gua wrung out his clothes, releasing a puddle of water. The water element mage, kneeling on the ground, sheepishly smiled. "I was mistaken, boss." Song Gua forced a smile in return. In ancient times, cannons were used to swat flies. Today, a great wave extinguishes a small fire. You handled it well, but now your priority for advancement has dropped to the lowest tier. He dismissed the doppelganger and turned his gaze to his 3 subordinates. Tonight's harvest is promising. I am nearing level 12. Shuezi remarked, however, we encountered someone from the Special Affairs Bureau. It seemed he intended to apprehend us. The Special Affairs Bureau, responsible for investigating unusual phenomena and anomalies, should not concern themselves with professionals. Even if officials sought to apprehend you, it should fall under the jurisdiction of the Professional Association's Enforcement Department. Who can say? Will we continue our crusade against evil tomorrow night? The old district is rife with low-level but thoroughly nefarious ruffians, fitting our needs perfectly. Tomorrow night? Why wait? Let's proceed now. The villains that emerge at night are within our capacity to confront. Those bold enough to act in daylight are the true elite. Hua Zi, kneeling in penance, and Ho Zi, munching on a banana of dubious origin, nodded in agreement. It makes sense. Let us be prudent and act at night, resting during the day. Suddenly, an idea struck Song Gua. Why not extract experience from other doppelgangers? Shuezi was taken aback by his Song Gua's proposal. Is that truly feasible? If the doppelgangers continue to accumulate experience indefinitely, their numbers will surpass utility and nurturing capacity. Since each new doppelganger matches my level, why not leverage this for advancement? On the spot, Song Gua summoned a low-level cannon fodder doppelganger for Shuezi to experiment with. The outcome revealed that the doppelganger's level indeed diminished, yet Shuezi gained no experience, nor did Song Gua receive any feedback. This cannot be. It is as if the doppelgangers are fundamentally the same entity as myself, unable to elevate one another. It is also possible that the cleric system fails to comprehend this scenario, resulting in a back-end error. If it cannot be done, so be it. Song Gua took it in stride, for Shuezi's existence already served as an alternative channel for experience acquisition. In the afternoon, after a long morning of sleep, Song Gua set off for school. Students from the combat and logistics departments no longer need to attend classes. They can simply focus on leveling up. However, Song Gua found himself feeling quite bored at home, longing for the vibrant company of his youthful classmates. Thus, he decided to visit the school, where the sight of youthful, radiant female peers was a delightful prospect. Upon entering the campus, Song Gua experienced the sensation of fame. Students from various grades and classes crowded the hallways, gazing up and down the stairs to catch a glimpse of him from Class 5 of the senior year. It was akin to observing a giant panda. This was the legendary Song Gua, who had single-handedly conquered 2 level 5 hellish dungeons and even broken records. Was a deity truly standing beside me? This celestial being had once been imprisoned. Incredible! Is he not a worldly prodigy? Level 11. How impressive! Our class boasts a so-called efficiency master, the Lingxi mage, who is only at level 6. I've always maintained that a 20 growth genius is no ordinary fish in a pond. Look, he has truly made a remarkable impression. Just days ago, you were disparaging Song Gua on the campus forum, lamenting his high growth rate while claiming his profession was useless, akin to the tale of Shang Zhongyou. As the saying goes, there are no useless professions, only useless practitioners. Song Gua is the type who transforms a seemingly worthless profession into an outstanding one. He exudes charm while reading. Oh dear, I'm utterly captivated. Back off. Gua Gua's mine. In a classroom, Song Gua was engrossed in adult comics recently gifted by Yuan Hao. This series lacks substance, Yuan Hao remarked thoughtfully. Nowadays, the emphasis is on plot. But the storyline isn't impressive. I still prefer something with more depth. Alright, then I'll have to bring out my treasured dark Bible. With 30% of the population awakening to combat and logistics professions, the school had become noticeably less crowded. Each classroom had vacant seats. Why aren't you leveling up? It's only been 3 days, and you're still at level 5. You shouldn't be experiencing fatigue yet. No, continuous experience gain leads to fatigue as well. I might as well take a break. Leveling up is exhausting. If only there were a one-click level cap item. You're dreaming. At that moment, the homeroom teacher struggled through the throng at the entrance, making his way into the classroom. Song Gua, please go to the principal's office. He wishes to speak with you. Without lifting his head, Song Gua continued to flip through his book. If the principal wants to see me, he should come to me. Why must I go to him? The homeroom teacher was momentarily at a loss for words. Just give the principal some face, Song Gua replied with a smile. That's not quite right. He seeks my favor, yet expects me to grant him face? Shouldn't it be the other way around? He desires both respect and acknowledgement. Is this what the adult world is like? How terrifying. Song Gua had a clear understanding of the principal's intentions, having already formulated a plan to negotiate a significant gain. Chapter 27. Striking a lucrative deal. Principal, when I called you the other day upon my release, I inquired about financial assistance and recommendations. And your response was quite different then. The principal sat at the desk in front of Song Gua, wearing a somewhat obsequious smile, surrounded by classmates from Class 5. While outside the door and windows, throngs of other students gathered. In such a setting, the principal felt a sense of discomfort when discussing funding matters. Just the day before, I had intended to clarify my thoughts with you, but it seemed you were not paying close attention. You may explain now. I am listening, I urged. The Zhao family believes that our school should financially support the talented Ma Feng. Are you simply to follow the Zhao family's directives? I seem to recall that our school is a public institution, not a private establishment owned by the Zhao family. However, the Zhao family does raise a valid point. Both the recommendations for admission and financial aid are determined by a comprehensive assessment of growth and vocational merit, which is explicitly stated in regulations that every school adheres to. If that is the case, why has the principal changed his stance today? Wiping the sweat from his brow, the principal was not primarily concerned about the potential of Song Gua being recruited by other institutions. Such a consideration would not significantly affect the enrollment rates of either public or private schools. The principal's true fear was that, given Song Gua's burgeoning reputation, officials from the Ministry of Education would inevitably come to inspect the school if it were discovered that one of the few benefits available at No. 5 High School was not granted to Song Gua, but rather to Ma Feng. The principal would find himself at a loss for explanation. After all, considering growth, it is only reasonable for Song Gua to receive both a recommendation for admission and the highest level of financial support. Moreover, in terms of actual performance, the charisma of Song Gua is far beyond what Ma Feng could aspire to emulate. Additionally, with Ma Feng's close ties to the Zhao family, it would be all too easy for higher authorities to suspect some form of collusion or corruption. At that point, the principal might find his own position precarious. As long as you are willing to renew the funding contract with the school, I am personally inclined to offer additional sponsorship to support you until the completion of your high school education. What do you think? In the ever-shifting tides of fortune, 3 days was all it took for the tides to turn in favor of Song Gua. To aspire to become a formidable professional is indeed a costly endeavor. Equipment, skills, resources, each of these demands financial investment. Relying solely on random drops is akin to relying on a game mechanic that favors the wealthy players who invest heavily. Although Song Gua, endowed with the ability to create avatars and the talent of a bondholder, excels in 3 prestigious professions and can secure the rarest drops, his family's vast business ventures require substantial resources for his many avatars. Despite the principal's previous underhanded dealings and unseemly demeanor, the prospect of receiving financial support was not something to be dismissed. Yet, individuals must bear the consequences of their misguided decisions. Song Gua leaned closer and whispered, "May I inquire, Principal, how much is your personal sponsorship fee?" The principal, gritting his teeth, extended a single finger. "All right, I shan't press you further. But I have no interest in a recommendation slot. Do you find it insufficient?" Song Gua inquired. The principal glanced at the surrounding students and lowered his voice. "The profits are limited, you see. No, I truly do not require a recommendation slot. I wish to convert it into cash." "Convert it into cash? How does one accomplish that? Allow me to show you." Song Gua whispered a few instructions. A day later, in the principal's office, "Principal, you did not convey this to me earlier." Ma Feng slammed his palm onto the principal's desk, causing visible cracks to appear. He had reached level 7. After toiling away outside to level up, he suddenly received a call from the principal, informing him that his reserved admission spot and funding had now been transferred to Song Gua. This news incensed him. "Ma Feng, I understand your urgency, but please, take a seat and allow me to explain," the principal urged. "Principal, you must adhere to the contract. I have already signed it," Ma Feng retorted, frustration evident in his voice. The principal sighed deeply. "Contract? That document is merely for appearances. In practice, it holds no real value. But how can we grant a reserved spot and full funding to Song Gua, who is a labor reform offender? In our city, his case is hardly considered a criminal record. It is merely a trifling matter. Are you truly going to go back on your word?" Ma Feng demanded. "Listen, Ma Feng. The school values you greatly and has been striving to secure benefits for you. However, as you know, Song Gua has single-handedly shattered 2 dungeon records, and his name is now visible on the global leaderboard. Under pressure from above, we have no choice but to transfer the benefits to him. Nevertheless, I have managed to secure an opportunity for you." Curious, Ma Feng sat down and asked what opportunity. "While we cannot provide you with funding due to the media scrutiny surrounding Song Gua's family circumstances, your reserve admission spot is still yours." A smile finally crept onto Ma Feng's lips. "I knew the school had good judgment. I don't need the money. I must have that reserved spot. I will use this singular opportunity to prove that I am the most promising student in our institution. However, it is not yet finalized." "What do you mean?" Ma Feng queried. "I need to negotiate with the higher-ups," the principal replied, rubbing his fingers together. Ma Feng immediately understood. "I see, Principal. How much do you need?" Several hours later, in the level 10 training zone of Yanshan City, Ma Feng rushed toward Zhao Can, exclaiming, "Young Master Can, you must help me." Zhao Can was busy leveling up when Ma Feng clung to his leg, wailing, "You've been crying for half the day, yet you haven't explained the situation." Zhao Can exclaimed. Ma Feng quickly stood up and began to explain in a flurry. "How much?" Zhao Can asked, startled. 5 million. Ma Feng sighed. "You know, my family is just an ordinary middle-class household. Even if we sold our house, we couldn't come up with that amount. You're my only hope. 5 million is no small sum. Why do you need a reserve spot when you could easily be admitted to any prestigious school in the Huaxiao administrative region?" "No. Young Master Can, you don't understand. The school publicly announced that the reserve spot was mine just a few days ago, and now they suddenly changed their mind. It feels like a slap in the face. Everyone knows I have aligned myself with you. This is a blow to my reputation." "Is this a blow to your reputation?" "It seems more like a blow to your own face." Zhao Can mused, contemplating the logic behind Ma Feng's words. Previously, Old Wang had attempted to undermine Song Gua, but ended up failing miserably. There was a chance that Song Gua might suspect Zhao Can was behind the scheme, thinking he had instructed Old Wang to act against him, which led to a confrontation at the dungeon entrance. Now, with the prospect of taking away what rightfully belonged to Ma Feng, it felt like a clear warning. Zhao Can's enterprise-level understanding illuminated Ma Feng, who nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, young Master Can. A powerless, backgroundless orphan dares to challenge me? Who does he think he is? If he seeks a guaranteed spot, I shall thwart his aspirations." A day passed. In the principal's office, Song Gua surveyed the received text message with great satisfaction. "Rest assured, Mr. Principal, if higher-ups come to inspect, I shall declare that I chose to bestow the guaranteed spot upon a more deserving student while opting to earn my own admission. You, Mr. Principal, have invested considerable effort in persuading me to accept the spot. The principal, filled with gratitude, recognized this as a most favorable win-win situation. As night fell, the trio of Brother Monkey, Brother Shuezi, and Brother Huatzi ventured out once more to right wrongs and uphold justice. Thanks to Brother Shuezi's feedback, Song Gua had ascended to level 12, while Brother Shuezi himself had reached level 13. This was indeed more efficient than grinding levels or clearing dungeons. At Song Gua's residence, a multitude of avatars stood ready. Tonight, we shall embark on a grand operation to purchase 200 copies of the Self-Detonation Skill Book. Chapter 28, All-Equip Self-Detonation. A sample by Yaoji. The assembled avatars were puzzled. Why acquire such an ordinary quality universal skill? The skill slots are so limited. Learning a white quality skill seems unnecessary. Moreover, doesn't self-detonation result in one's demise? It wouldn't be useful unless in dire straits. Song Gua elucidated the situation to his myriad avatars. Last night, while Brother Shuezi and the others were out gaining experience, they were targeted by the Special Bureau. Fortunately, the three of them were clever, their skills effective, and the pursuers' levels were not excessively high, so they managed to evade capture. Nonetheless, this remains a lurking threat. The Rhythm Mage Avatar remarked, "The Special Bureau is indeed a concern, yet we currently lack the means to eliminate them all." "No, I mean you're a potential risk," Song Gua clarified. If you were captured by the Special Bureau and unmasked, revealing your likeness to me, my avatar ability would be compromised. I must devise a method to make the avatars vanish without a trace when necessary. Do you understand?" The avatars, taken aback by Song Gua's words, recoiled. "Hey, are you speaking rationally? The avatars have lives too." Protests. The protests fell on deaf ears. Without the main body, there could be no avatars. The binder, indeed a secondary profession, could only shine through the avatar ability. This ability was Song Gua's greatest asset in this world. Sacrifices must be made at times to protect this trump card from exposure. After all, the number of avatars was steadily increasing, so losses were not a concern. Song Gua's neighborhood was quite old, nearing the time for redevelopment. The surveillance and property management here had long become ineffective, so there was no worry that such commotion would attract attention. Furthermore, it was nighttime. In the realm of professionals, shops selling materials for practitioners were as ubiquitous as supermarkets in a past life. Large and small, chain establishments, and various types could be found everywhere. Song Gua instructed his avatars to avoid large shopping malls, as their unusual attire would certainly attract unwanted attention. Instead, they should opt for small roadside shops, where they could engage in haggling. The general skill books they sought were of white quality, thus their yield was not insignificant. Typically, they would be dismantled and repurposed as materials for skill upgrades, with few truly pursuing their study. Consequently, the prices of these general skill books remain modest, approximately 1,000 yuan for a single volume. With some negotiation, the price could be lowered to 8 or 900 yuan. Moreover, purchasing in bulk would further reduce the cost. In fact, Song Gua had long wished to provide each avatar with a copy of Self-Destruct. However, the expense was considerable, amounting to several 100,000 yuan, a sum he did not possess. Upon receiving the 5 million from Zhao Can, financial concerns were swiftly alleviated. That night, numerous small supermarkets in Yinshan City welcomed an assortment of peculiarly dressed adventurers, who made no purchases other than the Self-Destruct skill books. The supermarket owners were elated, as this previously stagnant inventory, which often went unsold for days, was suddenly cleared out in one fell swoop. It was as if a fortune had knocked on their door. Although the benefactor was dressed oddly, he was indeed paying, rendering his appearance inconsequential. In Jingjiang District, on a bustling pedestrian street, Wang Miao was patrolling alongside 2 team members. Captain Yu was not there for an inspection, so why were they compelled to extend their late-night patrol? It was truly vexing. It was affecting his sleep. One long-haired female team member, while walking and checking her reflection, voiced her dissatisfaction. The other male team member, sporting a buzz cut, echoed his grievances. The enforcement department of the professional association was not on the same wavelength as them. They had no jurisdiction over their operations. So why engage in such superficial displays for Captain Yu's benefit? Wang Miao interrupted. Enough of the idle chatter. This is our work. We do what the leaders require. Complaining 1 T earn you a pay raise. Yes, team leader. Is that person the one you asked us to keep an eye on? The female team member suddenly pointed toward the skill bookshop where an individual donned in a unique chicken hat and robe had just exited. Wang Miao promptly activated the reconnaissance device. The numbers flickered on the lens before his right eye, 102. A bit lower than the previous individual, yet still above human values. Pursue. The individual, having just purchased 2 copies of Self-Destruct and preparing to scour the next shop, suddenly noticed 3 figures in distinct uniforms rushing towards him. Oh no, is my luck really this bad? The individual, a level-grade wind elementalist, immediately employed the wind control skill, allowing a strong gust to lift him into the air. Wang Miao snorted derisively. So you want to fly? Let us see where you think you can escape this time. Xiao Chun, Xiao Ling block his path. Understood. The pair entered combat mode, retrieving a set of equipment from their bags and donning it. The quality of their gear was no less than flawless. Wang Miao, however, remained unarmored, extending his hand forward. The sound of ice cracking filled the air as a bridge of ice extended from beneath his feet into the sky, leaving the onlookers at the night market in awe. Wang Miao stepped onto the ice bridge and glided swiftly across the surface. Although the wind art allowed for flight, its speed left much to be desired. The Yaoji, realizing he could not match Wang Miao's pace, resorted to weaving through the intricate architecture of the pedestrian street, hoping to elude him. However, this time there were 3 individuals. Their coordination was impeccable. Each time Yaoji attempted to change direction, he would unexpectedly encounter either Shaoling or Xiaqin. Meanwhile, Wang Miao relentlessly pursued from behind. Numerous ice walls obstructed Yaoji's escape route, making it clear that he had nowhere left to run. In a square within the pedestrian street, Yaoji found himself encircled by the trio. The wind art was on cooldown, and his other skills were solely damaging abilities, posing no threat to Wang Miao and his fellow second transformation professionals. With one hand gripping a self-detonation skill book and the other concealed behind his back, Yaoji activated another self-detonation skill. What are you investigating? Have I committed a crime? If you were guilty, those pursuing you would be colleagues from the law enforcement department. Then why are you apprehending me? We are not arresting you. We are assisting with an investigation. It's essentially the same thing. Let us not waste time. Let us go. The commotion attracted the attention of several passersby. Sensing the growing crowd, Wang Miao instinctively felt uneasy and warned the onlookers. Special Bureau officers are conducting an operation. Do not approach. He produced a pair of black handcuffs, from which a faint black mist continuously emanated. These were known as abyssal rock handcuffs. Once an individual was shackled, their professional talents, skills, and equipment effects would be suppressed, either becoming ineffective or significantly weakened. As Wang Miao moved closer to Yaoji, steam began to rise from Yaoji's body. I never anticipated being the first to utilize this device. Well then, allow me to demonstrate for my comrades. Art is about performance. Boom. Chapter 29, 70%, truly remarkable. Frozen Jade Prison. Just as Yaoji was about to self-detonate, Wang Miao unleashed a high-quality skill. A ring of dark green ice blocks surged rapidly from beneath Yaoji's feet and converged above him, encapsulating his entire form. Yaoji's self-detonation was successful. With a tremendous explosion, the hard ice blocks created by Wang Miao shattered into countless fragments, resembling a flurry of ice rain. The onlookers, having heeded Wang Miao's warning, had already retreated, while the Frozen Jade Prison mitigated much of the explosion's force. After Yaoji's self-detonation, only a wave of air surged outward, causing no harm to the bystanders. Wang Miao and his 2 teammates approached the site of Yaoji's self-detonation, their faces filled with confusion. Is this what a self-detonation looks like? We never intended to do anything to him. Why is he so frightened? After contemplating for a moment, Wang Miao shook his head. In the distance, a clone perched on a rooftop observed everything in the square. Yaoji was merely at level 3. After self-detonating, he could disrupt Wang Miao's skills. This was a skill of a level 41 second transformation professional. It was not difficult to imagine that if it were applied to someone of the same level, the consequences would be catastrophic. The power of self-detonation is intrinsically linked to its level. A self-detonation not only obliterates the body, but also triggers an explosion of all the equipment and items on it, leaving not a trace behind. After witnessing the effects of self-detonation, Song Gua felt dissatisfied with merely employing this divine technique to eliminate those clones that could not extricate themselves and risk being discovered. With such tremendous power at his disposal, it would be a sheer waste not to utilize it effectively. Unlike others, Song Gua was capable of employing self-detonation as if it were an ordinary skill. As the number of clones increased, it became impossible to invest resources in nurturing them all. Only those clones with superior professional talents could be selected as the main force. As for the others, well, how else do you think the term cannon fodder originated? The process went relatively smoothly. Let us take 3 seconds of silence for the unfortunate one. Silence observed. Song was summoned the clones in batches, having them line up to receive the skill of self-detonation. With the skill book in hand, he recited a phrase, creating a sense of ritual that made the clones feel as if they were prematurely attending their own funerals. In the end, Song Gua recalled all the clones, leaving just one outside. Once my experience fatigue concludes, we shall embark on a level 10 dungeon expedition. Prior to that, Brother Monkey will elevate his level to 10, ensuring his Rui Jingu Bang is also upgraded to level 10, thus securing his place among the elite in combat prowess. As for the Fire Forge Master, the enhancement of equipment will be entrusted to you. The Rui Jingu Bang possesses growth potential. For every level of enhancement achieved, its level will increase by 5. The logistics team, specifically the equipment sequence and the Fire Forge Master clones, now wore a frown. Boss, I'm still at level 0, and my enhancement skill is only at level 1, yielding a low success rate. Moreover, my profession excels in crafting equipment. Enhancement and gem embedding are merely at a conventional level. Would it not be wiser to hire a higher level specialist from the market, spending a little coin to accomplish it directly? Song Gua replied earnestly, I am now a public figure, with countless paparazzi observing my every move. If it were discovered that I had enhanced the Rui Jingu Bang, speculations would arise regarding my potential transition to a staff mastery profession. If later it was found that my skills bore no relation to staves, would it not raise doubts about whether I had even utilized my promotion token? Self-sufficiency is the path to tranquility. I fear wasting enhancement materials. Worry not, he said, we've just earned 5 million and have hardly spent any of it yet. That should suffice for your needs. Just tell me what materials you require. The Rui Jingu Bang is a level 5 piece of equipment, and given my current level, I cannot enhance it yet. I must first level up. This is easily arranged. I will assign a few individuals to take you out to the wilderness to hunt some monsters. My experience fatigue does not impede your progress. Rare quality equipment requires 32 enhancement stones to upgrade from level 0 to level 1. Only 32? That is quite reasonable, he exclaimed. We also need 50 crystallized rare quality equipment from level 10 gear. This particular item does not seem inexpensive. Equipment crystals are items obtained from the disassembly of equipment. A crystallized rare quality item indicates that a rare quality piece of equipment has been dismantled. Rare equipment, regardless of its level, is never cheap. Moreover, the lower the rank, the fewer crystals obtained upon decomposition. While one might substitute with low-quality equipment crystals, the quantity required would exponentially increase, consequently affecting the success rate of enhancement. After some calculations, it became evident that enhancing a weapon for Monkey King would cost a staggering 500,000. Goodness, that is exorbitantly expensive. What is the success rate? A mere 70%. How can it be only 70%? Thus, it seems prudent to seek a high-level master outside. No, I shall take my chances with this 70%. You go level up first. Having just earned 5 million, I cannot let 50,000 daunt me. Furthermore, having played card-drawing games, Song Gua believes that 70% is indeed quite favorable. Song Gua began to arrange for his avatars to venture forth and procure white-quality equipment. Common gear is sold by the pound and is remarkably inexpensive. However, to enhance rare equipment using ordinary crystals would require an overwhelming amount. To maintain a low profile, Song Gua instructed his avatars to purchase from small supermarkets and consignment shops, avoiding large malls and trading hubs. Not only the fiery blacksmith, but Song Gua's 15 logistics occupations spanned nearly every logistical sequence: potions, scrolls, turrets, formations. The logistics professions play a crucial role in prolonged battles and large-scale conflicts. They are all worthy of cultivation. Just as a sharpshooter must be nourished with bullets, logistics professions also require a substantial supply of materials. Individuals of humble origins, should they transition into logistics, essentially forfeit the path of a professional. Only those scions of noble families, or those specifically nurtured within their factions, can thrive in the logistics domain. The various avatars dispersed to execute their tasks. The main force within the combat class focused on leveling up, with the collective goal of reaching level 10. The logistics professions practiced various crafting skills using materials, while the underlings scurried about on errands. As for Blood Brother, the Monkey King and Fire Brother were leveling in the wild, leaving Blood Brother to solo. He played the role of the Batman, hunting low-level evildoers while evading the pursuit of Wang Miao's group. All outgoing avatars don masks and cloaks, venturing out at night and returning at dawn, striving to remain inconspicuous and away from crowds. Chapter 30, Bandit, Mahjong Hero. During these days of experience fatigue, not only were the avatars busy, but so too was Song Gua. He was occupied with social engagements. Today he met with the president of Lingyun Guild, tomorrow with the CEO of Su Heavy Industry. And the day after that, he has a special interview with Yunshan Television. His schedule was completely booked. After all, he had become a prominent figure in Yunshan City. The name Song Gua now epitomizes traffic. The major guilds in Yinshan City sent representatives to invite Song Gua to join. These prestigious guilds typically do not accept practitioners who have not undergone a second-class transition. The fact that they would extend an invitation to a novice, barely in his teens and levels, was solely for the sake of acquiring a strategy for dungeon records. Whichever guild could secure this strategy would likely dominate the rankings through speed control. How splendid that would be! Just the thought filled the guild leaders with dreams of glory. Song Gua saw through their intentions, and thus, regardless of how generous their offers, he politely declined them all. This leverage could not be exploited. Due to the inability to provide them with strategies, there's a palpable fear that should one accept benefits from others and subsequently fail to demonstrate their worth, they will not be spared. In this shrouded world of Blue Star, escape seems an impossible endeavor. Venturing to another city is fraught with complications. Thus, Song Gua is reluctant to cultivate enmity in Yinshan City, at least not with his main body, while his avatars remain inconsequential. Yinshan City is dominated by 4 prominent local families that control vital sectors such as healthcare, real estate, finance, and industry. Among them is the Zhao family, which wields significant influence over the medical domain. Almost all hospitals, pharmaceutical institutions, and medical research facilities in the city are under their purview. Thus, they dictate all regulations and pricing. Although Zhao had previously extended an invitation to Song Gua during the latter's undertaking of a dungeon quest, which was met with a firm refusal, in recent days, they, alongside Lin Bank, Su Heavy Industries, and Pang Real Estate, have persistently sought to recruit him. Unlike guilds, while family factions also value rankings, their primary objective lies in securing talent to bolster their position against other local conglomerates. The approach of these families is far more direct than that of guilds. They openly offer monetary compensation to acquire Song Gua's allegiance. After negotiating terms that involved mere financial remuneration and a nominal title without actual obligations, Song Gua resolutely rebuffed their filthy lucre. He aspires to be the architect of his own destiny. Curiously, the official response to this newcomer, who has shattered a record that had remained unbroken for over a century, has been conspicuously muted. Apart from media interviews, no official entity has reached out to Song Gua. Any contact by Yu Sheng is deemed a personal endeavor. As Yu Sheng surmised, the Blue Star Federation likely overlooks such minor players. Breaking dungeon records is a significant affair in the eyes of guilds and families, yet it fails to capture the attention of the Federation's legal framework. Other city factions have also refrained from making an appearance, as the pervasive fog complicates transportation, making any journey laborious. Should they arrive only to find that local forces have already secured Song Gua's allegiance, it would render their trip futile, so they choose to abstain. After a week of exhausting experiences, discussions surrounding Song Gua have gradually subsided. However, the name that looms at the pinnacle of the 2 major speed rankings continues to inspire admiration in countless individuals. The various factions in Yinshan City have not abandoned their attempts to court Song Gua. Rather, they have faced repeated rejections and are now considering alternative strategies, temporarily leaving him undisturbed. Song Gua has learned that a burgeoning fanbase has emerged online. Regrettably, when he joined their group chat under his real social media account and candidly declared, "I am Song Gua," he was promptly expelled from the conversation. Nevertheless, the opinions of fans are inconsequential, as he does not engage in promotional activities. Mahjong heroes traversing the night, punishing evil and upholding justice. The citizens of Yinshan City sing our praises. He chuckled, "Look, brothers, we've become famous. Our praises fill the newspapers." At home, Brother Monkey, now at level 11, sprawled across the sofa perusing the news. In recent days, Blood Brother has continued his audacious exploits, extracting experience from those who oppress the common folk, yielding considerable rewards. Meanwhile, Song Gua has reached level 14. Blood Brother has reached level 16. Beside him, Fire Brother picked up the remote control, switched on the television, and tuned into the news channel. However, the officials had a different narrative. On the screen, the portly and stern-faced head of the Public Security Bureau addressed the camera with grave seriousness. Public safety is intricately linked to each of us. We are now issuing formal warrants for all criminal elements and hope that you will voluntarily surrender and confess to your recent acts of violence. Should any heinous incidents occur nearby, they must be reported immediately to the Public Security Bureau. Our officers will. Oh, don't throw that. Who hurled the rotten egg? Were the ones thrown before not fresh? The news broadcast descended into chaos. Protesters surged forward, inundating the bureau chief with a barrage of wilted vegetables and foul eggs. Nearby, several officers gleefully collected these projectiles, muttering about an unexpected feast. Blood Brother, holding a glass of red wine, shook his head at the absurdity unfolding on the screen. This world is far more chaotic than our original one. Song Gua summoned more of his avatars to convene a meeting. The public referred to us as the Mahjong heroes, while the authorities labeled us as criminals. What should our future banner be called? The avatars chattered excitedly. Given our attire, we are clearly practitioners of the way of sitting forgetfulness. Titles like Mahjong Hero and Criminal sound so rustic. We should be called Rocket Youth. Let's launch ourselves brothers. Or perhaps Song's Army. Song's Army? That sounds ominous. It feels like we're destined to lose our heads. Song Gua wrote Criminal and Mahjong Hero on his hands and addressed the avatars. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. They call us this way, so let us choose one. If we adopt a new banner now, wouldn't the publicity in the media be wasted? One avatar inquired, why do we need to establish a banner? Which organization lacks a name? Why even form a group? To make money, someone exclaimed. Are we such a grand organization, reduced to such mundane pursuits? Of course, we've already spent 2 to 3 million recently. If we don't earn money, who will support me? What? Where did you spend it? Were you secretly wooing princesses in the heavenly realms behind our backs? Song Gua swiftly delivered a slap to that individual. How could I hide anything from you? Previously, I planned to buy 200 books. But then each avatar strutted into the store, acting like big spenders, and without haggling, they ended up purchasing over 300, costing us over 400,000. Recently, as our main members reached level 10, Song Gua equipped them all with sets of high-quality gear. He himself, a triple winner of the prestigious title, boasted a complete set of flawless equipment, excluding accessories. While lower-tier accessories were available, their quality was mostly subpar, and higher-quality ones were exceedingly rare and unobtainable. This wave of expenditures drained another million. Level 10 gear is not expensive, but outfitting each member adequately and with decent quality still requires several thousand. Additionally, there are costs associated with acquiring materials to train our logistics professionals. These logistics avatars may be few in number, but their spending is nothing short of remarkable. 15 individuals, within a span of 4 to 5 days, squandered over 1 million. Were it not for the lengthy cooldowns associated with crafting scrolls and potions, Song Gua would feel utterly incapable of sustaining them. Chapter 31. The Establishment of the Bandit Organization. Regarding the banner, I shall decide. Since our objective is to amass wealth, we shall be called the Bandits. Remember, if anyone inquires about our name in the future, we must maintain a unified response. No more references to rocket teams or justice alliances. As he spoke, Song Gua donned his distinctive headgear as the leader of the bandits, an ensemble adorned with 6 black dots on each side. Dice. Within the confines of our home, we may address one another by our nicknames. However, when venturing outside, we shall refer to each other solely by our code names, corresponding to the patterns on our headgear. A particularly astute member raised a hand to ask, what if too many brothers appear simultaneously and our patterns overlap? The one with the highest rank shall be designated as number 1, the next as number 2, and so forth, based on experience points. Excellent. Such meticulousness poses no challenge to him. Another member inquired, Boss, now that our organization has been established, where shall we procure our funds? Feng Chu excitedly leaped onto the table. Let us rob a bank, specifically the Lin Bank. If we are to act, let it be for something grand. Song Gua swiftly kicked him off the table. Fool, we are to engage in legitimate business. Where's the fortune in that? He continued. How do those guilds out there profit? They gather resources and accept commissions. We too are a guild, albeit an unregistered one, commonly referred to as a black guild. In recent days, Brother Shui and the others have navigated the criminal underbelly, and our various avatars have already established contacts with some black guilds. These black guilds resemble organized crime. Certain activities deemed inappropriate for legitimate guilds provide fertile ground for the existence of black guilds. Brother Shui paused. I thought we were the protagonists. How we turned to the dark side. Song Gua chuckled. What does it matter if we are deemed black or white? The path to success lies in profitability. He instructed, in the coming days, contemplate how we might secure substantial commissions. If we are to act, let's do so on a grand scale. With that, he retracted all avatars, removed his headgear, and rose to depart for Yunqing, seeking a dungeon area. His experience fatigue had concluded. It was time to acquire a new job transfer medal. In the office of the Yunqing Special Bureau, the director addressed the matter of apprehending the bandits, suggesting that the case's severity should be elevated to level 2. Otherwise, I can only deploy my own men, and they are insufficient in number. While their levels may not be high, they are as elusive as eels. Once they vanish, they leave no trace, rendering pursuit futile. Seeing Wang Miao once again, the burly director exhibited a hint of impatience. What level are these bandits? He inquired. The last encounter revealed the highest among them to be level 12, while the others were below level 10. The director's expression morphed into one of incredulity. A bunch of students dressed in eccentric attire. I've granted you the courtesy of allowing the case to be filed. You wish to elevate the severity? Are you attempting to complicate matters for me? Director, they are by no means mere students. On the day we were at Tonghai Road's pedestrian street, we were on the verge of capturing one when he self-destructed before our eyes. Such decisiveness. Is it something a student can truly embody? Wang Miao, how well do you understand the youth of today? That Song Gua, are you aware? He shattered 2 dungeon records solo. Self-destruction? What is so remarkable about that? Perhaps he is just another child from a troubled family. Director, we must take these individuals seriously. Their life fluctuation data is abnormal, and their behavior is peculiar. I am concerned. Life fluctuations have not deviated beyond 10. During the latest conference at the headquarters, fluctuations within 10 were classified as normal. These individuals are infiltrating more and more. Many may inadvertently come into contact with them, resulting in abnormal life fluctuation data. This has been proven in the past. I have a dinner appointment with Captain Yu today and do not have time for your groundless fears. If you wish to investigate the drug traffickers, feel free, but do not disturb the other teams. I find them useful, understood? But, Director, enough. Wang Miao, you are a renowned frozen general, a formidable profession. Yet you have toiled for 5 or 6 years in the Bureau and remain merely a team leader. Have you not reflected on this? Do not solely focus on capturing this and that. The bureaucratic world is not solely about achievements. There are also human relationships to consider. If you find yourself with too much time, why not level up? Approaching 30 and still only at level 41. Soon you will be surpassed by the younger generation. Do you not realize this? There is no formal ranking among professions. However, practitioners often refer to certain higher-tier professions, which are evidently stronger than the ordinary, as elite. The kind of innate talent possessed by Huizi Ge, which allows for fiery transformation, belongs to that category. The director waved his sleeves and strode away. Wang Miao stood in his office, letting out a sigh. I hope I am merely overthinking. In the dungeon area of Yinshan City, Zhao Can, Hua Xiangrong, and Ma Feng had just emerged from a level 10 dungeon. Ma Feng laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Young Master Can, I am now level 11. Zhao Can and Hua Xiangrong also reached level 11, all three displaying expressions of delight. Hua Xiangrong took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup. Throughout the week, Zhao Can had been accompanying Ma Feng, while Hua Xiangrong farmed wild monsters and dungeons. Although each dungeon's treasure chest could only be opened once a week, they could enter the dungeon daily to defeat its monsters. The experience gained from dungeon monsters surpassed that from outside monsters, and there was no competition for it. Zhao Can had been diligently devoted this week, exhibiting none of the traits of a wealthy heir. His diligence was fueled by a desire to catch up to Song Gua, not wishing to fall behind this unattainable man. Zhao Can snorted softly. Song Gua believed his rapid leveling made him superior, yet he had dared to show him disdain. He must still be experiencing fatigue from leveling up. Now our levels have caught up. Ma Feng nodded repeatedly. Exactly. What use is temporary superiority? The balance in the game divine occupation is exceptionally strong. As Hua Xiangrong was touching up her makeup, she caught sight of a familiar figure in the mirror. Song Gua, turning around, she confirmed it was indeed him. Zhao Can and Ma Feng also noticed Song Gua nearing the entrance of the level 10 dungeon. Ma Feng gritted his teeth. It seemed that his experience fatigue had come to an end, and, just as they had caught up, Zhao Can scoffed, what is there to fear? His future progress will merely be a week ahead of ours at most. As time goes on, the experience gained from wild monsters will become increasingly insignificant in comparison to the substantial experience that can be acquired through dungeons and other forms of combat. These methods yield experience that is relatively comparable among professionals. Song Gua, from a distance, spotted the trio and approached them with a teasing remark. I believe that affluent scions were always aloof, frequenting high society gatherings. Yet here was young Master Kai, so approachable, mingling with the middle-class youth to level up. This single comment ignited Zhao Can's fury. It's Can, not Kai. How many times must I repeat myself? Suddenly, Hua Xiangrong fixated on the top of Song Gua's head and exclaimed, how are you already level 14? Chapter 32. Where's the promised restriction on the number of participants in this high-level match? Hua Xiangrong's outburst startled Ma Feng and Zhao Can. As they regained their composure, they quickly checked Song Gua's level. Upon seeing the figure, both instinctively took a step back. Ma Feng, level 14. Weren't you supposed to be experiencing fatigue from gaining experience? Is that not the case? Zhao Can, impossible. The first period of experience fatigue occurs after continuously gaining experience for 10 days or reaching level 11. Everyone experiences this. He cannot be an exception. Ma Feng, how can one level up during the experience fatigue phase? What a freak. Zhao Can, Could it be that the class from the transfer medal he obtained in the spider cave is exempt from experience fatigue? No wonder he could take the place of the profession in the previous medal. The trio exchanged glances. Just moments ago, they had been smug, thinking that Song Gua's experience fatigue mechanism would prevent him from surpassing them by much. Now, they realized that true foolishness lay with themselves. If Song Gua could level up during his experience fatigue, the gap between him and his peers would only widen indefinitely. Are you blocking the entrance again? Zhao Can and his companions, with grim expressions, stepped aside as they watched Song Gua enter the Tin Bullhead Forest. Above the dungeon entrance, the word hell flickered ominously. Hua Xiangrong's lips parted in astonishment. Is he going to break the record again? Zhao Can appeared utterly exasperated. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A level 10 dungeon is not as easily conquered as a level 5. The disparity between levels 10 and 15 is significant. The pace of leveling slows drastically, and the opportunities to repeat the level 10 dungeon increase manifold. This means that breaking the record in a level 10 dungeon is far more challenging. Word spread that Song Gua had entered the dungeon again, drawing a considerable number of professionals to gather nearby. Once, twice, but not thrice. Is he really going to dominate all the leaderboards? I believe he can break it. The moment he exits the city, he heads straight for the level 10 dungeon, exuding an air of confidence as if he is fully prepared. Strange indeed. Could it be that this young man has an extraordinary mentor guiding him? Privy to some hidden secrets of the dungeon? What mentor? It is certain he discovered the map of the level 5 dungeon. That has become a conclusion. If he manages to break the record for the level 10 dungeon, I shall consume the silver blade I hold. The question remains, will Song Gua succeed in breaking the record this time? This group of tedious professionals, engaged in idle chatter, soon found themselves embroiled in a heated argument, which escalated into a gambling session. Today, I, Su Kai, shall lead the proceedings. Friends, feel free to place your bets. Do not fear, for I can bear the losses. The odds for Song Gua breaking the record currently stand at 12, while those for not breaking it are at 11. Su Kai, the young executive of Su's Heavy Industries, hold a position akin to that of Zhao Can within the Zhao Pharmaceutical Group. Although he wields little actual power due to his youth, he is the chairman's grandson and a key focus of family cultivation. At merely 18 years of age, he has just achieved the milestone of 10. An avid sports enthusiast, he appears robust and lively, in stark contrast to the sinister demeanor of Zhao Can remarkably. Su Kai has brought a gambling table with him and is currently setting up a game with great enthusiasm. Noticing Zhao Can loitering at the entrance of the dungeon, he sprinted over and affectionately draped an arm around Zhao Can's neck. Brother Zhao, why not place a bet to show your support? I have no taste for such lowly amusements. You know full well that Song Gua is bound to break the record again, yet you hesitate to place a bet, feeling embarrassed after having so thoroughly declined his previous invitation. It would appear rather sycophantic if you were to bet in his favor. Unable to contain his irritation, Zhao Can pointed fiercely at the gambling table and declared, a bet does not equate to support. Moreover, I do not believe he can break the record again. Enough talk. I shall wager 1 million. Song Gua will not break the record. Brother Zhao, how magnanimous. Please scan the code. Zhao Can, wishing merely to boast, was taken aback by Su Kai's earnestness. With so many professionals observing, he felt compelled to maintain his dignity and reluctantly paid the wager. Brother Zhao, splendid. Ha ha. Ma Feng, sneaking in a bet his own, declared, I bet Song Gua will break the record 2,000. Turning around, he found Zhao Can glaring at him with a murderous gaze. Ma Feng awkwardly averted his eyes. This is merely a wager for Hua Xiangrong. I, like young Master Zhao, firmly believe Song Gua cannot break the record. At this moment, Hua Xiangrong was completely lost in thought. The stakes of the bet held no interest for her. She now questioned her own judgment. How could someone deemed capable of leveling up, even amidst fatigue, be so extraordinary? Though their relationship had not been particularly close, they had been classmates, and she had once confided her feelings in a love letter to him. However, after he had transitioned, she had accepted Zhao Can's pursuit and had even treated him coldly. Had she been more resolute at the time, believing in Song Gua like Yu Wenhao, could she have become his good friend? Of course, Hua Xiangrong was not motivated by friendship. She viewed this as an investment. Yet now, it was too late for regret. In the 10th dungeon, the Bullhead Forest, the landscape was characterized by sparse trees and yellowing foliage. Here roamed various bull-headed creatures, each differing in skin color. The difficulty indicators for hell-level dungeons remain consistent. Monster levels are elevated by 5, commencing from elite status, with skill levels further enhanced. Upon entering the dungeon, Song Gua calmly summoned his avatars. In the past, it was unclear whether a multitude of avatars could compensate for the gaps in tactics, strategies, and guides. Now, he He is aware that this quantity of avatars has indeed surpassed previous records with ease. Moreover, this time he comes prepared. All main forces are at level 10, fully equipped, and of superior quality or higher. To fail to break the record would be a travesty. The current record for Bullhead Forest stands at 41 minutes, 56 seconds, and 22 milliseconds. Well, we do not need to surpass it by much. Breaking the 40-minute mark will suffice. Song Gua's speed control is not intended for glory. Rather, is a means to avoid undue attention. A tall tree catches the wind. Having already set the record so low, it is prudent to remain as inconspicuous as possible. The record for Spider Cave has already been elevated too high. In any case, each dungeon allows for a record-breaking achievement that grants a transfer medal only once. Song Gua resolves that in the future, when breaking records, he will do so just enough to create the impression that he has discovered a strategy that is merely sufficient to surpass the record. For those outside, attempting to catch up will be nothing short of a pipe dream. While others improve their records by seconds and milliseconds, Song Gua does so by minutes. There's no comparison. Let us embark and conquer Bullhead Forest. The multitude of avatars surged forth with a roar. The sound of footsteps thundered. Despite there being only a little over 200 individuals, they exuded an aura reminiscent of a stampede of 10,000 horses. The three bull-headed monsters patrolling the outskirts of the forest were left dumbfounded upon witnessing this throng. Wasn't the limit for high-tier battles supposed to be 5 individuals? Had an enhanced battalion arrived? Chapter 33. Sister-in-law, open the door. It's me, your brother. The battle in Bullhead Forest held no suspense. De San Yuan led the charge, breaking through obstacles with unparalleled prowess. Brother Huo's fire raged through the forest, effectively creating environmental damage as if he were in his element. Monkey Brother, accompanied by a host of monkeys, charged forth, maximizing damage reduction as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The other main forces followed closely behind De San Yuan, dispatching the low-health monsters he had deliberately left behind to gain experience points and eliminate any stragglers. Further back were a group of secondary avatars, tasked with collecting loot. At the very rear, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets amidst flames and destruction, walked Song Gua. He appeared as if on a leisurely stroll, his face radiating relaxation. He even entertained the thought of pulling out his phone to watch dancing ladies. Such an approach to dungeon running was likely to infuriate those professionals outside, who meticulously calculated their formations before entering and cautiously coordinated within. As the battle progressed, the avatars gradually relaxed. Was this truly a level 10 dungeon at hellish difficulty? It posed no challenge at all. Our 200 individuals are simply too formidable. It is no wonder they're the avatars of a seasoned rogue. They exhibit the same nonchalance. I doubt the original rogue would act so ruthlessly. Song Gua clapped his hands. What a splendid idea. Who on earth conceived such a notion? Prioritize leveling up to the top 10. A myriad of expendable avatars quivered in trepidation. Under Song Gua's relentless interference, the level 15 Bull King Savita managed to cling to life for a few brief minutes. Otherwise, the irritable brother would have set his lair ablaze in an instant. The Bull King may never encounter Song Gua again. The experience that the Bull King possesses has been bestowed upon Brother Hua. Among the trio, Brother Hua ranks the lowest and must hasten to catch up. As for Song Gua, he perpetually revels in the influx of experience feedback, his experience bar steadily climbing. You have slain the hell-level difficulty Bull King Savita. Experience increased. 1456 to 65. You have obtained flawless equipment. 10 Bull King Heavy Armor X1. You have obtained flawless equipment. 10 Bull King Helmet X1. You have obtained flawless equipment. 10 Bull Demon Sword X1. You have acquired an excellent skill book. First Transition Guardian Series Skill Book X1. You have acquired an excellent skill book. First Transition Summoning Series Exclusive Skill Book X1. You have obtained consumables. Strengthening Stones X20. You have acquired consumables. Vitality Elixir X1. You have obtained excellent materials. Sturdy Bullhide X20. You have acquired flawless materials. Bull King's Horn X1. You have obtained flawless materials. Bull King's Whip X1. Equipment and skill books will be allocated as needed. Song Gua consumed the Vitality Elixir himself. While materials were entrusted to his logistics avatar, there are always peculiar professions that create unusual items. Although the rewards in dungeons are relatively fixed, some materials are exclusive to certain dungeons and may prove useful later in crafting equipment or items. Thus, most practitioners do not find themselves lacking in funds. Even at lower levels, acquiring valuable materials can yield immediate profit. Next, Song Gua opened the treasure chest of the Bullhead Forest dungeon. With records shattered, it was only natural that this time the evaluation would yield the highest tier of treasure, the supreme treasure chest. You have opened the Supreme Dungeon Treasure Chest X10. Reputation 10. You have obtained rare equipment. 10 Bull Demon Iron Fist X1. You have acquired a rare skill book. First Transition Dragon Blood Series Exclusive Skill Book X1. You have obtained rare materials. Bull Blood Grass X5. You have acquired gems. Vitality Gem X110. Gems can be embedded in equipment to enhance certain attributes. They are essential for strengthening panels. Gems come in various grades, and lower grade gems can be synthesized into higher grade ones. Similar to the enhancement of equipment, a logistics profession is required to perform the gem synthesis skill. To embed a gem, one must first drill a hole in the equipment. The tool used for drilling is called a diamond drill, which is quite valuable and has limited drop sources. Although dungeon treasure chests theoretically can yield such items, Song Gua had not encountered any diamond drills in his 3 supreme treasure chest openings, illustrating their rarity. However, even if he possessed a diamond drill now, Song Gua would refrain from using it, as there is no necessity for embedding gems in low-grade equipment. Once a gem is embedded, it cannot be removed. As for the exclusive skill book of the Dragon Blood series, Blood Brother and Monkey Brother, why not settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors? Blood Brother stepped back, smiling as he said, "Give it to Monkey Brother. My skills are sufficient for now." Monkey Brother, not one to stand on ceremony, picked up the skill book. "Thank you. At present, Monkey King has reached level 11 and possesses 6 skill slots. Excluding the 5 innate skills exclusive to his profession, he has the opportunity to learn 1 more. He has not yet mastered the self-destruct skill, but he has kept the skill book for it in his backpack. Should he encounter an insurmountable challenge, he can learn it on the spot. Naturally, Song Gua hopes such a situation will never arise. Upon utilizing this skill book, Monkey King expressed his astonishment, having acquired a rather formidable skill. The Quality Transfer Sequence Exclusive Skill Book, upon use, randomly grants the user 1 quality exclusive skill pertinent to their profession. What? 72 Transformations. 72 Transformations. Rare, level 1. Allows one to alter their appearance at will, transforming into other beings or changing their visage, lasting for 3 minutes. Song Gua raised an eyebrow. Not just impressive, it was exceedingly remarkable. Although it lasts only 3 minutes, which is somewhat brief, skills can be upgraded, and the effects will undoubtedly improve with increased levels. Which isn't a significant concern. As long as Song Gua utilizes the power of unity, he can also employ this skill. Changing one's face. A plethora of audacious ideas flooded Song Gua's mind. For instance, if his sister-in-law were to open the door, he could pose as his brother. As Song Gua was tidying up his spoils at the entrance of the dungeon, a notification echoed. 10 Bullhead Forest Dungeon record has been refreshed. New record, 39 minutes 10 seconds 01. The following practitioner contributed to the creation of the new record, Song Gua. Chapter 34, The Big Benefactor. Zhao can earns 5 million. Another record shattered. This must be Song Gua's first foray into a level 10 dungeon, right? So, he broke the record all at once? What divine maneuvering is this? How is it that I struggle immensely with a challenging dungeon, yet he can shatter records so effortlessly? What profession did this fellow acquire in the Spider Cave? Practitioners in the dungeon area buzzed with speculation. Song Gua, having broken the record for the 3rd time, was on the verge of shattering their perceptions. They even began to doubt whether they were playing in the same dungeon as him. Could it be that there's a way to unlock a fast-track version upon entering the dungeon? The discussions were rife. At this moment, no one was happier than Su Kai. He let out a roar, stuffing a significant amount of federal coins into his backpack. "Brothers, you've spent generously. I shall graciously accept." He laughed heartily. The majority had wagered that Song Gua would not break the record. Now that the results were in, as the dealer, he had made a considerable profit. Zhao Can, however, wore a grim expression. Losing 1 million was trivial. The real tragedy was that such a consistently record-breaking talent could not be utilized for himself or the Zhao family. Hua Xiangrong leaned weakly against a large tree. Despite having anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand deepened her feelings of regret. Ma Feng received a share from Su Kai and scampered off to a secluded part of the forest, joyfully counting his money. Upon looking up, he was met with Zhao Can's murderous glare. "Zhao, young Master Zhao, do not be angry. It's merely a record being broken. It's not a matter of great importance. I've heard the officials have made no remarks on this." Truly magnanimous individuals wouldn't concern themselves with such trivial records from low-level dungeons. Zhao Can coldly remarked, "What comes next? Higher-level dungeons? Perhaps even those undiscovered hidden instances? And the challenge dungeons? Are there not leaderboard for those? Song Gua must have uncovered certain secrets within the dungeons. He's the sole possessor of this knowledge worldwide. I must obtain this secret." Ma Feng appeared helpless. That fellow, Song Gua, was as tight-lipped as a clam. He would not divulge anything to anyone. Just days ago, the president of the Senmu Guild approached him with a van full of cash, yet he refused to sell. Zhao Can turned his gaze towards the dungeon entrance. This individual could not be swayed by mere money. Given this, Ma Feng's eyes brightened. What if we resort to trickery? Fool, he asked dead. How would you have me divulge strategies? What then? Steal. How do we steal? My brother's profession should assist me. Master Zhao Xian? I recall he is a rogue. Already in his freshman year, is he not? As the two deliberated, a ripple of spatial distortion emanated from the entrance of the Bullhead Forest dungeon. Song Gua emerged. A throng of adventurers surged forward. Someone jested, Song Gua, did you expend your class change medal again this time? To everyone's surprise, Song Gua replied, no. This profession is rather lackluster. Many pairs of eyes gleamed with anticipation. Are you planning to sell it then? No matter how poor the profession, it is still unique. And among the class change medals, only the first-tier professions exist. How bad could it possibly be? Of course I intend to sell it. Let us see if I can fetch a good price. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous voice rang out. Our crazy battle guild offers 100,000. Song Gua's gaze swept the crowd, landing on a burly man with a full beard, around 30 years of age. He was evidently someone dispatched by a major guild to guard the dungeon area for challenge instances. Ha ha ha. The crazy battle guild is rather stingy. You think 100,000 will secure the class change medal? Dream on. Did he not say this class was subpar? A trash profession is only worth 100,000, yet it is still unique. How prestigious. We, the Windslayer Guild, offer 500,000. The Iron Heart Guild bids 800,000. 1 million from us. Enough of the squabbling. Let us give the Red Hair Guild some face. Hey. We still don't know what profession it is. Everyone, calm down. The bidding escalated, fueled by some underlying guild rivalries. The dungeon area had successfully transformed from a gambling den into an auction house. Su Kai, brimming with enthusiasm once more, produced his gambling table and retrieved a hammer-like weapon to serve as an auction gavel. 1 million. 1 million going once, 1 million going twice. No higher bids? Is there anyone willing to outbid? A hand shot up. I bid 2 million. 2 million. The current price has reached 2 million. With the bidder being Lin Ruching of the Lin Bank. The crowd turned their attention towards the woman clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive hammer. During a brief pause in the auction, Su Kai greeted her, Sister Ruching, your academy's break seems quite early this year. I completed my courses ahead of schedule this semester. I can break at any time, Lin Ruching replied. Having just reached level 30, she was a freshman who had yet to complete her second-tier challenge, remaining a first-tier profession. She appeared here, naturally to engage in dungeon runs for experience, accompanied by several skilled individuals arranged by her family. Song Gua stood behind Su Kai, feeling somewhat speechless. Why was this fellow so familiar? Who invited him to preside over the auction? Nevertheless, having someone to call out bids saved him some trouble. So Song Gua let him be. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 2 million once, 2 million twice, 2 million, 5 million. Su Kai glanced around and spotted Zhao Qian in the crowd, but called out the bid. Ah, as expected from someone in the medical field. He certainly has the funds, going straight to 5 million. Is there a bid higher than 5 million? Zhao Qian walked over to Lin Ruching, gazing forward. Don't compete with me. I must have it. Lin Ruching stood with one hand on her hip and wielded a massive hammer, exuding strength. Young man, your bidding is quite generous, but perhaps your profession is not so prestigious? Yet it remains unique, and this uniqueness belongs to our Zhao family. Song Gua, will you sell it to me this time? Not a vegetable. Forget the nonsense. Just give it to me. Song Gua turned to Su Kai. How should I address you? Ha ha. Young brother Song, I am Su Kai. You may call me brother Kai. Oh, young brother Su, I am Song Gua. You may call me brother Gua. Ha ha ha. Let us each have our say. Young brother Song, you do not concede any advantages, do you? I see you are thoroughly enjoying presiding. May I inquire where we are in the process? Can I finalize the transaction with young Master Kai? Su Kai looked around. It seemed no one was calling for a higher bid, which was rare. Typically, a class change gold medal starts at tens of millions. Yet today, Zhao Qian was fortunate to snag a bargain. Song Gua tossed a QR code to Zhao Qian. You got it wrong. Chapter 35, Top-Tier Enhanced Profession, Netherfire Enhancer. The professionals present were not foolish. Song Gua deliberately showcased the class change gold medal, but kept it concealed from view, allowing them to examine the details. Clearly, it was not a noteworthy profession. Good professions are hard to come by, while useless ones are not worth anyone's money. Only Zhao Qian, foolish and flush with cash, was willing to indulge. Zhao Qian was dissatisfied with his own profession. He felt it did not match his status. He had long sought to earn merit for his family to receive a class change gold medal as a reward. If he could successfully compete for the position of family head, the entire Zhao family would be his, and professions would be of no concern. Hence, when Song Gua broke the record previously, he was so eager to align himself. Now, with the opportunity to directly acquire a class change gold medal. Even if it was a low-tier profession, it was still one level above his own, was it not? After all, the money Zhao Can spent was not his own, so he felt no remorse. Ding! Upon seeing the bank notification of the deposit, Song Gua smiled in satisfaction. Song Gua, where's my class change gold medal? With so many watching, do you think you can renege? Almost forgot. Here you go. A gold medal flew from Song Gua's hand. Zhao Can leaped up and caught it steadily, his gaze filled with a proud disdain for those around him, as if to say, a bunch of impoverished fools. Competing with me in bidding? The gold medal is in my hands. Do you dare snatch it? A crowd gathered around, eagerly utilizing the information feature to discern the nature of this profession. Life system, food sequence, level rice ball chef. The most unsettling moment was when an eerie silence enveloped the air. Sukai was the first to break into laughter. Ha ha, life system. Goodness. Brother Song, you really dare to sell a life system class. Each person fell into a pattern of thought. They assumed that since it was a promotional class medal for sale, it must surely belong to the combat system, or at the very least, the logistics system. How could it possibly be a life system? A class medal from the life system is typically found in department stores, intended for ordinary individuals. Although the price is not insignificant, it caps out at a few tens of thousands. Why would someone already engaged in a combat system profession desire a life system class? Truly, the Zhao family's son is wealthy. Spending 5 million on a life system class medal? Indeed, poverty has constrained my imagination. Zhao Can's hands trembled. Brother Song, I want to return this. Upon lifting his gaze, he found that Song Gua had already vanished, heading to another level 10 dungeon, the Ghost Wetlands. Inside the dungeon, numerous avatars were battling monsters while engaging in light banter. The main body of the old rogue had cleverly extracted 10 million from Zhao Can. Truly a cunning endeavor. Goodness. It turns out the most generous benefactor is not the school, but the Zhao family. Quickly, let us express our gratitude to the top brother. Although I harbor no fondness for Zhao Can, I certainly appreciate his wealth. This opportunity will enable the logistics brothers to continue honing their skills. And the main force's level 15 equipment is now secured. The terrain of the Ghost Wetlands was rugged and uncomfortable to traverse, yet Song Gua wore a broad smile. How could one not be pleased when profits were being made? Especially when it was Zhao Can's money being earned. The joy was amplified. At that moment, he heard the voice of Monkey Brother. Old Rogue, I have 2 skills at full proficiency. Preparing to allocate points to the Dragon Blood Sequence's ordinary and refined exclusive skill books. I want to upgrade my skills. Fire Brother chimed in. I also have 2 skills that need upgrading. Upgrading skills requires first achieving full proficiency and then using a specific quantity of skill books of the same quality as materials. If it pertains to exclusive skills of the profession, one must utilize the exclusive skill books of that sequence. Exclusive skill books are not inexpensive, even those of ordinary quality. Moreover, upgrading from level 1 to level 2 necessitates a full 10 books. Song Gua rolled his eyes. A bunch of debt collectors. Methods of earning money like today can only be employed once. The next time I sell unwanted class medals, employing such tactics will surely be futile. Over 200 avatars swept through the Ghost Wetlands. Once the monsters were reduced to critical health, the controlling avatars would step in, taking turns to manage the timing. Ultimately, they defeated the monsters approximately 3 minutes faster than the previous record, breaking the record and claiming the reward. Another class medal emerged. Glancing at it, he discovered it was not from the combat system, which left Song Gua somewhat disappointed. However, upon noticing that this profession was logistics level equipment series Underworld Fire Enhancer, he felt a spark of excitement. It was indeed a stroke of luck, a profession he deemed advantageous. Song Gua had been troubled by the excessive resources required each time he enhanced Monkey Brother's Rui Jingu Bang. He currently holds the only logistics position within his equipment sequence, which bears little connection to his talents and enhanced gear. Conversely, the profession of the Infernal Fire Enhancer aligns far more suitably with his capabilities. The arcane art of Infernal Fire Enhancement boasts a remarkable 20 increase in enhancement success rates, alongside a return of 50 of the materials used upon successful enhancement, granting an additional 200 experience points for leveling up skill proficiency. There exists a 10 chance that an Infernal Fire effect will be added to the equipment. An enhancement level can surpass the usual limits of the gear. Typically, an item can be enhanced to a maximum of 10, yet the Infernal Fire Enhancer can elevate it to 11, or even beyond. Originally, the Rui Jingu Bang, after 10 enhancements, could only reach a maximum level of 55. Should the Monkey King undergo a third-class transition and wield the Rui Jingu Bang, he might find himself lagging behind. However, this concern has now dissipated. barring the future acquisition of more suitable epic or legendary gear. This profession also returns materials, an impressive 50, which is a boon for savings. Consequently, Song Gua believes that early game equipment can indeed be enhanced. He bestowed this class transfer token upon his newly created clone, and then equipped him with a headpiece. The flower card is Spring. Henceforth, your code name shall be Spring. Thank you, boss. Upon his inception, he ascended to the ranks of the cadre among the bandits, eliciting envy from his fellow clones for his fortunate fate. After completing the Phantom Wetlands dungeon, Song Gua reached level 15. He donned a set of level 15 equipment he had prepared in advance and examined his status panel. Name, Song Gua. Age, 18. Level, 15-0. Class, First Transition Bonded. Combat type, Command Sequence. Class talents, Plain and Unadorned, Slight. Unity of Strength, Slight. Weapon Specialization, None. Armor Specialization, Light Armor, Specialization Activated, Strength Attribute 10, Agility Attribute 10. Strength, 16,316. Vitality, 76. Mentality, 72. Agility, 16,416. Growth, 20. Equipment, Weapon, None. Upper Armor, Flawless Infernal Fire Light Armor, Level 15. Lower Armor, Flawless Infernal Fire Trousers, Level 15. Footwear, Flawless Infernal King Boots, Level 15. Headgear, Flawless Infernal King Helmet, Level 15. Ring, Excellent Ghostfire Ring, Level 15. Necklace, Excellent Night Spirit Necklace, Level 15. Bracelet, Excellent Maternal Phantom Bracelet, Level 15. Cloak, Excellent Black Bat Cloak, Level 15. Chapter 36. Another loss of 5 million. Zhao Can's heart is shattered. Song Gua compared his attributes to those displayed by certain online users. The absence of a weapon indeed rendered his panel significantly weaker. Fortunately, my growth rate of 20 compensates for some of this deficiency. The bonded class has been dubbed a waste class by those in the circle, and not without reason. Despite possessing 4 pieces of armor, the impact on combat power for an output-oriented class pales in comparison to that of a single weapon. Thankfully, the talent of Unity of Strength can be utilized at any moment. As previously mentioned, the records of higher-level dungeons are thoroughly established. The records for a level 10 dungeon do not reveal this sensation quite as acutely. However, upon opening the level 15 dungeon, the issues became apparent. In the realm of level 15 dungeons, the Grave of the Fallen and the Lake of Infernal Flames have astonishingly recorded completion times of under 20 minutes. These remarkable records were established merely a few years ago by the preeminent Dragon Clan, the largest family within the Huaxiao administrative region and the illustrious Yanhuang Guild, the most formidable guild in existence. The strategies employed for these conquests remain classified to this day. Presently, only I and Brother Shui have attained level 15, and with our numbers, we might also surpass the record for the level 15 dungeon, albeit at the risk of casualties. The hellish level 15 dungeons are teeming with monsters of level 20 and above, predominantly elite beings. My secondary avatars have yet to reach level 10, creating a significant disparity. Should any of them sustain injuries, their effectiveness would be severely compromised, and they cannot seek medical attention. The healing professions address health points, but are incapable of treating physical injuries, such as broken limbs or blindness. For such matters, one must rely on a physician. Determined, Song Gua resolved to lead a small contingent of avatars into the level 15 dungeon to gauge its intensity, planning a full-scale assault the following day. Upon exiting the dungeon, he encountered a familiar scene. Su Kai was distributing winnings to those who had placed bets. Gentlemen, you all wagered on Song Gua breaking the record. How dull. You ought to take a page from Brother Zhao and bet against the record being broken. This round saw Su Kai not only earning nothing, but incurring considerable losses. As the board adventurers had all become savvy, with the vast majority betting on Song Gua to break the record. As soon as Song Gua emerged, Zhao Can rushed over. Song Gua, how could you sell me the class transition gold medal? You never specified the type. It was your presumption of success that led to this. You had no intention of explaining, did you? Refund me. Song Gua chuckled. Young Master Kai, this is a mutually agreed upon transaction. You cannot unilaterally rescind our agreement. With that, he disregarded Zhao Can, swiftly making his way to the entrance of the Grave of the Fallen, stepping inside. Upon witnessing Song Gua re-enter the dungeon, an eager onlooker exclaimed, Song Gua has entered the level 15 dungeon again. Young Master Su, aren't you going to set the odds? Su Kai, sitting on the ground, lit a cigarette and replied wearily, you all must have bet on him breaking the record. This is no fun. Is it that your pocket money isn't sufficient to cover the losses? I absolutely detest being provoked. Let us continue with the betting. As the betting resumed, Zhao Can approached once more. I'll wager 5 million that Song Gua will break the record. Su Kai teased. Who would have thought that your resolute spirit would falter? Very well, let today be my way of distributing red envelopes to everyone. In the nearby woods, a bearded member of the Mad Warrior Guild, who had previously bid 100,000 for a class transition gold medal, huddled with two fellow level 30 practitioners, their heads bent in discussion. This Song Gua has shattered the record again. He didn't announce that he was selling the transition medal, which implies he still possesses one. Has he used it himself? Are you foolish? Who would waste such a valuable item repeatedly? Brother Nyo planned. Once Song Gua exits the dungeon, we shall make our move. Our guild, the Mad Warriors, is a reputable organization. If word gets out about our involvement in murder and looting, it will become increasingly difficult to recruit new members. The bearded man produced several fabric masks adorned with designs like 30,000 and one tube. Recently, a band of bandits has emerged in Yinshan City. Have you heard? Among them is a ruthless individual capable of demoting players, and many have fallen victim to this. The news has spread like wildfire, with the Special Affairs Bureau and the Public Security Department both issuing warrants, yet they've been unable to apprehend anyone. No one knows the identity of these masked figures. So why not impersonate them ourselves? Ha. However, with so many individuals in the dungeon area, if there are any righteous souls within, the three of us might not suffice. I have a plan. 20 minutes later, Song Gua emerged from the level 15 dungeon, the Grave of Bones. His hair was disheveled, and he bore some dark, unidentified liquid on him, looking rather disheveled. The level 15 dungeon on hell difficulty was indeed challenging. In his recent attempt, he had only managed to summon the main force, specifically the elite among the elite, high-level professionals. He was concerned that the lower-level avatars might fall victim to the monster skills. The previous battle had demonstrated that the creatures within the Grave of Bones were indeed formidable. Even the trio of high-level players had nearly depleted their health several times. Fortunately, the healing avatars performed admirably, maintaining their health effectively. Upon seeing Song Gua emerge, the crowd of players outside the dungeon was taken aback. How did you come out like that? Song Gua was puzzled. What do you mean? How else was I supposed to come out? The record? Why didn't you break the record? Do you think I'm a deity capable of breaking every dungeon record? What? I wagered 200,000. Su Kai was bewildered. He had initially intended to invest money for pleasure, but now 99% of the bettors had lost their stakes. All the money had ended up in Su Kai's pocket. Had he accidentally struck it rich? At that moment, the most frustrated was Zhao Kan. The Zhao family was indeed wealthy, and its offspring lived extravagantly. However, one must maintain appearances. Otherwise, how could one secure their standing within the family? If the elders deemed him a spendthrift, not only would he lose his chance to compete for a position, but his allowance would also be curtailed. Song Gua, I swear. Zhao Kan was tempted to curse and lash out, yet being in public, he had to consider his image as a young master of the Zhao family. Ma Feng patted him on the back. Young Master Kan, calm down, it's just a small amount. Hua Xiangrong shook her head, finding Zhao Kan utterly foolish. Conversely, the more she observed Song Gua, the more appealing he became. He had repeatedly broken records, appearing almost superhuman. However, now that she saw there were records he could not break, she realized he was just an ordinary person, albeit one with remarkable intellect. Song Gua did not linger at the dungeon entrance for long. He turned and entered another level 15 dungeon, the Lake of Infernal Fire. Su Kai scanned the crowd. Brothers, shall we continue? The crowd erupted in dissent. Not a chance. You must be in cahoots with Song Gua. It's a scam. The enterprises of the Su family have been persistently siphoning off our resources, and now their scythe has reached us, has it not? Indeed, the recent events unfolded with such a semblance of collusion. First, 2 records were shattered, creating the impression that Song's predictions would surely continue to break records. Yet, when everyone invested substantial sums, he was unable to sustain the momentum. Su Kai could only manage a bitter smile. He felt as though he could not cleanse himself even if he plunged into the Yellow River. Nonetheless, he harbored no concerns for his safety. After all, he was a member of the Su family, and none dared to confront him openly. Not long after Song entered the dungeon, a figure rushed in from a distance. Brother Nyo, in the wild, a level 20 training area has appeared in the Wild Wolf Plains. Chapter 37. Is someone imitating my face? The bearded man from the Mad Warrior Guild, known as Brother Nyo, hurried over and slapped the informant on the head. What are you shouting for? Do you want everyone to know? Ouch. I was just thinking that news from the wild is never kept under wraps. It's certainly going to be contested, so. Enough chatter. Let us move. Have you notified the president? They're on their way. Brother Nyo and the messenger activated their speed skills and bolted away, simultaneously making phone calls. The practitioners in the dungeon zone were thrown into chaos. The wild quickly informed the higher-ups. The level 20 training area ISNT FAR. Let us seize a share. The wild? I've heard of it many times, but have yet to see it in person. Let's go take a look. Members of the Chopping Wind Guild, follow me to contest for dominance. Ironheart Guild, come with me. Let us leave one person to guard the challenge dungeon. Forget that. The wild is more crucial. At the dungeon entrance, the throngs of practitioners dispersed in an instant. Shortly thereafter, curiosity drew away many of those remaining. What lingered were a few guild members and lower-level newcomers. Shall we join the fray? Join what? One area attack in the wild could obliterate you, and those seasoned players are ruthless. If they accidentally kill you, you can only accept your fate. I have no desire to meet my demise. True enough, most lower-level players refrained from joining the excitement, opting instead to form teams for dungeon runs. Sukai and Zhao can also made their way over. Although their levels were not high, they were accompanied by skilled protectors, alleviating their concerns for safety. Simultaneously, they were in contact with their respective families, urging them to send reinforcements to vie for dominance in the wild. The various factions placed great importance on the wild due to the bountiful rewards for defeating foes there, which included at least one innate spirit mushroom. The innate spirit mushroom, when used, grants an additional skill slot. A new skill slot is invaluable. Even if one does not utilize the mushroom personally, selling it at the auction house elevates one's prestige. In the distance, the bearded trio returned, donning hoods and fixating on the dungeon exit. This ruse would not deceive them for long. When the time comes, we must act decisively. If Song does not yield, we shall simply eliminate him. Understood? The three crouched in the grass, akin to lurking predators. After several minutes, Song emerged from the lake of infernal fire dungeon. This time, he was drenched. It seemed imperative that the main forces reached level 15 and that their equipment was adequately prepared in order to shatter records unscathed. Why was it so desolate? This outing revealed scarcely a soul. A fresh graduate, barely at level 5 or 6, called out to Song Gua. The big shots have gone to the wild. The wild? Where is it? If there are resources out there, we must seize them. Those places are like moving treasure troves, and acquiring them would yield great rewards. Although Song Gua and his avatars were low in level, they had numbers on their side and could communicate telepathically, which might just enable them to succeed. An enthusiastic classmate pointed Song Gua in the direction of the level 20 training zone, the Wolf Grassland. Thank you. Song Gua quickly set off, eager to assess the situation. However, after only a few steps, a figure loomed ahead, blocking his path. On either side, two more individuals approached. Their levels were all 30. Yet, level was not the crux of the matter. Upon seeing their hoods, Song Gua could no longer contain his amusement. Surely, these three were the infamous bandits he had heard of recently. With a 3-tube hood and a bushy beard, one of them bellowed, "You know what is up? Hand over your class transfer medal. Don't make us resort to violence." Song Gua burst into laughter, unable to restrain himself. In his mind, his avatars were equally entertained. Look at that. We've indeed become famous, to the point where others are impersonating us. How dare they don my 30,000 hood, a counterfeit? Some are mimicking my features, others my face. 3 level 30 bandits. My friends, can we handle this? They've just reached level 30, probably without a second class yet. If we all go at once, we should prevail. Even if we can't, we must try. We are the protagonists, and we cannot allow these ruffians to tarnish our reputation. Let me out, old thief. I'll self-destruct and blow them to smithereens. At this moment, the few remaining individuals in the dungeon area, noticing the commotion, gathered curiously to watch. Those 3 wore peculiar hoods. They were bandits, the ones who had recently made headlines for their nocturnal acts of justice. Were they here to recruit Song Gua? Surely not. It was evident they aimed to seize his class transfer medal. Aren't bandits supposed to be the villains? Even good people can be tempted by treasures. Such is human nature. With great stature comes great scrutiny, and possessing precious items can bring about peril. We are too low in level to assist. Perhaps we can just provide a hotline number for the enforcement department. Newcomers of Song Gua's generation, wishing to help, were nonetheless hesitant to intervene. With few defenders remaining from various guilds, they chose to stand idly by. Seeing Song Gua merely laughing, the bearded bandit hesitated no longer. He drew his battle axe and unleashed a sweeping strike. A sweeping attack. A red blade of light formed a crescent shape parallel to the ground, swiftly targeting Song Gua. Where it passed, despite not touching the grass, every blade was severed. The casual display of skill by a level 30 professional left the onlooking newcomers in awe. Just as the bearded man believed he was about to land a decisive blow, Song Gua leapt into the air, soaring to a height of over 10 meters. Evading the attack, simultaneously, he let out a thunderous roar, cloud of the somersault. How did he jump so high? The bearded man was somewhat perplexed. Given Song Gua's level, his attributes should not have permitted such a lofty leap. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be impossible. However, at that moment, Song Gua had harnessed the power of his doppelgangers. The attributes of all 8 doppelgangers had combined, potentially elevating Song Gua's stats beyond those of the bearded man, rendering a jump of 10 meters trivial. Song Gua appeared disinclined to engage in battle with the trio and directed the cloud of the somersault towards the city. He sought to flee, but how could they obstruct him? He could fly, while they could not. Itong, target the cloud beneath his feet. That should be a destructible unit. I can assess its attributes. Excellent. The individual donned in Itong's headgear drew back the spear in his right hand. He was gathering energy as circles of red light ascended from beneath him, coalescing around the spear. Falcon Toss. Chapter 38. Lunatics. They are a band of lunatics. The Falcon Toss skill is a signature move of the spear hunters, belonging to the archer class, a high-tier profession adept at long-range targeting. This move, Falcon Toss, is a tracking technique, which in simpler terms means it can follow a target. Typically, tracking skills do not inflict high damage. However, considering this individual was at level 30, and the cloud of the somersault itself was rather fragile, a single strike caused the cloud to flicker, its form dissipating as it began a hard landing. Windshield. Just as he was about to make intimate contact with the ground, Song Gua activated the skill of the Storm Knight doppelganger. A swirling tempest encircled his body, slowing his descent, while the shield absorbed much of the impact. Of course, the fall still stung a bit. Cloud of the somersault, take a moment to rest. We shall avenge you. As the cloud dissipated, it entered a recovery cooldown. The escape route Song Gua had taken was deliberate. Even if the cloud had not been struck down, he would feign an accident and fall from the sky. The position beneath him was separated from the previous dungeon area by a slope, perfectly obscuring him from view. The 3 individuals were undoubtedly racing towards him at full speed, likely convinced he had fallen to his demise, and were rushing to collect the dropped class change medal. My brothers, those 3 imposters dare to act with our identity and commit nefarious deeds. Thus, the doppelgangers spoke in unison. We shall send him to meet his maker. Amen. Upon witnessing Song Gua fall, the trio was filled with excitement and swiftly activated their acceleration skills, rushing towards the scene. However, when they arrived at the slope, they found no one there. Strange, he clearly fell. Falling from such a height should have either killed him or left him severely injured. He shouldn't have escaped. They saw no sign of teleportation scrolls either. As the 3 pondered in confusion, figures clad in robes, adorned with patterns reminiscent of mahjong tiles, began to appear from behind nearby trees and rocks. I heard someone is imitating us, engaging in acts of murder and pillaging. The leader once proclaimed that such petty antics are beneath us. We, the bandits, engage only in grand endeavors. A solitary figure, 2 figures, 3 figures, indeed. 100 bandits encircled the trio of men with beards. Now, the encircled ones found themselves perplexed. Where did you all emerge from? The 3 were utterly bewildered by the serendipitous arrival of these bandits. The doppelgangers chattered excitedly, declaring, "We bandits are omnipresent. The expanse of our ambition dictates the vastness of our stage. Do not inquire of my origins. My homeland lies in the northeast. I am a wolf from the north. I am a white fox, waiting for a millennium." The doppelgangers were at ease, even breaking into song, leaving the bearded trio utterly confounded. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged forth. Hovering in midair, Brother Huazij, adorned in a red hood and wielding flames, commanded, "Cease your antics." The control sequence. Step forward and immobilize them. Output sequence. Unleash your might. Healing sequence. Stabilize our comrades' health. With that, Brother Huazij made the first move. He struck forth with a powerful blow. Bellowing Inferno. This rare skill, acquired in the Monkey Mountain dungeon, erupted with a deafening blast. In an instant, a firestorm engulfed the area, centered around the trio of bearded men, transforming the surroundings into a raging inferno, flames soaring high into the sky. Seeing this, the trio chose the direction that appeared most vulnerable and charged forth, attempting to escape the fiery deluge. But the control sequence's skill activated. Mother's Embrace. Not you again, with your incessant skill name shouting. Why must we chant the names of our skills? They are not voice-activated. It adds to the momentum in battle. It's all about the aura. Yet, the same issue arose as in their previous encounter with the bald foe. The disparity in levels and equipment significantly weakened the control skills when applied to the bearded men. They either failed to restrain them or could only hold them for a fleeting moment before they broke free. Damn it, a bunch of low-level novices think they can contend with me. The bearded man yanked off his hood due to the unbearable heat, surrounded by flames. The oppressive weight of the hood blurred his vision with sweat. The other two followed suit, shedding their hoods, unable to endure the stifling heat. Gripping their weapons tightly, they began to unleash their advanced skills. Mountain Splitter, Spear Charge, Explosive Fireball. The prowess of level 30 professionals was not to be underestimated. Even fully equipped, with all manner of enhancements, the low-level control sequence doppelgangers could not withstand the onslaught. They were all sent flying, each one suffering considerable damage. Fortunately, their sturdy gear mitigated the impact. Although their health plummeted, their bodies remained intact. What the hell? We cannot withstand this at all. Level 30 is formidable. What shall we do? To orchestrate such an elaborate affair only to be bested would be utterly humiliating. As the bearded men prepared to flee, Brother Shuizi stepped forward, wielding a long whip. Blood-tied, a rare skill inherent to the blood dupe profession. A vast wave of crimson surged forth from Brother Shuizi, crashing outward in a tumultuous display. Those ensnared within found themselves significantly hindered, struggling to advance even a step. Each wave that surged from the blood-tide inflicted harm upon those trapped within. For the trio, at level 30, the damage was trivial. However, the debilitating slow was a source of great distress. The blood-tide skill, once ensnared, would repeatedly impose this slowing effect, making escape from the area exceedingly difficult. Bloodchild consistently circled the three, further complicating their predicament. Take him down. The spear-wielding hunter activated his skill, Falcon Toss, targeting Bloodchild. This was a locking technique that even the most agile Bloodchild could not evade. Allow me. A doppelganger of a warrior class emerged, stepping in to absorb the blow for Bloodchild. Yet, being below level 10 and poorly equipped, he was utterly incapable of withstanding the spear's piercing force and was immediately impaled, a gaping wound glaringly visible on his chest. Brother, I'm heartbroken. The doppelganger, now a mere distraction, pleaded, I'm useless now. Just throw me over. Fine. You responded readily enough. The grievously wounded doppelganger was ensnared by Bloodchild's whip and hurled towards the spear hunter, who was promptly embraced by the doppelganger's legs. Seeking death. The spear hunter raised his weapon, contemplating that a basic attack would surely finish him off. Suddenly, a chill ran through him, sensing something amiss. The doppelganger was emanating steam, an ominous sign of impending self-detonation. Boom! A white mushroom cloud erupted at the center of the explosion. The spear hunter was too close to the blast's epicenter, vaporized instantly, with all remnants obliterated. The sheer force of the explosion sent the two bearded men flying, crashing through a dozen trees before coming to a halt. Witnessing their adversary resorting to self-destruction left the bearded men in a state of panic. These lunatics are truly mad. Chapter 39. Infighting among the bandits? The impact from the self-detonation, while eliminating one foe, inadvertently freed the remaining two from Bloodchild's grasp. Realizing the bandits had resorted to such drastic measures, the bearded man decided to flee. Although he was a level 30 facing a group of mere novices, the embarrassment of retreating paled in comparison to the value of his life. Yet, the doppelgangers of Song Gua would not permit the two to escape. Utilizing their numerical superiority, they pursued relentlessly, exchanging skills in combat. The commotion caused by the explosion drew the attention of other players in the instance, who approached with curiosity. It's the bandits. Are there really this many of them? ISNT, that bearded man, part of the Berserker Guild? Why are the bandits attacking him? That bearded man is also a bandit. I just saw him remove his hood. He is attacking Song Gua. Could it be that the bandits are in conflict? The onlookers speculated. It must be over the loot from Song Gua's promotion medal. But the distribution was unequal. With so many individuals, it's indeed difficult to divide fairly. Clearly, the spectators harbored significant misconceptions about the unfolding events. The bearded man, brandishing his battle axe, unleashed his skills, rampaging amidst the doppelgangers. At level 30, he resembled a bowling ball, scattering a multitude of clones into disarray. The bearded companion, a practitioner of the mage class, was neither agile nor robust. However, once he unleashed his skills, none dared to approach due to the overwhelming damage. What a bunch of ruffians. Mere empty titles. You are only worthy of preying on lowly thugs. Today I shall slay you all and claim the bounty at the Public Security Bureau and the Anomaly Division. The bearded man initially intended to flee, but upon being cornered, he had no choice but to retaliate. As the fight ensued, he discovered his own prowess, and his confidence surged. No more retreating. Today blood would flow like rivers. At that moment, 5 minutes had elapsed, signifying that Song Gua's unity power had cooled down, allowing him to harness strength once more. Just as the bearded man was frantically unleashing skills amidst the chaos of clones, a figure emerged from the woods. Clad in a black robe and donning a dice-shaped headpiece, the newcomer exuded an aura of menace. The bearded man felt a chill down his spine. Another master? A glance revealed the assailant to be level 15. TCH. Pathetic. Taste my axe. Wind fist. The newcomer was none other than Song Gua, who, upon seeing the flying axe, activated his skill. The wind fist increased his attack speed, making it the ideal initiation skill for a damage dealer relying on basic attacks. Clang. With astonishing swiftness, 2 punches sent the bearded man's axe flying, momentarily removing it from his inventory. The bearded man was taken aback. Such strength? Indeed. Song Gua had borrowed the power of 8 of the highest level clones, culminating in a staggering attribute total that propelled his strength beyond 500. No matter how impressive the bearded man's gear, he could not possibly match such attributes. At that moment, Song Gua's stats were crushing. Beams of enhancement skills converged upon Song Gua from all directions, seemingly embodying the essence of commander class. He dashed forward at remarkable speed, leaving trails of afterimages in his wake. Breaking limit fist. As he closed the distance, he unleashed his most potent skill. Physical attack increased by 50, attack speed by 100, and all incoming damage reduced by 30. However, it required a sacrifice of 1 health point per second. With the skill successfully activated, Song Gua was now within striking range. The bearded man hastily produced another axe weapon, swinging it down upon him. Level 15 trash. Seeking death. Song Gua effortlessly dodged, extending a claw like an eagle pouncing on a rabbit, seizing the bearded man's battle axe and yanking it away with tremendous force, disarming him once more. There were no intricate skills, no finesse. It was sheer strength and agility that overwhelmed him. The bearded man was astonished, unable to comprehend how this level 15 novice possessed such extraordinary attributes. Even having witnessed a multitude of enhancement skills enveloping him, it should not have been possible. Yet, the bearded man's reflexes remained sharp. Suddenly, he produced a black sphere from his backpack and hurled it toward the approaching Song Gua. Fire thunder. One of the clones recognized the item and cried out in alarm. Without hesitation, Song Gua grasped the fire thunder. With a hearty laugh, the bearded man suddenly propelled himself forward, his footgear releasing a powerful jet of water that distanced him from Song Gua. Fire and thunder. What a fool. Haha. A resounding boom echoed as an explosive flame instantly engulfed Song Gua. As the bearded man retreated rapidly, a thunderous shout erupted from within the inferno. Fire fist. The fiery shadow of a fist, trailing a long tail of flames, struck the bearded man. What? From the flames emerged a figure completely ablaze, soaring through the air with flames erupting from his hands. Song Gua had harnessed the power of Fire Brother, utilizing his innate abilities to transform his body into fire, rendering him impervious to such fiery harm. He closed the distance swiftly, unleashing a barrage of punches upon the bearded man, with damage numbers continually springing forth. By employing the effect of the bewildering treasure, he transformed these damage figures into crimson physical damage. Otherwise, if genuine white damage numbers appeared, it would reveal a slight vulnerability, as the basic attacks of the tether were indeed true damage. Meanwhile, the other clones were not idle, employing various skills to block the bearded man's escape routes or to incapacitate him directly. How can there be damage? With my defense, you shouldn't even be able to breach it. Do you possess legendary equipment? That's impossible. Equipment prior to the second turn lacks such a quality. The bearded man could not fathom this dilemma until his demise. Song Gua pummeled the bearded man like a punching bag, swiftly depleting his health. With a clattering sound, the bearded man's backpack burst open, and his equipment tumbled to the ground. The mage, witnessing the bearded man's demise, was struck with fear and soiled himself. Brother, this is a mistake. A grave mistake. Enveloped in flames, Song Gua's face was obscured, but he swiftly moved, trailing a long flame, to confront the mage. What mistake? We shouldn't have impersonated the Great Ones. We offended you. Speak louder. Huh. With a resounding slap, Song Gua's scorching palm struck the mage's face, causing him to scream in agony. I said, speak louder. All right. The mage, clutching his burned face, shouted, we shouldn't have impersonated the bandits. We were wrong. In the next instant, a blazing fist pierced through his chest. You and I followed the rules, so why? Is it permissible for you to kill and plunder, but not for me to retaliate? In his final moments, as his gaze pierced through the flames, the mage recognized the face before him. Song Gua. He is Song Gua. The leader of the bandits is Song Gua. Alas, he had no chance to relay this revelation to anyone. Chapter 40. The bandits strike back, a warning to the tiger. Is that the leader of the bandits? So powerful? Level 15 defeating level 30. How is that possible? Even if the few members of the Berserker Guild have not turned twice, the defensive power of level 30 gear should prevent any breach. True damage? No, just now. I enhanced my vision with a skill and saw that the damage numbers he dealt were all red, indicating physical damage. Does he possess a divine artifact? Indeed. It is highly plausible. The bandits are not to be underestimated. A bystander captured the recent events on their mobile device. The fierce clash between the bandits and the faux bandits quickly spread throughout the professional circles in Yinshan City. It is unprecedented for a group of low-level practitioners, barely in their teens, to vanquish 3 seasoned practitioners at level 30. Even if they were numerous, exceeding 100. The most optimistic scenario would only allow them to encircle and restrain the trio. The notion of a counterattack is indeed outrageous. Naturally, the most fervent discussions revolve around the individual who resorted to self-detonation to defeat the enemy. While self-detonation is a well-known skill among practitioners, few dare to employ it, as it results in certain death. Who is not fearful of death? Online discussions concerning the bandits have reached a fever pitch. Are the bandits truly so swift? Just as someone impersonates them, they arrive to confront the imposters? And in such numbers? Could it be that they utilized the teleportation array or scroll? Do you suppose this is mere theatrics? The Frenzied War Guild has indeed issued an obituary. Those 3 individuals are verifiably deceased. This can only be explained by the notion of teleporting hundreds, a feat typically reserved for top-tier guilds, a luxury many prominent guilds in Yinshan City cannot afford. The bandits, seemingly consisting of mere teens or even pre-teens, project an air of formidable enigma, always appearing with masks that obscure their identities. Who are they truly? On that day, the Public Security Bureau of Yinshan City convened a press conference. The portly and bald director sternly condemned the bandits' brazen act of murder. In broad daylight, amidst the clarity of the heavens, a group of bandits publicly slaughtered 3 innocent practitioners in the instant zone. Such actions are exceedingly brutal and have a profoundly detrimental impact. As a city on the verge of being recognized as a civilized and sanitary urban area within the Huaxia administrative region, Yinshan City will not tolerate such rare and heinous incidents. Consequently, the bounty for all bandits has been raised to a minimum of 100,000 yuan. If their identities are ultimately confirmed and they hold a higher rank within the bandit organization, the reward shall increase. However, chaos erupted once more at the press conference as attendees began hurling rotten eggs. Weren't he fresh once promised? The situation escalated as the public protested, asserting that the bandits were merely attempting to save lives. The 3 individuals from the Frenzied War Guild were not virtuous. They intended to annihilate Song Gua. Indeed, the bandits have always acted thus, relishing in punishing evil and promoting good, especially when others misuse their name for nefarious deeds. In this instance, the bandits are blameless. They are unequivocally in the right. The director should promptly resign. Are you not aware of the chaos within Yinshan City's public security? To claim this is a rare occurrence is absurd. When others assist in punishing criminals, you should be grateful. In a corner of the press conference, Wang Miao exuded an aura of coldness, warding off those around him. Song Gua? The angle of the footage was poor. This level 15 bandit did not reveal their face. Moreover, the clarity was insufficient. Even in high definition, their features remained obscured by flames. Yet, years of investigative intuition compelled Wang Miao to seek out Song Gua. He did not know Song Gua personally. However, he had long heard of this prodigy who had grown into a remarkable talent at the age of 20. Along with his recent achievements, after dispatching the bearded man and the sorcerer, he instructed his avatars to collect the items dropped by the 2, and then they dispersed in different directions. Song Gua urged them to continue leveling up, and once they reached level 15, capable of equipping level 15 gear, they would collectively attempt to break the record for the level 15 dungeon. If escape proved impossible, they would resort to self-detonation. In any case, their identities must remain concealed. The main body, an old rogue, had gained nothing from this encounter. Those 3 foolish individuals had not dropped anything of value, insufficient even to cover the losses incurred by their brother's damaged equipment. Reclining on the sofa, Song Gua watched television, one hand clutching a drink of joy while the other savored fried chicken. After such a grueling battle today, he felt he deserved a proper reward. His 16 borrowed avatars, overlapping with him, were silent at this moment. One should not always measure gains in monetary terms. Rather, it is prudent to adopt a broader perspective. What does that entail? Today, we strike fear into the hearts of others, making it known that anyone daring to impersonate the bandits shall face dire consequences, regardless of distance. Is it truly effective? Those 3 individuals have not yet undergone their second job transfer. They're not particularly formidable. Would truly powerful professionals be intimidated by someone merely in their teens? Do such capable individuals even need to engage in such antics? We have not encroached upon their interests, and for now, it suffices to deter the miscreants. There is some merit to that argument. Moreover, the Public Security Bureau is once again promoting us. I believe our commission will arrive shortly. While he lounged at home, many of his avatars were tirelessly leveling up outside. Occasionally, Song Gua's experience bar would leap forward a bit. However, after reaching level 15, the experience required for leveling up surged exponentially. Even with numerous avatars providing continuous feedback, Song Gua's rate of advancement had significantly slowed. Someone falsely claimed that an incident had occurred in the wild, which made the news. Coupled with the fact that Song Gua had encountered 3 imposters attempting to block him, who were indeed the first to report on the Wild Berserk Guild trio, astute netizens speculated that this was a deliberate act. Their intent was to divert attention from the dungeon area, allowing them to ambush Song Gua as he emerged from the dungeon, holding a job transfer medal. This indeed posed a dilemma. Upon seeing this news and the ensuing comments, Song Gua realized he needed to dispose of the job transfer medal. Presently, the public was aware that he had acquired 4 such medals. 2 of them had been utilized by him, backed by credible sources, so few doubted their authenticity. 1, related to the crafting profession, had been purchased by the gullible Zhao Can. The final one, still in Song Gua's possession, was perceived by others as unused. In reality, it had been consumed, specifically the one for the Netherfire Enhancer. However, Song Gua needed others to believe that he had either used or sold this 4th job transfer medal to prevent individuals like the bearded man from targeting him. Suddenly, an idea struck Song Gua. I have a brilliant plan. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Song Gua approached the peephole and, upon looking, recognized the visitor outside. He was familiar with him, though the visitor likely was not acquainted with Song Gua. It was Wang Miao. Chapter 41. Wang Miao arrives and sparks suspicion. Greetings, classmate Song. I am Wang Miao, the leader of the first action team from the anomalous division of Yinshan City. I have come to inquire about several matters concerning the bandits. May I enter? Wang Miao is quite familiar with Song. Primarily, it is during the activities of the clones in the city that, once discovered, they are invariably pursued. Over time, this pursuit breeds familiarity. However, Wang Miao has never seen the faces of those masked individuals. Thus, he is meeting Song for the first time, unfamiliar with him. Please, come in, Team Leader Wang. Song demonstrates great hospitality. Wang Miao continues to wear a monocle-like detection device. Upon noticing that the readings from Song's body register at 100, he feels somewhat reassured. Are you alone at home? Since Team Leader Wang is here to investigate, he must have done his homework and knows I am solitary, correct? The records indicate that your parents settled in Yinshan City 20 years ago and passed away 10 years ago. In terms of relatives in Yinshan City, you indeed stand alone. But surely you have some friends? For instance, the bandits? Wang Miao is quite direct, swiftly getting to the point. Song had just conceived a clever idea for disposing of stolen goods and is now preparing to use this encounter as a precautionary measure. The occupational regulations state that one is not permitted to befriend bandits, correct? Therefore, your encounter with danger today, with the appearance of the bandits, is not mere coincidence. It was a plea for their assistance. Song deftly sidesteps the trap. Should he affirm this, it would imply he possesses their contact information. If Wang Miao were to inquire about how he made contact, he would find himself at a loss for words. Not at all. It was merely a coincidence. Their members happened to be engaging in dungeon runs at the time. You know how bandits are. They cannot abide the strong oppressing the weak, and they respond to injustice with a shout. Wang Miao adjusts his monocle. A band of over 100 bandits responding to injustice? Are you implying they had all just completed their dungeon run, resting there, or did they take a bus together, arriving simultaneously? Given that Team Leader Wang does not trust me, perhaps this home visit can conclude here. You are young, and there are certain matters you have yet to encounter. Do not genuinely believe that bandits are a benevolent group. From my observations, they indeed punish evil and promote good, but only as a pretext to seize others' levels, likely profiting from it. Truly, they are a unique profession. Because they are so rare, even Wang Miao is unaware of the abilities of the Vampire Duke. One can only observe that the Vampire Duke can deduct levels, yet the benefits of such deductions remain a mystery. Indeed, I may be young, yet I grasp the principle of judging actions rather than intentions. To use your official terminology, bandits do employ extrajudicial measures, yet they have undeniably provided protection to certain individuals. Have they not? However, they may not be human. They are anomalies. Do you still consider them Knights of the Night? Song raises an eyebrow. Are his clones not human? Who is he insulting? At times, Song feels that his clones exhibit more humanity than he does. What prompts Wang Miao to make such a statement? Before Song, can inquire. Wang Miao removes his detection device. This apparatus is called a life wave detector, a technology exclusive to our anomalous division, rarely seen elsewhere. It can detect the fluctuations of living beings. On our blue star, the life fluctuation is standardized at 100, whether it pertains to humans, dogs, or other flora and fauna, even microorganisms. However, if it is a creature not from blue star, its life fluctuation will deviate from 100. For instance, the monsters you typically encounter may have life fluctuations in the thousands or even negative thousands, owing to the vast differences between them and the life forms of our blue star. As for the Ma Fei, their fluctuations range from 101 to 105. Not a significant deviation, one might think, within a normal range? No, within 10. Although they would not be classified as extraterrestrial beings, it is evident that they have recently interacted with foreign entities. The organization behind Ma Fei likely operates under the influence of extraterrestrial intelligence. Song Gua furrowed her brow, puzzled by how suddenly things had turned science fiction. Are there aliens on our blue star? I must caution you, if you have any connections with Ma Fei, it would be wise to sever ties promptly to avoid becoming embroiled in matters beyond your capacity to handle. Thank you for the reminder. I am an adult and will take responsibility for my actions. That is reassuring. Wang Miao donned the detection device and turned to leave. Not seeing you off. Team leader Wang? Wang Miao remained silent. Shuizi Gu, it's time to back off. Wang Miao is everywhere outside. Shuizi Ji's voice echoed in his mind. Ha ha ha. Old thief, are you afraid? He is at level 16, equipped with flawless quality level 15 gear, more than capable of handling average level 20 professionals. It would be prudent to keep a low profile for now, since Wang Miao has come to investigate me. He will not conclude with just a few questions. He must have sent someone to monitor me. Equipment, skill books, materials. These are items you should procure independently, as my transactions are likely under scrutiny. If Song Gua, on her own, purchases an exaggerated amount of equipment or skill books, she will certainly attract suspicion. Understood. Rest assured. Old thief, we are not that foolish. Our intelligence is inherited. We will ensure your anonymity. No worries. Time to level up. At this point, Song Gua flashed a cunning smile. However, they won't be able to keep watch for long. Brothers, we must stage a performance. Before enacting this charade, Song Gua arranged for a clone to anonymously call the Yunshan City television station. As night fell, crimson bats soared through the sky. Shuizigo hovered over the level 5 grinding area, searching for tonight as target. The experience gained from defeating wild monsters is meager. Utilizing talents to gain experience is far quicker. Who among the charming individuals tonight will be the fortunate spectator? After circling a few times, he finally found a suitable target. 2 level 10 professionals were assaulting an 8-level character dressed as a student. They shouted loudly, "Your level is low, yet you have the audacity to steal our monsters. You must be tired of living. Compensate us each with 100,000, or we will ensure you do not survive today. Shout all you like. In this desolate wilderness, your cries will be in vain." As per the usual protocol, Shuizigu initiated with a red moon dart to signal his presence. Who goes there? Standing atop a tree, Shuizigu wrapped himself in his cloak, lowering his voice to mimic a bass speaker. In order to prevent the degradation of morals and to safeguard the tranquility of the city, he resolved to embody love and justice alone this night. However, he soon dismissed the pretense. You two do not attempt to flee. Stay put. The 2 bullies cast down their gazes. I can't run either. Chapter 42. The Blue Star Avengers? Rewards of Artifacts. 2 level 10 characters seemed somewhat beneath Shuizi Ji's current capabilities. Nevertheless, as the night progressed without any action, he decided to forego his standards. Just as he prepared to wield his whip, a chilling female voice echoed through the air. Shuizi Gu, it is an honor to finally meet you. Emerging from the misty darkness was a woman adorned with a butterfly mask, gracefully approaching. Behind her trailed 2 towering men, one presumably a warrior and the other a guardian. Based on their equipment, Shuizi employed his information probe and discovered the woman was level 10, while the 2 men bore no visible levels. Had they not undergone a class change? They did not appear to be of an age suggesting such. Perhaps they had utilized a treasure akin to bewilderment to conceal their levels? Shuizi leaned towards the latter supposition. As the woman drew near, the 3 individuals respectfully greeted her. How could Shuizi not perceive the trap that had been laid? You orchestrated this elaborate charade to lure me in, did you not? The woman offered a faint smile and replied, Indeed, we sought to contact you, but were unaware of your liaison, thus resorting to this approach. I apologize for the intrusion. Quite polite, he noted. Remaining perched in the tree, Shuizi maintained a vigilant distance. What is it you desire from us, bandits? Regardless of motivation, we hold great admiration for your endeavors in punishing the wicked and uplifting the good. Indeed, we are engaged in similar pursuits, and thus, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us as our branch in Yinshan City. Who exactly are you? He inquired. We are the Avengers. Xu Ezige fell silent for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. I thought it was the Justice League. The woman appeared perplexed, glancing around before chuckling in resignation. Indeed, Yinshan City lies in the southwestern corner of the Huaxia administrative region, a remote locale shrouded in dense fog, with minimal communication to first- and second-tier cities, rendering their unfamiliarity understandable. Meanwhile, back at Song Gua's residence, when this group materialized, he had already sharpened his focus. He consciously muted the voices of his other avatars, concentrating on the memories relayed from Xu Ezige's perspective. The mention of the Avengers momentarily caught him off guard. How juvenile! A quick online search confirmed that such an organization did indeed exist on Blue Star. It was quite extensive, with a global presence, and was classified as an underground organization most wanted by the Blue Star Federation. True to their name, the Avengers were solely dedicated to one mission: vengeance. More precisely, they offered their services to assist others in exacting revenge. Regardless of the nature of the grievance, as long as one sought them out, they would provide assistance in retribution. However, their notion of revenge extended far beyond the simplistic "you kill my father, I will slay your entire family." The tumultuous emotions between lovers can be resolved by the Avengers, who possess the ability to entrap deceitful partners. They are adept in hacking techniques, capable of waging information warfare to assist in one's quest for vengeance. This organization exudes an aura of omnipotence, as though their skill sets are fully developed. Remarkably, their services in avenging wrongs come without a fee. However, should one insist on offering compensation, they would not decline. It is important to note that their assistance is extended solely to the victims, not the perpetrators. On the digital realm, the Avengers are met with polarized opinions. Some label them as a group of antisocial deviants, asserting that their so-called acts of retribution merely serve as a facade for their sadistic tendencies. Conversely, others regard them as the last bastion of conscience in the Blue Star world. Such a peculiar organization, as remarked by Song Gua. Having recounted the fundamental details of the Avengers, the information reached Xu Ezi, who promptly altered his tone. The Avengers. I am aware of your purpose. You specialize in avenging others. Indeed, quite similar to our own methods. The woman inquired once more, are you willing to join us? Not at all, he replied, mirroring Song Gua's sentiments. There is no possibility of being subservient. Partnership is out of the question. It is imperative to assume the role of leader. The woman, unfazed, responded, it is acceptable if you choose not to join us. Perhaps we could collaborate this once? Very well. How shall we proceed with this collaboration? We seek to rescue an individual who has been unjustly labeled as a psychiatric patient, currently confined in the psychiatric institution of Yinshan City. We require your assistance in facilitating his escape. Your organization, with its vast influence, should find it an effortless task to extract a single person from a mental facility. Is assistance truly necessary? The woman elaborated. Indeed, the Avengers are extensive in reach, yet they cannot infiltrate every city. In a remote and third-tier city like Yinshan, our influence is non-existent. The woman and her companions had recently arrived from other cities. They initially had sufficient manpower, but traversing directly from the Forbidden Zone posed considerable risks. Thus, they opted to seek local assistance in Yinshan. The individual they aim to rescue is no ordinary person. He is Yu Sheng, the captain of the law enforcement division of the Professional Association, who had previously apprehended a thief just outside Yinshan City. Regrettably, he has been deemed insane, rendering communication impossible. He is currently held in a mental institution for treatment, awaiting the time when he regains lucidity for interrogation. With law enforcement officers vigilant, extraction will not be easily accomplished. I recently viewed your videos online, showcasing your efforts against fraud. Your numbers are substantial, and among you are formidable individuals capable of defeating opponents of level 15 and above. The woman produced her phone, displaying footage of Song Gua and his avatars battling 3 bearded men, including a scene of one avatar self-destructing. Your levels may not be notably high, yet your fervor is commendable. If you maintain this intensity, our collaboration shall surely succeed. At Song Gua's residence, it became evident that she required someone willing to self-destruct. Thus, she sought my assistance. Allowing Blood Sun to operate under the radar for so long was, in fact, a strategy to maintain the allure of the bandits, casting blood into the sea to attract sharks. Now, the sharks have finally arrived. Even if this task requires sacrificing 1 or 2 avatars, Song Gua finds it acceptable. There are plenty of expendable avatars at the elite level that are not intended for cultivation, so utilizing their residual energy is quite beneficial. When asked about the compensation, Blood Sun, perched on a tree, inquired, shall we collaborate? What will be the remuneration upon success? We have no money, no funds for collaboration. We cannot toil for you without compensation, can we? We can offer an artifact as payment. Upon hearing this, Song Gua sprang up from the sofa. An artifact? While the quality is indeed legendary, it constitutes a distinct category, enhancing the effects of legendary equipment. Wait, let me first ask which part pertains to. It better not be a weapon, for I cannot wield it. Chapter 43. The Dragon Ring. Wang Miao has been ensnared. The woman, quite candid, promptly presented the artifact intended as payment for Blood Sun to inspect. Equipment information, part, ring quality, legendary golden, level, 30, durability, indestructible, effects, strength 5, agility 5. Artifact characteristics, easily enhanced, easily socketed, easily embedded, easily enchanted, i.e., the success rate for equipment improvement operations is 100. Dragon speed, reduces all cooldown times by 30. Revolution, after each action, there's a 20 chance to immediately end the cooldown time required for that action. Constant temperature, buff type status, lasts for 100. Dragon shield, when damage received in a single instance exceeds 10 of health, or when about to suffer lethal damage, nullifies that damage, cooldown time 1 minute. The Dragon Ring is a category of artifact rings that can only be found in the wilderness inhabited by dragons. Most artifacts have crafting blueprints and can be forged by high-level blacksmiths using various rare materials. However, the Dragon Ring cannot be forged. It can only be obtained through drops. As an accessory, the ring enhances base attributes, though its true strength lies in the correlation of the attributes it provides with level, ensuring growth potential for continuous use. His own class, the Bondmaster, requires buff states to unleash explosive damage. Attack speed and power yield greater benefits for Bondmasters than for other classes. With this ring, even the cooldown of the unification power will be reduced, and after using the unification power, there's a 20 chance to immediately end the cooldown. And that Dragon Shield is a life-saving technique. How delightful! As the avatars synchronized with Blood Sun's memories, they eagerly shared their thoughts. Given the extraordinary effects of this artifact, placing in the auction house would be sufficient to incite fierce competition among the wealthiest in every city. She is willing to offer it as remuneration? Blood Sun. Act now. Seize it. Truly, she does not treat Blood Sun as a mere outsider. What if, after the task is accomplished, she reneges on her promise? I have always felt that the carrot dangled before the donkey stirs our appetite. Blood Brother expressed the concerns of his avatars to the woman. She smiled faintly and tucked away the dragon ring. Collaborate with me, and you shall have the chance to obtain it. Refuse my partnership, and you shall have no opportunity whatsoever. Make your choice. Blood Brother feigned, covering his ears, as if using a communicator. Boss, what's the plan? Let's proceed. There is no need for hesitation. In the coming days, we shall have our avatars grind monsters, tackle dungeons, and level up to 15. Once their experience fatigue sets in, it will be better for them to engage in some worthwhile activities. Neither party is a legitimate organization. One is wanted in Yinshan City, and the other is wanted globally. Trust? What trust is there? It all depends on how we maneuver when the time comes. Very well, we agree to collaborate with you. The woman smiled with satisfaction. Under the cloak of night, the initial partnership between the Blue Star Alliance and the Yinshan bandits commenced. The following night, the nightlife of Yinshan City was just beginning. On the vibrant streets illuminated by neon lights, intoxicated youths strolled in pairs. Team leader, the target has just arrived at the intersection of Baixing Road and Lingquan Road. And he is alone. Xiao Ling, one of Wang Miao's team members, clad in casual attire and carrying several shopping bags, feign a shopping spree while actually tailing Song Gua. Wang Miao's voice crackled through her earpiece. I'm in the shadows, maintaining my distance. You continue to follow. Understood. Song Gua, with his hands in his pockets, ambled leisurely. After meandering through a few streets, he suddenly quickened his pace, darting into a dimly lit alley. The target is on the move. Stay close. Xiao Ling discarded all her burdens into a nearby trash bin, activating her skills to pursue relentlessly. However, as a tracker hunter, she possessed a skill known as hound scent, allowing her to summon a hound to track her target's scent. Thus, she was able to keep pace with Song Gua. He is too cunning. Attempting to exploit the terrain to elude me, he must have scouted this area in advance, or he wouldn't be so familiar with it. Just stay close. I can track your location via the positioning system. He has stopped. Do not expose yourself. We are likely at a rendezvous point. Activate the case recorder to preserve evidence. Yes. Song Gua halted at the intersection of two narrow alleys, surrounded by darkness. Leaning against the wall, he stared down at his phone, exuding an air of boredom. Before long, 4 figures emerged from the 2 alleys, clad in robes of various colors and wearing hoods adorned with mahjong patterns. Bandits. Xiao Ling felt a surge of excitement, her expression reflecting the thrill of finally catching a glimpse of the elusive tale. Team leader, they have appeared. The bandits. This Song Gua is indeed connected to the bandits. On the other end of the communicator, Wang Miao's voice carried a hint of disappointment. You should have listened and refrained from acting first. Wait for me to arrive. In the distance, Wang Miao no longer concealed his presence. With a grand gesture, an ice bridge spread across the sky, traversing the towering skyscrapers. As he glided towards Song Gua's location, what was he doing? Hidden at the mouth of another alley. Xiaoling could not hear what Song Gua and the bandits were discussing. As Song Gua turned her back to her, she could not discern what he was doing. Just as Xiaoling attempted to approach, Wang Miao arrived. Ice wall. Wang Miao bellowed, erecting solid ice barriers that sealed off all the alleys. Song Gua and the gang member with whom he was meeting found themselves ensnared within an icy prison. What is happening? Song Gua appeared bewildered. Wang Miao stood atop the ice wall, arms crossed over his chest. Song Gua, I now suspect you have connections to the bandits we are pursuing and have officially classified you as a suspect. Come with me. Wang Miao retrieved the abyssal rock handcuffs from his backpack. Song Gua looked aggrieved. Team leader Wang, I am not a bandit. I merely came to do not quibble. Even if you are not a bandit, you cannot deny your association with them. Moreover, you are at level 15, comparable to the bandits' ranks. I am increasingly convinced you are one of them. Do not attempt to flee. Before Wang Miao could finish his sentence, a bright light flared on his right cheek. Crack! Wang Miao was furious. What is that? Turning around, he beheld a female reporter clad in a denim jacket, microphone in hand, accompanied by a camera operator and a lighting technician adjusting the exposure. A reporter? The journalist immediately shifted into work mode. May I ask, Team Leader Wang, why you are here? Wang Miao was taken aback. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Chapter 44. Wang Miao falls into a trap. Frustration on the brink of explosion. The sudden appearance of the camera and reporter left Wang Miao at a loss. During his moment of distraction, Song Gua, with a pitiful expression and a hint of a sob in his voice, began addressing the reporter. So may I ask, Song Gua, why are you here at such a late hour? I came to express my gratitude. Express gratitude? Indeed, this matter is still quite topical. I believe that the most important aspect of being human is to be grateful and to repay kindness, as our teacher taught us. This class change metal I possess serves no purpose other than to be sold, so I thought to give it to my benefactors. Is that not permissible? Can one not repay kindness? Song Gua feigned the innocence of a high school student. This tactic was rather sympathetic, as he truly was a high school student. The reporter, with a motherly expression, remarked, "What a good child." Wang Miao suddenly interjected, "Where are the bandits?" He had been too engrossed in Song Gua's performance. And in the shadows, the bandits had vanished without a trace. Team leader, they have escaped. Should we pursue? Pursue. Just as Wang Miao was about to take action, the reporter's microphone obstructed his path. Excuse me, Team leader Wang, does Song Gua's behavior violate any regulations? I do not have time to explain. Step aside. Breaking news. The leader of the Special Anomaly Bureau's action team refuses to comment to the media, suggesting there may be undisclosed matters. Could it be that the Bureau covets Song Gua's class change medal? Hey, don't write that. Breaking news. The Special Anomaly Bureau intimidates journalists. Our reporter Yu is currently receiving psychological counseling. Wang Miao, I'm out of options. Wang Miao could only strive to maintain his emotional composure, allowing the matter of the bandits to unfold as it may. After all, they had not been apprehended for such a long time. What difference would a single day make? Miss Reporter, please allow me to explain. This evening, I received intelligence indicating that Song Gua plans to rendezvous with the bandits. I suspect that Song Gua is a source? Are you tracking high school students? No, it was in the past. This Song Gua, a few years ago, the Special Bureau conducted an undercover operation that has been condemned worldwide. Team leader Wang, how could you dare to pursue surveillance? Breaking news. Wang Miao realized the extent of his colleague's exasperation in the news department. Standing nearby, Song Gua bore a subtle smile, observing Wang Miao's predicament. Why did the television reporters appear just at that moment? This was precisely the anonymous call Song Gua had arranged earlier. Any news related to the bandits was bound to be sensational, and the Yunshan City television station was eager to cover it, even at the risk of an empty chase. The anonymous call had clearly outlined the time and place of Song Gua's meeting with the bandits, prompting the television crew to arrive in the afternoon to set up. At that moment, 3 cameras captured the scene, showcasing a level of professionalism that was commendable. The female reporter pressed on. Are you intending to arrest Song Gua? Is this not an arrest? Do you have a warrant or evidence? No, but I. Breaking news. The Special Bureau is abusing its power to suppress the burgeoning talent of Song Gua. Wang Miao's mouth fell agape, utterly overwhelmed by the reporter's reckless words. Song Gua then inquired, "Am I free to leave?" With a bittersweet smile, Wang Miao seemed to grasp the situation, gesturing toward Song Gua. "You are impressive. Until we meet again," the female reporter exclaimed. Breaking news. The Special Bureau is intimidating high school students, a manifestation of systemic oppression against the populace. When will it end? Wang Miao longed to erupt in anger, yet he restrained himself, aware of the 3 cameras nearby. Song was strode away with an air of confidence. That night, he had resolved 2 pressing dilemmas. Firstly, before Wang Miao could act, he had already completed the FAAD of handing over a counterfeit promotion medal to the bandits before the television cameras. After all, in the dim light, the authenticity was indistinguishable. No one could discern the truth. Thus, until he received a legitimate promotion medal, no one would dare to target him again. Secondly, Wang Miao would no longer pursue him. By the time the news aired the following day, Wang Miao would find himself in dire straits, preoccupied with his own predicament and devoid of any energy to confront Song Gua. Song Gua's conjecture proved accurate. The next day, at the Yunshan City Special Bureau, a crash resounded as the bureau chief shattered the remote control before Wang Miao, pointing at the news on the television and bellowing, "What are you doing?" The repercussions of the undercover operation from 5 years ago continue to haunt the Special Bureau. The public still perceives us as spies, perpetually surveilling their privacy. Yet here you are, arranging for surveillance, tracking high school students no less. And to add insult to injury, you were caught on camera, so clearly captured in close-up, medium, and distant shots. How could you be so audacious? The wrath of the division chief burned with such intensity that it left Wang Miao utterly dejected. I genuinely had no inkling that Song Gua could be so cunning, and I fell into his trap. Are you implying that you, an experienced veteran, were outwitted by a high school student? What justification do you have to continue in this position? Panic washed over Wang Miao. Could dismissal be imminent? Surely not. Chief, the journalist has written sensationally. The reality is not as exaggerated as she claims. I have never interfered with Song Gua's normal life. I have long since informed you that those ruffians have only a slight deviation in their life fluctuation data. They're merely a group of delusional youths, playing a game of punishing evil in the guise of superheroes. If we were to apprehend them, it would fall under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau and the Law Enforcement Department, not ours, and there is no reason to cling to this matter. Your obstinacy has led us to this predicament. Yes, I acknowledge my error, Chief. Please grant me another chance, considering the contributions I have made in the past. Chief, we cannot let our guard down regarding Song Gua. He is undoubtedly linked to those ruffians, and it would be prudent to deploy personnel. The chief shot him a stern glance, silencing Wang Miao. I have told you many times, in public service, one must not be overly concerned with personal matters. One must understand the intricacies of human relationships. Do you think I dine with Captain Yu daily merely for the sake of indulging in public funds? Wang Miao thought to himself, what other reason could there be? At the dining table, Captain Yu frequently extolled Song Gua, praising him profusely. Were it not for the fact that he is still in high school, Captain Yu would likely have made an exception to recruit him into the law enforcement department. Do you comprehend what this signifies? A person as esteemed as Yusheng admires him, without solid evidence, relying solely on your conjectures and speculations would be recklessly imprudent, bearing too great a risk. I concede that Song Gua possesses potential, talent, and intellect. Precisely for this reason, he must not stray down a misguided path. Leave? There is no hope for such a child. Chapter 45, Rest Assured, is a trifling matter. Have we confirmed that there are no tailors? 2 days later, Song Gua remained at home, peering out the window. In his mind, the voices of his clones echoed. None at all. I am clad in the distinctive attire of our ruffians, moving in and out of our community as if it were a deserted realm. Likewise here, a queue of elementary students is clamoring for my autograph. Yet I have not seen that little rascal Wang Miao. It seems the news was accurate. He has been suspended for misconduct. Ha ha ha. There is no need for us to hide any longer, decked in mahjong pattern headgear and various robes. Song Gua instructed his clones to don such garments, not to stand out or flaunt individuality, but to forcibly affix a label upon them. Dressed like this, they are unmistakably ruffians. What if we changed outfits? Perhaps don sunglasses or masks. Individuals like Wang Miao, who pursue ruffians, cannot discern what lies beneath the masks. Their attention will solely be drawn to the attire. With a little disguise, the clones can traverse the city freely. Of course, it is best not to fully reveal their faces. Large sunglasses and masks are essential. At least one of them must be worn. For now, that concern has dissipated. The current situation is as follows. There are 10 days remaining until the first mock examination for the martial arts test. The timeline for the operation, as determined by the Avengers, is to strike on the very day of the mock martial arts examination. On this day, the city's law enforcement, public security bureau, and special operations department will be summoned to maintain order in the examination halls, rendering the official forces within the city at their weakest. During these 10 days, we must accomplish 2 tasks. The first task is to break the record for level 15 dungeons and acquire 2 more job transition medals, thereby potentially expanding our ranks. This endeavor hinges solely on the principal members reaching level 15. As for equipment, consumables, and materials, you have all made the necessary purchases. It's infuriating to have spent over 2 million. If these medals prove futile, it would be a significant loss. The second task involves infiltrating the Yunqing Mental Health Institute. Let us brainstorm on how to gain entry without detection, ensuring that before the operation commences, we locate the member of the Night Owl Thieves Guild known as Bingshan. Song Gua possesses a photograph given to Brother Shuizi by a member of the Avengers, depicting an individual adorned with a butterfly mask. This individual is the one we intend to rescue. His name is Bingshan, hailing from the infamous Night Owl Thieves Guild. His appearance is rather unflattering, with a sharp chin and beady eyes, making it hard to believe he could be anything but a rogue. Brother Shuizi, savoring fine wine, raised his hand and inquired, "Where did you procure this red wine? Have you misappropriated funds again?" Song Gua quickly rummaged through his memories. Ahem, that's a minor issue. I shall address it later. What I meant to say is, weren't we previously discussing engaging in legitimate business? Is it appropriate to associate ourselves with the Avengers now? Is saving a life not a legitimate pursuit? This is a member of the Night Owl Thieves Guild, the 3rd organization on the global wanted list, and by the way, the Avengers rank 2nd. So, are we saving him or not? He is not insane, yet he has been unjustly confined. How lamentable. Our mission to rescue him is anything but illegitimate. Very well, your word is final. With a brief exchange concluded, the group began to pool their ideas. After much animated discussion, the Shadow Assassin avatar stepped forward. This is hardly a challenge. I can simply go. You? Have you forgotten my talent? When night falls, I can utilize stealth skills that allow me to remain invisible without interruption. Even until dawn? Why would I fear the sun? I'm not a ghost. You should have mentioned that sooner. The dilemma was swiftly resolved. Song Gua assigned the Shadow Assassin to approach the Yunqing Mental Health Institute under the cover of night, and upon the hospital's opening, he could confidently stride in. The following day marked Yu Wenhao's birthday. He rallied his classmates in their group chat during the day and reserved a venue for the evening, inviting everyone to join him for a night of singing. With the mock exams approaching, many declined under the pretext of needing to study and level up. However, when Yu Wenhao announced that there would be meat dishes, half the class immediately expressed their newfound availability, while the other half remained puzzled. Upholding the noble virtue of critiquing poor academic conduct, Song Gua decided to attend. Nevertheless, his home was not devoid of company. Monkey Brother was present. Today he had reached level 15, but was experiencing fatigue from the experience grind. Monkey Brother's talent was formidable. When summoning his monkey kin, the damage reduction was exceptionally high. Wielding a weapon of rare quality, he is not lacking in damage. He can effortlessly slay level 20 monsters and even solo dungeons, resulting in a remarkably efficient experience gain for the Monkey King. The leveling speed of his other primary avatar surpasses that of most of Song Gua's peers. Aside from dungeon runs, while training in the wild, the avatars engage in group battles against monsters, subsequently contributing their experience to the main body. Tonight, Blood Brother remains outside, acting as a Knight of the Night. Having honed his skills, he no longer requires assistance and can operate independently. The Monkey King has granted himself a respite, resting at home while also keeping watch. This residence of Song Gua is, strictly speaking, the stronghold of the mob bandits, and it is prudent to have someone keeping an eye on it. The Monkey King finds himself rather bored at home. Meanwhile, outside the Wenjing community, Zhao Can's sports car is parked by the roadside. Zhao descends from a vehicle, accompanied by a young man who bears a striking resemblance to him. "Brother, this is the community, Building 9, Apartment 701. In such an old and dilapidated complex, there's likely no surveillance. If you simply find someone who can become invisible, they can easily assist you in accomplishing your task." Zhao chuckles. "If we can obtain the record-breaking strategy from Song Gua, the credit will be shared equally between us. If I enlist someone else, you won't receive any of the accolades. You little rascal, if you don't want to expose your intentions, just say it plainly. There is no need for all this roundabout talk with me." In front of Zhao Xin, Zhao Can's usual demeanor of coldness and arrogance diminishes, resembling a dutiful younger brother. Song Gua is not home today. Hua Xiangrong mentioned he went to a classmate's birthday party. "Brother, you can become invisible and walk through walls. Climbing up through the water pipes should pose no issue. Once inside, simply install the pinhole cameras and listening devices, then withdraw swiftly. Rest assured, it's but a trivial task." On the other side, at the entrance of the Yunxing Psychiatric Hospital, the Night Shadow assassin avatar has already entered an invisible state. Under the influence of his innate ability, this invisibility persists unless disrupted by counter-invisibility effects. The door is opening. It's the garbage collector. While reveling inside, Song Gua whispers, "Go in, be cautious." The Night Shadow assassin chuckles. Rest assured, it's merely a trifling matter. Chapter 46, Self-Detonation, Unleashing the Path to Survival. On the exterior wall of Building 9, Zhao Xian is laboriously climbing up the water pipes. Upon reaching the 7th floor and pinpointing the location of apartment 701, he activates a wall-passing skill and enters Song Gua's home. Upon entry, Zhao Xian realizes he is likely in the bedroom. The living room is illuminated, accompanied by the sound of the television. It seems someone is present. He hastily employs his invisibility skill. In the living room, the Monkey King cautiously peers towards the bedroom. He might distinctly heard some noise from the bedroom, yet upon glancing over, there is nothing to be seen. Still feeling uneasy, the Monkey King decides to investigate the bedroom, turning on the light. Damn it, how I become so bored that I'm hearing things? In the corner of the bedroom, a cold sweat trickles down Zhao Xian's forehead. Cursed. The intel from my brother is erroneous. Song Gua is clearly at home. One cannot trust women after all. Realizing that Song Gua is indeed present, Zhao Xian concludes that installing the listening and surveillance equipment is no longer feasible. He decides to retreat. As he took his first step, a golden staff came crashing down upon him. "You little rodent, take this." The agile warrior, endowed with the innate skill of piercing sight, activated his ability. For 3 minutes, he could perceive invisible entities. When attacking these hidden foes, he inflicted 200 damage and nullified their stealth. The warrior had just unleashed 2 skills, one being the piercing sight, which allowed him to spot Zhao Xian as he entered the room, and the other, the divine staff of stability, which was a single target skill with an effect of dealing 150 damage and a 50 chance to stun the opponent for 3 seconds. With the enhancement of the piercing sight, the damage of his strike escalated to 300. Zhao Xian, believing himself undetected, was caught off guard and struck on the head. The stun succeeded, revealing him from invisibility. "What? You actually saw me?" Zhao Xian was only stunned for a second, as his resistance to sealing was significantly stronger than the warrior's sealing strength. With a sly grin, the warrior raised his staff, activating its weapon effect, causing the Rui Jingu Bang to elongate and thicken as it advanced towards Zhao Xian. However, Zhao Xian was no pushover. He activated his skill to dispel all negative status effects while doubling his movement speed. His steps flowed gracefully, shadows trailing behind him, and a glimmering dagger appeared in his hand, aimed at the warrior's neck. It was the signature skill of the assassin class, throat cutting. The warrior reacted swiftly, grasping a handful of hair, retreating quickly while shedding his monkey minions. The swarm of monkeys filled Song Gua's home. With a swift motion, Zhao Xian's throat-cutting strike landed, but it only struck the monkey minions. One blow, and they were dispatched. It is worth noting that if the warrior had been hit directly, even if the damage did not exceed his health limit, he would still succumb, for the dagger would slice through his unprotected neck, leading to his demise. This exemplifies the coexistence of numerical data and the essence of life among professionals. Chirping sounds echoed as the monkeys surged forward, using their bodies to shield the warrior as he donned his equipment, fleeing towards the spacious living room. Damn, I underestimated the significance of level 29. This guy has excellent gear and cunningly concealed it beneath his clothing. I thought he was unarmed. The warrior was reporting the situation at home. The armor specialized for the assassin class was made of leather, unlike heavy armor, which was cumbersome. Leather armor could be worn underneath regular clothing, allowing for stealth. In the meantime, Song Gua sought an excuse to intervene, urging the warrior, "Run. You cannot defeat him in a one-on-one. Run? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. I shall confront him." Moments before, within Song Gua's abode, there had been 50 monkeys. Now, only one remained, held aloft by Zhao Xian like a tiny chick. With a swift thrust of his dagger, Zhao Xian pierced the little monkey, pulling the blade downward like a zipper, cleaving the creature in two. Zhao Xian, at level 29, adorned in top-tier level 25 equipment, often indulged in ample spiritual elixirs, his attributes overshadowing even the formidable monkey brother and his ilk. With swift precision, Zhao Xian dispatched the monkeys and their progeny. His younger brother, still too merciful, pondered over surveillance. He ought to have seized them directly and brought them to the Zhao family laboratory, where I would extract whatever confessions I desired. Zhao Xian revised his strategy, fueled by indignation from the recent blow he had endured. The swelling atop his head filled him with humiliation and fury, compelling him to unleash his wrath. In doing so, He could also acquire Song Gua's strategy. What could be more advantageous? Monkey Brother stood by a storage cabinet near the window, a sardonic expression gracing his face. You seem utterly unafraid? Zhao Xian licked his dagger, feigning a menacing demeanor. Monkey Brother scoffed. Fear is a word absent from my lexicon. Meanwhile, at the Yunqing City Mental Hospital, the Night Shadow Assassin's avatar had successfully infiltrated. This is going smoothly. Now I shall search each room until I locate that Bingshin. TSK, what a wretched name. Yet, before the Night Shadow Assassin could finish his thought, a deafening alarm blared. What is happening? Is it a blackout signal? He glanced around, only to find powerful searchlights illuminating his position. Observing his elongated shadow on the ground, he realized, I seem to have been compromised. Back at home, a distressed Song Gua, having overheard the Night Shadow Assassin's words, felt a surge of frustration. Let us retreat. We must deliberate further. Suddenly, gunfire erupted within the mental hospital. The Night Shadow Assassin's chest was pierced, crimson blood outlining his figure. Damn it, I nearly forgot this world possesses firearms. He witnessed numerous individuals in white coats advancing, accompanied by armed security. You shall not capture me. At Song Gua's residence, Monkey Brother abruptly flung open the storage cabinet and pulled out an avatar. You shall not capture me. This avatar, remarkably composed, emerged and promptly clung to Zhao Xian's leg. Huh, boss, if you must capture someone, let be me. Zhao Xian was taken aback. How is there another Song Gua? Monkey Brother leaped through the window, and a cloud of nimbus swooped in from the horizon to catch him. Brother, we shall miss you. The avatar clinging to Zhao Xian waved goodbye to Monkey Brother. Farewell, you ungrateful wretch. Soon after, his body began to emanate steam. You intend to self-destruct. Have you lost your mind? This cannot be. Two resounding explosions erupted almost simultaneously in Yunqing City, one at the mental hospital and the other at Building 9 of Wenjing Community. Chapter 47. Song Gua captured. Seeking help from Yusheng. What about my home? Morning arrived, and a perimeter had been established, with firefighters and law enforcement bustling about. The self-destructing avatar, being merely level 2, possessed limited explosive power, resulting in the collapse of the floors above and below Song Gua's residence, igniting a small fire. Yet, the situation was not dire. Certainly, the proximity of Zhao Xian has nearly vaporized. Brother Monkey, adorned with a mask and a duckbill hat, stands beside Song Gua. Rest assured, after the explosion, I immediately entered and shut off the gas pipes in the kitchen. The firefighter's final inspection will only reveal that the explosion was caused by a gas leak. I appreciate your help. No need for thanks. Song Gua rubbed his forehead. Keeping a decoy at home was indeed a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. However, he had instructed the decoys not to engage unless absolutely necessary. Brother Monkey's explosive temper not only obliterated the house, but also claimed the life of the intruder from last night. Who was that individual? Song Gua, return my brother's life. On the roadside, a long sword lunged forward, but Song Gua deftly evaded. Zhao Kai, have you lost your mind? Upon recognizing the assailant, Song Gua shouted in anger. Brother Monkey lowered the brim of his hat and discreetly withdrew to avoid exposure. Zhao Kan paid no mind to the true murderer slipping away, but focused his fiery gaze on Song Gua. You killed my brother. I demand retribution. The redness in Zhao Kan's eyes seemed genuine. It appeared that the level 29 practitioner who had invaded his home last night was none other than Zhao Kan's brother. Connecting the dots from the words spoken, Song Gua comprehended the situation's intricacies. Zhao Kai, stop spouting nonsense. When did I kill your brother? I am Zhao Kan, not Zhao Kai. Zhao Kan, in a fit of rage, committed an act of violence in broad daylight. As Zhao Kan relentlessly attacked, Song Gua, leveraging his superior agility, continuously dodged without retaliating, for he noticed the presence of law enforcement nearby. Even if they were ineffectual, they could not turn a blind eye to murder occurring before them. Moreover, sharp-eyed journalists had already aimed their cameras at the unfolding drama between Song Gua and Zhao Kan. Should the law enforcement remain idle, the ensuing news coverage would be utterly embarrassing. Hey, what are you doing? Fighting in broad daylight. Do you have no respect for the law? Arrest them all. A squad from the law enforcement agency rushed over. Zhao Kan turned and roared. I am Zhao Kan. My father is Zhao Wujia, the head of the Zhao family. I am a young director of the Zhao Pharmaceutical Group. Who dares to arrest me? Upon recognizing Zhao Kan, the leading officer quickly altered his tone. Good morning, young Master Kan. No worries, please continue. With a cunning glint in his eyes, Zhao Kan seized the opportunity to manipulate the law enforcement. What do you mean, no worries? This man killed my brother. Why isn't he arrested? The officers, without a hint of doubt, immediately complied with the command. Arrest him. Song Gua widened his eyes in disbelief. This is absurd. The law enforcement agency lives up to its reputation. The security situation in Yinshan City is utterly chaotic, and they are complicit. A group of officers, all above level 20, surrounded Song Gua with electric batons in hand. This cannot be tolerated. Old thief, let us out. We shall carve a bloody path. We cannot act recklessly. Even if we break free, the old thief will still be wanted, and life will become difficult thereafter. Then what? Shall we allow them to take the old thief into custody? Song Gua's mind raced. A strategy soon emerged. He spoke softly, "Monkey brother, go to the Association of Professionals and seek assistance from Yusheng. In the realm of Blue Star, the strong are revered, and power supersedes justice and law. To contend with the influential families, one must either possess superior strength or have a more formidable backing. Currently, Song Gua's prowess is evidently insufficient to rival the Zhao family. However, if Yusheng were to intervene, at the very least, he would not be wrongfully accused. Given that Yusheng had chosen to protect him previously, despite their unfamiliarity outside the dungeon zone, Song Gua felt there was a considerable chance he would assist him in his time of need. Even if Yusheng did not come, the mere presence of the local security office would not be able to detain Song Gua, since they were not authorized to issue abyssal rock handcuffs. Feigning resistance, Song Gua was then restrained by the officer, and he shouted towards the camera, "This is absurd. You are arresting me based on Zhao Can's one-sided account. What crime have I committed?" The reporters clamored, capturing the moment and exclaiming about the breaking news. Zhao Can pressed the blade against Song Gua's neck, his gaze fierce and poised to act. Yet, Zhao Can furrowed his brow. He had not allowed hatred to cloud his judgment. If he were to commit murder in public, and it were broadcasted by the reporters, his standing within the family would be in jeopardy, undoubtedly exploited by rivals seeking to gain an advantage. With Zhao Xian deceased, the stakes were high, and Zhao Can dared not conceal the truth. He had already contacted his family, particularly his father, urging them to rush to the security office to bring the murderer Song Gua to justice. Meanwhile, upon receiving Song Gua's command, Monkey Brother soared on his Nimbus cloud towards the Association of Professionals in Cloud City. The association typically refers to the General Association of Professionals, which encompasses all practitioners from the three major factions. Beneath the General Association, there are 12 associations corresponding to various combat disciplines, such as the Warrior Association and the Mage Association, each exclusively accepting practitioners of their respective fields. During his assignment in Cloud City, Yusheng worked in the office of the Minister of the Law Enforcement Department of the General Association. The position of the Minister of Law Enforcement was equivalent to that of Yusheng, the captain of the enforcement team. However, as Yusheng hailed from the capital, he was akin to an imperial envoy, and thus the Minister of Law Enforcement willingly relinquished his office to curry favor with him. Shen Feng, what is the progress from the Bingshan side? Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Yusheng gazed out at the bustling streets of Cloud City in the early morning. Before his desk stood a young man, full of vigor, who was Yusheng's direct subordinate. Last night, there was an explosion at the hospital. An explosion? A practitioner capable of invisibility was detected by the anti-invisibility device. The hospital security initially intended to capture him alive, but he self-destructed. Such a decisive self-detonation. Was he a bandit? Uncertain. The self-detonation was remarkably thorough. There are no traces left at the scene, making it impossible to investigate. Yusheng pondered for a moment and instructed. Increase security measures and dispatch 2 more teams to guard the area, ensuring that the Zhao family's experts stabilize Bingshan's condition promptly. Understood. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Come in. A secretary entered. Captain Yu, there is someone downstairs who wishes to see you. Shen Feng expressed his displeasure, stating that such trivial matters should be managed independently. With so many people in Yinshan City, could everyone possibly meet the captain? The secretary, caught in a dilemma, replied. He claims that Song Gua is in danger and wishes to seek Captain Yu's assistance. I have heard that Captain Yu holds a favorable opinion of the promising Song Gua, so I thought it best to bring this to your attention. Upon hearing the name Song Gua, Yusheng turned around. Allow him to enter. Chapter 48. Confrontation at the Public Security Bureau. Zhao Can's mouth swollen, as he gazed at the young man before him, obscured by sunglasses and a mask. Yusheng found his visage somewhat familiar. You say Song Gua is in peril? What has transpired? Brother Monkey, adjusting his voice, elucidated the situation. I understand now. I shall visit the Public Security Bureau. However, I do not intend to ensure his safety. I merely wish to prevent him from being coerced into a confession. Whether he committed murder will ultimately depend on the investigation's findings. Your presence is sufficient. I shall take my leave. Please hold on. Brother Monkey paused. Your stature and voice seem quite familiar. Might you remove your sunglasses and mask? Brother Monkey declined. Beside them, Shen Feng snorted disdainfully, sensing something amiss. In a swift movement, Shun Feng approached Brother Monkey with uncanny speed, his figure leaving a fleeting shadow behind as he swiftly tore away Brother Monkey's disguise. By heavens! Shun Feng exclaimed, startled enough to take a step back. Before him stood the visage of Ruhua. In that critical moment, Brother Monkey activated his transformation skill, altering his appearance to resemble Ruhua. In this world devoid of Stephen Chow's works, neither Yu Sheng nor Shun Feng recognized Ruhua. Yu Sheng glanced over, bemused, contemplating that she might be concealing her face due to her perceived lack of beauty. Be on your way. I shall depart imminently. The current level of the transformation skill only allowed for a 3-minute duration. Brother Monkey hastily exited. His delay in revealing his true form was also due to time constraints. Shen Feng watched Brother Monkey's retreating figure, filled with apprehension at the existence of such an unsightly woman. Yuxing chuckled. Song Gua is quite handsome. It is not surprising that he has admirers. Shall we head to the Public Security Bureau? Yusheng turned once more, gazing out the window. The hospital had been engulfed in chaos, and Song Gua's residents had also been devastated. How coincidental. Let's take a look. An hour later, at the Yinshan City Public Security Bureau, in the director's office, the rotund and perspiring director, who had repeatedly stated his intentions to apprehend the criminal gang during press conferences, found himself in a state of unease. To his left sat Zhao Wujia, the head of the Zhao family, aged 62, a third-tier warrior. To his right was Yu Sheng, the captain of the law enforcement department of the Professional Association, aged 75, a third-tier all-rounder. And then there was himself, at 29. In terms of strength, he could not compete. In terms of status, while he appeared to hold a high-ranking position, in reality, Zhao Wujia's influence in Yinshan City surpassed his own, and he could not possibly rival the authority of the imperial envoy from the capital. Currently, behind him stood the plaintiff, Zhao Can, while the defendant, Song Gua, was accompanied by his supporters. Zhao Can accused Song Gua of murdering his brother, Zhao Xi. Song Gua maintained that he had spent the entire night singing, leaving him no opportunity to commit murder. The director wiped the sweat from his forehead. It seemed that whatever decision he made, he would inevitably offend someone, which contradicted his principles of governance. Yu Sheng took a sip of tea and remarked, Director Chong, the matter is not overly complicated. As long as we can prove that Song Gua was indeed singing last night, the misunderstanding will be resolved, will it not? The director nodded in agreement, yet his gaze remained fixed on Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, with his stern brows, exuded an air of authority that demanded respect. As one of the four most powerful individuals in Yinshan City, he felt obliged to acknowledge Yu Sheng. I, Zhao Wuji, am not unreasonable, but the circumstances surrounding my son Zhao Xian's death must be thoroughly investigated. No suspect shall be overlooked. The director, somewhat apprehensive, interjected, if I may, Master Zhao. Is it true that young Master Zhao Xian has indeed perished? Zhao Wuji slammed his hand down, shattering the chair beneath him, and stood up. Of course. Do you think I would jest about such matters? The director hurriedly stood to apologize. Please, Master Zhao, do not take offense. The issue is that in my communication with the fire department, no body was found at Song Gua's residence. However, young Master Zhao Can insisted that Zhao Xian had died in an explosion at Song Gua's home, prompting my inquiry. Zhao Can pointed an accusing finger at Song Gua, shouting, It was him. He must have used some powerful explosive to obliterate my brother. Amused, Song Gua retorted, A powerful explosive? Are you referring to a microphone, a karaoke machine, or perhaps the birthday cake and beer we consumed last night? You continue to lie. I clearly witnessed someone jumping out of your window during the explosion. Who else could it be but you? Zhao Can, realizing the futility of deceit, decided to speak the truth. Lying was pointless now. Zhao Xian's death was far more serious than any petty theft of strategies. Slap. After hearing Zhao Can's words, Zhao Wuji struck him across the face. Zhao Can was sent flying out of the director's office, crashing through a wall and landing in the hallway. In the hallway, Yu Wenhao, Hua Xiangrong, and a group of classmates were waiting to provide testimony. They couldn't help but stifle their laughter upon seeing Zhao Can's predicament. Hua Xiangrong frowned, finding it increasingly difficult to admire the disheveled Zhao Can. Zhao Wuji's furious voice echoed from the office. Foolish. You sought to obtain Song Gua's strategies while sending your brother into danger, all the while pretending to be noble and claiming you would achieve greatness for the family alongside him. I have no son as foolish as you. Father, that was Song Gua's home, not a den of tigers. How was I to know it would be so perilous? The father and son debated for a moment. Yushin cleared his throat. The director addressed both parties. Today we shall handle this matter expeditiously, bypassing the tedious formalities. Let us clarify this situation right here. Please bring in the witnesses. Yu Wenhao was the first to enter, stepping through the hole created by Zhao Can's crash. Greetings, esteemed leaders. The director inquired. Was Song Gua with you last night? Of course. The surveillance footage can clearly reveal his comings and goings. Ugh, this guy is still drinking. Zhao Kin's mouth is swollen, his speech slurred, yet he continues to bark. Who doesn't he know that you are thick as thieves with Song Gua? Can your words be trusted? Yuan Hao pointed at a large group of classmates outside. Last night was my birthday party, and there were plenty of people present. If you don't believe me, ask them all. Zhao Kin eagerly sought confirmation. The director questioned the large group of students outside, and the answers were consistent. Song Gua was present throughout the night, only stepping out occasionally, likely just to use the restroom, making it impossible for him to rush to Wenjing community. Assuming he had used a teleportation scroll, the surveillance cameras would have captured the beam of light shooting skyward. It would be nearly impossible for it to go unnoticed. The director chuckled as he looked at Zhao Can and Zhao Wujin. Well, Zhao family head, young Master Can, so many people can provide an alibi. I believe Song Gua is indeed not connected to young Master Zhao Xin's demise. His family suffered significant losses as well, making him a victim in this situation. Zhao Can, still unconvinced, pointed to the still uninterred Hua Xiangrong outside. This group must be colluding. Let Hua Xiangrong in. She will speak the truth. Chapter 49, Plotting Again. A ruthless scheme. As Hua Xiangrong entered the office, when asked about Song Gua's whereabouts last night, she promptly replied, "He was there." Zhao Can gritted his teeth and pressed further. Think carefully. This guy monopolized a microphone all night. I remember it vividly. Zhao Can interrupted. Hua Xiangrong, you're deceiving me. I believed your words last night, which is why I sent my brother to Song Gua's house. But you lied to me. Song Gua was not there. He was at home. Zhao Kin's declaration drew disdainful glances from all the classmates present, who no longer perceived Hua Xiangrong as the aloof and beautiful class flower, but rather as a treacherous informant. Faced with such a mortifying scene, Hua Xiangrong, overwhelmed by embarrassment, turned crimson. She glared at the true instigator, Zhao Can, her voice rising in pitch due to her fury. I spoke nothing but the truth. You are the one who led your brother into a trap, and now you want to pin it on Song Gua. Your father was right. You are foolish. Zhao Can stormed over, seizing Hua Xiangrong by her collar. Vile woman, I understand now. You must have seen Song Gua continuously breaking records in the game dungeons, realizing his potential, and thus aligned yourself with him. You conspired against me. No wonder your recent performance in bed has deteriorated. The classmates in the office wore expressions akin to spectators at a spectacle. Hua Xiangrong was utterly mortified, tears streaming down her face. You bastard! A blue beam of light emanated from Yu Sheng's hand, repelling the coercive Zhao Can. Bullying a girl is not the mark of a good man. Faced with Yu Sheng's formidable presence, Zhao Can dared not utter a word. Moreover, his father's gaze at him seemed lethal. At that moment, an officer from a security bureau entered, holding a hard drive. The surveillance footage has arrived. The director, eager to extricate himself from this awkward situation, hurriedly remarked, "Let us see it quickly." From the surveillance footage, it is evident that Song Gua entered alongside his classmates around 7 o'clock last night, only departing at approximately 6 in the morning. Song Gua felt a sense of relief. Thankful for his prudence in communicating with his doubles in locations beyond the surveillance camera's reach. After the explosions at both the hospital and his home, he had anticipated the possibility of finding himself in a situation akin to this one. Spending the night playing games was undoubtedly the best alibi, prompting him to indulge in a tearful all-nighter. Although the footage could not serve as conclusive evidence, it aligned perfectly with what his classmates had just stated, leading the chief to conclude that Song Gua was likely innocent. Noticing Zhao Wuji's grim expression, the chief hastily added, "However, the circumstances surrounding young Master Zhao Xin's death are exceedingly suspicious. Rest assured, our security bureau will promptly assign the finest investigators to uncover the truth." Truth? The truth could only point to a gas explosion. The self-destructing doubles left no trace. Not even the most divine being could uncover any clues. Upon hearing the chief's words, Zhao Can turned a deep shade of blue. If Song Gua was not the murderer, then who could it possibly be? If the facts remain elusive, it would mean he had effectively condemned Zhao Xin to death. He could not bear such a burden. Surveillance can be forged. It must be him, Song Gua. The victim perished in his home. The killer could only be him, without a doubt. At that moment, Zhao Can appeared as a mere jester, uttering words even he might not believe. Zhao Wuji delivered a light slap to him. Though gentle, it struck Zhao Can deeply. He sensed his father's disappointment. His journey to claim the family inheritance had barely begun before it was abruptly halted. Zhao Wuji's tone had softened considerably, transforming from that of an enraged patriarch to a grieving father. With other Zhao family members awaiting outside, he led the dejected Zhao Can away. The chief of the security bureau then respectfully escorted Yu Sheng and Song Gua to the office. Yu Sheng produced a key. Your home has been destroyed. You must have nowhere to stay. I possess an extra apartment in Yinshan City that I do not require. If you need it, you may stay there until you enroll in university. Song Gua politely declined. As a prominent leader of the underworld, he could not reside under the watchful eyes of the law enforcement's captain. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of guilt for his actions and said, "You have been so helpful to me. I wonder what I can do to express my gratitude. Such efforts are merely trifles. Do not take them to heart, nor should you feel compelled to repay me. That would be quite embarrassing." Yinshan City, distant from imperial authority, is plagued by chaotic local conditions due to the federal government's weak oversight. If you truly wish to repay my assistance, then strive to gain admission to a university in the capital. There, remnants of the Golden Age linger, providing a far superior environment for your development. And you will encounter far fewer troubles like today, yes. Upon hearing this, Song was sensed that Yu Sheng likely regarded him as a rare talent. Wishing to extend his goodwill while he was still in humble circumstances, anticipating that one day, when Song Gua flourished, he could serve him well. For instance, one could join the Association of Professionals, gain entry into its enforcement team, and become part of his cadre. As a leader, he naturally seeks to nurture and attract talent. This is quite customary. With such reasoning, Song Gua felt a tinge of reassurance. The Golden Era? What era is that? Captain Yu departed on the Association's bus, while his classmates, including Yu Wenhao, gathered around. Indeed, if Captain Yu hadn't come to bolster your position, the Public Security Bureau would have undoubtedly coerced you into a confession, employing the most brutal methods. This bunch of good-for-nothings are merely sycophants to the four great families. Song Gua addressed his peers. I am grateful to all of you for standing by me today. Tomorrow, I shall treat you all, and we shall level up together. A chorus of disapproval arose. Hua Xiangrong stood at the periphery, observing Song Gua and his classmates in their revelry, hesitating to speak. After a moment's contemplation, she turned and departed. As night fell, in an abandoned factory on the outskirts, Song Gua and his numerous avatars convened around a fire. The infiltration plan of the Night Shadow assassins had failed, and we must devise a method to penetrate the psychiatric hospital. Let us discuss our options. After much debate, one particularly clever individual raised his hand. The best way to conceal leaves is to place them within a forest. Song Gua promptly delivered a slap to his head. Speak plainly. I propose we assign a brother to feign insanity. This way, he will be apprehended without needing to infiltrate. Song Gua's eyes lit up. Such an excellent idea. Why didn't you mention it sooner? That's because executing this plan requires a certain degree of ruthlessness. What kind of ruthlessness? Mutilation. Without hesitation, Song Gua thrust this level 3 genius into the fire. You old scoundrel, I shall strike you down. What is the next step? Chapter 50. 1,000 years into the new era. Transition of the Golden Age. The severely disfigured genius, with blistered skin, struggled to articulate through his pain. Curse the burning sun. Song Gua furrowed his brow, unable to decipher his words. Although unclear, he could surmise the gist. The next step involves engaging in some madcap antics, correct? The genius nodded vigorously, managing to say, Could I have some iodine? I fear infection. An infection would lend authenticity to your performance. Go forth. It is time for you to shine for the organization. If you succeed in your infiltration, your priority for advancement will surpass that of the top 3. The avatars immediately began to dispute. Once again, you're spinning grand tales. The capitalists are truly shrewd. Bearing the honorable mission assigned by the organization, the genius, with his bloodied visage, set forth. Let us now deliberate on the next topic. With our home lost, we have effectively lost our stronghold. Well, might we find a suitable new nest? Currently, our finances are ample, so feel free to propose ideas. The avatars each voiced their opinions. How about establishing an internet CAF? Experience fatigue in the wilds, and when fatigued, engage in the canyon. This sounds good. TSK. This is your level of ambition. I say we open a foot massage parlor, experience fatigue in the wilds, and when fatigued, engage with the technicians. Your calculations can be heard in the neighboring city. Could you please offer some serious insights? In my opinion, we ought to rent a basement. An organization like ours, which thrives in obscurity, should indeed linger in the shadows, amidst dark screams and twisted gasps. Perhaps I have indulged too much in Lovecraftian tales. After some whimsical musings, Song Gua concluded that the current warehouse suffices, affordable and distant from the bustling city. However, it has been abandoned, with utilities such as water, electricity, and internet all severed. This is a minor inconvenience. An avatar can easily restore these services. As for the issue of real name registration, given the law enforcement quality at the Security Bureau. It is evident that in this world, wealth can resolve all matters, rendering concerns about real names irrelevant. At the conclusion of the bandit conference, Song Gua once again urged his avatars to expedite their level-up endeavors. They must break the record for a level 15 dungeon before the upcoming examination and secure 2 job transfer tokens to enhance the success rate of the rescue operation for Bingshun. Recently, exiting the city requires some expenditure. What is the issue? The city defenses have tightened, and entry and exit are now restricted to the city gates, unlike before when one could easily scale the walls. Why the change? As January arrives, it marks the time when beings from other realms emerge. City defenses across the board become vigilant to prevent incursions into their territories. Isn't the Yanyanshan city taking unnecessary precautions? If a world entity were to appear in Yanyanshan city, even the weakest ones would be insurmountable for the city to withstand. Cities on Blue Star are categorized into 4 tiers: 3rd tier, 2nd tier, 1st tier, and super 1st tier. Yanyanshan city is classified as a 3rd tier city, and notably, it ranks at the bottom of its category. Despite the 4 prominent families showcasing their power locally, they are inconsequential beyond the city's borders. The local government is aware that should a world entity manifest near Yanyanshan city, the local defenses would be insufficient, necessitating reinforcements from nearby cities. Nonetheless, they must maintain an appearance of readiness. Otherwise, public anxiety would disrupt city operations. However, the municipal authorities understand that entities tend to appear near larger cities, and Yanyanshan city has historically experienced few occurrences. Thus, the government operates under a facade of strictness while being lenient internally. Truly, expenses are mounting everywhere. Thankfully, there is the substantial benefactor Zhao Can, who has provided 10 million. Or else sustaining you all would be an arduous endeavor. All right, everyone disperse. Song Gua reclined casually on the ground, took out his phone, and began searching for rental properties. He could not possibly reside in this warehouse on the outskirts. It was merely the headquarters for the bandits. In the future, the places where Song Gua resides will remain undisclosed to his avatars, and matters necessitating face-to-face discussions will be addressed at the headquarters. A beautiful landlady? Those renting nowadays seem to indulge in soft pornography. How distasteful. Upon glancing at the prices, they were quite reasonable, and the proximity to the school was appealing. Perhaps it is worth a visit. Sustaining this entourage of avatars costs a fortune, so it is prudent to save where possible. The following morning, Song Gua took the bus to view the rental property. Bored during the journey, he searched for information on the Golden Age, a term mentioned by Yu Sheng yesterday that piqued his interest. Today is January 3rd of the new calendar year 1000. With the new year just begun, the city is adorned with festive decorations, and shops along the roads are bustling with various New Year activities, creating a lively atmosphere. The Golden Age refers to the era before the new calendar, when the world boasted over 100 nations. A millennium ago, something significant must have transpired, prompting Blue Star to adopt a new calendar. What could it be? The integration of the clerics into reality, perhaps? Upon further investigation, Song Gua discovered that the incorporation of the clerics into the real world occurred 1,200 years ago, not 1,000. Astonishingly, the entire globe embraced an extraordinary era without heralding a new epoch. What event transpired a millennium ago that was of greater magnitude than the merging of the game into reality? Song Gua scoured search engines, but found no substantial information regarding any major events from that time. The records of that year and the preceding years revealed only trivial occurrences. Someone shattering a new dungeon record, a certain forbidden zone going berserk and affecting a nearby city, or perhaps a world invasion resulting in a city's devastation. These events seemed insufficient to warrant a change in the era. It struck Song Gua as peculiar that the transition from the Golden Age to the new calendar lacked a certain logic. He refrained from delving deeper into this matter. After all, a millennium had passed, and it bore no relevance to his current self. His curiosity was merely a product of boredom during his journey. Soon, Song Gua arrived at his destination, a residential community named Zaheyuan, merely separated from Yinshan 5th Middle School by a road. At the designated meeting spot, he encountered the beautiful landlady from the advertisement, Ms. Jia Shirlan. She was indeed a striking beauty, with cascading waves, black stockings, and vividly red lips, elegantly exhaling smoke. Jia Shirlan embodied the traditional notion of beauty, with well-defined and three-dimensional features, unlike the faces commonly seen on the internet. Song Gua could not ascertain her age, but judging by her appearance, she seemed to be under 30, exuding a quintessential royal charm. Song Gua, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. You've been a familiar name in the local news, often associated with either the mafia or yourself, she remarked, her words causing Song Gua to momentarily stir. Fortunately, He maintained his composure, revealing no signs of surprise. Shall we take a look at the house? Jia Shirlan stepped closer, blowing a smoke ring toward him. Little brother, consider this house a gift from me. Would you be so kind as to share one of your dungeon strategies? Chapter 51, Goodness. I can't discern. Song Gua glanced at Jia Shirlan's information. She had concealed her personal details, revealing only her level, 49. In Yun City, this was considered a notably high rank. Within the ranks of the 4 prominent family's professional aides, such a level could easily qualify one for a senior cadre position. I'm merely jesting. If I possessed a strategy capable of breaking records, I wouldn't sell this entire building, even if it were gifted to me. Come, let me show you the house. Jia Shirlan was quite chatty, her accent reminiscent of the northeastern dialect from a past life. Song Gua surmised that she was not a local of Yun City. Her apartment was quite satisfactory, furnished with all necessary amenities, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room, ample space for Song Gua to reside comfortably. The rental agreement was swiftly established. With a fortune amounting to millions, Song Gua did not haggle over the rent proposed by Jia Shirlan, paying 6 months' rent on the spot. Jia Shirlan appeared somewhat taken aback. I expected you to negotiate, perhaps aiming for a higher price. Not at all. I hope that the extra amount will allow Ms. Jia to assist me with a favor. Of course, I am a person who cherishes tranquility and prefers not to have my life disturbed. I hope you will not disclose my residence here to anyone. No problem. I understand. You are now a public figure. Should you wish to visit, please do inform me in advance. It is no wonder that her rank is so elevated, yet she does not exhibit the demeanor of one from the 4 prominent families. Jia Shirlan, cigarette in mouth, swayed as she departed. Just then, the wail of police sirens echoed from below. Song Gua drew the blinds, peering out onto the street. The clever one had begun his escapade. On the 12th day of the 12th lunar month, what do you think you're running? The doppelganger, whose face was horrifically disfigured, was presently in hot pursuit of a little girl, shouting incomprehensible words. Behind him, police cars from the Public Security Bureau blared their sirens, relentlessly in pursuit. Prior to this, the clever one had smashed 3 storefronts, stolen 5 vehicles, collided with 7 fire hydrants, and severed 9 power lines, leaving a trail of chaos. Given such destructive capabilities, Song Gua mused that it would be a shame not to utilize him as a primary asset. After luring the Public Security Bureau, the clever one deliberately slowed his pace, allowing these inept individuals to catch up. The little girl could hardly escape him. Yet the clever one pretended to frolic about, climbing telephone poles and darting into sewers. His apparent pursuit was rife with cunning design. Ultimately, he found himself surrounded. In this despairing world, is it real or is it merely an illusion? Ha ha, mother, I cannot distinguish. I truly cannot discern. The clever one knelt upon the ground, blood streaming down his mangled face, evoking sympathy from passers-by. He resembled someone with a cognitive impairment. How could he have reached this state? Perhaps he had gone mad after his transformation. How pitiable. What has become of his face? Surely, some uncouth individuals had tormented him, setting him ablaze. Alas, how cruel, how lamentable. The officers had their weapons drawn. However, the target behaved like a deranged individual, rendering them hesitant to act. They could only rush forward as a unit, apprehending him and escorting him to the police car. Upon witnessing the clever one being taken away, Song Gua finally closed the window. This was not mere fantasy. Song Gua considered the clever one to be quite astute. Even if his combat prowess was not exceptional, he would serve well as a strategist. Inside the police car, the clever one, feigning madness, exclaimed loudly, "You heard him. Everyone heard it. If you don't keep your word, you old thief will never stand tall in this lifetime." The officers escorting him exchanged bewildered glances. What's he talking about? What do you think? He is a lunatic. Why concern yourself with his words? The clever one laughed heartily. In the Peach Blossom Dock lies the Peach Blossom Temple, and within the temple resides the Peach Blossom Immortal. Others mock my madness, yet I laugh at their inability to see through it. One officer struck him with a stun baton. "Damn it, be quiet. You're driving me crazy." The subsequent events unfolded with greater ease. After the clever one was incarcerated, he continued his antics, urinating on an electrical socket, which caused a power outage throughout the Public Security Bureau. As the director shouted for his immediate execution, personnel from a Yunqing psychiatric hospital arrived. They expressed that upon viewing the news, they believed this individual to be suffering from a mental illness and thus should receive treatment before facing judgment for his crimes. The Public Security Bureau, eager to rid themselves of this troublesome figure, promptly consented to allow the psychiatric hospital personnel to take him away. Thus, he successfully infiltrated their ranks, with his next objective being to ascertain the whereabouts of Bing Shun within the hospital. Meanwhile, The hundreds of primary and secondary avatars of Song Gua have been diligently leveling up in recent days. Just before the upcoming examination, they all reached level 15. As for Song Gua himself, thanks to the experience feedback from his avatars and the extraction of experience from Blood Brother, his level rose to 19. Song Gua invested $3 million to secure level 15 equipment for his primary forces. He instructed his avatars to sell the gear in the trading market. Given their exceptional, flawless quality, even as second-hand items, they fetched a considerable price. The recent graduates have generally reached or are about to reach level 10, making this an opportune time for level 10 equipment. Song Gua has discarded items indeed sold for a handsome sum. In the past few days, he has not been idle either. He has been running through the level 15 dungeon daily, familiarizing himself with the attributes of the monsters and the terrain within. Now, everything is in place. Song Gua ventured in for a solo run once more. Could he break the record today? The market was open, and Sukai skillfully set up the betting tables outside the dungeon area. Hey, did you see? Song Gua is already level 19. I saw it, how strange. Doesn't he experience fatigue from leveling? Even without fatigue, leveling every day to 19? He is a recent graduate. And T had only been a month since his job change. How'd he level up so quickly? Most recent graduates are only around level 10, even with assistance. They barely reach level 14 or 15 at most. I heard he possesses an item that amplifies experience. Such a significant boost, a divine artifact. Many began to speculate. However, they also recalled that Captain Yu Sheng of the law enforcement team had previously intervened on Song Gua's behalf when he was apprehended by the Public Security Bureau. Is Song Gua one of Yu Sheng's people? Given this, possessing a divine artifact wouldn't seem unusual. At the same time, those with ulterior motives had to reconsider their intentions. Who is Yu Sheng? He is the captain of the law enforcement team. What does the law enforcement team do? They specialize in apprehending nefarious practitioners. Isn't that akin to walking into the line of fire? Not worth it. Not worth it. Not far away in the woods. The solitary and haggard Zhao can confront him off phone, saying, "Help me kill Song Gua." Chapter 52. The Ghost General of the Underworld. One man is an entire legion. Following the previous incident, Zhao Can's standing within his family plummeted. His position as a minor director was revoked, and his chances of succession were effectively severed. Even his bank accounts were frozen. The Zhao family suppressed all related news. However, Ma Feng had heard whispers and was aware that Zhao Can was no longer at his prime. Young Master Can, you have too much faith in me. Song Gua, that cheat, somehow leveled up to 19, while I'm still at 14. How could I possibly kill him? Ma Feng was reluctant to assist, yet he did not wish to completely sever their ties. After all, Zhao Can is the only direct connection he has to a prominent family. Until he finds his next master, he must maintain a fa-ade. With this, as long as he seizes the opportunity, he could deliver a fatal blow. Zhao Can presented something to Ma Feng. Upon inspecting the information, Ma Feng's expression turned to one of astonishment. Young Master Can, do you still possess such resources? I pilfered it from the family warehouse. This item creates quite a stir when used. I still wish to navigate this circle and do not desire to be labeled a murderer. Illusion Realm. What? In a mock examination, the top 50 candidates in the city can enter the Yunshan Illusion Realm trial. This news has yet to be made public. My family has channels that notified me in advance. The Illusion Realm is akin to another world. Within it, how could one fail to find an opportunity? Young Master Can, why not use this item yourself then? I cannot secure a spot within the top 50. Ma Feng remarked, you possess a remarkably clear self-awareness. I realize I am currently at a disadvantage. In the past, I had loyal subordinates, unwavering in their allegiance, but now they harbor ulterior motives. Even that wretched woman, Hua Xiangrong, has abandoned me. But, Ma Feng, do you not wish for Song Gua to perish? Indeed, Ma Feng harbored disdain for Song Gua. He still held a grudge over that punch from the professional sanctuary. Yet, when it came to murder, Ma Feng deemed it unwise unless the stakes were considerably raised. What shall I gain from this, young Master Can? Your bank cards are frozen. I am curious what you can still offer me? Strategy. Strategy? My brother perished attempting to steal Song Gua's strategy, which led to my current plight. Yet, unbeknownst to many, my brother had already obtained a strategy for breaking the dungeon record, and now it is in my possession. Is that true? Ma Feng hastily covered his mouth, lowering his voice. Is it really? Originally, I intended to hand the strategy over to my family, but following my brother's death, they nearly expunged me from the family tree. Why should I continue to provide benefits to the Zhao family? I only desire Song Gua's demise. Zhao Can, with heartfelt sincerity, appeared credible to Ma Feng, who promptly nodded vigorously in agreement, signifying his willingness to undertake this task. Zhao Can, inwardly smirking, had no such strategy. He was merely manipulating Ma Feng into doing his bidding. Song Gua, the one who killed my brother must be you. You were the one who leapt from the window that night. Upon returning to his family, Zhao Can had reiterated this statement repeatedly. Yet no one believed him. How could Song Gua possibly be present in two locations simultaneously? The authorities had attributed the explosion at Song Gua's residence to a gas leak. The family unanimously agreed that it was Zhao Can who had sent Zhao Xin to steal the strategy from Song Gua, indirectly leading to Zhao Xin's demise. Zhao Can felt utterly helpless. Coupled with the prior rejection from inviting Song Gua and being swindled out of 5 million when purchasing his career transition gold medal, the weight of these grievances pressed heavily upon him. He felt that eliminating Song Gua would not suffice to quell his anger. In this instance of the level 15 dungeon, Song Gua had made ample preparations, and with the advantage in numbers, breaking the record was a foregone conclusion. As the notification of a new record appeared above the resting place of the level 15 dungeon, the area was filled with exclamations of loss. As long as Song Gua participated in the dungeon runs, Su Kai would undoubtedly be there to support him. Even just a few days ago, Song Gua consistently failed to break records, yet Su Kai remained unfazed, treating the losses as inconsequential. Many professionals even regarded Su Kai as a veritable cash machine. However, today, Song Gua unexpectedly shattered the record, leaving those who bet against him in utter ruin. Due to the inertia of recent days, not a single soul wagered on Song Gua breaking the record today, resulting in a total annihilation of the bets. Su Kai was elated, pondering, how is it that my money continues to circulate without diminishing? As Song Gua emerged from the dungeon entrance, he was besieged by a throng of professionals. I'll bid 200,000. 200,000 once. 200,000 twice. 300,000. Is there anyone willing to go higher? 400,000. Still reeling from the disorientation of spatial transition, Song Gua found himself bewildered by the sudden auction taking place at the entrance. Su Kai, what on earth are you doing? He inquired. I'm here to host the auction for you. Don't worry, it's complimentary. 500,000. We've reached 500,000. Come on, brothers. Today's bids are rather lackluster. When we reach 1 million. Wait a moment. You're moving a bit too quickly with this process. You're not even certain. Yet you're conducting an auction? What nonsense is this? Song Gua interjected. Stop the auction. This transmutation gold medal has already been sold. Already sold? You just came out. Someone reserved it. Is that even allowed? With all due respect, if you intend to sell the transmutation gold medal, it must go to auction. It doesn't have to be with me, but it should at least be at the auction house. Although they take a commission, still. Su Kai's incessant chatter struck Song Gua as a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly. All right. Someone indeed pre-ordered it, so this cannot be sold. With that, Song Gua swiftly vanished into yet another level 15 dungeon. Su Kai retracted the auction hammer and spread the betting cloth across the table. The auction is open. Will Song Gua set another record today? His transitions were remarkably smooth. The transmutation gold medal that Song Gua had no intention of selling had already been utilized on his newly birthed level 19 avatar today. The new avatar proudly bore the exclusive codename of the West Wind. Name: Age: 19. Level: 19's. Occupation: First transition, Nether Ghost General. Combat type: Summoning sequence. Occupation talent: Soldier ready. Any unit killed by the Nether Ghost General or its summoned entities will be transformed into a necromantic summon, subject to the Nether Ghost General's command. For each summon controlled, the Nether Ghost General receives 5 to physical attack and 5 to physical defense, capping at 5 summons. Weapon specialization: Blade specialization, inactive. Armor specialization: Heavy armor, inactive. Strength: 150. Constitution: 170. Mentality: 50. Agility: 70. Growth: 20. Skills: 56. Blood break / common, 1. Summon skeleton soldier, fine, 1. Blood-sucking chainblade, excellent, 1. Summon skeleton cavalry, flawless, 1. Skeleton dragon knight, rare, 1. Equipment: none. A level occupational summoner. Upon witnessing the bestowed talents, Song Gua immediately discerned that this was a formidable profession, one where a single individual could embody an entire legion in large-scale battles. With his presence, breaking records would undoubtedly become a more effortless endeavor. As the battles prolonged, the number of combat units on their side would multiply, rendering them an unstoppable force. Comrade Shifeng, I hold great expectations for you. From this day forth, your priority for advancement shall precede that of the great 3 Yuan. Chapter 53, Bridging the Reefs. Can the dungeon be cleared this way? The Lake of Infernal Fire, another dungeon at level 15, is characterized by a lakebed terrain. Players must navigate around the lake's edge and shallow waters, battling a myriad of aquatic demons such as water monkeys, water ghosts, and other malevolent spirits. They must then traverse the reefs, wading through waist-deep water to reach the island in the lake for the final confrontation. This process is not only sluggish, but also fraught with the occasional emergence of monsters from the depths, necessitating that adventurers engage in combat while submerged. For those not specialized in aquatic warfare, this experience can be quite arduous. The difficulty of the monsters in this stage is relatively manageable. It is the terrain that poses the true challenge. The teams on the leaderboard owe their successes to the support of powerful guilds and families that provide invaluable equipment or items endowed with flight capabilities. They soar directly to the center of the lake, bypassing the treacherous waters. However, today, the creatures of the Lake of Infernal Fire are about to witness an alternative method of reaching the island, by bridging the reefs. The doppelganger, codenamed Shifeng, also known as Ghost Brother, belongs to the summoning class, specializing as an infernal ghost general. To clear the dungeon, all monsters must be vanquished. After encircling the lake and dispatching the creatures, Song Gua instructed all doppelgangers to leave the kills for Shifeng, utilizing his professional talents. Shifeng transformed every monster in the dungeon into his undead minions. At Shifeng's command, the ragged and grotesque undead beings, oozing with green and black ichor and staggering like zombies, flopped into the water. They laid themselves upon the reefs, creating a path across the water's surface. Song Gua led his doppelgangers, splashing through the waters atop the undead summons, racing towards the island at the lake's heart. Along the way, more monsters surged forth to attack, yet Song Gua and his companions remained undistracted, for the path beneath their feet retaliated against the assailants. With each unit standing guard, they swiftly dispatched any creatures that dared to leap upon them. Of course, the distance from the shore to the island was considerable. This makeshift bridge had been constructed in several stages. Once the main force had crossed, Shifeng directed the rear summons to navigate beneath the water, advancing forward. Despite their unsteady gait on land, the undead moved with remarkable swiftness underwater, being familiar with their environment. As they trod upon a multitude of undead summons, the doppelgangers found the experience to be rather amusing. It was indeed quite the spectacle. Who would have thought that this was how one traversed such a dungeon? Shifeng, have your minions steady themselves. Almost fell off. Alas, how can I manage so many on my own? Most of it is automated. Just keep steady. Shifeng relished this dungeon run, with the majority of the experience points accruing to him. This individual has reached level 20, surpassing even the notorious thief. The prowess of a strong profession is indeed formidable. I eagerly await the day I am bestowed with a prestigious job transfer token. It is fortunate that I was not assigned to the self-explosion group. The doppelgangers engaged in light-hearted conversation, effortlessly dispatching the remaining adversaries. The battle was hardly noteworthy. With the abundance of clones, one might question the very essence of existence. To add to the spectacle, the minions under the command of Ghost Brother numbered in the thousands. Were they capable of speech, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "You are truly bullying us." These summoned entities are ephemeral, destined to vanish once their summoning duration expires. Ghost Brother cannot take them out of the dungeon. The rewards from this endeavor, the dungeon chest, bore little difference from previous ones. It contained gear, skill books, consumables, and materials. After consuming the spirit dew, the equipment, skill books, and materials were distributed according to the cultivation priorities of the clones. To his delight, Song Gua discovered a skill book that he could utilize, a unique skill book exclusive to the commander class. Remarkably, it possessed flawless quality. After repeatedly traversing dungeons, he finally acquired a skill book that was useful to him. Exclusive skill books are rarer than standard sequential skill books and command a much higher price in the marketplace. Each practitioner should prioritize learning their class-specific skills, as they're the most compatible with their talents and generally superior to standard sequential skills. However, upgrading exclusive skills requires exclusive skill books as materials, which significantly increases the cost of advancement. Considering cost-effectiveness, practitioners typically opt for a blend of exclusive and sequential skills, while some also incorporate general skills for their affordability. Song Gua, however, need not contemplate cost-effectiveness. He will undoubtedly focus solely on mastering exclusive skills. The rationale is simple. They are more lucrative. With so many doppelgangers laboring on his behalf, the 5 of them can clear dungeons in groups, accumulating dozens of dungeon chests weekly, which can be resold for a considerable sum. Currently, much of the resources are being allocated to the clones, rather than being converted into currency. Curious about the skill, Song Gua utilized the skill book and acquired a skill named Offensive Defensive Conversion. Offensive Defensive Conversion. Flawless 1 upon activation. For the next minute, the sum of your physical and magical defenses will be applied as your physical attack, while your physical attack will serve as both defenses. No wonder it is the exclusive skill of the bonded. This skill addresses the issue of low attack power when one cannot borrow strength. It proves useful for Song Gua as well. Although he can borrow the power of his doppelgangers at will, the unifying force has a cooldown period. During this cooldown, should he need to launch an attack, this skill can serve as a substitute. With the addition of offensive-defensive conversion, Song Gua's low attack intervals in sustained combat will be significantly reduced. The gold medal this time is rather unremarkable. A combat-oriented class, the warrior sequence, level cutthroat. Though it is indeed a unique profession, it merely represents an atypical specialization in blade weaponry. Typically, those proficient with blades do not possess rapid attack speeds. As in the divine jobholder, the base attack values conferred by blade weapons surpass those of swords or staffs. The quick blade warrior is a master of the blade, possessing both exceptional skill and rapid attack speed. He decided to sell his belongings for profit. Song Gua acted decisively, eliciting cries of despair from his numerous lower-level avatars. I too am nearing level 20, where the cost of quality equipment is exorbitant, compounded by the need to enhance the skills of the main forces. Money is required everywhere, and resources must be liquidated. If this were a high-level item, I would certainly refrain from selling it. In Song Gua's eyes, low-level careers hold little value. He has an abundance of avatars at higher levels. However, in reality, those below level 20 among the combat professions long to alter their careers, as a high-level gold medal signifies considerable opportunity. A good sale price is assured. You, shedding your disguise, must first emerge from the dungeon, appearing sneaky as if you possess a great treasure. Song Gua assigned a lower-level avatar to pose as himself, a decoy, though it cannot truly be called deception, as the avatar is indistinguishable from Song Gua, sharing even the same memories. He stationed several avatars near the dungeon area to monitor the situation. Thus, he was aware that many were awaiting his exit. Whether any of these individuals harbored ill intentions is known only to fate, necessitating a degree of caution. Chapter 54. The Wilderness. This time it's real. Song Gua once again shattered the record in a solo run. The notification that appeared above the dungeon elicited no more than a ripple of indifference among the surrounding players. Their primary concern was whether Su Kai could recover his losses. Just moments prior, Song Gua had conquered the Graveyard of Bones dungeon and swiftly entered the Lake of Infernal Fire. Most had wagered on Song Gua breaking the record, while only a few speculators bet against him, albeit modestly. Although the odds were low, the house was still obliged to pay out. Su Kai, in a generous display, made an immediate transfer. It's just a small amount. As long as everyone enjoys themselves, haha. Someone teased Su Kai. Young Master Su, you frequent the dungeon area daily, yet don't engage in any runs. Have you turned this into a casino? Su Kai replied with a smile. Who says I don't run dungeons? If I didn't tea, would I be level 11? I simply don't hunt wild monsters often. The signs of the four great families, nearly a month post-class change, had predominantly reached level 15. Su Kai, at level 11, was considered average. Yet, he appeared unfazed, seemingly carefree. Why isn't Song Gua out yet? I'm waiting to bid on his class change gold medal. Indeed, this medal ought not to be preemptively claimed again, right? This lad consistently defies expectations. Let us hope he doesn't squander the gold medal. While the crowd speculated, the entrance to the Lake of Infernal Fire dungeon shimmered with spatial ripples. Song Gua emerged, instantly sprinting into the distance. What is the rush? Am I the type to act without principles? If matters can be resolved with money, why resort to violence? Truly, what happened to the fundamental trust between individuals? That method has a lengthy wind-up time. Unless one purchases the highest quality, it is prohibitively expensive. To the observers hidden above, several groups were indeed seen pursuing the decoy avatar. Fortunately, Song Gua's strategy of using a decoy effectively led these schemers astray. But how did Song Gua manage to exit? Su Kai and the others were still stationed at the dungeon entrance. Should the second Song Gua make its appearance, it would indeed be challenging to explain the situation. However, it is quite simple. Song Gua can easily don the attire of a bandit. Will the bandits then cease their dungeon raids? It seems reasonable enough. Just as Song Gua was about to emerge, a stir erupted among the adventurers in the dungeon area. Some, out of boredom, scrolled through their phones and stumbled upon sensational news. Out in the wild, in the level 15 training zone. Is this for real? Let it not be yet another false rumor. Goodness, let's join the fray. Regardless of which guild is vying for dominance in the wilderness, our Zhanfeng guild must certainly make an appearance. In the blink of an eye, the dungeon area was nearly emptied of players, with even Su Kai rushing to join the commotion. When Song Gua finally emerged, there was not a soul to greet him. What a pity he was clad in the garb of a bandit. In the wilderness? Such a splendid opportunity. How could we bandits not partake in a share of the spoils? That would be a disservice to our brethren. Ha ha ha. Brothers, let us go. Meanwhile, in a mental institution, the strategist Beifeng pretending to be mad, sent a message across great distances. Boss, remain calm. I am currently watching a live stream. Today's match features the 8 great sects besieging the Bright Summit. We are somewhat outnumbered. We likely won to secure a victory. Song Gua retorted, you can actually watch a live stream from that cursed place? Indeed, I told them that if they don't provide me with a phone, I would relieve myself in the sockets daily. You are impressive. Let me assess the situation first. Song Gua retrieved his phone and soon found the live broadcast. The emergence of any event in the wild undoubtedly becomes the most talked about occurrence in the area. The malevolent big data was remarkably precise in its push notifications. All the leading guilds from Yinshan City had arrived. This would indeed be a formidable challenge. Seated cross-legged within the woods, Song Gua watched the live stream while contemplating strategies. There was no need to rush. The health bar of the wilderness monsters was exceedingly extensive. With significant recovery abilities, it was conceivable to battle for an entire day and night. Furthermore, with all 8 great guilds involved, their mutual interference would undoubtedly diminish the efficiency of depleting health points. Experience in the wild is distributed based on enmity. The higher the enmity, the greater the experience gained upon vanquishing an enemy. Similarly, loot acquisition in the wild is also tied to enmity. Those who draw more enmity can collect more from the drops and enjoy higher priority in looting. Thus, whether one has connections or not, it is prudent to engage first. Once an event occurs in the wild, large guilds will promptly arrive to draw enmity before anything else. In this instance, smaller guilds and lone players would find themselves without opportunity, as the 8 great guilds would not only contend with each other, but also dispatch personnel to manage the influx of curious onlookers. Their intent was to resolve internal disputes over loot distribution without inciting dissatisfaction among smaller guilds and solo players, leading to skirmishes on the periphery. As Song Gua observed the live stream, he analyzed the unfolding situation. Were it not for the ample manpower of the large guilds, merely managing the chaos would be a daunting task, let alone executing a coordinated strategy. The infighting among large guilds, alongside the fray between large and small guilds, created a tumultuous battlefield. Although there were numerous competitors, they were preoccupied with their own agendas. Thus, I do not lack for opportunities. Beifeng from a mental institution remarked, Boss, are you truly going to participate? Be cautious not to suffer a total defeat. During the fray, the enforcers of justice will turn a blind eye. Rest assured, I have grasped what you just conveyed. Are we not lacking in numbers? In truth, our ranks are quite ample. Song Gua retracted all his avatars, shedding his disguise in solitude to reveal his true form. As for the avatar serving as bait, Song Gua had arranged for several bandits to follow closely behind. In the level 15 grinding zone, the rocky wasteland teemed with activity. Thousands of professionals from the 8 major guilds of Yinshan City were engaged in a fierce assault against a 5-meter-tall beast. Meanwhile, others were clashing with rogue players and smaller guild members on the periphery, attempting to drive them out of their aggro zone. It's utterly outrageous. Why are we being excluded? It is everyone's duty to eliminate threats in the wild. If this creature is not vanquished, it may very well launch an assault on the city. Nonsense. Do you think we need your help? If it weren't for the interference, our Tianzhao guild alone could handle this. Indeed, you all simply wish to grab a share of the spoils. The experience from the wild is not subject to fatigue limits. Everyone wants to contribute, even if it means only earning a fraction. It is everyone's responsibility, bah. The 8 major guilds cannot monopolize everything. We must unite and seize our chance. Chapter 55. The Deadly Pig Butcher. Spoils divided among 8. Deadly Pig Butcher. Walker. Level 30. Type Wild. Strength 1050. Vitality 1800. Mentality 800. Agility 415. Talent. Wild Dominator. Increases wild health by an additional 100 times. When health drops below 10, enters a berserk state, commanding surrounding wild monsters to assist in battle, enhancing them all to elite monsters. Berserk. Upon entering a berserk state, different wilds gain various enhancements and abilities. Lethal Cleaver. Subsequent attacks on the same target will progressively increase damage, peaking at 1000, converting this damage into true damage. Bloodthirsty Butcher. Upon slaying a unit, absorbs 30 of its maximum health to restore his own, with any excess healing converting into a shield, capped at 30 of his maximum health. Skills. Boiling Water 10. Excellent. Scalding Feathers 10. Excellent. Butchery 10. Flawless. Evisceration 10. Flawless. Decapitation 10. Rare. Segmentation 10. Rare. Description. A grotesque creature with a pig's head and a human body. Standing 5 meters tall, with a belly 3 meters in diameter, wielding a 2-meter-long cleaver, exuding a foul stench. Do not let it set its gaze upon you, lest you become its next meal. The professionals in the rocky wasteland activated their information-gathering functions to learn about this beast. The pig butcher. This is indeed a formidable foe, a level 30 wild creature. With so many of us, it should be a mere formality. You are mistaken. While defeating the pig butcher may seem simple, every one of its skills is a single target attack, delivering explosive damage. It particularly enjoys pursuing the individual with the highest aggro. Considering its talents, isn't it quite likely that one could meet their demise? Therefore, one must not take this matter lightly. Hatred must be meticulously controlled. Although this individual possesses limited agility, a well-executed kite strategy can still prove effective, necessitating high standards for both the protective and control sequences. Agility, as a characteristic, cannot be solely assessed by numerical values. Two individuals with an identical agility score of 100, one weighing 100 pounds and the other 200 pounds, will undoubtedly exhibit vastly different levels of agility. Some may appear to possess high agility, yet their substantial size may convey a sense of sluggishness in their movements. The elites from the 8 major guilds in Yinshan City have all arrived. Each of them is a seasoned second or even third-tier professional, equipped with ample experience and strength, capable of managing this situation with at least a modicum of ease. Fortunately, there have been no casualties thus far, and health points are steadily declining. In the distance, within a temporarily erected encampment, the presidents, vice presidents, and elders of the 8 guilds are all present. Is it truly worthy of the attendance of these prominent figures in Yinshan City for a mere level 30 wilderness encounter? The answer is an unequivocal yes. Among the wilderness drops, there exists a category of items that holds immense significance for guild organizations, serving as a pivotal element for consolidating guild power. Ha ha ha. It has been a long time since we've had such lively gatherings. Gentlemen, you have all come. Dao Yuming, the president of the Junqing Guild, is a jovial middle-aged man, weighing in at 58. Dressed in heavy armor, with a protruding belly, he indeed resembles an ancient general. After a few pleasantries, it is time to determine how to allocate this prize, is it not? Zhao Yingxiong, the president of the Tianzhao Guild and a member of the Zhao family as collateral line, spoke up. The other guild leaders chimed in, expressing concerns. I fear that this time, it may be difficult for our 8 guilds to come to an agreement. Indeed, this pig has appeared in the level 15 training zone, and this year's new recruits have either been in the level 10 or level 15 training zones. The moment it emerged, it was spotted. I estimate that more than half of the guilds in the city are already here. While we can still manage the situation for now, as more individuals arrive, our 8 guilds may not withstand the collective ire. Dao Yuming expressed his dissatisfaction. Zhao Yingxiong replied, do our gentlemanly agreements still hold weight among our 8 guilds? The guild leaders nodded in unison, acknowledging the validity of their pact. Naturally, they hold weight. Should we engage in overly fierce competition, we merely grant an opportunity for the second-tier guilds to rise, which is not a favorable outcome. The patrons behind us invest in whichever guild shows promise. We must maintain our standing. The development of guilds is a costly endeavor, as evidenced by Song Gua's cultivation of his avatars. Without benefits, who would toil under your leadership? A guild relying solely on its own means struggles to expand rapidly. This is akin to the principles of corporate development, which necessitates financing. Hence, the guilds in Yinshan City are invariably backed by familial powers. The 4 prominent families each hold stakes in 2 guilds, establishing the current equilibrium among the 8 leading guilds. However, while investments are made, guilds do not fall under the control of these familial powers. At most, they offer their patrons certain privileges or reach mutual agreements for reciprocal benefits. Zhao Yingxiong concluded thus. The current challenge we face is to expel the other guilds and individual players that seek to disrupt our endeavors from our sphere of influence. Dao Yuming gazed into the distance, observing the battlefield, where a large throng of practitioners had almost encircled them. The situation was precarious. There were simply too many adversaries, and it would be unwise to unleash chaos upon the crowd. Zhao Yingxiong chuckled. The current predicament arises because all 8 of our elite factions have gathered here. If 4 of us are willing to forego our gains this time and focus on driving away the disruptors, this battle will be secured. The leaders frowned, their brows knitted together. Their gentlemen's agreement stipulated that one faction would take the lead in outdoor battles, while the others would not entirely relinquish their stakes. After all, mobilizing their forces without any reward would leave a sour taste in everyone's mouths. Dao Yuming, however, was candid, being the first to voice his decision. Our Junqing will concede this round. Zhao, the president, remarked, it is indeed your turn, Tianzhao, but your proposal carries an element of self-interest. Nevertheless, it matters not. Just treat our entire guild to a feast at the Haotian Grand Hotel afterward. Zhao Ingxiong laughed heartily. I shall invite you all for 3 days of feasting. Agreed. It is settled. With one leading the way, negotiations became smoother. Zhao Ingxiong also consented to provide some compensation to the 4 guilds that opted to forfeit their gains. The 8 guilds split into 2 groups, instantly having the number of people present. For factions concentrated their efforts on eliminating the foes, hastening the depletion of their health, while the remaining 4 surged toward the outskirts of the battle, clashing with smaller guilds and independent players to drive them away. Meanwhile, what was Song Gua up to? He was busy in the nearby leveling zone, dispatching monsters with his avatars. How many have we got? He inquired. Over 500, Ghost replied. Not enough, not enough. Everyone, quicken the pace and lure the monsters from the level 5 and level 1 areas over here. Let Ghost summons do the killing. As the progress of the 8 guilds in battle accelerated, so too must theirs. Song Gua then turned to Monkey. The young monkey, for some reason, appeared anxious. How many do you have? 150, he replied, scratching his scalp. I'm nearly bald. Nonsense. A person has 100,000 strands of hair. That should suffice for you to transform into a monkey. Is that so? It feels quite cool up there. At this moment, all 200 of his avatars were in action, clad in the attire of the bandits. They were not overly concerned about being seen, for, even if someone were nearby, they were likely captivated by the ongoing battle, leaving Song Gua as the sole one grinding monsters. However, if anyone were to catch wind of the bandits' activities, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. In various leveling zones nearby, one could occasionally witness a few bandits accompanied by dozens of undead summons, sweeping through, annihilating any creatures they encountered. These small teams would weaken the monsters, allowing the undead to deliver the final blow, activating the profession's talent of the Elysian Ghost General, which transformed the defeated foes into summons, joining this relentless onslaught. Additionally, there were those tasked with scavenging the battlefield for white gear and low-quality potions. The entire operation flowed seamlessly, resembling a well-oiled industrial chain. This endeavor was akin to rolling a snowball. The number of summons controlled by Ghost increased exponentially. Half a day later, an avatar stationed for reconnaissance in the battle zone reported, "They have gone berserk. Old thief, are you ready? If you don't hurry, the soup will be gone." Song Gua glanced at Gu beside him. "How much do we have?" Gu, seemingly overwhelmed, held his head and replied, "Trust me, it's sufficient. Let's move quickly. There are too many units to command, and I feel like I'm going to lose my mind." Song Gua then turned to Monkey Gu. "What about you?" Monkey Gu removed his hood, revealing a balding head. "What do you think?" Song Gua gave him a thumbs up. "Well done. Brothers, assemble. Let's seize it." The clones were filled with excitement. "Hooray. Let's grab it." "Old thief, you're impressive. Over 200 of us daring to take on thousands. This isn't just snatching food from tiger's mouth. It's jumping into a crocodile's den for a feast. Brothers, charge ahead. I'll self-destruct to rally you. See you in the next life, brothers. Brother, when you self-destruct, stay away from me." At this moment, the 8 major guilds remained unaware that events were spiraling beyond their control. Under the pressure from the elite forces of 4 guilds, the smaller guilds and individual players were left fuming in silence. Many who resisted were beaten on the spot, with some stripped of their equipment, suffering significant losses. Damn it, this is too much. In the wild, everyone should rely on their own abilities. What is this bullying? Enough. You don't hate the 8 major guilds. You resent not being one of them. They have the power. If you can't beat them, so be it. In the wild, who could have imagined this would happen to us? I just can't stand these 8 lackeys who have long dominated the wilderness. Meanwhile, led by the Tianzhao Guild, the 4 major guilds finally reached a critical moment in the battle as they whittled down the health of the Death Butcher to 10. The Death Butcher, now enraged, gained the ability to sprint. His movement speed soared. It was as if he transformed from a sluggish zombie in a survival horror game to a frenzied undead from a thriller. The unfortunate level 45 kite holder, responsible for drawing aggro, was swiftly caught by the Butcher, taken down by a smooth combination of skills. Holy crap, someone's dead. The team surrounding him momentarily lost their composure. With the Death Butcher rampaging through the crowd, their formation was shattered. Steady, steady, watch your positions. Where's the control team? Quickly control it. Drones equipped with cameras and speakers hovered above, operated by the guild leaders, who, in their perceived nobility, would never personally risk danger. The surrounding teams struggled to maintain their formation. However, as the battle stabilized, they realized they had unwittingly followed the rampaging Death Butcher into the level 20 training zone at Storm Cliff. This is bad. Zhao Ingxiong panicked upon seeing this. The wild monsters here haven't been cleared. The Butcher can command them to attack. All assault teams, those with odd numbers, redirect your attacks to clear the wild monsters. Indeed, upon arriving at a new leveling map, the grim butcher of swine encountered an abundance of level 20 wild creatures. With a ferocious blow of his cleaver to the ground, he entered a state of invincibility, rendering any attempts to interrupt him futile. The wild creatures within the entire training ground raised their heads, their eyes transforming into a blood-red hue. They were no longer mere minions. They had been enhanced to elite status, their forms and attributes evolving accordingly. Subsequently, they began to converge around the grim butcher. These empowered creatures faced interception from the four major guilds professionals, leading to an eruption of battle at the periphery of the aggro circle. The assault team surrounding the grim butcher was significantly reduced, dwindling to fewer than 1,000. While this number still seemed considerable, it was clear that the individuals would engage in a turn-based strategy rather than a chaotic swarm. After such prolonged combat, mana reserves were dwindling, necessitating rotations for recovery and adjustments. The reduced numbers were inconsequential. The butcher primarily engaged in single-target combat. As long as one individual could maintain his attention, the others could unleash their full damage potential. The scroll production team worked at full speed to create slowdown scrolls, while the formation team set up a low-speed formation to ensure he could not escape the map. It was imperative to diminish his speed. At his current pace, not a single guardian could outrun him. Amidst this large-scale conflict, the support class began to shine. Just as the battle regained its momentum, the on-site commander noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance. What is happening? Is someone approaching? Hey, June Blue, didn't TU4 guilds manage to prevent outsiders? A cacophony of voices crackled through the intercom. We did. We've reached a stalemate here. No one should have gotten through. Then what are those? As the commotion grew closer, the gathered individuals discerned the scene. It was a throng of creatures, easily numbering in the thousands, exhibiting characteristics of undead beings, accompanied by a multitude of chattering monkeys. What is going on? Is the butcher summoning more creatures? Which map do these monsters belong to? This was perplexing. Even if he were summoning, it should only pertain to the current map. So how had creatures from other maps arrived? The monkeys appeared to originate from the red-eyed Monkey Mountain dungeon. This was outrageous. Dungeon monsters had emerged? Goodness, the number of these creatures far exceeds ours. Look, it seems that some are riding the monsters. Upon closer inspection, they noticed figures atop the beasts, clad in garb reminiscent of the Mahjong bandits. Chapter 57, Creatures in Hand. Follow me. Adorned with headgear bearing Mahjong patterns and draped in robes of various hues, it was unmistakably the Mahjong bandits. The sight before the 8 major guilds was utterly bewildering. The Mahjong bandits had mingled with these creatures. Some rode them, others stood atop their backs, and some were even cradled by humanoid monster princesses. The bandits shouted as the creatures drew near, and it became clear what they were proclaiming. Creatures in hand. Follow me. Seize. Claim the treasures. Only then did the 4 besieging guilds comprehend the situation. The Mahjong bandits intended to loot. Damn it. A group of novices barely in their teens clearly does not respect our 8 guilds. I see now. The Mahjong bandits are also monsters. Thousands of monsters surged forth like a colossal wave, crashing into the besieged battalion. In an instant, they tore open a breach and streamed in. Once inside the fray, the horde split into several factions, encircling from various directions. This tactic was employed to thwart any high-level mages from the guild who might unleash devastating area spells. Block them, quickly, prevent them from entering the hate zone. Zhao Xiong shouted hoarsely from the makeshift command post. However, his entreaties fell on deaf ears. As such an overwhelming number of monsters poured in, the formation of the besieged battalion was thrown into disarray. In the chaos, a monster swiftly pursued a hapless victim, delivering a flurry of lethal blows. To suggest that this chaos alone could shatter the resolve of these seasoned professionals would be an exaggeration. The true peril lay with the marauder standing among the monsters, from which a warrior leapt forth. Brothers, what is art? Other marauders tore a piece from their robes and waved it frantically above their heads. Starfish, in the heart of the battlefield, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending a fiery mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. Upon witnessing the marauder prepare for self-detonation, the professionals from the 4 major guilds hastily distanced themselves. Once a safe distance was established, the damage from the explosion would be significantly mitigated. Thus, the blast occurred without claiming a life. Nevertheless, the laws of physics remained. Such a violent explosion generated shockwaves that instantly cleared a substantial area, sending both monsters and professionals flying. Consequently, the besieging formation was utterly disrupted. The deadly butcher, in a frenzy, pursued the monsters and professionals alike, dispatching them with ruthless efficiency. Marauders, what in the world are you doing? Steal if you must, but must use self-destruct and create chaos. They were nothing short of lunatics. First, we must eliminate these madmen. The self-detonation ignited the rage of the professionals present, especially those situated near the epicenter of the blast. Had they not evaded quickly, they would have faced dire consequences, their equipment unable to withstand the explosion's aftermath. Chaos ensued as thousands of monsters rampaged through the battleground. The besieging formation could no longer be maintained, prompting the professionals to decide that the marauders must be dealt with first. You dare to kill me. I shall self-destruct. When a level 35 warrior seized an 8-level marauder, the latter showed no fear, instead threatening in return. This warrior, known for his short temper, retorted, "Go ahead. Let us see who meets their end first. Explode. Do it." The result was catastrophic, with both perishing. Others looked on, stunned. These marauders were not mere nuisances. They were living explosives. No one dared to engage the marauders any longer. Moreover, Zhao Yingxiong's drones continued to broadcast frantically from above. Ignore the marauders. They are low-level and pose no threat. Maintain your hate. Do not lose focus. Your health is dwindling. Those monsters are whittling it away. Gua Ji's summoned undead and Monkey Brothers Simian kin, though lacking in strength, pressed forward in a relentless wave, sacrificing themselves in the assault, ultimately managing to chip away at the enemy's health due to their sheer numbers. Even if each assault merely saps a small fraction of health, the cumulative toll from thousands of successive attacks amounts to a staggering depletion. The enmity generated by summoned creatures is attributed to the summoner. This animosity is gradually shifting from the members of the 4 major guilds to the avatar of Song Gua. At that moment, a tempest roared through the skies, heralding the arrival of an intruder. The first figure emerged, hands ablaze with flames, trailing a long tail of fire, Fire Brother from the Ma Fei de San Yuan. The second figure, standing upon a golden cloud and wielding a golden staff, was Wealthy Monkey from the same group. The third, suspended by a swarm of crimson bats, drifted slowly through the air, Blood Brother, also from Ma Fei de San Yuan. "Hey, wait for me. We agreed to make our entrance together," Blood Brother exclaimed, struggling to keep pace with his more agile companions. Behind them, a pair of skeletal wings unfurled with a thunderous clap. A black bone dragon, its wingspan exceeding 20 meters and comprised solely of bone, soared through the heavens. Upon its back stood Ghost Brother, brandishing a formidable blade, exuding an air of authority. The aerial Ma Fei members clearly possessed greater prowess, likely ranking among the elite. Yet their levels peaked at a mere 20, an incongruity with their ostentatious display. However, Zhao Yingxiong had also mobilized several teams to retaliate from the ground, aiming to bring them down. The archers, in particular, were well equipped to counter airborne foes. A barrage of magical projectiles and energy arrows unleashed upon the 4 figures above. In the distance, logistical teams were assembling anti-aircraft artillery, which, once completed, could deliver a devastating blow to the likes of Fire Brother and his comrades. "Here I come," Monkey Brother declared, positioning himself at the forefront to shield Blood Brother and Fire Brother from incoming attacks. Surrounded by a throng of monkey minions, he provided damage reduction that surpassed 100. Unless the attackers possessed attributes that could amplify damage against him, they could only inflict a mere point of compulsory damage. "Put some effort into it, will you? Is this just a tickle?" This taunt proved more effective than any mocking skill, prompting the professionals from the 4 guilds to prepare their ultimate abilities. Yet, no follow-up assault materialized, for Ghost Brother had intervened. "Little ones, interrupt their skills," Ghost Brother commanded. His summoned undead, grouped in dozens, lunged at those poised to unleash their powerful abilities, toppling them with sheer force. The chaotic scene unfolded as the professionals from the 4 guilds, alongside a multitude of diverse summoned creatures, engaged in a fierce melee, transforming the storm cliff into a veritable maelstrom. Boom! Fire Brother unleashed a fiery punch, obliterating all command drones, flames erupting from its eyes as it surveyed the battlefield. "Get rid of them." The signal from Zhao Yingxiong's side was abruptly severed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He immediately summoned the high-ranking members of the guilds, racing towards Stormcliff. Chapter 58. "Look, he even thanks us. Oh my, someone come protect me. I am, after all, the esteemed father of logistics." Among the besieging professionals from the 4 guilds, not all were combat specialists. Nearly a third belonged to the logistics department. Their combat capabilities are essentially at a standstill, as their skills pertain solely to crafting resources specific to their respective classes, engaging in potion making, scroll crafting, setting formations, and constructing turrets. These skills share a common trait. They require preparation and cannot be executed instantaneously. Currently, chaos reigns supreme. The team responsible for logistical support is being overwhelmed by a tide of summoned creatures. The unfortunate logistics professionals can do little but seek refuge and safety. However, what is the role of the bandits? They are in the business of legitimate dealings. Halt! What is your profession? A doppelganger adorned with a multitude of headgear. Obstruct a member of the Tianzhao Guild's logistics team. I am from the equipment line, a gem expert, and I excel at gem embedding. With a smirk, the bandit seizes a nearby, furious undead water buffalo and hurls it at him, then stomps down with a foot, pinning the logistics professional in place. Nonsense. I clearly saw you crafting a scroll just moments ago. Hand over all the scrolls you possess. Please, good sir, these are crafted with guild resources, public assets. If I give them to you, I will face punishment, and I cannot afford that. That is of no concern to me. If you do not comply, I shall destroy you. The logistics professional, feeling utterly helpless, pleaded with a quavering voice, but I have heard that you are supposed to be benevolent. Champions of justice among professionals. How can you engage in such acts? Robbing the rich to aid the poor is not considered benevolence? And whom have you aided? Me. I am quite impoverished, cannot you tell? The logistics professional felt as though he were burning. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth, opting to pay for his safety, resigning himself to a lifetime of unpaid labor for the guild. He opened his backpack to reveal its contents to the bandit, offering all of his scrolls and even the materials for crafting and used scrolls. The bandit, with a backpack lacking the capacity of others, summoned a companion to assist in carrying the load. All right, you may leave now. The bandit, displaying a surprising kindness, tossed him towards the outskirts of the fray. Thank you, the bandit remarked to his companion. See, he even expresses gratitude. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the area. The bandits seized the opportunity to rob, leaving a number of logistics professionals stripped bare. Hidden in the shadows, Song Gua synchronized with the memories of his doppelgangers. Upon realizing the situation, he could not suppress his delight. Incredible! I have robbed the 8 major guilds. What a windfall! He felt no pangs of guilt, for he believed he was engaging in noble deeds. Compared to the 8 guilds, the bandits were remarkably impoverished. Enough of this fun. The number of monsters under our control is rapidly dwindling, so let us hasten to execute the critical steps. In the sky, Huazi obliterated all drones with a single punch, temporarily severing communications between the high-ranking officials of the 8 guilds and the scene below. Remove them. The professionals from several guilds were stunned by Huazi's command. The bandits were utterly reckless. However, this act of robbery was akin to murder. It could not simply be dismissed as theft. Murder could be tolerated, but theft could not. Do they take us for air? Under your very noses, the frontline guilds of Yinshan City find ourselves questioning our place in this world. Protect. Eliminate the monsters. Stop the marauders. Preserve our dignity. In the absence of high-level command, the professionals on site began to act autonomously. Walker, the deadly butcher, found himself momentarily shaken by the scene before him. How did he go from being besieged by one group of bipeds to battling another, clad in bizarre attire? They were even administering healing skills to ensure his survival. Goodness, he had never fought such a wealthy battle in his life. Walker felt a sense of helplessness. His combat mechanism was heavily influenced by the agromechanics, and as he dealt damage solely to single targets, he naturally pursued the enemy with the highest threat level. But who held that title now? It was Ghost Brother. His summoned creatures had attacked Walker far too many times. Where was Ghost Brother? Walker could not fly, so would he simply stand there, gazing skyward? Of course not. The game would not allow such a simplistic approach. He would engage the enemies with slightly lesser threat. Initially, it was the assailants surrounding him, but their threat had dissipated long ago. The lesser threats were those wretched wild creatures transformed into summons by Ghost Brother. None could withstand Walker's blade, yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. These wild creatures scattered about, creating a chaotic kite-flying scenario that led Walker to run amok across the battlefield. The members of the 4 major guilds attempted to keep him close, but they could not contend with his current frenzied state. He moved with astonishing speed, eluding their grasp. West Wind, it's your turn. At last, Walker broke free from the encirclement of the 4 guilds. Ghost Brother, mounted upon a skeletal dragon, dove towards Walker. As the distance between them closed, Walker seemed to sense the impending threat and lifted his gaze. The one with the highest aggro had arrived, stirring something within Walker as he swung his cleaver. Clang! Crack! The bones of a dragon were as hard as iron, but Walker's butcher knife was sharper still, severing one of the dragon's leg bones. Yet, the skeletal dragon remained unfazed, using its other claw to grasp Walker's shoulder and lift him skyward. Walker would not go down without a fight. He raised his cleaver once more, ready to strike. Interrupt the attack. Fire Brother took charge, and a flurry of control skills flew in to prevent Walker from inflicting further harm upon the skeletal dragon. The Marauders have taken it, Walker exclaimed. What are the archers doing? Shoot that dragon down. That's impossible. The skeletal dragon has no health bar. It is merely an inanimate object. We must dismantle its structural integrity to stop it. Damn it. What use are you? Chase. A colossal staff descended from the heavens, blocking the path of thousands. Boom. I am here today. No one shall pass. Monkey Brother leapt from a nimbus, standing atop the enlarged golden staff, surveying his adversaries with a disdainful gaze. Damn. A level 17 piece of trash. Eliminate him. Countless skill effects engulfed Monkey Brother. He spread his arms wide, basking in the radiance of those effects. Special effects are merely various forms of energy. It is inconsequential as they fundamentally compute damage through calculations. As long as they are not physical attacks, it suffices. All are merely ones, leaving the myriad of practitioners bewildered. The Monkey Warrior is a unique class, implying its rarity. Furthermore, with the Monkey King concealing personal information and the lack of reconnaissance treasures among those present, they remain utterly oblivious to his class. Thus, it is entirely perplexing how a level 17 character is unable to inflict damage. In truth, they merely need to eliminate the swarm of monkeys darting about. They are quite fragile. A single area spell from a mage could potentially wipe them all out. Chapter 59, Slaying in the Wilderness. The bandits declare war on the 8 great guilds. The Nimbus Cloud. After the Monkey King flaunts his prowess, he makes a swift escape, thrilling in the exhilaration. It must be noted that the 4 major guilds also possess members who can soar through the skies. However, once they take to the air in pursuit of the Great Triad and Ghost Brother, the latter immediately threatens. If you chase me further, I shall self-destruct. Let us see where you can flee in the heavens. The bandits are indeed capable of self-destruction, and they do so with remarkable decisiveness, a fact that has been proven time and again. Those who can fly remain a minority. Pursuing the few airborne individuals necessitates solitary combat, which carries excessive risk. Thus, no one dares to chase into the sky. Ultimately, the gathering here is merely for plunder, and there exists no deep-seated enmity with the bandits, rendering it unnecessary to risk life and limb for the guild. It is precisely because these individuals are less daring than the bandits, always preoccupied with their own safety, that the bandits find opportunities to seize the loot. After the Monkey King intervenes, the thousands of Ghost Brothers summoned undead form a human wall, creating yet another barrier. This wall is quite scattered, compelling even the most capable mages to expend time clearing it. A few decoy avatars infiltrate the monsters, occasionally shouting, "I am about to self-destruct," which sends nearby practitioners scattering in fear. However, no explosion occurs. After a while, another shout sends a wave of panic, yet still no detonation. On the third instance, as they shout once more, skepticism arises, and they focus on eliminating the monsters. Ultimately, an explosion does ensue, severely injuring many. The tale of the wolf is coming has been well learned by the avatars. 2 waves of obstruction allow the skeletal dragon, summoned by Ghost Brother, to drag Walker farther away. Walker, possessing half of his skills with invulnerability, is beyond the control of those attempting to restrain him in his invulnerable state. Thus, not long after, Walker severs another leg of the skeletal dragon with his butcher's knife, sending it crashing down. This fall from the sky costs Walker a significant portion of his health, leaving his health bar diminished to a mere 1. Fire Brother gazes ahead to a cliff approximately 500 meters away. Here, accelerate. Eliminate them in an instant. A cadre of bandits rides swiftly on their undead summons, closely trailing him. Once Walker descends, they quickly close in, unleashing their skills in a coordinated assault. In a fit of rage, Walker pursues the other avatars with fervor. This cannot be. These creatures possess too high a defense. Even breaching their defenses proves problematic. Let me handle this. Do not self-destruct. In the wilderness, self-destruct damage is mitigated. Alas, thank goodness for your timely reminder. In this moment of peril, we find ourselves in a dire predicament, a mere sliver of health remaining, confounding our numerous avatars. I yearn for the presence of our original mastermind. Had he been here, a single strike would have sufficed. Yet, he is strategizing his final move, unable to manifest at this critical juncture. What shall we do? The members of the 4 major guilds are approaching. The brothers on the periphery, tasked with surveillance, report that the other 4 guilds have abandoned their efforts to disperse onlookers and have turned their focus to besieging us. Furthermore, the upper echelons of the 8 major guilds are en route, and before us lies a precipice. Are we, the Marauders, destined not only to fail, but to face total annihilation today? In the midst of our despair, a figure appears as if descended from the heavens. 1,000. A firestorm scroll. A crimson scroll is hurled by the individual known as Iwan towards Walker, activating upon impact. Boom. 3,922. My goodness. Iwan, what have you done? Iwan erupts into laughter. This is a scroll I recently pilfered. These major guilds are indeed affluent, possessing scrolls of exceptional quality. All above level 30. Brother Huazi's eyes gleam with excitement. Indeed, we can utilize their high-level items that inflict damage to retaliate. In truth, there are scrolls that can be crafted within Song Gua's avatars, but the issue lies in their lower levels, yielding scrolls of inferior quality, which do not significantly differ from the avatar's own output. However, the group momentarily forgets that they had just seized a bounty from the enemy supply lines amidst the chaos. Now, consolidating the resources they pilfered, they discern those capable of inflicting damage or controlling the battlefield, and they unleash them all at once. Firebombs. I throw. Molotov cocktails. I throw. Thunder scrolls. I throw. Toxic potions. I throw. A sexy swimsuit mixed in by mistake. You have this peculiar taste too. With Walker's last sliver of health, under the barrage of consumables and items, is finally depleted. I'm still hungry. Walker screams in despair. Boom. Do not underestimate the explosion upon his demise. Its radius will affect all within a considerable distance. This is Walker's sole area of affectability, triggered solely upon his death. As the dust settles, a vibrant cascade of loot gathers at the site of Walker's demise, forming a colorful mound. Wow. The avatars are elated. Grab it all. Alas, they can hardly secure anything. In the wild, loot is allocated based on priority, determined by the hate value accumulated before death. Gu is the first to collect, seizing the majority. Following him is Iwan, who had cast the most scrolls. One after another, the avatars advance to claim every piece of loot, leaving nothing behind, not even a single potion. As the avatars finish dividing the spoils, the members of the 8 major guilds arrive. Halt! Drop the loot. Marauders, you are declaring war against the 8 major guilds. Those with loud voices have already made their presence known. Others, with fiery tempers, directly unleash their skills in an explosive barrage. The opposing members, undoubtedly of higher levels, unleash devastating damage. After losing the protection of thousands of monsters, the damage easily spread to the avatars. 2 avatars were too fragile and met their demise on the spot, unable to even self-destruct in time. The remaining bandits had no choice but to carry away their bodies. Where do you think you can run? At the edge of the cliff, over 100 avatars found themselves with nowhere to retreat, cornered by the 8 major guilds. Zhao Xiong halted his comrades from advancing further. Surrender the loot, and I assure you safe passage. Brother Hu, standing before the multitude of avatars, let out a cold snort. We do not trust the Zhao family. The president of the June Green Guild, a notable figure, stepped forward, supporting his large belly, chuckling as he spoke. I do not bear the surname Zhao, nor am I one of 4 great families. You can trust me. We are merely after a bit of reward, not wishing for life and death. He continued, moreover, it is quite against the code of the martial world to seize what we have fought hard for nearly a day. Brother Monkey spat onto the ground. The wilderness is about seizing. When did it become your internal distribution? Zhao Xiong's gaze turned icy. You have nowhere to go, even if you can fly. Our elite forces from the 8 major guilds are present. Taking to the skies will lead to your demise. Surrender the loot and save your lives. As his words fell, Zhao Xiong's companions behind him issued a menacing threat and stepped forward. The bandits, undeterred, also advanced a step, speaking in unison, if you dare approach, we will self-destruct, taking everything with us. Chapter 60. My friends, I have come to rescue you. The 8 major guilds and the bandits faced off on a cliff at Storm Mountain. The horizontal distance between the 2 sides was 100 meters, with a vertical drop of 20 meters, the bandits standing above. The wild winds whipped up dust. Tension palpable as neither side dared to step forward, fearful of disrupting the delicate balance. Behind the 8 major guilds, smaller guilds, and individual players gradually converged. Wow, the bandits are impressive. They successfully snatched food from the mouths of the 8 major guilds. These bandits were only in their teens in levels, with just one exceeding level 20. Yet they managed to achieve this miracle. As the number of onlookers increased, the patience of the 8 major guilds waned. The more spectators there were, the greater the embarrassment they felt. Zhao Xiong stepped forward, representing the 8 major guilds, and bellowed at the bandits. Enough! This is your final ultimatum. If you wish to self-destruct, then do so. The wilderness loot must either be returned to us, or you shall take it to the underworld. Prepare to attack. Behind Zhao Xiong, a host of ranged attackers entered their skill preparation state. Various starlit sparks gathered energy, their momentum reaching a crescendo. In this critical moment, all the bandits heard the voice of Song Gua resonating in their minds. "Brothers, jump! I am here to rescue you." An unexpected scene unfolded. All the bandits held hands, forming two lines, and leapt backward, free-falling towards the depths of the cliff. Some avatars even took the opportunity to add flair to their performance. What we seize today is not merely the wilderness, but fairness. The world belongs to you, but also belongs to us. Do not think you can monopolize it. When the chaos of yin and yang unfolds, I shall spill my fervent blood upon the azure sky. For those who sacrifice, possess grand aspirations, daring to usher in a new dawn. What joy is there in life? What sorrow in death? The winds howl, and the waters of the Yi River grow cold. A valiant warrior departs, never to return. In life, one must strive to be a paragon. In death, a formidable spirit. Ha ha ha. Though my reservoir of knowledge has been depleted by others, the performance must continue. Thus, I can only laugh. The bandits tumbled from the precipice, while the members of the 8 major guilds, believing they were fleeing, launched their assault. Thunderous roars, countless skill effects descended, shattering a portion of the cliff. Dust billowed, and rocks scattered. The witnessing professionals were left in awe. How cultured these bandits are. Is that the crux of the matter? Though they may seem mad, their inner spirit is truly magnificent. They are a group deserving of respect. With such low levels, could they perhaps be students? How tragically heroic. On January 9th of the new calendar, the bandits fired the first shot of revolution in Yinshan City. Only they would dare to confront the landlords of Yinshan City, to seize the wilderness from the 8 major guilds, to disregard the 4 great families. The 8 major guilds were utterly bewildered by the actions of the bandits. They expected the bandits to stubbornly resist, or even to self-destruct. Little did they know, they actually leapt off the cliff. Zhao Xiong sensed there was something amiss and wished to inspect the cliff's edge immediately. However, he had just ordered the attack, and the chaos it incited prevented him from approaching. Once the dust settled, Zhao Xiong swiftly moved, leaving behind lingering shadows. Reaching the cliff's edge in the blink of an eye, he gazed into the misty valley below, but could see nothing. The valley was too deep. The members of the 8 major guilds began to race down the slope into the gorge. Other professionals, trailing behind, attempted to fish in troubled waters, hoping for fortune at the valley's bottom. Thousands surged forward, a cacophony of footsteps echoing as they rushed towards the depths. Where was Song Gua at this moment? He had already arrived at the base of the cliff at the onset of the operation. Earlier, during the standoff, he had borrowed the strength of the Monkey King, leaping onto a prominent stone in the middle of the cliff. It was previously mentioned that when the deadly butcher was slain, its vast experience was distributed among Song Gua's avatars according to their enmity levels, resulting in a substantial increase in Song Gua's experience, elevating him by a full level. As the avatars leapt down, they held hands intentionally, both to bridge the distance between them and to support the weakened Monkey King, concealing his unusual state after borrowing strength. They stood in 2 rows, one row of avatars stretching 50 meters from end to end. This was Song Gua's devised escape plan, perfectly embodying the bandit spirit of reckless enterprise. In hindsight, it was indeed a gamble. As fate would have it, the winds in the valley were fierce. The avatars plummeting from the cliff were pushed off their horizontal trajectory. "Take off your clothes. Damn it. At such a moment, you still covet my beauty. Fool. The robes adorning our bodies draw too much attention. Let's shed them." The movements of the numerous clones were synchronized. Release, discard, and then clasp hands to bridge the distance between us. With a rustle, an array of colorful robes ascended into the sky. Yet, it still felt amiss. Slightly deviating from our intended direction, relying on the old rogue's positioning was proving too tardy. Our current velocity was overwhelming. Just the other day, I pondered why the old rogue was so engrossed in that egg-catching game. It turns out he was biding his time for this moment. In a moment of urgency, Brother Hua unleashed his power upon the crowd. Fiery fist. Flames erupted with a thunderous roar. The clones were taken aback. "Brother Hua, cease fire. We are allies." What was Brother Hua thinking? Was he granting me a swift end? No. Perhaps if I fell just right, I might preserve my life. Flames. They singed my backside. A miraculous scene unfolded. After Brother Hua struck a line of fire towards that direction, an unexpected gust of wind blew in from beyond. How astonishing. Brother Hua nonchalantly produced a pair of glasses and donned them with an air of refinement. When a great fire blazes, it consumes a considerable amount of oxygen in its vicinity, causing the surrounding air to rush in to fill the void, thereby creating a current or wind. It is akin to the sensation of a train passing by, where you feel a force propelling you toward it. Everyone raised their thumbs in approval. Mastering the sciences of mathematics, physics, and chemistry renders one unafraid of traversing other realms. The voice of Song Gua resonated in everyone's minds. Stop your idle chatter. Focus on my position and adjust your skills accordingly. Be diligent. If we fall, there will be no chance of recovery. Chapter 61. The Online Hype. The Renown of the Bandits. Song Gua stood atop a large stone on the mountain wall, with clones rapidly approaching from above. I'll catch it. I'll catch it. I'll catch it again. The scene before me could easily be rendered as pixel art. A pixelated figure stood on the stone, swaying as countless identical figures fell around it. The pixelated figure spread its arms wide. Once another figure entered its 40-meter radius, it would be absorbed. Combo strikes. 2 hits. 3 hits. 4 hits. Miraculously, there were no grave dangers. Only a select few clones strayed too far. Song Gua, anticipating their trajectory, borrowed Brother Hui's fiery power to alter his position and reduce the distance between them. A surge of bravado arose within. The 8 major guilds? Mere trifles. Entering the cave to utilize the teleportation beam would be obstructed by the rocky terrain. Although a few clones were lost on this venture, the rewards were undeniably worthwhile. This is the spot. It cannot be wrong. No matter how far off I may fall from that position, I shall surely land within this stormy canyon. Where are the others? Why is there not a single trace of blood? The 8 major guilds were the first to reach the bottom of the valley. Their numbers were overwhelming, and in no time, they spread throughout the canyon. This valley also served as a leveling map, specifically for level 30. The wild monsters roaming here were naturally of level 30. Those arriving merely to spectate, at levels in their 20s or teens, would have to steer clear of such formidable foes. Level 30 marks a critical threshold. Upon reaching level 30, professionals are eligible to undertake the second transition challenge, a feat that significantly enhances their prowess. Thus, for monsters, level 30 serves as a pivotal threshold, far surpassing the capabilities of those at level 25. The 8 major guilds are diligently purging the wild creatures within the Storm Gorge while simultaneously searching for traces of the bandits. However, their efforts yield no results. Yet, it cannot be said that they found nothing. Chief, this is all we have, Zhao Yingxiong remarked, observing the assorted robes brought by his subordinates. His frustration evident as he puffed and glared. Impossible. Have they grown wings? Only a few can fly. Why is there not a single corpse to be found? The members of the 8 guilds were enveloped in confusion, vexation, and an inability to comprehend the situation. Having dominated Yinshan City for so many years, they had never experienced the sensation of a cooked duck flying away. On the contrary, the president of the June Green Guild, Dao Yuming, burst into hearty laughter. As Zhao Yingxiong, already irritable, heard the laughter, he immediately reprimanded. What are you laughing at? Ah, President Zhao, why the ire? It's merely a level 30 creature in the wild, hardly worth the fuss. Dao Yuming continued. We have suffered losses and gained nothing. Yet these audacious bandits dare to provoke us. They are courting death. We, the 8 major guilds, must avenge this grievance, lest we lose our face. However, this also serves as a lesson for us. What lesson? Dao Yuming patted Zhao Yingxiong's shoulder. Never underestimate your opponent. At the moment when the bandits rode in on a horde of monsters, he had advised his comrades to disregard the bandits, deeming them too low in level to pose a threat. In hindsight, this seems rather ironic. Had a portion of their forces been allocated to confront and eliminate the bandits, the outcome might have been quite different. The president of the Steel Heart Guild, a 35-year-old woman named Sun Wenxiang, was present. Dao Yuming laughed once more indeed. President Sun is astute. In this instance, we have experienced a setback that may well turn into a blessing. The members of the 8 guilds subsequently retreated. Other professionals lingered at the valley's bottom, speculating that perhaps a bandit had fallen and gone unnoticed, hoping to collect any stragglers. From that moment forth, discussions regarding the bandits erupted online with fervor. Various posts and articles proliferated. Shocking. The 8 major guilds falter, allowing them to be overtaken in the wild. Tragedy at Storm Mountain Cliff. The culprit is revealed. Brave. Heroic. The bandits challenge the 8 major guilds, trading lives for a stalemate. The final ode of the Night Knights. The bandits' ultimate battle. These posts and discussions, a blend of truth and fabrication, reflected the real situation, yet were often skewed for views, leading to misinformation. Some even depicted the bandits as a cadre of formidable third transition experts, with descriptions that seemed credible. Regardless, the discourse surrounding the bandits remained predominantly positive. The forces of Yinshan City have long endured hardship, overlooked by the 4 prominent families who disregard the law and monopolize the resources of professionals. The people of Yinshan City are filled with indignation but dare not voice their grievances. Today, a group of individuals of unknown identity and modest rank undertook an audacious act that many contemplated but dared not execute. though they merely seized a single item. It was universally perceived as a resounding affront to the 8 great guilds, delivering a profound and exhilarating blow. This act reverberated even to their financial backers. The 4 prominent families. Particularly, the final leap off the cliff has been lauded by numerous netizens as a legendary maneuver. Though I perish, I shall bestow no rewards upon you. It bears a striking resemblance to the defiant self-termination of a tyrant. Have all the bandits perished? Are there any survivors? If there are brothers among the bandits, please step forward. I declare that from this day forth, the bandits shall be my idols. Utterly magnificent. This world requires such individuals to deliver a swift reprimand to those who wield power arrogantly. How may I join the bandits? I desire a headpiece of the rarest quality. Does the leader of the bandits still live? Are they accepting new members? I can join the organization at no cost. For free. I would gladly pay to join. As discussions of the bandits swirled throughout various circles in Yinshan City, Song Gua and his doppelgangers convened an organizational meeting in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts. The establishment was already equipped with water and electricity. Night had fallen, and only a single overhead light illuminated a corner where 2 coffins lay. Inside them were the remains of 2 comrades who had been remotely executed by the 8 great guilds before they could self-detonate during their retreat. In this battle, we lost 5 brothers and sustained 27 injuries, though fortunately, none were severe enough to require hospitalization. Let us observe 3 seconds of silence for our fallen comrades. With a sorrowful expression, Song Gua bowed deeply. After 3 seconds, Brother Hua ignited a fire that swiftly consumed the 2 coffins. Song Gua turned with a beaming smile. Brothers, let us display the spoils we have acquired. Chapter 62. Assembling the core, the most crucial element. I possess a set of 4 rare quality slaughtering pieces: slaughter armor, slaughter leggings, slaughter boots, and slaughter helmet, all of light armor classification. The set bonus enhances output, making it perfectly suited for you, old thief. Song Gua glanced at the equipment. With its rare quality and unparalleled protective capabilities, the set effect could augment strength and bestow precious damage enhancement attributes. Increased damage signifies that the true damage inflicted would also be elevated. The slaughter set is indeed an exceptionally appropriate armor collection for the bond forging profession. Song Gua decisively accepted it, awaiting the moment he would reach level 30 to don it. Next, I have a level 30 epic quality dagger, the Walker's Cleaver. Remarkable. It is tailored to suit the stature of an average person, unlike its counterparts. Without hesitation, this piece of equipment was destined for Brother Gua. Brother Gua accepted it with pride, his chest puffed out. I shall take it indeed. A fine blade it is. Alas, I must wait until I reach level 30 to wield it. I yearn to equip it immediately. Song Gua continued to sort through their bounty. Next, 100 enhancement stones and 10 units of lucky powder, which can augment the success rate during enhancement. There's also a butcher's eye, another enhancement material intended for high-level enhancement catalysis. Additionally, I possess 5 vitality gemstones, 5 strength gemstones, 5 agility gemstones, and 5 spirit gemstones. Furthermore, I have 2 diamonds, used for socketing and embedding gems into equipment. The first turn skill books are overwhelming in variety. There are a total of 20, comprising 10 excellent, 7 flawless, 2 rare, and 1 epic. I also have 20 bottles of spiritual dew. The types are for you to discern. My duplicates continue to extract resources from the backpack, all harvested from the deadly pig butcher. The spoils taken amidst the chaos of the 8 prominent guilds have yet to be organized. I did not scrutinize the basic resources closely, simply gathering the spiritual dew into my own backpack and consuming it to reach this month's limit. The epic skill book is from the warrior sequence. Currently, we lack a sufficiently powerful warrior sequence duplicate, so I shall retain it for now. The 2 rare books, one on dragon blood and the other on summoning, are splendid and have suitable candidates for use. Blood Brother and Ghost Brother, each of you shall receive one. They accepted the books with gratitude, gently caressing them. Thank you, boss. I remarked in jest. No worries, just an old thief distributing benefits, right? Materials, consumables, equipment, skill books, and so forth. First, I assessed what I could utilize, distributing the rest among my duplicates as needed. Finally, we arrived at the most significant drop. First, the innate Ganoderma, which, when consumed, increases 1 skill slot. One is guaranteed to obtain at least 1 innate Ganoderma upon defeating wild creatures. The wilds do not feature creatures below level 30. Thus, Walker is the weakest among them, and its drop rate is among the lowest. As a result, I only acquired a single innate Ganoderma. For ordinary practitioners, this represents the greatest allure of the wilds, as they are often besieged by guilds. The major guilds hold the largest reserves of this item, frequently utilizing it to attract talent. The consumption of innate Ganoderma is also limited. One may consume no more than 1 per year. I consumed it on the spot. Then, I perused the 20 skill books and discovered one from the commander's sequence, which I utilized. Consequently, I now possess 6 skills and have opened a skill slot, ready to be filled with a more appropriate skill book when available. Secondly, the Law of Heaven and Earth card. Law of Heaven and Earth card. Name, Deadly Pig Butcher. Usage level, 30, upper sequence disregarded. Applicable sequences, Warrior, Guardian, Versatile, Dragon Blood, Commander, Sage. Quality, flawless. Effect, upon use. It creates a law of heaven and earth to assist in battle, lasting until the energy for one assist is depleted. This card can be used a maximum of 10 times, with the current remaining uses, 10. This item, I had previously seen in videos online. True to its name, upon use, it forms a law of heaven and earth behind the user, synchronizing with their combat actions. However, the skills utilized by this law of heaven and earth are those of the character within the card. It is extraordinarily impressive. Once activated, this card is akin to embodying the wilderness. A second-tier class can effortlessly overpower a third-tier one. The Heaven and Earth card imposes certain requirements based on the user's class sequence. Among the 4 superior sequences, any card is applicable. However, for the 8 foundational sequences, it depends on whether the card explicitly states its usability. Major guilds possess reserves for such cards, which are occasionally employed against formidable targets or to set records in dungeons. This time, the 8 major guilds refrained from using them, as Walker was merely a level 30 wilderness entity. The lowest level in the wild is 30. They were reluctant to expend their precious Heaven and Earth cards. Thirdly, we have a core of assembly. This is what the true power of the guild is concerned with. The resources obtainable from the wilderness. Core of assembly. Current level, 10. Upgrading method. Refine resources from class professionals or donate personal experience points. Excessive donations may result in a level decrease. To enhance the core S experience. Upon reaching full experience, use a core upgrade crystal to level up by 1. Current quality, ordinary. Quality enhancement requirements. Reach level 10 and provide the following materials. 1 ordinary core of assembly. 100 units of flawless or higher materials. 10 units of rare or higher materials. 10 core advancement crystals. Current effect, experience amplification 1. All attributes 1. Enchantable attributes, 0, 1, none. Assemblers, leader, 0, 1, none. First officer, 0, 2, none. Senator, 0, 5, none. Elite, 0, 10, none. Member, 0, 20, none. In most online games, joining a guild yields certain enhancements. However, Clerics does not feature a guild function. Today's real-world guilds are organized entities formed through investment and leadership, akin to a company, devoid of in-game items. Yet, only those guilds possessing a core of assembly are deemed authentic. The core of assembly serves to provide effects to a collective. Currently, Song Gua possesses a core of assembly that can bind a total of 38 individuals. Depending on their assigned positions, the benefits conferred by the core vary. The leader can receive a 200 boost. For instance, with the current core's effects, it grants a 2 experience amplification and a 2 to all attributes effect. The first officer receives 150, senators 100, elites 80, and members 50. The titles within the core of assembly differ from the organizational structure of real-world guilds, as a major guild may not have a singular core. Thus, multiple individuals can occupy leader positions, although the highest-ranking leader will undoubtedly bind to the core of the highest level and quality. This is the motivation behind Song Gua's determination to seize the wilderness, even at the cost of sacrificing several avatars. As long as the core of assembly is nurtured, he and all his avatars will reap boundless benefits. So, what are you waiting for? Limited slots are available. Who wishes to register for binding to the core? Chapter 63. Breaking through level 20. Although the current assembly core is of low level and quality, offering minimal enhancements, even the slightest gain is still valuable. The avatars eagerly bind themselves to it, especially for the experience amplification that is difficult to acquire through equipment. Despite their seemingly carefree demeanor, they are quite competitive internally, each aspiring to ascend the ranks. Ultimately, due to the limited number of positions, allocation is prioritized based on strength and status. Song Gua binds the leader, while Huizigu and Hougu secure 2 vice positions. Huizigu temporarily binds a senator role, with plans to elevate further once more vice spots become available. The Minghua Enhancer, Rhythm Mage, Storm Knight, and the clever one who infiltrated the psychiatric hospital have claimed the remaining 4 senator spots. 10 elite members and 20 additional members have been assigned to the 30 principal avatars, currently at the highest level. In truth, Song Gua has over 100 avatars worthy of cultivation, each one a steadfast ally, never to self-destruct unless absolutely necessary. The available slots are still too few. Acquiring some upgrade materials for the assembly core to enhance its level would be wise. However, the costs are exorbitant. Core advancement crystals and upgrade crystals are all in the millions, and supplies are scarce. As for the assembly core itself, it is utterly unavailable for purchase. Thus, the only option is to obtain them from the wild. Monsters in the Forbidden Zone also drop them, but with a lower probability compared to the wild, and they are more challenging to defeat. The Forbidden Zone itself is perilous, making it currently inaccessible. It is no wonder that the guild is so concerned about the wild. It directly impacts the strength of their assembly core and consequently affects the interests of many. Song Gua picked up a crystalline object from the ground, a core upgrade crystal dropped by a walker. If we fill the core's experience bar, it can still be leveled up. He instructed the avatars to retrieve the logistical resources hastily looted from the 8 major guilds, extracting those of significant value to themselves, while discarding the remainder into the assembly core. The current assembly core is merely the size of a palm, spherical in shape, with a ring of star-like luminescence rotating slowly around it. It is said that the main core of top-tier world guilds, due to its superior quality and level, has grown as large as a mountain, rendering it impossible to fit into a practitioner's backpack. With the experience bar fully charged, Song Gua utilized a core upgrade crystal, elevating it to level 2. Your assembly core has been upgraded to level 12. Effects enhanced. Experience amplification 1. Experience amplification 2. All attributes 1. All attributes 2. Number of assemblers increased. Elites 10, Elites 12. Members 20, Members 25. Assembly core upgrade complete, entering cooldown status. Experience can be gained again in 7 days. 7 additional principal avatars have now bound to the assembly core. This endeavor is also quite costly, explaining why large guilds require investment for swifter development. Song Gua has no intention of donating his own experience points. The low-tier resources available on the market, sold by weight, are exceptionally suitable for supplementing experience for gathering cores. Additionally, utilizing inexpensive low-grade materials to manufacture basic resource smelting through the logistics profession is a cost-effective strategy. This transformation elevates the value of materials into resources, consequently allowing a greater provision of experience when invested into gathering cores. Prominent guilds employ this method, resulting in a considerable number of logistics specialists in their ranks. However, currently, Song Gua finds himself financially strained. Significant investment in gathering cores is necessary to observe tangible results, which cannot become his primary focus at this moment. He must await the acquisition of critical cultivation items, such as core upgrade crystals, before reconsidering his priorities. The experience gained from the wild battle has propelled Song Gua to level 20, also leading him to experience total fatigue once more. This is fortuitous, as tomorrow marks the day of his mock examinations, 2 days for liberal arts and 1 for science, leaving him no opportunity to level up outside. He has already purchased a complete set of level 20 gear for himself and is now trying it on to assess its effectiveness. Name: Song Gua. Age: 19. Level: 2039. Profession: First Transition Bonded Warrior. Combat Class: Commander Sequence. Professional Talents: Plain and Simple. Slight. Unity of Strength: Slight. Weapon Proficiency: None. Armor Proficiency: Light Armor. Strength Attribute: 10. Agility Attribute: 10. Strength: 21,522. Vitality: 92. Mentality: 91. Agility: 21,722. Growth: 20. Equipment: Weapon: None. Upper Body: Flawless Snow King Light Armor, level 20. Lower Body: Flawless Snow King Leg Armor, level 20. Feet: Flawless Snow King Boots, level 20. Head: Flawless Snow King Helmet, level 20. Ring: Excellent Snow Monster Ring, level 20. Necklace: Excellent Cold Wind Necklace, level 20. Bracelet: Excellent Ice Crystal Bracelet, level 20. Cloak: Excellent Cold Ice Cloak, level 20. This impeccable armor set was not inexpensive, costing Song Gua $1 million. Flawless equipment primarily emerges from nightmarish, hellish difficulty dungeons. Not every level 25 professional can conquer such challenging dungeons. Even Song Gua's avatars require the deployment of top-tier companions, such as the Great Triad or the Great Four Joys, to have a chance. He usually assigns only 5 ordinary mainstays for dungeon runs at hellish difficulty, often urging them to avoid overexertion for safety's sake. Thus, as levels increase, the prices of high-quality gear begin to soar. The experience bestowed by the Deadly Butcher not only elevated Song Gua from level 19 to 20, but also overflowed into the 39 experience of level 20. Some of his skills have upgraded, although they remain of lower quality. Higher quality skills demand a greater level of proficiency, and their upgrades are significantly more costly. Brother Shiwezi gazes enviously at Song Gua and his new gear, expressing, "Boss, I've been level 20 for quite some time. When will I receive a flawless set? How about I arrange a rare set for you?" Song Gua responds, "That would be splendid, but you'll have to earn it yourself. Each set costs over $1 million. I don't possess such funds to create one." After reaching level 20, the primary gear must be acquired through self-farming in dungeons. Changing equipment every 5 levels is a privilege reserved for the wealthy. Level serves merely as a stepping stone. A higher level does not necessarily equate to greater combat prowess. My comrades, the upcoming 3 days are crucial. Are you prepared? Always ready. Excellent. There is a newfound vigor among the group since the core has assembled. Songming, how fares your search for Bingshan? Chapter 64. The Wall-Crossing Man and the Secrets of the Asylum. In the dead of night, at the Yunqing Mental Health Facility, Songming pondered, where on earth is Bingshan? Stealthily leaving his ward, he continued his covert mission amid the tranquil shadows of the hospital. Hearing the voice of Song Gua, he retorted indignantly, "Wasn't I supposed to be the North Wind? What a ridiculous moniker, Songming. Your profession lacks distinctiveness. It's hard to bestow you with a fitting nickname," Song Gua replied. "I shall also be the Noble North Wind." Songming crouched, skirting through the hospital with furtive movements. "What is this place? In my idle chatter with you, I've utterly lost my way." Song Gua sighed in exasperation. "You've infiltrated this place for days, and yet you remain unfamiliar with the layout? I've become somewhat acquainted, yet this hospital is expansive, with numerous basements and hidden chambers. I'm uncertain of its true nature." It appeared there were some underlying secrets within this facility. Yu Sheng had evidently failed to thoroughly investigate the local powers. I seem to have entered the director's office," Songming exclaimed. "Was it truly so simple? A hidden passage and a secret door led me directly here. Let me inspect the director's computer. Perhaps it harbors clues. It's password protected. Does that daunt you? Have you forgotten that we were esteemed programmers before our journey here? Wait, someone approaches. Remain silent to avoid distracting me." Upon hearing footsteps outside, Songming swiftly shut the computer and concealed himself behind the curtains. With a click, the office lights flickered on. "Director Ouyang, my son has little time left. When will you consent to the surgery?" 2 individuals entered. The one in the lead was a silver-haired elderly man with a receding hairline. He was the director of the hospital. In the realm of life professions, he was a specialist in surgery, boasting a level of 38. Ascending to the 2nd tier in life professions is quite a feat, as experience cannot be accrued through combat. Unlike logistical roles, to level up, one must rely solely on the experience gained from utilizing personal life skills. Given that he was already at level 38, it was evident he had performed numerous surgical procedures. However, wasn't he the director of a psychiatric hospital? What surgery would a mental patient require? Songming had found this puzzling since his first day in the facility. Following Director Ouyang was a middle-aged woman, elegantly dressed, yet appearing quite haggard. Her profession was ambiguous, yet her level was impressive at 49. Songming covertly glanced at her, recognizing her from television as a senior executive at Pangsha Real Estate, likely affiliated with the Pang family. "The head of the Zhao family has communicated with me numerous times, yet Ms. Ning, Mr. Bingshan is no ordinary individual. He is a pawn placed here by Yu Sheng, and we must approach him with utmost caution." What is there to fear from Yu Sheng? In Yinshan City, the 4 prominent families hold the reins of power. Moreover, Bingshan is a member of the Night Owl Thieves Guild, a criminal beyond redemption. It would be an honor for him to sacrifice his heart to save my son. The astute observer behind the curtain gasped and covered his mouth in astonishment. He now comprehended how some patients could inexplicably vanish into the morgue. He also understood the presence of so many hidden chambers within this hospital. Indeed, it harbors numerous secrets. The facade of accommodating the socially marginalized is merely a cover for organ trafficking. There are likely even darker deeds at play: human experimentation, grotesque abuse, and sexual slavery. In a world where extraordinary powers exist, the shadowy underbelly of such a remote city will only prove more horrifying. Yu Sheng is poised to become the new executioner of the Abyss in the coming years, and many high-ranking officials in the Huaxiao administrative region regard him with great importance. He must not be offended. However, only Bingshan and my son are perfectly matched. I understand. Whatever the cost, this is not merely a matter of finances. As a friend of the Zhao family, I am obliged to assist, especially since our hospital is a property of Zhao Pharmaceuticals. Nonetheless, this endeavor must be executed flawlessly. Director Ouyang, do you have a plan? In 3 days. What do you mean? We have found a man who bears a striking resemblance to Bingshan. After undergoing cosmetic surgery, he now bears a 90 similarity. We require 3 more days for the surgical traces to vanish completely, at which point he will take Bingshen's place. Once we confine him to Bingshen's hospital room, Bingshen can ascend to the operating table. Brilliant, truly brilliant, Director Ouyang. Your capabilities are impressive. 3 days. Surely your esteemed son can wait that long. Indeed, indeed. 3 days hence coincides with the time of the mock martial arts examination, as well as the scheduled rescue operation agreed upon by the Avengers and the Mafia. The keen observer furrowed his brow. Everything is converging. However, if Bingshen is indeed placed on the operating table at that time, it may benefit the rescue mission. For on that day, the one in need of a heart will also arrive, allowing the astute observer to locate Bingshen alongside them. He listened intently, committing every detail to memory. Indeed, saving a life surpasses the construction of a 7-story pagoda. It is my honor. Thank you, thank you. Ms. Ning departed. Director Ouyang beamed as he bid her farewell. Yet, the moment he turned away, his expression became as emotionless as a cold surgical blade. Director Ouyang's hand reached towards the back of the main console. It was warm. His penetrating gaze scanned the modest office before finally settling on the curtains. Retrieving a handgun from the drawer, Director Ouyang advanced slowly towards the drapes. The evening breeze wafted in, lifting a small corner of the curtain. With a swift movement, Director Ouyang dashed forward, yanked the curtains aside, and immediately fired a shot at the space behind them. Was anyone there? Director Ouyang crouched down, meticulously observing the polished floor tiles. Am I being overly suspicious? Did the computer perhaps perform some automatic updates during the night? Outside the director's office, Songming pressed himself against the corner, taking deep breaths. At this moment, he was merely a wall away from Director Ouyang. On his feet, he wore a disposable shoe cover. Leaving no footprints is a well-known principle among this line of work. Songming did not escape through the window. The opening of the director's office window was too small for an adult to pass through. Rather, he emerged through the wall. His profession? A combat specialist, part of the assassin sequence, a stealth operative. Indeed, akin to Zhao Xian, who was killed in the explosion at the Song family home. He possessed an innate ability to traverse walls. Henceforth, your nickname shall be Wall-Crossing Brother. After all that listening, this is the extent of your gains. Chapter 65. The rescue begins. I shall devour all. On January 10th, 1000 of the new era, the first simulated examination of Yinshan City commenced. Prior to the examination, the enigmatic grand prize for this mock test was revealed. In the medium fog zone near Yinshan City, a new illusion realm was discovered last year. As this was the only illusion realm surrounding Yinshan City, it was aptly named the Yinshan Illusion. Whether one could gain anything from entering the illusion realm depended entirely on individual fortune. Following a year of exploration and investigation by various guilds, the Yinshan Illusion was classified as a Level 1 illusion realm. The level of an illusion realm correlates with its perilousness. Level 1 is the most basic, indicating relative safety. Consequently, in anticipation of the city's inaugural simulated examination, Yinshan City organized an event. The top 50 ranked individuals in the city would earn the qualification to enter this illusion realm and participate in trials lasting several days. In simpler terms, this seemingly harmless illusion realm was akin to a school outing, allowing students to explore. How formidable this band of rogues is. Having seized the advantage from the 8 major guilds, I can only imagine the expressions of those accustomed to bullying others, as if they had just tasted something foul. The language examination was the first event, and before it commenced, Yu Wenhao, sharing the same examination room with Song Gua, eagerly chatted with him. Unbeknownst to him, the individual seated beside him was the leader of the rogues. Song Gua played along, feigning surprise. Yu Wenhao continued, I've heard that the 8 major guilds have been stationed outside the Public Security Bureau, demanding the delegation of law enforcement powers to apprehend the remnants of the rogues. Upon hearing this news, Song Gua was genuinely taken aback. Without this so-called law enforcement authority, would they refrain from taking action against the rogues? Not all, my friend. They are all respectable individuals and must conduct themselves with a sense of legitimacy. Out in the wild, they would surely act as they please. But the rogues are often active in the city as well. They desire to exact their vengeance within the urban confines too. The Public Security Bureau should certainly oppose this. Absolutely. Although the Public Security Bureau's credibility is currently at 0, it still maintains the FAAD of preserving order in Yinshan City. If power were to be delegated, it would be akin to the distribution of military authority during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Chaos would ensue. The late Eastern Han Dynasty? The history of Blue Star bears a striking resemblance to that of Earth. However, it was only in modern times that significant disparities began to emerge. By the way, there is another matter. Huaxiangrong has transferred schools. Transferred? To which institution? To another city, it seems. That should be referred to as moving. Indeed. Unable to win your affections, I once again offended Zhao Qian at the Public Security Bureau. Her family is not particularly affluent, so they must have fled overnight. Recently, the restricted zones surrounding Yinshan City have been in turmoil. Their ability to relocate at such a time suggests that their circumstances are not too dire. Yu Wenhao is like a walking encyclopedia, brimming with tidbits and news, which Song Gua listens to with great interest. The examination has commenced. As Yu Wenhao passes the exam papers backward, he proclaims, "Chinese is my strongest subject, old song. Let us compete to see who finishes first." "All right," replies Song Gua. Yu Wenhao writes furiously, his thoughts racing. In the intervals between answering questions, he glances at Song Gua. Goodness, Song Gua is writing even faster. He is even using both hands simultaneously. How can I compete with such agility? Yu Wenhao feels a sense of despair. However, while you can write quickly, surely you cannot fabricate nonsense. Although many questions in Chinese do indeed seem rather absurd. For the final essay, one must have a coherent thought before writing, right? Writing so swiftly, can your mind keep pace? In truth, at that moment, Song Gua is silently cursing. Why on earth are you writing so slowly? At Song Gua's home, a multitude of avatars are poring over books, utilizing computers to search for information. Some have even paid for remote tutors to provide answers directly. Once the answers are obtained, the avatars excitedly recite them aloud, allowing Song Gua to hear their voices. Ultimately, before Yu Wenhao even reaches the essay, Song Gua has already submitted his paper, leaving Yu Wenhao questioning his existence. For the second subject, mathematics, Yu Wenhao's competitive spirit ignites. Surely, one cannot fabricate answers for math? Yet, he observes Song Gua staring blankly at the exam paper, murmuring softly, as if reading the questions. After a moment, Song Gua picks up his pen and begins to write furiously. When Yu Wenhao looks up again, he finds that Song Gua has already commenced tackling the major problems. Goodness, are you truly fabricating your math answers? Old song, humanities scores are equally important. The college entrance examination does not solely focus on martial arts results. Yu Wenhao grows concerned for Song Gua. The 2 days of academic examinations conclude, and the third day's martial arts assessment is the main event for combat students. Logistics students do not participate in the martial arts examination. They have their own specialized assessments on a different day. The vocational academy is divided into combat and logistics colleges, and the two groups do not compete against each other in the entrance examination. At the Yinshan City Sports Center, 10 arenas have been erected on a 10-acre field. The stands are filled with spectators, predominantly family members of the candidates, who have come to support their children. Greetings, students. Due to the ever-changing format of the vocational college entrance examination's martial arts assessment, this year's mock examination will commence with the arena battle format. The examination will adopt a team combat approach, with each team randomly assigned 5 members. Within a single day, 3 rounds of battles will be conducted. Failure results in elimination. Based on the number of victories, a foundational score is established, which is further augmented by individual performance to yield a final score. It is currently 6:30 in the morning. The number of graduating students from the high combat division in this city is astonishing. Even if 10 arenas were to operate simultaneously, each battle is time-limited. Nevertheless, the martial arts examination continues from the early dawn until the deep of night. Please assign me and Lao Song to the same team. May the heavens be kind. Yu Wenhao implores in the waiting area. Song Gua chuckles. Let it be. The candidates are randomly assigned across the city, and the likelihood of US being placed on the same team is exceedingly low. His gaze shifts toward the VIP section beside the podium. Yu Sheng has arrived. The director of the Special Affairs Bureau is also present, grinning beside Yu Sheng, seemingly eager to curry favor. The portly director of the Public Security Bureau is in attendance as well, alongside high-ranking officials from the municipal government. This mock examination is pivotal, determining the 50 slots available for a trip to the illusory mountains before the winter break, thus necessitating an appearance of fairness. Naturally, a plethora of dignitaries has been invited to witness the proceedings. In addition to the official dignitaries, the presidents of the 8 major guilds and the heads of the 4 prominent families are also seated in the VIP section. Song Gua observes that the action team from the Special Affairs Bureau of Yinshan City, as well as the enforcement team for the Practitioners Association, are present at the examination site. Their responsibilities include maintaining order and serving as judges and security personnel. Although the martial arts examination has strict regulations on engagement, instances of accidental injury or even fatality are not uncommon. To mitigate such occurrences, the municipal government has dispatched numerous experts from the Special Affairs Bureau and the Enforcement Department to intervene in emergencies and prevent accidents. This arrangement is quite favorable. The primary forces of the official establishment have been allocated to the examination venue, implying that the mental health facility is left vulnerable and defenseless. The timing of the Avengers' operations today is indeed impeccable. Brothers, are you in position? We can act at any moment. Excellent. I shall reiterate. This operation aims for total acquisition. I want the dragon ring, and I desire the treasure of Bingshan as well. It must be you, you shameless old rogue. Yu Sheng has traveled a great distance to treat the notorious thief Bingshan, rather than to pass judgment or execute him, which surely cannot be for the sake of procedural justice. The legal system in the past was not as robust, let alone in this blue star. Song Gua speculates that Bingshan possesses something that high-ranking government officials require, which can only be revealed when Bingshan is lucid. That item is likely a treasure he has pilfered. It is certainly something of great value, compelling the Night Owl Thieves Guild to take action. Therefore, Song Gua aims to reap reward from both sides. Chapter 66. The game is over. Let us upturn the table. Yinshan City Mental Health Rehabilitation Center. The hospital is situated in a remote locale, surrounded only by scattered residential areas and an unfrequented commercial street. Most of the surrounding area consists of parks and undeveloped green spaces, with little foot traffic. Within one such park, a woman donning a butterfly mask reappears, flanked by two formidable men whose levels remain indiscernible. Their contact remains Brother Shuezi. Once again we meet. The woman smiles. You bandits will never remove your masks, will you? Brother Shuezi responds earnestly. Indeed, more steadfast than a warrior. What? Are you intrigued by my handsome visage? Not at all. So, tell me, how do you plan to extricate the individual today? As for the Avengers, we are currently only able to present these 3 individuals. They are unable to infiltrate the hospital, and thus are unaware of the exact location of the captive, which is why they seek collaboration with the gang. The gang will be responsible for infiltrating, locating, and extracting, while the 3 of them will handle the extraction and cover. Although Brother Blood has not witnessed what means of transportation they utilize to arrive, nor how they intend to assist, allow me to first acquaint you with the circumstances of this hospital. You may find it quite surprising. On the surface, it appears to be a psychiatric facility, but in reality, a woman interjected. In reality, it is under the clandestine control of the Zhao Pharmaceutical Group, serving as a repository for live human specimens for their biological experiments, while also engaging in organ trafficking, human smuggling, and other nefarious trades. Brother Blood paused. Your investigation is quite thorough. Very well. This hospital seems ordinary, yet internally it is a veritable den of peril. Those who attempt to enter stealthily will be detected. Aerial abilities are rendered ineffective within the premises, and moreover, this is supported by the formations and secret treasures provided by the Zhao family. What you mentioned are, in fact, anti-invisibility treasures and anti-flight formations. There are likely more latent treasures and formations within to thwart external infiltration, and I believe you have all conducted your due diligence. Brother Blood wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Naturally, the myriad avatars within the local network expressed their grievances. How is it that this woman seems to understand this hospital better than us? Who exactly has infiltrated it? Come on, great wise one, after all this time. The intelligence you possess within pales in comparison to what she knows from the outside. Great wise one, now also drenched in perspiration, murmured, Brother Blood, spare us the embarrassment and promptly introduce her to our flawless rescue plan. Brother Blood, accompanied by the 2 men and 1 woman from the Avengers, approached a high wall. This is the rear wall of the hospital. From this position, the straight line distance to the secret room where the captive is held is the shortest. We plan to arrange for a brother to detonate himself, blasting open this wall, and then we will charge in together. I know you are bound to ask, why self-detonation? ZZZZ. Because this wall is exceedingly robust. Not only does it consist of reinforced concrete, but it also seems to be infused with a special alloy. Climbing over is impossible. The entire wall is electrified. Furthermore, there exists an anti-flight formation. We are left with no alternative. ZZZZ. The outer walls of the entire hospital are constructed in this manner. As for the hospital entrance, armed security personnel and formidable professionals make it unfeasible. ZZZZ. What is that noise? Turning around, they were taken aback. A man beside the woman, clad in armor resembling heavy plating, had transformed the arm portion of his upper garment into a laser cutting tool, which was currently slicing through the wall. Holy moly! What kind of equipment is this? ISNT Divine Practitioner, a cold weapon game? Indeed, there are professions that employ firearms, albeit limited to primitive weapons such as shotguns, muskets, and cannons that may appear within the ranks of marksmen. Additionally, within the logistics domain, there are roles dedicated to erecting turrets and siege towers. The concept of lasers, however, seems far beyond the capabilities of mere practitioners. A woman remarked, "You might as well save your self-detonation for another time. We can assist you with this trivial matter." The laser-cutting tool wielded by the man was not only extraordinarily sharp, but also emitted an almost imperceptible sound during operation, rendering it inaudible from a distance. What exactly are you involved in? Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. This wall has already been breached for you. What comes next? The next step, naturally, is to summon reinforcements. Shadows flitted about as the prepared bandits, clad in masks and various robes, made their presence known. Those attending the operation at the hospital comprised the core of the division, totaling over 100 individuals. Are you truly intending to storm in and extract the individuals? While the hospital security was not particularly formidable, the enforcement team arranged by Yu Sheng was not to be underestimated. Brother Shui chuckled ominously. The patrons are merely here to witness our performance. Let us commence. The bandits did not enter the psychiatric hospital through the gaping hole, but instead charged towards a nearby residential complex, now armed with an abundance of flyers. Breaking news. The Yunqing Psychiatric Hospital is, in fact, a large-scale organ trafficking hub. Extra. Under the guise of treatment, they secretly package you for sale in human experiments. The Zhao family's pharmaceutical company is the mastermind behind it all. Do you have loved ones in this hospital? How long has it been since you last visited them? Do you believe the person you once knew is still alive? The woman observed the frenzied bandits distributing flyers in the distance, her expression grave. Have they truly escalated to this? The two men beside her spoke in a mechanical tone. The behavior of this group is difficult to analyze. At that very moment, within the psychiatric hospital, Bing Shun found himself ensnared by heavy chains, pushed onto the operating table. Director Ouyang donned his gloves as Bing Shun cried out in alarm. What are you planning to do? What do you intend to do to me? I am Bing Shun of the Night Owl Thief Group, one of the 60 heavenly stems. My superior is the esteemed Bing of the 10 celestial stems. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you wish to forfeit your lives? Director Ouyang, preparing to sterilize the scalpel, sneered disdainfully. Save your breath, huh? The Night Owl Thief Group is merely a band of petty thieves. Yu Sheng, do you have any notion of my predicament? Is this some new method of interrogation you've devised? Had I known, I would have refrained from feigning illness. I can tell you where the steel is. Will that suffice? Just as the operation was about to commence, a young nurse suddenly burst through the door. Director Ouyang's displeasure was palpable. Director, we've been exposed. What? My liaison with you has been revealed? The operating room fell into silence, with all personnel, including Bing Shun, wearing expressions of astonishment. The embarrassed Xiao Li hurriedly reported. A gang of bandits is distributing flyers nearby, claiming our hospital exploits the bodies of psychiatric patients for profit. Bandits? When did we incur their wrath? Furthermore, did they not all perish by jumping off the cliff? Are there still remnants? I am at a loss as to what to do now. Numerous journalists have arrived, and the flood of calls from the patients' families is overwhelming our customer service. It won't be long before they all show up. Chapter 67. My dear, must you proceed in this manner? Dean Ouyang continued with the preoperative preparations. Such minor issues, compared to the myriad experiences our hospital has faced over the years, are merely trifles. Inform the Zhao family. They will assist us in resolving this. Nurse Li added. However, the reporters attempting to rush in and the increasing number of relatives are making it difficult to hold back at the entrance. We should deploy the security staff to suppress the situation. If they make a few more attempts, it will suffice. After all, we have the resuscitation room. No one will perish. Very well. Dean Ouyang turned, raising his hands slightly as he focused on the patient, Bing Shun, on the operating table. Do not be anxious. Your heart can still beat within you for several hours. Organ transplantation is a complex procedure. Anesthetist, administer the anesthesia. Bing Shun struggled desperately, but his body, ensnared by the depths of despair, rendered him almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Yu Sheng, damn you. Is this what you call the embodiment of justice? The sword of the professionals, Damocles. You have doomed me. As he continued to curse, his strength waned, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness entirely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Gua was reveling in the situation. The examination incorporated a team arena battle format. For Song Gua, this was merely a gift. He was already level 20, equipped with level 20 gear. In contrast, his peers barely reached level 15, and only those from affluent families could achieve such a level. The vast majority had not even attained level 15. Furthermore, with his level 20 growth, each level difference equated to a 20-point advantage in attributes. The disparity on the scoreboard was overwhelming. The examination scores were based on the number of team victories, supplemented by individual performance ratings. This meant that if the team triumphed, Their overall score would not suffer, and individuals performing well would receive additional points. In a random allocation scenario, most teams would face no significant issues. However, for Song Gua's team, the situation was precarious. Ha ha ha. With the esteemed Song Gua on our team, we are guaranteed victory in all 3 rounds. One of the plump team members was utterly delighted before the first round began. The other members of the team were equally exuberant. The esteemed one is already at level 20. Is there an extra experience bonus for breaking records? Are you confused? The esteemed one must have secretly joined a top guild, gaining a substantial experience boost. Aren't there items that can directly increase experience? The esteemed one is certainly being courted by various factions. Someone must have provided him with such advantageous items. Song Gua maintained his silence, pretending to be a master. In reality, he was closely monitoring the actions at the psychiatric hospital. Everything was proceeding smoothly. It was now time for Song Gua's team to take the stage for battle. Upon seeing Song Gua, the opposing team felt a chill of despair. Wait a moment, brother, how are you already at level 20? Our entire team's average level is merely 13. What can we do? We are all fresh graduates. And the time of our profession's awakening has not differed by more than 2 days. Yet, with a full 7-level disparity, the opposing team was on the verge of a mental collapse. As one progresses through the ranks, the ascent becomes increasingly arduous, with the first signs of this challenge manifesting at level 15. This implies that they would find it exceedingly difficult to match the level of Song Gua. The rotund companion of Song Gua, gesturing animatedly towards the opposing team, exclaimed, "What's the matter? Is having a higher level crime? Let us get on with the fight and spare us the chatter." At the referee's command, the battle commenced. The hefty individual began to earnestly direct their team. Our strategy is certainly to protect one while 4 of us defend him, ensuring that our powerhouse can unleash his full potential. We must focus on countering the enemy's control skills to prevent any disruption to our main player, while vigilantly monitoring his health to avoid concentrated attacks from the opposition. Another chimed in. "Isn't our main player a tetherer? Does he not require external strength to deal damage?" The hefty individual delivered a playful smack to his head. "Fool! Our main player has shattered records numerous times and accumulated many class change medals. He has long since transitioned. Even Captain Yu has acknowledged this. Have you forgotten?" Right. As they continued to deliberate their tactics, the referee's voice echoed. "The match has concluded. The red team triumphs." The rotund individual stood in astonishment. "We won?" Turning around, he noticed Song Gua standing across the arena, while the opposing 5 had vanished without a trace. What on earth happened? At the onset of the battle, Song Gua had charged forth directly, evading the majority of the enemy's skill attacks with his overwhelming agility. Even when unable to dodge, his superior constitution and lightweight armor allowed him to withstand the blows with ease. Remarkably, he refrained from utilizing any skills, fearing that excessive damage might inadvertently eliminate his adversaries. Instead, he relied on his immense strength to lift each of the 5 opponents and unceremoniously cast them off the stage. The entire sequence unfolded with such rapidity that neither his team nor the opponents had time to react before they found themselves sprawled on the ground. Once the fight concluded, amidst the spacious arena, no one noticed that he was quietly murmuring to himself, "Don't be too reckless, and remember, don't mistake anyone. This is crucial." While participating in the mock examination, Song Gua simultaneously orchestrated the operations at the psychiatric facility. When the second match concluded in a similar fashion, his companions began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Wait a moment. Our main player, if you continue like this, we will all end up with a score of 0. Song Gua candidly remarked, "Do you still aspire to be in the top 50? What if?" He chuckled, gesturing toward the panel of judges, a group of portly individuals. "Just observe their physiques, bulky, overweight, and weak. They are all practitioners of a lifestyle profession. In our world, if one is not born into privilege, they belong to the lower strata of society. How do they accumulate wealth to indulge in their luxuries? Through corruption?" Someone ventured. "Corrupt whom? They must be bribing the judges." Who would seek to bribe the judges? Undoubtedly, it would be affluent and influential families. They wish for their offspring to enter the illusion trials, but fear that their abilities may not suffice to secure a place in the top 50. So they simply spend a little money. Song Gua patted the hefty individual on the back. "Do you understand now?" The rotund companion was left in a state of despair. "But, our main player, you also lack a background or status, coming from the same lower-class origins as us. I've heard that you Haven-T even joined a guild and have declined recruitment from prominent families. Wouldn't that mean you also cannot achieve a top 50 position?" Song Gua rose to his feet, fixating on the arena with a resonant and powerful voice. "In each of my matches, I shall cast my opponents off the stage within a minute. With so many eyes upon us, These judges cannot dare to assign scores arbitrarily and unjustly. I will defend my rightful claim to fairness with absolute strength. At that moment, to his teammates, Song Gua's silhouette appeared even more imposing, as if he had donned a white naval jacket adorned with the bold characters proclaiming his prowess. In truth, Song Gua was pressed for time. Meanwhile, the head of the law enforcement department of the Yunqing City Professional Association approached Captain Yu. Captain Yu, there has been an incident at the hospital. Chapter 68. The public outcry as the hospital scandal erupts. At the hospital, a throng of agitators surged around, running, jumping, distributing flyers, and shouting fervently. The flyers bore shocking images and words, depicting a psychiatric patient with their abdominal cavity grotesquely hollowed out. Those who beheld it were horrified. Of course, the images were fabricated. The clever mastermind had no cameras on him. Even if he located the victimized patient, he could not capture any evidence. Yet, for those witnessing the flyers at that moment, the authenticity of the images was of little consequence. Could the Yunqing City Psychiatric Hospital be so dreadfully corrupt? Their audacity was staggering, completely disregarding the common folk. My son is inside. I wondered why every time I visited, they concocted excuses to prevent me from seeing him. Has something happened to my son? This heartless institution, devoid of conscience, cannot be tolerated. This hospital is less than a kilometer from our community. The presence of such demons nearby is terrifying. The public was incensed. Local residents surged towards the hospital entrance, demanding answers and insisting on verifying the claims made in the flyers. Among them were others even more fervent. This is big news. Indeed, wherever there are agitators, there is sensational news. If what is stated in the flyers is true, this story could sustain me for a year. I must capture exclusive footage, quickly allocate funds to hire skilled professionals from the association for protection. Behind the Yunqing City Psychiatric Hospital stood the Zhao family. Which guild would dare to assist? Foolishness. It would undoubtedly be the prominent guilds under the Pang, Su, or Lin families, all of whom would relish the downfall of the Zhao family. Yes. Media personnel, armed with cameras and equipment, gathered at the hospital entrance to broadcast live updates. The Tian Zhao Guild, supported by the Zhao family, was alerted. President, agitators have appeared near the Yunqing City Psychiatric Hospital and are distributing these flyers. While attending to clients, Zhao Yingxiong's pupils contracted upon seeing the images displayed by guild members online. These ruffians are still alive. Upon noticing the reference to the Zhao Pharmaceutical Group's research facility on the flyers, which accused them of conducting human experiments on psychiatric patients, Zhao Yingxiong's heart sank. Although he belonged to a branch of the Zhao family, his status as the president of the Tian Zhao Guild afforded him considerable influence and insight into certain clandestine matters. If this were to be exposed and confirmed, the Zhao family would incur the wrath of the populace. The public is not to be feared. What is truly alarming is that the other three prominent families might exploit the situation to undermine the Zhao family. This matter could escalate significantly. Organize a team immediately to eliminate the bandits. However, President, we have yet to obtain enforcement authority. Is that appropriate? Fool, can't you learn from the bandits and don masks? The June Green Association, backed by the Su family, is certainly playing their cards well. This move strikes at the Zhao family's Achilles heel. Dao Yuming watched the live posts shared by netizens, laughing heartily. Soon, he received a phone call. Understood. I shall promptly assemble a team to assist the bandits. A member of the association expressed confusion. President, the bandits previously robbed us. Why would we aid them? Fool, are we aiding the bandits? No, we are supporting our benefactor. The shares of our association do not involve the Zhao family. If the bandits can thoroughly expose the Zhao family's clandestine dealings today, even if the Zhao family does not fall, they will be severely weakened. Are the other three prominent families unaware of the Zhao family's underhanded activities? Of course, they are aware. However, in certain matters, it is preferable to kill with a borrowed knife rather than to act directly. The Steel Heart Association, backed by the Lin family. President, which side shall we support? Sun Wenxiang, savoring her tea, replied nonchalantly. First, deploy our elite members there, and then we shall assist whichever side prevails. The Tengtian Association, backed by the Pang family. President Ma Dongsheng, aged 70, with silver hair, remains vigorous. President, the city is bustling once more. Ma Dongsheng adjusted his reading glasses and glanced at his phone. It is this band of bandits again. Astonishingly, they survived their last leap off the cliff. Quite remarkable. ISNT it, perhaps they are a different group of bandits? He chuckled, and the younger vice president hesitated, saying, but President, the Pang family called, insisting we assist the hospital. Young Liu, Remember, shareholders deserve respect, but we must not allow shareholders to dictate our association's decisions. Very well. Tianjiao, June Green, Steel Heart, Tingtian. Fima, Chaos Tiger, Aline, and the 8 leading associations of Yunshan City began to take action as the situation at the psychiatric hospital escalated and public sentiment surged. Except for Tengtian, which chose to remain uninvolved, the other 7 associations dispatched personnel to the scene. By midday, all 4 main entrances of the hospital were crowded with people. Why are we not allowed to enter and check? My relative is inside. Why can't I visit? Freedom of the press. Freedom of the press. The hospital security, armed and forming a human barrier, blocked the entrance to prevent others from entering. Behind the security, the enforcement team from the Yunshan City Practitioners Association, dispatched by Yusheng, was responsible for guarding the premises. However, Yusheng made an error by assigning the local enforcement team, and some within had already been bribed by the hospital, enabling the successful swap of the patient. Not everyone has been bribed. Quickly inform Captain Yu. The situation here has suddenly spiraled out of control, and I sense impending trouble. It would be wise to relocate Bingshan. A hospital official, clutching a loudspeaker, stood behind the entrance, arguing vehemently with the crowd. The hospital has its regulations, particularly given the nature of our institution. If we release patients with violent tendencies, can you bear the consequences? Do not damage our doors. If you do not disperse, we shall resort to gunfire. The media reporters, however, were invigorated. If shots were fired, it would indeed be sensational news, as verbal threats proved ineffective. The official commanded a row of security personnel to fire into the air as a deterrent. Bang, bang, bang. After a volley of shots, the situation improved considerably. The restless crowd outside retreated somewhat, but did not disperse entirely. At that moment, a voice rang out from the back of the crowd. At the northern end of the park, where it adjoins the hospital, there was a large hole in the wall, providing an entrance. Another voice echoed the sentiment. Indeed, there is no security on that side. Upon hearing this, the crowd surged forward. The hospital security found themselves in a dilemma. Should we pursue them? The official shouted in frustration. Fool! This is clearly a trap. Our walls are impenetrable. Even seasoned professionals would struggle to breach them. Even if they could, would there be no noise at all? Yes, Mr. Yang, you're indeed wise. Chapter 69. Utter Chaos. The bandits charge forth. The throngs gathered at the 4 main entrances, upon learning of the large hole in the northern wall, hastily rushed towards it. The one who divulged this information was, of course, a bandit. They adeptly flitted between the roles of bandit and bystander, shedding their disguises to blend in among the crowd, donning casual attire, masks, sunglasses, and wigs, achieving a commendable level of disguise. The arrogance of the hospital officials provided the public and media an opportunity to swarm into the hospital. By the time the hospital authorities realized there was indeed a large hole in the northern wall, thousands had already stormed inside. Instantly, the entire hospital was thrown into disarray. Families searched for their loved ones, investigations were conducted, filming and live broadcasts ensued. Some even engaged with the patients about their conditions. The hospital security, worn thin, found themselves unable to usher the intruders out. They dared not fire upon the crowd. At most, they could shoot into the sky. With so many cameras present, a few stray shots could be overlooked, but a barrage would be indefensible. Unless the hospital resolved to go down in flames, it was clear they were outmatched. Witnessing the chaos unfolding, the official was left dumbfounded. How could there be a hole? And such a large one? This defies logic. Director, what should we do now? Those civilians are one thing, but these reporters are here for a big story, rummaging through our hospital like thieves. How can they conduct themselves in such a manner? They claim it is a matter of press freedom. This is outrageous. Quickly notify the hospital president and inform the Zhao family to arrange for professionals to come and restore order. This hospital typically has no professionals. We usually refer to combat-oriented professionals simply as professionals, while those in the service sector are regarded as ordinary individuals in Blue Star, aside from the occasional maintenance of the formation. The logistics professionals of the secret treasures have recently seen some practitioners patrolling and guarding due to the presence of Bingshan. These individuals are members of the enforcement team dispatched by the Yuesheng from the Yunqing City Practitioner Association. They are not under the control of the institution and will not heed its commands. At this moment, witnessing the chaos within the hospital, all enforcement teams have gathered before the room where Bingshan is detained, executing deterrent attacks on those who approach. The intimidating presence of the practitioners remains formidable. No one dares to venture near the vicinity of the room where Bingshan is held. Amidst the influx of the public and media, the bandits have also blended in. Upon entering, they immediately don masks and cloaks, entering a state of combat. They are determined to rescue their loved ones and restore clarity to Yunqing City. Fear not their firearms. We shall disarm them for you. All reactionaries are but paper tigers. To the oppressed masses, charge forth. The media reporters were thoroughly exhilarated, fervently capturing the scenes alongside the bandits. What a sensational story. Some bandits were equally enthusiastic, posing vigorously before the cameras, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire from several security personnel. Fortunately, this particular manifestation belonged to the Guardian sequence, and beneath the cloak was a suit of heavy armor. Ordinary handgun bullets were insufficient to penetrate, merely causing a mild sting. How dare you shoot at us? Mere common folk. Where are the reporters? Capture this. The security personnel retorted, You are no common folk. It is you causing this chaos. A group of bandits surged forth from the side, and after unleashing a flurry of skills, the security personnel were incapacitated. The bandits seized the firearms from the fallen guards and distributed them to the ordinary citizens, then led the charge forward. Arms in hand, follow me. With weapons now in their grasp, the confidence of the populace surged. Coupled with the fervent atmosphere cultivated by the bandits, the citizens were emboldened. Kill. Save our loved ones. Hello, good sir, I am a reporter from Yunqing Daily News. Do you have a patient receiving treatment here? No. Then why are you so agitated? Shouldn't such a heartless hospital be leveled? Hero, give this man a close-up. Amidst the turmoil within the hospital, Xuezi, accompanied by a group of elite manifestations, arrived before the secret room where Bingshan was confined. In truth, Bingshan was held in an isolated basement with ordinary patient rooms above it. The Kongming had been idly searching for days, but could not locate Bingshan until they were finally tipped off about his swap in the dead of night yesterday. Outside the room above the basement, the enforcement team formed a defensive formation, and upon seeing the bandits approach, they became increasingly anxious. Despite being a group of second-tier practitioners, an inexplicable trepidation arose upon encountering the bandits, who were of higher levels. Perhaps it was the bandits' bizarre masks and attire that evoked an indescribable sense of unease, stirring the innate human fear of the unknown. Bandits, halt! If you come any closer, we shall arrest you. Xuezi led the way at the forefront. Strictly speaking, it is the responsibility of the enforcement team to apprehend me, as I have infringed upon the regulations established by the Association of Practitioners by allowing those ruffians to perpetrate acts of extrajudicial punishment. From the enforcement team, a captain of the warrior ranks emerged, wielding a formidable sword. Since you are aware, why have you come here? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to arrest you? Within the ranks of the Practitioner Association in Yanshan City, the quality is as mixed as in the Public Security Bureau, not much better at all. The issue of ruffians exercising private justice is, to be candid, trivial. Captain Yu has arrived, and each one of them seeks to achieve notable accomplishments in hopes of being noticed by Captain Yu, thus securing a direct transfer to the headquarters in the capital. The ruffians, being only at a low level, represent a minor offense, making their capture an unnecessary exertion that yields no reward. The enforcement department intended to leave it under the purview of the Public Security Bureau. Indeed, the Bureau has taken action, yet has amounted to little more than empty rhetoric. Brother Xue chuckled. We wish to redeem ourselves. The warrior captain, perplexed, inquired, Redeem yourselves for what? You gather here not to protect a felon, the notorious night owl thieves member Bingshan, do you? It appears that your commotion is all in the name of Bingshan. All units, prepare. Hold on, let me finish. The one currently confined in the basement is not Bingshan at all. He is merely a decoy. The real Bingshan has already been swapped out. The warrior captain scoffed, dismissing the claim as nonsense. If I were you, I would consider checking, though that might take too long, perhaps examining birthmarks or physical characteristics. The ramifications of losing Bingshan are significant. If Captain Yu discovers you have misplaced him, your positions might be at stake. Brother Xue noted a mage-clad captain nearby, whose expression appeared somewhat strained. This aligned with what Tsong Ming had observed. When Bingshan was swapped out last night, it was this mage's team that was on duty. The individual who was bribed must be him. The warrior captain furrowed his brow and turned to one of his subordinates, instructing, go investigate. The mage captain grew anxious. Captain Zheng, how can you trust the ruffian's words? This group is sowing chaos with ulterior motives. We should eliminate them swiftly. Second squad, follow my command and eradicate the ruffians. Brother Xue struck the ground with his whip, sending dust into the air. This little captain is eager to resort to violence, is he not? The ruffians behind Brother Xue, whether standing, lying, squatting, or jumping, displayed a myriad of relaxed postures. He is quite agitated. My friend, your cunning is insufficient. You've revealed your hand too soon. How disappointing. I had anticipated a longer charade. I had prepared an impeccable line of reasoning, intending to persuade him to kneel in repentance, much like Conan unmasking a murderer. Chapter 70. The Decoy and the True Identity. All in my grasp, Captain Zheng halted the captain of the second squad. Wait, while the ruffians are untrustworthy, there is no need to act against them in haste. Captain Chow. Captain Chow broke into a cold sweat, clutching his stomach. That late-night snack from last night was likely unsanitary. I have a bit of an upset stomach. I will be right back. Captain Zheng's sword blocked Captain Chow's path. Endure it. Captain Chow, feeling helpless, realized that as a mage, escaping from a warrior's close proximity would be exceedingly difficult. Curse those ruffians. Captain, this is an imposter. A law enforcement officer seized the counterfeit Bing Shun and hurled him to the ground. Captain Zheng, fixated on the trembling imposter, inquired, "How can you be certain he is a fraud? Is there any need for certainty?" "I merely asked him a few questions inside, and he confessed everything," replied the officer. The substitute captured by Dean Ouyang merely resembled Bing Shun. His psychological fortitude was certainly incomparable. I am not Bing Shun. My name is Li Matzi. I am a vagrant from the slums. Dean Ouyang promised me that if I underwent cosmetic surgery, he would provide for my food and shelter. I agreed. Please, don't kill me. Captain Zheng gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Captain Chow, do you have nothing to say? How could we have been so meticulously guarded and yet still be swapped? At that moment, taking advantage of Captain Zheng's distraction with the substitute's confession, Captain Chow activated a scroll and vanished. His form suddenly slipped underground, causing the ground to bulge and extend toward the hospital's exterior. Pursue him. Blood Brother raised his hand and declared, "Do not chase after him. Such vermin are not worth our time. You should capture the real one instead." "Do you know where Bing Shun is?" "Right over there," Blood Brother pointed. "What?" Captain Zheng followed Blood Brother's gesture and indeed spotted the real Bing Shun, clad in a hospital gown amidst the chaotic crowd. What is happening? The rapid turn of events left Captain Zheng bewildered. Bing Shun had been swapped by Dean Ouyang and confined to another ward. He had attempted to flee amidst the turmoil, but our people had discovered him and were in pursuit. However, the hospital was in disarray, and we, the bandits, were reluctant to harm innocent civilians, thus hindering our efforts. Would you care to assist? Captain Zheng had no time to ponder why it was so coincidental that Bing Shun was nearby or why the bandits were after him. If Bing Shun were to escape, they would undoubtedly face dismissal, or even worse, be held accountable for greater transgressions, the consequences of which would be severe. Pursue. The law enforcement officers surged forward, plunging into the crowd to apprehend Bing Shun. Blood Brother turned his gaze to the fallen substitute and crouched beside him. "Do not fear. If you cooperate with me on one matter, I shall grant you 100,000 federal coins." The substitute's eyes brightened. "Really?" Blood Brother immediately handed him 5 bundles of cash. "This is a 50,000 deposit. Upon completion, there will be another 50,000. The substitute, caressing the substantial sum, nodded vigorously. All right. I will do whatever you ask. But could we skip the surgery? It was rather painful." The substitute anxiously touched his altered face, showing signs of lingering fear. "Rest assured, you need do nothing but acknowledge that you are Bing Shun. Now, let's take you to our benefactor." Outside the organ transplant surgery room of the psychiatric hospital, a disfigured figure in a hospital gown, the Song Ming, was leading Blood Brother and a group of bandits. Blood Brother, with a fiery demeanor, incinerated any security personnel that obstructed their path. Meanwhile, the law enforcement officers were busy pursuing Bing Shun, leaving no one to impede their progress. As for the hidden formations and treasures within the hospital, they had long been inadvertently triggered and damaged by the chaotic crowd that had surged in. Here, between the second and third floors of the building, there exists a partition. The outer wall of this operating room is remarkably sturdy, seemingly composed of a special alloy. We may need to sacrifice one of our comrades for a self-detonation. The avatars of the cannon fodder group are quite self-aware. I'll do it. Fire Brother waved his hand dismissively. No need, allow me. The other cannon fodder members were moved to tears. He truly is selfless. I could weep. Fire Brother is so righteous. Then you should do it. No way. If Fire Brother self-detonates, the old rogue will be furious, and he might chop us up. Fire Brother rolled his eyes at the group of fools. When did I say I would self-detonate? Before anyone could respond, he transformed his hands into flames, continuously unleashing fiery tongues that scorched the exterior wall of the operating room. Since it's metal, its thermal conductivity should be quite good, remarked the Song Ming, giving Fire Brother a thumbs up. Our understanding of science is truly commendable. Inside the operating room, Director Ouyang was fully engrossed in his work. Earlier that morning, he had successfully removed the cardiac tissue from the recipient, who was none other than the young master of the Pang family. Presently, he was sustaining the patient's vital signs with an artificial heart. The next step involved opening the chest cavity of Bing Shun to extract his heart. Wiping sweat, he wondered aloud, why is it so hot in here? Is the air conditioning off? When he looked up, he saw all the medical staff drenched in perspiration. The young nurse beside him was soaked through, her figure unmistakably outlined. I don't know. It suddenly got hot, and it's only getting warmer. Director, the air conditioning is broken. Director, the circuit has tripped. The fuse seems to have blown. The backup power 1T activate. The patient's blood pressure is dropping. The operating room had lost power, which meant that the patient from whom the heart was being removed was in grave danger. Quick, get the patient out. As the door swung open, a group of masked bandits blocked the entrance. So you finally decided to come out, you black-hearted director. Director, Ouyang took a step back in fright. Bandits? What do you want? Fire Brother stepped forward, casting a glance at Bing Shun on the operating table. We want a person. Are you here to rescue Bing Shun? It turned out that the bandits were members of the Night Owl Thieves Guild. Upon hearing this, the Tsongming immediately jumped in, saying, You're aware now, so hurry and leave. We have no interest in you. He understood the idiom to be powerful by virtue of another's influence quite well. Director Ouyang hastily led the medical personnel away. They needed to find a place with power to activate the artificial heart, or else the young master of the Pang family would perish. Fire Brother, accompanied by his avatars, carried the still anesthetized Bing Shun away. At that moment, the 8 great guilds had completed their assembly near the hospital. Bandits, listen up. The entire hospital is surrounded. You have no way to escape. Come out and face your doom. The voice belonged to Zhao Ingxiong. His Tianzhao guild, along with the Fima, Wanshi, and Eileen guilds, banded together, seizing this opportunity to exact revenge on the bandits. As for the lack of law enforcement authority, they could not concern themselves with such matters. Both the bloodied avatar of Fire Brother and his true self remained within the hospital. Meanwhile, amidst the chaotic throng, the whereabouts of Bing Shun became elusive. As the enforcement team pursued him, they suddenly lost sight of his visage. For, in truth, it was the Monkey King himself, employing his skill of the 72 transformations. This ability to alter his appearance could only be sustained for a fleeting few minutes. Once the time elapsed, he melded into the turmoil of the crowd, composed of civilians, media, and rogue elements, donning a hood that led the enforcement team to believe he was merely a passerby. The rogue even directed the enforcement officers. Bing Shun made his way to the hospital's exterior, seemingly whisked away by members of the Tianzhao Guild. He fled with remarkable speed, undoubtedly utilizing some form of acceleration treasure. Upon hearing this, Captain Zheng peered outside the hospital. Thank you. Let us go inquire what schemes the Tianzhao Guild is concocting. Chapter 71. The Impeccable Alibi, Demanding the Dragon Ring. At the martial arts examination venue, Song Gua concluded the assessment with an impressive performance, achieving victory in each round with remarkable speed, finishing well ahead of the anticipated timeline. The rounds proceeded in a manner where those who completed their previous round first were matched sooner in the next. Thus, the quick victors departed swiftly. According to regulations, candidates who finished all 3 rounds were permitted to leave. Song Gua made a brief visit to the men's restroom. Upon exiting, he encountered Yu Wenhao. Old Song, you missed it. We nearly lost in the second round, but I managed to turn the tide. Song Gua noticed bloodstains on him. You're quite the fighter. Are you aiming for the top 50? Indeed, it's a rare opportunity to enter the illusion realm. I've heard there are miraculous treasures within that can prolong life and enhance vitality. The latter is surely the focus. The specifics are trivial. I merely wish to hone my skills within the illusion realm. Song Gua embraced Yu Wenhao, resuming their conversation. Did you see those judges? What do you think of their physiques? Bulky and corpulent, their kidney functions severely taxed. I know that all too well. They are merely a cadre of lifestyle professionals in our world. Unbeknownst to Yu Wenhao, a figure clad in a dice pattern had stealthily emerged from the restroom behind him. This dice man had rendered himself invisible. This was, in fact, Song Gua's true form, having borrowed the power of an assassin's doppelganger to conceal himself. The entity engaging Yu Wenhao in conversation was merely a projection, serving as Song Gua's alibi at the examination venue. At the entrance of the Yinshan City Mental Hospital, the president of the Tianzhao Guild, Zhao Ingxiong, was experiencing a throbbing headache. Zhao Ingxiong, how audacious you are. You dare to harbor a notorious criminal. In response to Captain Zheng's inquiry, Zhao Ingxiong was taken aback. When did I ever conceal a criminal? What brings you here today? I am here to apprehend rogues. This is the city's center. What authority does your guild possess to enforce the law? Damn it. At times, acting without a mandate can indeed lead to complications. Otherwise, The 8 great guilds would not have been incessantly pressuring the Public Security Bureau over the past few days to demand enforcement powers. See, this cannot be simply explained. What troubled Zhao Yingxiong further were issues beyond just the enforcement team. Ha ha ha. President Zhao, without enforcement authority, you still dare to encircle the hospital with so many people. The personnel from the Public Security Bureau have yet to arrive, yet you have made your appearance. How amusing. Dao Yuming, accompanied by the June Green Society and the Kimin Association, also invested by the Su family, has arrived. Although Dao Yuming's contingent may not rival Zhao Yingxiong's in numbers, they certainly do not lack in presence. This is due to Dao Yuming's esteemed lineage. The bandits have exposed the nefarious dealings of a corrupt hospital, and we, the June Green Society and the Kimin Association, stand firmly in support. We shall undoubtedly seek justice for the victims. Zhao Yingxiong thundered Dao Yuming. Have you lost your mind? These bandits raided our territory just days ago. Did your association not suffer casualties as well? Dao Yuming merely chuckled. Zhao Yingxiong's expression twisted with fury. It was clear he sought to assist the Su family against the Zhao family. What grandstanding! The 6 frontline associations divided into 2 factions, confronting each other outside the hospital. Neither side dared to engage in a physical altercation. With so many present, the potential for severe injury or death was all too evident. Dao Yuming and the law enforcement team barricaded the entrance, rendering Zhao Yingxiong's attempts to enter the hospital in pursuit of suspects futile. While Captain Zheng insisted on the surrender of the felons, leaving Zhao in a precarious position. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over with news. President, bandits have been spotted in the vicinity of the southern neighborhood. They are distributing flyers. Zhao Yingxiong, filled with pent-up frustration, seized the opportunity. As long as he could apprehend the bandits, he cared not whether they were inside the hospital. He immediately dispatched half his men and charged forward. Let's go catch those bandits. Captain Zheng, accompanied by several law enforcement officers, pursued after him. Zhao Yingxiong, do not even think of slipping away. Surrender the criminals. Dao Yuming allocated half of his men to maintain their vigil outside the hospital, preventing the 4 associations led by Zhao Yingxiong from entering. He himself took the other half and pursued onward. Ha ha ha. The bandit brothers need our assistance. Let's help. The so-called bandits distributing flyers in the southern neighborhood had, in fact, never entered the hospital. Song Gua had meticulously orchestrated the plan. He intentionally left a portion of his forces outside as a diversion. At this moment, it proved to be effective. With half the encirclement drawn away, the hospital's vast expanse could not be monitored entirely. Brother Shui, accompanied by a decoy, advanced to the weakest point of the outer wall under the cover of a throng of bandits. Whoosh! One of the mages among the bandits unleashed 3 arcane missiles skyward. This was the signal agreed upon by Brother Shui and the woman in the butterfly mask. The bandits were tasked with extracting the individuals, while the Avengers were to provide support. This had been prearranged. It was unacceptable for the Avengers to remain idle. Moments later, anguished screams erupted from outside. The faint whir of a familiar laser cutter echoed through the air. A sizable breach was made in the outer wall. Let us go. Brother Shui and his companions rushed out, swiftly distancing themselves from the hospital. Upon exiting, Brother Shui beheld the association's practitioners who had been lying in wait outside the wall, each with gaping wounds the size of a human head, the light visible through them. The edges of the wounds bore scorch marks. Laser beams? What manner of individuals were these Avengers? A group of individuals moved swiftly to a secluded area in a park located to the south of the hospital. Oh dear! There's a camera. Are you conducting the exchange here? Blood Brother quickly spotted a surveillance camera near a nearby streetlight. The woman in the butterfly mask replied confidently, Rest assured, where I am present, no camera can function. It better be so. Now, hand the person over to me. At this moment, the substitute was tightly bound by Blood Brother's whip, firmly grasped in his hand. You must first provide me with the promised reward, Dragon Ring. Give me the person, and once I confirm their identity, I will naturally provide you with it. Confirm identity? Are you implying a lack of trust in us? There are numerous professionals skilled in disguise and transformation. I must exercise caution. The woman's expression shifted slightly. There was indeed some rationale to his words. Yet, she still preferred to proceed with caution. Just as the 2 parties were unable to reach an agreement, a group of bandits approached, distributing flyers while running. Behind them were the 4 major guilds pursuing them, along with the 2 major guilds attempting to thwart the chase, as well as the enforcement team pursuing Zhao Yingxiong. A throng of individuals surged forward like a tidal wave, unleashing various abilities. This was also Song Gua's remote command. Want to confirm identity? I won't grant you that opportunity. With over 1,000 people rushing in, It was a choice between verifying identity or hastily departing with the individual in question. Chapter 72. The Dragon Ring in Hand. The substitute is yours. Detected. 1,214 individuals approaching my location. Please advise. A man behind the woman in the butterfly mask spoke in a peculiar, stiff tone. The woman glanced towards that direction, feeling anxious. The three of them were ill-suited to appear in public, especially amidst such a large crowd. It could lead to complications. They couldn't bear to leave without the target, yet were hesitant to seize him directly. If these frenzied bandits were to kill the target while they acted, they would end up with nothing. Forget it, it's just a dragon ring. Take it. The woman tossed the dragon ring into the air. A bandit leaped forward, snatching the item. Blood Brother hurled the substitute toward the woman and swiftly made his escape, moving with remarkable speed. The woman assumed Blood Brother was frightened by the approaching mass, as bandits were also wanted in Yanshan City. Before departing, she produced a crystal ball and illuminated the substitute. Without employing any skills or abilities, it indeed confirmed the target was Bing Shun. This crystal ball was a treasure that would erase all statuses from the target, including transformations and disguises. Commander, we must leave, the man behind the woman reminded once more. Members from his 6 guilds engaged in the chaotic battle had already spotted them. Bing Shun. Captain Zheng was among the crowd and immediately identified Bing Shun. Understanding the urgency of the situation, the woman promptly ordered a retreat. A man clasped the woman, while another man embraced Bing Shun. Suddenly, the combat boots worn by the 2 men began to morph into cylindrical shapes, emitting 2 jets of intense flames. With a whoosh, they ascended like rockets, their acceleration astounding. Captain Zheng intended to dispatch flying team members for pursuit, but it was too late. The adversaries had already transformed into mere points of light in the sky. The substitute, witnessing himself soaring further from the ground, panicked and cried out, "I am not Bing Shun. Please do not take me away. I have acrophobia." The butterfly woman reprimanded him. "Cease the pretense. If you are not Bing Shun, how could you be adorned with the abyssal rock binding straps?" Dean Ouyang had meticulously outfitted the substitute with genuine abyssal rock gear, which was not only authentic, but also quite expensive. Those bound by the abyssal rock would be unable to display their levels, so the woman had yet to uncover this flaw. "I truly am not. I am merely a vagrant, not Bing Shun. Please do not take me into the sky. I can hardly breathe. Fear not. Once we reach the outer atmosphere, a protective shield will engage." "A protective shield? What do you mean? I am not the one you seek. Those hooded figures deceived you. They paid me to cooperate in their exercise." In his distress, the substitute produced the money given to him by Blood Brother. But the fierce winds at that altitude whisked it away, leaving him on the brink of a cardiac arrest in his despair. "Enough. Stop feigning illness to buy time, hoping the night owl thieves will come to rescue you. Do you think I am unaware? Unfortunately, your group recently pulled a major heist in North America, so there is no way they will cross the ocean to save you this year." "What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend." On the ground, the law enforcement team exchanged glances, swallowing hard. It appeared that these individuals were ones they had only heard whispers of, now encountered in this remote locale of Yanshan. Why would they come to such a secluded place? Surely, if they aimed to infiltrate, it should have been a major city. Evidently, they had come for Bing Shun, who must harbor significant secrets. Before Captain Zheng could finish his thought, the voice of Yu Sheng echoed nearby. He had hurried over from the mock examination site. Captain Zheng, along with his law enforcement team, knelt before Yu Sheng. "We have failed in our duty and lost a dangerous criminal. Please punish us, Captain." Yu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. "Do not blame yourselves. The bandits are aiding them. We shall apprehend those bandits immediately." Yu Sheng nodded, yet his gaze remained fixed on the sky, seemingly reluctant to take action himself. In the ensuing chaos, the Zhao and Dao factions, while obstructing each other, had begun to clash. As tensions escalated, the tempers of both sides flared. "How dare you? Scoundrels of the Flying Horse Guild! You absconded with 2 of our 3rd-tier masters, and we have yet to settle the score." The president of the Chaos Tiger Guild was incensed, having been publicly humiliated by their leader, and insisted that they must exact revenge today. There was clearly a personal vendetta at play. By the time the Public Security Bureau arrived, they were met with confusion. Hadn't it been reported that the bandits were causing turmoil? Why were these guilds now embroiled in conflict? In the city, it is explicitly prohibited for professionals to engage in brawls. The Public Security Bureau might overlook it, but given the crowd that has gathered, their inaction is quite unreasonable. "Cease. Cease. Are we not worthy of respect from you all? Depart." By the time Captain Zheng and his team arrived at the hospital, not a single masked criminal remained. At that moment, numerous families had located their loved ones and were hastily departing from this infernal institution. Song Gua instructed all his avatars to remove their hoods and robes. donning civilian attire along with wigs and masks to blend into the throng and escape. Although Bingshen was clad in the abyssal rock binding belt, it mattered little, as Huazi had draped a surgical gown over him, rendering him unrecognizable. Where is everyone? Not a soul to be found. Captain Zheng, displaying his astuteness, surmised their strategy. They must have shed their disguises and mingled among the populace. Seal off the hospital. No one is permitted to leave. Notify the Municipal Bureau, the Transportation Department, and the Public Security Bureau to cordon off a 3-kilometer radius around the hospital. Initiate Level 1 emergency protocols. Can we mobilize the Municipal Bureau? Captain, you can authorize it. Expedite the process. If we delay, they will have escaped. With the law enforcement team limited in numbers, securing the hospital was already a challenge. Captain Zheng summoned the hospital security and the professionals aligned with Zhao Yingxiong outside. At that moment, all the masked criminals had successfully vacated the premises. Disguised as ordinary citizens, they could not utilize combat skills and thus moved slowly, blending in. If the surrounding area was breached, their escape would become exceedingly difficult. Huazi's brow furrowed with concern. This is dire. I see traffic police already establishing roadblocks. Their response time is alarmingly swift. One of the avatars suggested, I can self-detonate. You all prepare to charge. Huazi shook his head. No, that would create too much noise and attract everyone's attention. Moreover, with Bingshen in tow, running would be inconvenient and could expose us. What then? The chaotic crowd was gradually being encircled. The masked criminals found themselves in a precarious position. Just then, a melodious voice echoed in the ears of all the avatars. 2 streets west of the psychiatric hospital's entrance, there is a sewage treatment plant. 2 streets south, a waste disposal site. Head to the nearest location and wait for me. It was Song Gua's voice. Without hesitation, the avatars dispersed toward the 2 designated spots nearest to them. They could not all converge at a single point, as their movements were never collective. Upon exiting the hospital, they had emerged from 4 different entrances. If instructed to gather at one location, those farther away would linger outside for an extended period, forced to maintain their guise as ordinary individuals, unable to utilize their skills or talents, and thus moving at a deliberate pace. The influx of official personnel and guild members was overwhelming. Song Gua wished to minimize the avatar's exposure, as he was concerned about his own identity being revealed through the imperfect disguises of wigs and masks. The garbage disposal station and the sewage treatment plant are situated within a cordoned-off area, requiring no further barricading, and are adjacent to the perimeter. The hospital has completed its lockdown, prohibiting any entry or exit. Captain Zheng, leading his team, departed the hospital to conduct a search of the surrounding vicinity. Damn those bandits. No one knows what they look like. Once they remove their masks and distinctive robes, they blend seamlessly into the crowd, making them nearly indistinguishable. Remarked one of the team members. Captain, there's no need to rush. As long as we secure a 3-kilometer radius and meticulously investigate the individuals within, we are bound to identify any suspicious persons whose identities do not match. Suddenly, a voice emerged from beside the small team. I fear that by then, the bandits will have fled. Captain Zheng turned to see Wang Miao, dressed in civilian attire, currently on enforced leave. Leader Wang? What brings you here? Wang Miao toyed with an ice pick in his hand. I'm just idling at home, either changing diapers or tidying up toys for the baby. I'm exhausted, so I thought I might as well join the excitement. Captain Zheng hurried toward Wang Miao, casually lighting a cigarette. Wang Miao declined. I detest smoke. Captain Zheng lit the cigarette himself. Simply put, the life fluctuations of the bandits deviate from those of normal humans by 15 points. With our Bureau's life fluctuation detector, we can easily locate them in the crowd. Captain Zheng was overjoyed. Oh, this is splendid. What are we waiting for? Brother Wang, you must assist me, otherwise, my position will be at stake. However, I am currently on leave, and we are not permitted to carry Bureau equipment. No problem. I'll arrange it right away. Captain Zheng began making calls, leveraging all his connections. Meanwhile, Song Gua reached the bandits' first assembly point, the sewage treatment plant. The area had already been cordoned off, but this posed no challenge for Song Gua. He utilized the power of a clone from a previous assassin sequence to become invisible and infiltrate the premises. What shall we do about this? Brother Hua was carrying the unconscious Bang Shun, still under the effects of a potent anesthetic. Do you remember Brother Wan? The figure of Wan, now overlapping with Song Gua, spoke. What is up, old thief? During the robbery, this young man had stolen a scroll that contained a set of point-to-point teleportation scrolls. Such scrolls are typically sold as a set. By placing one at the destination and activating it within a time limit, one can trigger the other to achieve teleportation. Song Gua had already activated the destination scroll en route. Generally, teleportation scrolls can accommodate very few individuals. Most can only transport one person unless they are of exceptionally high quality. The range is also limited. For large-scale, long-distance teleportation, one must rely on teleportation arrays. However, each activation of a teleportation array consumes energy crystals, which ordinary individuals and small factions cannot afford. Song Gua discreetly placed the point-to-point teleportation scroll in a corner before leaving, avoiding any encounter with Brother Hua. Brother Hua subsequently arrived at the location and activated the teleportation scroll. A small teleportation array materialized on the ground, and Bing Shun was placed inside. Buzz! After the teleportation array was activated, a noticeable commotion ensued at the moment of transport, causing the building to tremble slightly. Subsequently, the array on the ground vanished, leaving behind only scorched marks. Song Gua hastened towards the next assembly point. Captain Zheng repeatedly reassured, "Rest assured, Group Leader Wang. You are currently under the special requisition of Captain Yu. No one dares to trouble you because of this." "That's good to hear." Wang Miao waved his hand nonchalantly, and an ice bridge extended from the ground into the air. His fingers deftly manipulated the detection device. A segment of his glasses swept over the surrounding crowd, with numbers continuously fluctuating, all registering at a perfect 100. However, when Wang Miao glanced towards the west, an alert for suspicious signals appeared on his glasses. Yet, the distance was too great to provide an accurate reading. "Let us investigate over there. Perhaps we might discover something." "All right, let us go." As the group advanced partway, Wang Miao suddenly halted, indicating that all suspicious signals from the west had vanished. Had they rushed towards the sewage treatment plant to the east, they might have encountered Wang Miao and been captured on the spot. "Let us head south to the waste disposal station." Yellow caution tape was strung up repeatedly, with security personnel filling the entrances of nearby residences and shops. In the distance, more official vehicles were approaching steadily. The disturbances of the day were, on one hand, linked to the serious criminals under Yu Sheng's command, and on the other, to the clandestine enterprises of the Zhao family. The Zhao family was presently exerting tremendous effort, leveraging various connections and resorting to bribery to quell the unrest. These compounded factors had led to a sudden increase in the efficiency of official departments. Inside the garbage station, Brother Monkey and dozens of his clones crouched in a corner, enduring the stench. "Where's the old thief? If he doesn't arrive soon, we will suffocate from the odor. I say we break out directly. A group of traffic administrators and useless security officers cannot stop us. We haven't exposed ourselves yet. If we create a commotion that attracts attention, it will only endanger us further. Let us heed the old thief's command." Just then, one of the clones stationed outside the way station gasped, "Someone's coming. It's Wang Miao. He seems to have discovered us." In the next moment, Ice Age. Crack, crack. Walls of frigid, piercing ice erupted from the ground, encasing the entire waste disposal station. Wang Miao glided in on the ice bridge, arms crossed over his chest, as the detection device before him displayed fluctuating numbers. "Thieves, you cannot escape." Behind Wang Miao, a group of law enforcement officers, shivering from the cold, followed closely. Once Group Leader Wang makes his move, we shall see whether it bears fruit. Finally, we can make some progress. Chapter 74. How much does it cost for a month? What are you selling your life for? Wear a mask. Although the clones had all disguised themselves, no amount of disguise could rival the straightforwardness of donning a mask. "It's over. We've become conspicuous." "Brother, what do we say? We've been stuffed into a fridge." "Is it that Wang Miao again? Wasn't he supposed to be on leave? He just one T fade away." Brother Monkey retrieved his reinforced Rui Jingu Bang, now at level 15, pointing it at Wang Miao. "Wang Miao, are you craving fried dough sticks? Why do you persistently pursue us?" Wang Miao stood atop the towering ice bridge, gazing down at the ragtag group of bandits cornered amidst the refuse, their predicament quite pitiful. "The power you wield is indeed questionable. It is my duty to investigate thoroughly." Brother Monkey spat vehemently. "How much do you earn in a month to work this hard?" Wang Miao turned his attention to the shivering enforcement team. "Captain Zheng, what are we waiting for?" Captain Zheng brandished his great sword. "Arrest them." The expendable squad promptly stepped to the forefront. "Who dares to approach?" Brother Monkey raised his thumb in admiration. "Impressive." The enforcement team faltered. "Captain, this self-detonation thing is rather extreme." Self-detonation is a particularly unique universal skill. Such skills frequently drop from dungeon monsters and are often used as materials for upgrading sequence or exclusive skills. Evidently, universal skills are not held in high regard, except for self-detonation, whose power is immense. After all, a burst of brilliance bought with one's life must be worthy of the cost of that life. Captain Zheng, they dare not self-detonate. Why? Those willing to self-detonate are of low level. They merely wished to protect their stronger comrades' retreat. Yet now, they are trapped in this meager rubbish dump. Should they self-detonate, they would meet their demise. Wang Miao succinctly articulated the bandits' awkward predicament. The clever one, feeling defeated, retrieved a wad of cash from his backpack. We all came out of work. Why go to such lengths? Friends, spare us a moment. Take this, go have a drink, and let us leave in peace. Whoosh! An ice spike shot from Wang Miao's hand, embedding itself before the clever one's feet, causing him to hastily lift his foot. I have stated many times, the Special Affairs Bureau only wishes to cooperate with you for an investigation and has no desire to harm you. However, now is the Adventurers Association that seeks your arrest, and I can no longer intervene. Captain Zheng, bolstered by newfound confidence, waved his hand, leading several squads into the fray. Charge! Brother Monkey yanked the expendable squad behind him, casually plucking a hair from his head and blowing on it forcefully. Monkey offspring, protect me. The monkey offspring were not to be trifled with. Brother Monkey summoned them to provide himself with damage reduction. Charging ahead, he utilized his exaggerated damage mitigation to absorb the initial wave of attacks. Captain Zheng, eliminate the little monkeys first. Otherwise, this bandit-s damage reduction is exceedingly high, and conventional skills will be ineffective against him. Brother Monkey cursed, damn it. Wang Miao, how many brains do you have? I merely observe. As the little monkeys fell one by one to the enforcement team as professionals, Brother Monkey called out to his comrades, brothers, do not fear. With me here today, none shall prevail. A casual glance revealed a shocking sight. Where are my brothers? Wang Miao and the others were equally alarmed. The bandits had vanished quite suddenly. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, they had disappeared without a trace. Wang Miao had an epiphany and immediately turned to Brother Monkey. The bandits possess a unique escape ability. This one cannot be allowed to escape. The voice of Song Gua echoed in Brother Monkey's mind. Take a few steps back. You fool. I can't reach you. At this moment, Song Gua found himself outside the waste disposal station. However, he was not positioned in the direction of Wang Miao and Captain Zheng, but rather in the opposite direction. Between him and the group inside lay the crushing machine of the waste disposal station, the administrative building, its outer walls, and the ice wall created by Wang Miao. Although it appeared distant, the actual linear distance was merely a few dozen meters. Fortunately, Monkey Brother was clever and activated his skill, Cloud Surge. This was an offensive skill that allowed for rapid movement, propelling him towards the waste-crushing machine, which was still operational. What the hell? Is he trying to commit suicide? The bandits were at a loss, resorting to self-destruction when faced with defeat. Monkey Brother felt a pang of anxiety as well. Yet, once he activated Cloud Surge, he was compelled to surge forward for several meters, akin to Zhao Xian's skill, rendering him unable to halt abruptly. Immediately, Song Gua leveraged the power of 9 clones. Now at level 20, he could summon an additional clone for every 5 levels he ascended. These 9 clones were meticulously chosen, each possessing skills that would greatly aid in his escape. Stealth Step, Silent Step, Agile Blessing, Swift Hunt, Wall Passing Technique, Aerial Dance, and Spirit Flash. It was as if a rocket had been ignited beneath him, allowing him to flee the scene at breakneck speed. Moreover, thanks to his invisibility, no one could detect his presence. Some passers-by merely wondered at the sudden gust of wind that swept by. Inside the waste station, the enforcement team stared at one another in bewilderment. Wang Miao had cancelled all his skills, yet he remained composed. It's expected. The bandits are slippery as eels. I pursued them for nearly half a month without capturing a single one. Catching them is no simple task. Captain Zheng let out a wry smile. Wang Miao offered him words of comfort. Captain Yu is a reasonable person. He shouldn't give you too much trouble. One could only hope. As the bandits retreated, the true and substitute forms of Bingshan were gradually removed. However, this incident was far from over. That day, some individuals left the hospital with their loved ones, while others uncovered nothing but remains. Various media outlets from Yinshan City flocked to the scene, creating an unprecedented situation where interviewers outnumbered the interviewees. The clandestine dealings of the hospital could no longer remain concealed, and its staff busied themselves with escape. Outside the hospital, Zhao Yingxiong and Dao Yuming clashed until darkness enveloped the city. It was only when the law enforcement department intervened forcefully that both parties ceased hostilities. The Steelheart Guild had sent only a handful of experts, who remained on the periphery, observing the conflict. Even Sun Wenxiang, who prided himself on his intellect, struggled to comprehend the chaos unfolding. What a mess. What were the bandits truly after? The entire situation was still brewing. On this night, journalists from various media outlets were destined to work through the night, continuously producing news articles and on-site materials. The Zhao family frantically navigated their connections, managing to suppress some media coverage. However, the other three prominent families were eager to take advantage of the situation, hoping to undermine the Zhao family's efforts. They were keen to see news released that the Zhao family sought to suppress. In the late hours of the night, in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Yinshan City, the headquarters of the bandits, a voice cried out, "It hurts. Oh, it hurts. My head hurts so much." Bing Shen opened his eyes to the dim glow of lights, inhaling the musty scent that lingered in the air, while a group of individuals nearby engaged in light-hearted banter. Bound by the abyssal rock restraints, he found himself unable to rise, his professional talents and skills imprisoned alongside him. Displaying a degree of cunning, he feigned sleep upon awakening, eager to eavesdrop on the conversation unfolding around him to ascertain his circumstances. Chapter 75. The inaugural awards ceremony of the bandit clan. Suddenly, music reverberated through the abandoned warehouse. The rhythmic beats echoed, thump, 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 boom, boom, boom. What is this? It struck Bing Shen that the melody resembled the athlete's march he had heard repeatedly during his school sports day. What mischief were these people who had extracted him from the hospital up to? Approaching the stage was none other than the indomitable Bei Feng, who, in his quest for organizational triumph, had scarred his own visage, donned madness, and stealthily infiltrated, all without coercion. A doppelganger held a microphone, serving as the host. With a ghastly grin, Bei Feng waved at the crowd as he made his way to the podium, no longer needing a mask due to his disfigurement. Song Gua carried a platter laden with various props, scrolls, potions, and array compasses, all of commendable quality and level. These were not acquired through purchase or from his doppelganger's efforts. Rather, they were spoils seized from the 8 great guilds during prior raids. I hereby officially bestow upon you the exclusive title of Bei Feng. From this day forth, you shall serve as the military strategist of our organization, a blade ready to charge into battle at any moment. Bei Feng, overwhelmed with gratitude, accepted the award and delivered his acceptance speech. Standing here today, I am filled with excitement. Who understands the sacrifices of family? The old thief has truly delivered on his promises. With a leader like this, who will we follow if not him? First and foremost, I must thank my parents for their tireless efforts. Song Gua swiftly kicked him off the stage. Next, the doppelganger host, with fervor and eloquence, continued. Now approaching the stage is the shameless individual who plays both sides, toying with the misavengers while securing treasures for our leader, only to offer a decoy to the benefactor. By ban, Shuezigu ascended the podium, receiving a complete set of level 20 flawless armor and a rare level 20 whip weapon from Song Gua. This set is quite costly. Do not think I am ungrateful. Big brother, even if you didn't give me this, I would still dare not withhold it from you. Shuezigu produced a level 30 artifact, the Dragon Ring, from his backpack and handed it to Song Gua. Though he could not yet wear it, simply holding it brought him immense joy. Thank you, boss. Additionally, I wish to thank my parents for their... Again, Song Gua kicked Shuezigu off the stage. Next, now stepping forward is the one who, despite seemingly little merit, managed to unearth Bing Shen's true form from the secret surgical chamber, Hong Zhong. Song Gua prepared a set of level 20 equipment for Shuezigu as well. Although Fire Brother has yet to reach level 20, with a bit more practice, it won't be long before he attains it. After receiving his prize, he leaped down to avoid a kick. Monkey Brother and Ghost Brother protested nearby, demanding, "We want our awards too. Our policy is to only award the top 3 at the end of each endeavor. The rest must wait for the next round and perform admirably. Life should be brimming with a sense of ritual, especially when leading a team. Just look at the fervent determination of Monkey Brother and Ghost Brother. They are bound to be more proactive next time. That wretched old thief. Why was there no reward after the last heist? My monkeys are equally crucial. Infuriating. We're going on strike." Song Gua shot a glare at the two fools. "You both wield the finest weapons among us. What more could you possibly want?" They immediately fell silent. One began to whistle while the other toyed with his broadsword. At this moment, Song Gua donned a hood. He gestured for the host to silence the speakers and leisurely approached the prone Bing Shen. "Bing, brother, you're awake. Why pretend?" Bing Shen opened his eyes and surveyed the scene. All the avatars wore hoods and donned robes. With outsiders present, everyone remained cautious. In the previous conversation, no personal information had been disclosed. Bing Shen sat up lazily, questioning, "What are you peculiar folks up to? I recall being on the operating table. That unscrupulous director intended to remove my heart. Were you the ones who captured me? Why did you save me? Who are you?" One of the avatars presented a grand armchair, and Song Gua crossed his legs as he settled into it. "Bing, brother, you have quite a few questions. No need to rush. You must be thirsty." With a snap of his fingers, Blood Brother brought forth 2 glasses of red wine. "Release his hands. How else can he drink?" Several avatars stepped forward to untie the abyssal rock bindings from Bingshan's wrists. You dare to release my hands? If I free myself from all restraints, you won't be able to hold me back. Bingshan accepted the wine and elegantly sampled it, adhering to impeccable table manners, which made Blood Brother raise an eyebrow in admiration, exclaiming, "A fellow connoisseur." Bingshan chuckled and replied, "Well, considering you saved my life. Go ahead and ask what you wish to know. Do you truly suffer from mental illness? I did once, but I recovered. Yu Sheng is unaware and thinks I have relapsed. Ha! Why didn't he simply sentence you directly? Why bring you from the capital to Yunshan for treatment? Indeed, it's a matter of government concern, and it's what Song Gua desires. Where have you hidden it?" Bingshan reclined, holding his glass aloft. "Why should I tell you?" Song Gua's lips curled into a smirk. "The young master of the Pang family is likely still waiting for your heart." The sip of wine Bingshan had just taken spewed forth. The mere thought of lying on the operating table, watching the scalpel glint before him, made him feel as if he might lose control. It was utterly terrifying. His life had been quite eventful. But to be at the mercy of a surgeon was beyond his psychological limits. "It seems you're not such a good person after all." Song Gua laughed. "Good person? Bad person? Such definitions are only applied by children. A villain would never perceive themselves as wicked. If one believes themselves to be bad, they're not truly evil, but rather foolish." Bingshan laughed heartily. "How amusing. A group of novice-level players managed to extricate me from that hospital. It appears you are not as simple as you seem. Are you willing to enlighten me?" Bingshan surveyed the peculiar group. "It seems that if I remain silent today, I may find myself on the operating table. The Pang family is offering a handsome reward for my heart. I am quite tempted. The illusory divine monument, what is that? You are unaware? I am eager to learn more. If you are ignorant of such matters, you might as well refrain from getting involved. It is a perilous object, and even if I were to bestow it upon you, I doubt you would desire it. I, however, fear no danger." Bingshan sighed wryly. "Do you know how I came to be a cured lunatic?" Chapter 76. Can one truly achieve immortality? What? Don't tell me that this illusory divine monument drives people mad? Bingshan swirled his glass of red wine. "Consider this. If a complete history of civilization's rise and fall were suddenly thrust into your mind, would you be able to bear it?" Song Gua furrowed her brow. "The entire history of a civilization is the so-called illusory divine monument a vessel for information? Quite close, I suppose. My knowledge is limited, but I am aware that this object is of great importance to the federal government, and they have stocks of it in various crucial vaults. Did you steal it? Don't be absurd. What do you think our Night Owl Thieves Guild is for? Of course we pilfered it. Unfortunately, in the Huaxia administrative region, our numbers are too few, and there was no one to assist me, which led to my relentless pursuit by Yu Sheng and his cohorts. I evaded capture for several months before ultimately being apprehended. Has the illusory divine monument always been with you? If it had been, I would have perished long ago. After my capture, I pretended to have seen the monument, claiming that my mind could not handle so much information and thus collapsed into madness. They sought to uncover where I had hidden the monument, which is why they treated me kindly, even seeking out doctors for my ailments. Of course, one can never truly cure a person feigning illness. In truth, I did catch a glimpse of it, just one glance, and my head nearly exploded. During that time, it felt as though my neurons had been miswired. I often wandered in a haze, unable to discern directions, and even questioned the reality of the world itself. You see, that is the essence of madness. I am well acquainted with that state, which is why my performance was so seamless. Beifeng did Song Ming nodded in agreement, and Bingshan added, "Fortunately, the piece of the monument I stole is the smallest of its kind. Even so, one look was unbearable. Had been a larger piece, I would have likely succumbed to an overwhelming flood of information. The knowledge gleaned from the monument fades rapidly over time, and my mental instability gradually subsided. As long as one gazes upon that object, information is injected into the mind, correct? Indeed. Does the information provided by the illusory divine monument pertain to illusions? Indeed. It is said that each illusion possesses a corresponding divine monument. However, the manifestation of illusions and monuments may not occur simultaneously. There are instances when an illusion materializes before the monument reveals itself, and vice versa. Wait a moment. I recall that illusions do not seem to be a component of the game cleric, correct? The current state of Blue Star is a consequence of the amalgamation of game and reality. The game cleric, which captivated the globe 1,200 years ago, has vanished entirely from existence after its integration into reality, becoming merely a legend. Nevertheless, related game strategies and player videos still persist, albeit with diminished relevance. Following this integration, the game mechanics have adapted to the real world, resulting in significant deviations from the original. During the 3 months of labor education, Song Gua thoroughly explored the game Cleric. The original version did not include the gameplay of illusions. This is corroborated by Bing Shun as well. Indeed, illusions and divine monuments emerged after the integration of Cleric into reality. Approximately 1,000 years ago, wouldn't you agree? 1,000 years ago, that precisely coincides with the pivotal transition between the Golden Age and the New Era. Previously, I felt the shift between these two epochs was somewhat abrupt, lacking a significant event. Could it be the emergence of illusions? What exactly are illusions? According to Song Gua's findings online, illusions contain no digital elements. They resemble another tangible world, albeit an incomplete one. Their expanse may be no larger than a single city, or even smaller. Within, a myriad of life forms exist, some wielding their own extraordinary powers, yet they do not conform to the professional system. Instead, they manifest in diverse forms, extraordinary abilities, demonic arts, martial paths, magic, and the bizarre. There are even illusions inhabited by cultivators. Strangely, in this fragmented world, all beings and rules function normally. For instance, a world may lack a sun, yet still possess light, allowing flora to flourish. This phenomenon defies scientific explanation, leading humanity to refer to it as an illusion, postulating that the essence of the illusory world might merely be a mirage. Despite being a mirage, certain elements can be extracted from it. The items that can be brought forth are all extraordinary resources, which upon entering Blue Star, automatically transform into resources for professionals. Conversely, resources such as water, oil, timber, and common metals, which existed prior to the game's integration into reality, cannot be extracted. When extraordinary resources from illusions enter reality and convert into professional resources, they adhere to a fundamental principle. Items that are rare and precious in the original world will possess high quality and level once extracted, while commonplace items will exhibit lower quality and level. For instance, a foundational elixir prevalent in the world of cultivation can cure all ailments and enhance physical strength when consumed by mortals. However, in the realm of Blue Star, it loses this efficacy and merely becomes a small vitality potion. Nevertheless, illusions are sufficient to draw professionals like moths to a flame. This is because resources obtained through this method may include items that are exceedingly difficult to acquire in Blue Star. However, the treasures within illusions are not easily obtained. Low-intensity illusions impose restrictions on the professional levels permitted to enter. In the realm of intense illusions, where formidable beings abound, even high-ranking professionals may find themselves unable to escape after a spree of plunder. The Divine Steel serves as a guide to these illusions, and having assimilated the information regarding them, Song Gua came to a profound understanding of why the federal government places such great importance on the illusionary Divine Steel. This steel chronicles the history of a particular illusion. To possess a tome of history and traverse into another's world is akin to opening the celestial eye, is it not? Prior to the ascension of the powerful, one must provide support. Before treasures emerge, one must excavate in advance. Before the powerful fall from grace, one must be prepared to take their place. Before beauty matures, one must become her guardian. In essence, with the Divine Steel, one can navigate the illusions with unrestrained freedom, unencumbered by the fear of disrupting the societal norms of the illusionary world. You exhibit keen intelligence, yet you have only grasped half of the Steel's potential. What more lies within? The Steel contains main quests. Is there not a semblance of data within the illusions? Allow me to illustrate. Suppose you find yourself in a zombie illusion. How might you avert the onset of an apocalypse? Or if the apocalypse has already arrived, how might you salvage the situation? This forms the main quest of that illusion. The information contained within the Steel will elucidate the corresponding illusion and the main quest that must be fulfilled. Upon completion, the illusion will vanish entirely, and you shall be rewarded with the grand prizes bestowed by the illusions. What prizes, you may ask? With a slow sip of red wine, Bing Shun remarked. An extension of life, a rebirth. The multitude of avatars gasped in astonishment. Can immortality truly be attained? Can one possess unyielding vigor? What is there to hesitate for? Let us conquer the illusions. Yet, mere conquest serves little purpose. We require strategy. Chapter 77. I am an outlier among transcenders. To speak candidly, Song Gua felt a stirring within. In the world of Blue Star, professionals possess the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth, impervious to blades and bullets, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Yet they're not immune to death. They will succumb to old age. Even at the venerable age of 100, with a head full of white hair, they may still unleash formidable combat prowess, their bodies bursting with explosive muscle. But when their time comes, they shall perish, for they remain bound by the essence of human mortality. Certainly, powerful professionals may enjoy a slightly extended lifespan, likely due to their exceptional physical constitution, nearing the limits of longevity. However, the two are not spared from aging or illness. A 90-year-old professional may possess thousands of physical attributes, and even when struck by the most potent of spells, they may survive. Yet, a terminal illness could claim their life. This notion bears resemblance to the lore of Dragon Ball, where even the mighty Goku may succumb to a heart ailment. Overall, among the professionals, the strong are seldom beset by ailments or injuries due to their superior physical condition. If one can conquer the illusions, extending their lifespan and undergoing a transformation, how could Song Gua remain unmoved? Anyone would be compelled. Otherwise, why would the federal government value the illusionary divine steel? This is precisely what those at the pinnacle of power, status, and strength in the Blue Star world relentlessly pursue. However, Song Gua harbors a singular query. You, a seasoned practitioner in the realm of the third transformation, gaze upon the enigmatic monument and feel an overwhelming madness. Who among us can fully endure the influx of information from the divine tablet, thereby unraveling the strategy to navigate the illusory realm? I am at a loss. I merely overheard our leader boasting, in a drunken stupor, about the divine tablet and the illusory realm. It seems even he cannot entirely withstand the tablet's power. This piqued my curiosity, prompting me to consider pilfering one for my own amusement. Little did I know, I nearly met my demise in the attempt. I surmise that only a select few in this world can absorb the knowledge contained within the divine tablet. As I mentioned earlier, the information from the tablet is prone to be forgotten. Given the vastness of this knowledge, documenting it is an impossibility. Not only is typing impractical, but even verbalizing it would take a lifetime. Thus, to utilize the historical insights from the tablet as a guide through the illusory realm, one must keep the tablet close at hand, akin to a dictionary for constant reference. However, the tablets discovered by the federal government are predominantly stored in various vaults, indicating their limited accessibility. Song Gua, reclining thoughtfully, pondered, can I achieve this? As a traveler from another realm, might I be exceptional? I desire the divine tablet. Song Gua spoke candidly. It was evident. Will you grant it to me? What if I refuse? The young master of the P-ing family. Very well. I shall concede to you. Is that a promise? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? After all, I am your savior. A person of your caliber would undoubtedly lose their sanity upon glimpsing the divine tablet. There is no need for deceit on my part. You are courting trouble. Being SH and was convinced that Song Gua would indeed go mad upon seeing the tablet, at which point he could roam freely. The divine tablet would still belong to him, an advantageous arrangement. The crux of the matter was his current confinement, leaving him with little choice. Where do you conceal the divine tablet? Is it far from YNSHN city? Benahat and Chuka. It is hidden within a Forbidden Zone's lair. How shall we retrieve it? Fear not. I have employed a legendary artifact, the distant golden cabinet. The divine tablet is contained within. As long as I perform a specific summoning array, the distant golden cabinet can materialize within the array, regardless of distance. A flicker of excitement ignited among the assembled avatars. This artifact is splendid. It is far more convenient for our escape than directional teleportation scrolls. Being, do bestow this treasure upon us. If not, Being SHN retorted, rather exasperated. First of all, I do not bear the surname Being. That is merely our night owl's unique codename. A detail lost on your uncultured lot. Furthermore, the golden cabinet cannot facilitate the transportation of living beings. If you wish to use it as a teleportation scroll, I advise against it. Song Gua rose. There is no time to waste. Commence the arrangement immediately. What materials do you require for the formation? Please provide a list. The other materials are manageable. But do you possess energy crystals? I do not. The energy crystal mines surrounding YNSHN City are scarce, entirely monopolized by the 8 major guilds, who produce and consume in isolation, never releasing their supplies to the market. Perhaps this is due to the war nearing its conclusion, as their logistic classes have exhausted the energy crystals they brought along. A skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. A mere trifle. We shall seize them. You possess quite the audacity, don't you? In broad daylight. Or perhaps even under the cover of night, you dare to invade another's warehouse? Rather than targeting the warehouse, why not the mining area? Those guarding the mines are also formidable. At your level, it falls short. The mining area is situated in the wilderness, correct? What is the matter? Song Gua glanced towards Ghost Brother and Monkey Brother, both visibly exhilarated. As long as we secure the divine tablet, an Oscar shall be awarded to you. With a grand gesture, Song Gua commanded, bind him up, encase him in a sack, and set forth immediately. Bingshan's hands were once again ensnared by the abyssal stone restraints, and his entire being was stowed away in a black sack. Oh, come now, gentlemen. There is truly no need for this. I can walk by myself. I could even hop. However, the necessity was undeniable. When entering or exiting the headquarters of the bandits, outsiders must indeed conceal their faces. This ensures the location of the headquarters remains unknown. Song Gua retracted most of his avatars, retaining only 2 to escort Bingshan. After commandeering a vehicle by the roadside, they set off towards the outskirts of the city. Exiting the city posed certain complications. Given that it was January, the world might soon reset. The city's restrictions were stringent. Theoretically, one could only enter or exit through the city gates. Song Gua possessed a pass, so exiting was not troublesome, yet transporting Bingshan in the sack was quite another matter, as living beings could not be placed in a backpack. Nevertheless, this was merely theoretical. Climbing over the wall was also an option, provided they could avoid the patrols stationed on the walls. The patrols were not limited to the city defense forces. Drones were also in operation. There were no blind spots, yet one could create them. Within the city defense forces, there were always those in need of money. Individuals unable to use the city gates would bribe the soldiers patrolling at night, encouraging them to deliberately slow their pace at designated times, facilitating their escape over the wall. Song Gua's avatars had previously practiced this method when leveling up, and they were now quite adept at it. The group successfully departed from Yinshan City, racing towards the mining area beyond. The mining site lay within the central mist region, a considerable distance away, and with no light rail access. Traveling on foot was the only option. Concealed within the sack, Bingshan proposed, "What about using dice? I'm a 3rd-tier class holder. I possess a mount of epic quality that can fly. Why not release me for a bit? Running like this will surely exhaust you." Yet, Song Gua would never consider releasing him. That would be akin to releasing a fish into the sea. "No worries, I also have a mount," echoed the 4 avatars of Song Gua as they sprinted furiously. "Who the hell is the mount? Explain yourself clearly." Chapter 78. The bandits stand with the people. Daybreak arrived. While Song Gua continued his frantic dash through the wilderness, a sensational report rocked the entirety of Yinshan City. Ostensibly, it was the city's largest psychiatric hospital. However, behind the scenes, it was engaged in illegal organ trafficking, human smuggling, flesh trade, and unlawful confinement and abuse. It must be noted that, despite the hospital's diligent efforts to conceal pertinent information and destroy numerous documents, the influx of journalists yesterday proved astute, and they uncovered nearly everything. A multitude of authentic materials was disclosed. Newspapers throughout the city, local television stations, and trending topics online circulated this news throughout the entire day. The driving forces behind this turmoil are the Su and Lin families, while the Pang family remained uninvolved, primarily due to the actions of a certain young master from their lineage. The entire Yinshan City has erupted in outrage, with public sentiment soaring. The headquarters of Zhao Pharmaceuticals has been besieged by enraged citizens and journalists, eager to procure the secondhand news after missing out on the initial reports yesterday. How utterly inhumane. Is this what humanity is capable of? I once believed that the exorbitant fees of the Zhao family hospital were merely an attempt to drain my finances. But it turns out they had darker intentions of harvesting our organs. The implications are chilling. Those confined within mental institutions, are they truly mentally ill? When labeled as such by so-called experts, can they even discern their own reality? The law and order of Yinshan City have disintegrated. Must we allow our bodies to be butchered? We demand an audience with the administrative district headquarters. Yinshan City is in dire need of reform. The Zhao family must be held accountable. Compensation? My child is reduced to a mere hollow corpse in a mass grave. How can the Zhao family possibly compensate me? In response, a journalist managed to secure an interview with the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuji, the chairman of Zhao Pharmaceuticals. Zhao Wuji remarked, "The Yinshan City Mental Health Institute. Its name clearly denotes it as a public hospital. Why then is public sentiment turned against the Zhao family? Are you implying that this medical scandal has no ties to your family? Of course not. I am entirely unaware. To butcher mental health patients on the operating table? Oh, the horror. Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. We, the Zhao family, are of a medical lineage dedicated to benevolence." Subsequently, the journalist attended a press conference held by the city bureau, where the mayor commented, "Indeed, the Yinshan City Mental Health Institute was once a public institution. But over a decade ago, it transitioned to private ownership, with the Zhao Pharmaceutical Group holding the majority of shares. Are you suggesting that the Zhao family bears responsibility for this scandal and should also compensate the victims? I did not imply that. We will strive to compensate the victims and swiftly apprehend all involved parties, providing an explanation to the citizens." The Zhao family and the city government engage in a blame game, both reluctant to accept responsibility. Nevertheless, in an effort to prevent any drastic measures from the victims, the city bureau has provided substantial compensation, attempting to quell the unrest. Although the Zhao family denies any wrongdoing, the public is not blind. Across the city, every sizable hospital is affiliated with the Zhao family. How could the largest mental institution not be theirs? Regrettably, despite the populace's awareness of the Zhao family's inherent malice, when illness strikes, they have no choice but to seek treatment. The lower classes must bow their heads. However, the damage to the Zhao family's reputation and credibility is immeasurable. Despite their prior lack of trustworthiness, at least they had managed to maintain a facade of respectability. The most significant loss for the Zhao family is the cessation of governmental funding for their biological research institute. Reflecting on the entire incident, it becomes evident that the drug lords have once again emerged, their presence shining brightly as they boldly expose the dark dealings surrounding mental health. They are acutely aware that their actions would offend the Zhao family, antagonize those who have benefited from this hospital, and even provoke forces from the upper echelons of the government. Yet, they proceeded without trepidation, exhibiting a sense of reckless abandon. The bandits stand with the people. We may not know their identities, but we recognize their efforts in rectifying Yinshan City. I had thought these bandits only meddled in matters concerning professionals. I never anticipated their concern for the common folk. I admire these bandits. Should anyone seek to confront them over this issue, we shall oppose them to the bitter end. On this day, the stores throughout Yinshan City witnessed a surge in demand for headgear akin to that worn by the bandits, selling out rapidly. At the Yinshan Life Sciences Research Institute, Zhao Wuji shattered a row of beakers and test tubes in the laboratory with a single punch. Damn bandits! How dare they provoke the Zhao family? He commanded his family aides and all clan members, as well as the controlling guilds of various families, to execute any bandit encountered without mercy, whether within or outside the city. In the laboratory, a woman, the chief scientist named Xiao Wei, remained. Mr. Zhao, the government has cut off research funding. If the Heavenly Soldier Project is to continue, the Zhao family must provide financial support. Zhao Wuji nodded. Rest assured, the Heavenly Soldier Project cannot be halted. Your funding will remain uninterrupted. You need not concern yourself with these matters. I have come to convey that, regardless of external upheavals, everything within the Institute must progress unimpeded. Xiao Wei adjusted her glasses and gazed at the laboratory wall. Certainly, if the Heavenly Soldier Project succeeds, the Zhao family can pursue any ambition without hindrance. There, a glass curtain wall revealed a vast tank, within which a peculiar organism was preserved in formalin. Its streamlined body appeared remarkably resilient, displaying a dark brown hue. Its head was disproportionately large and smooth, creating a disconcerting imbalance with its body, coupled with razor-sharp fangs and claws that emanated a strong sense of intimidation. This creature bore a striking resemblance to an alien. Dad, Zhao Kan suddenly appeared in the laboratory, looking gaunt and worn. Having lost his standing within the Zhao family, his bank accounts frozen, he found himself compelled to seek employment for sustenance. With a bitter smile, Zhao Kan remarked, if you wish to deal with the bandits, why not capture Song Gua? The bandits saved him, and he provided them with a transfer gold medal. He might know where they are. Zhao Wuji cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you presume I am unaware of your intentions? You merely wish to eliminate Song Gua at this opportunity, do you not? Enough. Even if I were to trust you, what difference would it make? Song Gua is a protege highly regarded by Yusheng. If I act against him without irrefutable evidence, do you think Yusheng would stand idly by? And it is not merely Yusheng. With Song Gua's name gracing so many record charts, do you think only Yusheng is paying attention to him? We are already ensnared by others. Do you wish to give them the chance to eliminate us? The Zhao family must maintain a low profile now, not create more enemies. Foolish child, do not allow your personal vendettas to cloud your judgment. Consider the family's interests. Zhao can remain silent, placing his access card down with a cold expression before departing, grinding his molars in frustration. Ma Feng, once you and Song Gua enter the illusion, be sure to use the soul-devouring pearl to avenge me. This is the only opportunity to eliminate Song Gua without being discovered. Moreover, there will be no trace left behind. Chapter 79, Arrival at the Mining Area. My forces exceed 1 billion. In the park, Wang Miao strolled with her child, who was under 2 years old, delighting in the bubbles produced by a bubble machine. The director of the Special Affairs Bureau approached, carrying a basket of fruit and a box of milk, smiling warmly. Director, what brings you here? Oh, Group Leader Wang, I came to pay you a visit, and it's not easy for you to manage a child alone. Thank you for your concern, Director. The director placed the items on the grass and played with Wang Miao's child, then smacked his lips as if he had something to say. Director, please speak candidly. You ought to reconsider your vacation. The Bureau needs you. Is this regarding the drug syndicate? Indeed. The city bureau has heard about your tracking of the drug syndicate using the life wave detector while at the psychiatric hospital. They have officially entrusted the task of apprehending the drug syndicate to our Special Affairs Bureau at a special level 1. To be honest, the actions of a drug syndicate are remarkable. They challenge the city's elite. Yet their life waves always deviate by 100. While not high, it certainly suggests possible contact with Dark Star entities or something related to them. I previously erred in thinking they were merely a group of rebellious youth inadvertently encountering Dark Star phenomena, not worthy of our pursuit. However, their organized operations indicate that there is someone orchestrating them from behind. Your wife, a year ago, fell victim to a Dark Star aberration beast. You harbor deep resentment towards Dark Star forces. If the drug syndicate indeed belongs to that side, I believe you would wish to personally apprehend them. Wang Miao lifted her child and kissed her on the cheek. If the drug syndicate is aiding the Dark Stars, I shall capture them all, regardless of the distance. If the investigation reveals no connection to the Dark Stars, I will ensure they receive justice. The director pursed his lips. All right, we are of one mind. After the director departed, Wang Miao continued to play with her child, speaking to her as if in soliloquy. The Dark Stars are our greatest enemy. Why do these rulers not take this seriously? If it weren't for the drug syndicate threatening their interests, they would continue to turn a blind eye. In recent days, the city was abuzz with fervor. Media workers were as lively as during a festival. In fact, there was a minor news piece about Song Gua, but it garnered little attention compared to the major headlines. Record of the destroyer, Song Gua, has sold a class transfer medal to a wealthy outsider. A certain newspaper's tabloid reported this exclusive on the front page, complete with watermarked, candid photographs. Naturally, the so-called Song Gua was merely a doppelganger, and the purported wealthy individual was another disguised incarnation. Meanwhile, the real Song Gua was en route to the mining area. The counterfeit promotion token, which had been feigned as sold, was employed by Song Gua on the spectral general, Gua. Upon exiting the dungeon, he proclaimed that the token had been reserved by someone, necessitating its eventual redemption. He needed to ensure that the world knew he possessed no such token, to deter any covetous intentions. After a relentless journey lasting a day and a night, exhausting his numerous avatars one after another, Song Gua arrived at the mineral zone within the fog-laden area. This locale also featured a leveling zone, albeit the wild creatures therein were all above level 40, proving quite formidable. The creatures along the way, at levels 15 and 20, were the true targets for Song Gua. He had already stationed Gua and several avatars along the route to engage in monster hunting, subsequently transferring the spoils to Gua, thereby assembling a formidable army of summoned entities akin to their previous endeavor. The mineral zone belonged to the gameplay of the clerics. Within this area, two primary resources could be extracted: gemstones and energy crystals. Additionally, there were various metals and rocks, though these were produced with random probability. Unlike gemstones and energy crystals, which replenished in batches within the mines daily, these secondary materials were less reliable. As professionals advanced in levels, their demand for gemstones escalated significantly. While level 1 gemstones may seem inexpensive, the quantity required for upgrades escalates exponentially. Two level 1 gemstones combine to form a level 2 gemstone. Two level 2 gemstones yield a level 3 gemstone, and so forth. Such exponential growth leads to staggering figures at higher levels. Relying solely on drops was impractical. One must excavate heaps from the mineral zone. Energy crystals, in particular, were coveted by guilds. Without them, large formations would merely be ornamental, utterly unusable. The mineral zone was dotted with numerous mines, each marked by the flags of various guilds, indicating their territorial claims. Each guild's domain was fortified with watchtowers, arrow towers, cannons, and protective walls. The atmosphere here was usually bustling, as disputes over mine allocations were perennial. Even with just 2 guilds, the distribution was fraught with contention, let alone among 8. Thus, skirmishes among the 8 major guilds frequently erupted over the mines. However, recently, a semblance of tranquility had settled, as the bandits diverted the guild's attentions elsewhere. As they approached, Song Gua could faintly hear the rhythmic clanging of mining within the depths. While joining a major guild appeared glamorous, with the allure of binding to advanced gathering cores, the reality was that the number of recruits far exceeded the binding capacity of these cores. Consequently, the lower-tier guild members were often relegated to arduous tasks such as mining, and this labor remained uncompensated. One could not hope to claim any of the resources for personal gain, as the daily yield from each mine was fixed, and those tasked with excavation were required to submit a specific quota each day. Given the frequent outbreaks of wild creature disturbances and gemstone guardian assaults near the mineral zone, even such laborious work could not be entrusted to those of a more peaceful vocation. This illustrated that not all professionals were privileged. Many faced significant exploitation. They poured him out. The avatars released Bingshun from the sack. At last, Bingshun was greeted by the light once more. As night falls once more, Bingshin finds himself at a loss for words. Brother, you have led me on a relentless chase through the day and night. And while neglecting to provide food is one thing, to forsake water is quite another. He had almost forgotten, but then here, drink. Song Gua retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and tossed it to him. In the fog-laden area, visibility began to dwindle. Bingshin gazed ahead, unable to see the mine itself, but only hearing the characteristic sounds of mining. What are your plans? Are you truly intending to raid with just this handful of people? We have more than just these few. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. More experts? Not experts, merely a throng of inexperienced individuals. Their numbers may be considerable, but they will not withstand for long. However, we only require 10 ordinary quality energy crystals, correct? Indeed. The summoning array of the distant golden cabinet does not demand excessive energy supply. The most basic configuration will suffice. Though termed minimal, energy crystals are quite costly and can even serve as a form of currency in certain contexts. Chapter 80. The bandits have arrived. In the know. 3 mine of Yinshan City. The banner of the Tianzhao Guild billows in the night breeze. Despite the late hour, the rhythmic clanking of mining persists within the caverns. The resources refreshed daily in the mine are finite. If not fully extracted, they will not remain for the following day. Thus, each mine is subject to continuous excavation around the clock. On the lookout tower at the mine's perimeter, 2 guild professionals are taking a break, indulging in cigarettes. The fog seems thicker tonight. Yes, visibility is down to about 100 meters. Fortunately, we have sensors around. They will alert us if anyone approaches. Who would venture out here at night, especially in the wilderness? Are they not afraid of the enhanced wild creatures? Stay vigilant. There are many who would pilfer from the mines at night. Other guilds are hardly benevolent. Worry not. I've heard that the city has been quite chaotic lately. The higher-ups of several major guilds are preoccupied, so there shouldn't be any skirmishes over the mines in the coming days. Are you referring to the bandits causing disturbances at the asylum? These bandits are truly audacious. Their levels may be low, but their capacity for chaos is unparalleled. They have not only raided the territories of the 8 major guilds, but have also dared to expose the illicit dealings of the Zhao family. They are indeed a bold bunch. I see them as reckless lunatics. I've heard they are prone to self-detonation. It's best to keep our distance. As the two continued their idle chatter, a warning light suddenly illuminated, accompanied by a piercing alarm. What is happening? Something approaches, and in great numbers. Which guild lacks martial ethics? It seems not to be humans, but rather wild creatures, and their numbers are overwhelming. Don't jump to conclusions. I can see them now. With the aid of a high-powered spotlight near the lookout tower, they discerned a terrifying horde of monsters surging through the thick fog ahead. Some exhibited ghastly white bones, while others oozed dark, putrid blood or dragged mangled bodies. They resembled a horde of the undead, appearing increasingly sinister in the shadows of the night. Amidst these undead beings, there were also erratic, leaping monkey-like creatures, a stark contrast to the grim assembly. They swarmed in droves, inundating the landscape like a rising tide. These, undoubtedly, are the fruits of the day's labor prepared by Ghost Brother and Monkey Brother. The battle horn has sounded in the mining area. A multitude of night watch professionals, roused from their slumber, hastily donned their gear and armed themselves, preparing for combat at the periphery of the mine. What on earth is happening? A disturbance of wild creatures? Or an assault by the gemstone guardians? Yet, this does not seem to be the case, for the wild monsters around us do not resemble such a sight. Neither have we spotted any gemstone guardians. Wait, the combination of undead creatures and monkey beasts appears oddly familiar. A group exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. Damn it, it's the Mahjong bandits. Speaking of Mahjong bandits, they have indeed arrived. Adorned with headgear bearing Mahjong patterns and clad in various robes, the Mahjong bandits position themselves amidst the monstrous horde, flanked by undead beings and monkeys. Each one raised their weapons high, waving them frantically while chanting incoherent slogans. Demacia, for the tribe. Walawa, speedy teeth fillings. The universe is supreme. I shall seize your mind in the name of the moon. The professionals of the Tianzhao Guild quickly organized a defensive line. The first to be activated was the barrier formation. A colossal light curtain of pale blue enveloped the entire number 3 mining area. Ghost Brother's undead summons and Monkey Brother's monkey offspring collided with it, resulting in a cacophony of shrill cries. The defensive towers were activated. Defensive towers, belonging to the logistics division, are constructs that can be built by specialized professionals. utilizing energy crystals as their power source. They initiate systematic attacks once enemies enter their alert range. There are numerous types of defensive towers: arrow towers, cannon towers, flame towers, and lightning towers, among others, each capable of inflicting damage or applying negative statuses on foes. Some even bolster the health and resistance of nearby allies. The advantages of defensive towers are self-evident, offering exceptional cost-effectiveness. On expansive battlefields, high-level, high-quality defensive towers can decisively influence the tide of battle. The sole drawback is their immobility. They can only function where constructed. Boom, boom, boom. Black projectiles rain down upon the monstrous throng, erupting into clouds of fire and smoke. The summons were met with heavy casualties. The defensive towers of the Tianjiao Guild are all cannon towers, suggesting that their guild's builders specialize in constructing such artillery. Typically, defensive towers possess a slower attack rate, striking only every few seconds. However, the predicament lies in the fact that these towers are constructed within the barrier formation, rendering the attacks from the Mahjong bandits impotent while allowing the towers to strike freely. Ha ha ha. Were these Mahjong bandits merely a bunch of incompetent fools? They dare to invade our mining area, showing utter disregard for the Tianjiao Guild. It appears that our defensive towers and formations are sufficient to eliminate them. Is this it? They actually think they can seize the wilds? I believe our second-tier squad can annihilate them all. Unbeknownst to the professionals of the Tianjiao Guild, one Mahjong bandit had evaded all tower assaults, maneuvering under the protection of numerous summons and monkeys, and approached the forefront of the barrier. He pressed one hand against the surface of the barrier, his expression beneath the helmet resolute and dignified. Brothers, damn it! A thunderous roar erupted. A mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. The classic technique of the bandits, self-detonation. The force of this explosion was immense. For the one who had just detonated was a level 20 doppelganger. This individual was not one who had leveled up through training, but rather a newly spawned doppelganger from the recent days of Song Gua. The intensity of self-detonation was solely tied to 1S level. A level 20 practitioner's explosion was potent enough to instill fear in second-tier practitioners. The barrier of the mining area was breached. Summoned creatures and their monkey kin surged in, wreaking havoc in every direction. Some were dismantling towers, others were tearing down walls, and still others were stripping clothing. The formation had only suffered a breach and remained largely intact. Thus it was rapidly undergoing repairs. Outside the barrier, the bandits attacked the edges of the breach, slowing down the restoration process. Damn, these bandits are truly madmen. No wonder they can seize the wilderness. Who else would risk their lives like this? Stop being shocked. Quickly, block the breach. The practitioners from the Tianjiao Guild were not only well-trained, but also displayed a degree of cooperation. With several second-tier practitioners present, the summoned creatures alone were insufficient to contend with them. Upon realizing the unfavorable situation, the bandits began to retreat. As they attempted to flee, someone shouted, "Charge out! Capture the bandits alive for a bounty." Squads of defenders from the mining area surged forth from the barrier formation, pursuing the bandits. Just then, urgent news arrived from another direction of the mining area. Members of the June Green Guild have invaded. What? They brought a formation master and have disabled our northern barrier formation. The northern defense tower is nearly dismantled. We need reinforcements here. We are vastly outnumbered. Damn, the bandits here are drawing fire. Hurry and provide support to the north. Chapter 81. The Mirage Divine Steel emerges. In the distance, Song Gua sat perched upon a tree, unable to discern the battle within the mining area due to the dense fog. However, he could hear the sounds of conflict, along with the reports from his doppelgangers echoing in his mind. Beside him, the bound-up Bing Shun gave a thumbs up to Song Gua. I truly thought you were planning to seize the mine alone. It turns out you had already coordinated with June Green. Song Gua toyed with a leaf. I didn't have everything arranged beforehand. I simply sent one person each to the various guild-occupied mining areas to act as a messenger. I informed them that we were planning something at the Tianjiao Guild. However, we lack manpower and will not be stationed here. If anyone is interested in taking over the number 3 mining area, they are welcome to provide assistance. It seems that only the June Green members believe my words. Your battle plan is quite immature. What if the other guilds don't trust your nonsense? Relying solely on your people, you would surely be completely ambushed. Bing Shun grasped the crux of the issue. Song Gua countered, do you have absolute certainty before undertaking any task? In our line of work, there is never absolute certainty. Theft inherently carries a natural risk. Isn't that remarkable? Moreover, I'm not a thief. I am a plunderer. Furthermore, the guild members are merely here for labor. Unlike my own people, while there exists a possibility of failure in battle, it is inconceivable to be entirely annihilated. They would not dare to pursue relentlessly. Bingshan gazed at the lingering mushroom cloud in the sky. I inquired how he trained his subordinates, noting that even the Avengers, driven by their hatred, could not achieve what his group did, self-destructing to carve a path. This is the core competitive edge of our bandits. How could I divulge it to you? Bingshan chuckled, but remained silent. He mused, who would dare to emulate your so-called competitive advantage? If they succeeded, how would they recruit? Gulme. Join us to attain the freedom of self-destruction? It sounds rather cultish, doesn't it? The chaos in the number 3 mining area persisted for a while. The guards of the Tianzhao Guild, having been robbed, offered only token resistance before abandoning the area. After all, life is paramount. How could one risk death in futile defiance? It was merely a mining area. To die in resistance would invite ridicule from peers. The banner of Jiweking fluttered atop the lookout tower of the number 3 mining area. Haha, I have never seized a mine so effortlessly. Those fools from Tianzhao fell for such an old trick of drawing the tiger away from the mountain. Bandits truly know how to operate. They are genuinely committed. Thankfully, we believe them. The other guilds are equally foolish, failing to send anyone to investigate. Our guild leader is indeed wise. After occupying the mining area, the members of the Jiweking Guild regarded the bandits transporting energy crystals in the warehouse with indifference, focusing solely on fortifying their defenses. Some even idly assisted the bandits in their labor. This is a tacit understanding between both parties. Helping you seize a mining area for such minimal compensation is rather generous. The warehouse contained only the recent output from the past couple of days. However, for individual traders like Song Gua, it was still a considerable amount. The dawn's light illuminated the eastern sky, and the fog in the central mist zone dissipated somewhat. Song Gua surveyed the crates of energy crystals before him, nodding slightly. Formations and construction of such professions cannot exert their power until the mid to later stages. Those formations with 1 or 2 meter diameters, and the turrets built merely to fend off wild monsters, hold little significance. One must wait for their level to rise and skill levels to improve to construct more effective fortifications, which would then bear strategic importance. Like other logistical roles, they too require resources to nourish their growth. Energy crystals are among those resources. The profession of Infernal Fire Enhancer, with the exclusive code name Spring, remarked, these quantities are still insufficient. They won't last long. No worries. We can return here once they are depleted. After all, there are those who excavate for us daily. Bingshan, overhearing the exchange between the bandit leader and his followers, could not help but shake his head. In the already chaotic Yinshan city, having such characters around is truly adding insult to injury. Song Gua instructed his logistical avatar to store the energy crystals in a backpack, keeping only 10 for himself, which he handed to Bingshan. 10 ordinary quality energy crystals. Let us begin. Bingshan glanced at his hands. Understanding, Song Gua signaled for his avatar to release him. This brother, what do you mean by that? In the midst of his discovery, Bingshan found himself embraced by the legs of a bandit donned in an 8-tube hood. Oh, it's nothing. If you're planning any mischief, I shall self-destruct immediately and take you along to the afterlife. Despite Bingshan's elevated rank, he was currently unarmed, lacking many attributes, and might not withstand a self-detonation from a lower-level practitioner at such close range. Bingshan was at a loss for words. The universally avoided skill of self-destruction seemed to be wielded with extraordinary finesse by them. I find it inappropriate to call you bandits. How about self-destruction warriors? The 8-tube hooded figure appeared to have an epiphany. Self-destruction warriors? Cool. Boss, consider it. Song Gua shot him a glance. Consider what, you fool? Nearby, several logistical clones were delivering additional materials for the formation to Bingshan. The energy crystals merely provided power. The primary materials, auxiliary materials, catalyst materials, and a plethora of others were required for arranging the formation. On the way out of the city, Song Gua had dispatched clones to procure everything from the shop. It was not expensive, as it was merely a straightforward formation. Before commencing the arrangement, Bingshan turned once more to the hooded Song Gua. Dice, are you certain you wish to have the illusory divine monument? This is something you cannot withstand. If I cannot endure it, I shall keep it at home as a tribute. One day, I will be able to bear it. You are quite persistent. Well, I've warned you numerous times. My patience is exhausted. Bingshan busied himself. 2 logistical clones stood by, seizing the opportunity to learn. Song Gua would undoubtedly attend a combat-oriented academy in the future, not a logistics department. The two were distinct, akin to the separation of arts and sciences. This implied that the logistical clones would have to become self-taught. They were diligent, leaving no learning opportunity unseized. Before long, Bingshan completed the formation. It was a golden ring, 2 meters in diameter, encircled by overlapping hexagrams, adorned with peculiar black hieroglyphs. Shall I begin? For heaven's sake, hurry up. The nearby wild monsters are about to respawn, and I need to send someone to clear them again. Bingshin ceased his rambling, reciting incantations as if invoking a spell to activate the formation. Activate! With a commanding shout, the summoning formation before Bingshin materialized from the ground, gradually ascending, leaving a faint golden glow in its wake, resembling a continuously rising cylinder. Within this cylinder, a small box of golden hue, exuding an air of antiquity, slowly revealed itself. Chapter 82. Gazing at the Divine Monument. What manner of creatures are you? The distant golden cabinet was summoned forth. This was not merely the effect of a simple summoning formation, but rather the consequence of this treasured artifact. As the summoning formation fulfilled its function, it gradually dissipated, leaving only the golden cabinet measuring 2 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 1 meter in height upon the ground. The clones gathered around, akin to a group of curious children. Is the divine monument inside here? Indeed. Not too large, is it? The size of the divine monument adapts to the capacity of its container, capable of expanding and contracting, much like the staff of the Monkey King. Indeed, it is a remarkable artifact, neither an inherent element of Blue Star nor a product of the cleric merging with reality. It appears to emanate from another realm of extraordinary power. However, dear brother, you must provide us with this cabinet. What is the matter? Did you not claim that we would go mad upon sighting the divine monument? If you do not relinquish the cabinet to us, you must open it to retrieve the monument, and once you do, we shall behold it. Can you not simply close your eyes? Alas, I cannot resist. Bingshin gazed upon the circle of mahjong players surrounding him and sighed. Rest assured, I share your concerns. Thus, I have placed the divine monument within an opaque bag. I have also gone to great lengths to acquire this golden cabinet, so please refrain from coveting it. Song Gua perceived that this fellow was relatively cooperative throughout the ordeal, so he chose not to dwell on the matter of the treasure and urged him to hastily open the golden cabinet and retrieve the divine monument. Everyone turned away, except for one of Song Gua's avatars, who remained vigilant, monitoring Bingshin's actions. The others averted their gaze to avoid witnessing the monument's maddening influence. Despite Bingshin's assurances of precautions taken, his words could not be fully trusted. With a click, the cabinet opened. Do me a favor. Although the divine monument has shrunk, it still measures over 1 meter in length, and, with all these bindings on me, it is cumbersome to handle. The watching avatar stepped forward to assist Bingshin in lifting the divine monument from the golden cabinet. This elongated object, reminiscent of a tombstone, was indeed encased in a black covering. Just as the assisting avatar was about to place the monument on the ground, Bingshin suddenly grasped the black cover with both hands and yanked it off. What are you doing? The avatar clinging to Bingshin's leg and the one assisting with the monument were forced to gaze upon it. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded their minds, leading to anguished cries as they collapsed to the ground. With remarkable speed, Bingshin retrieved another scroll from the golden cabinet. His cabinet contained more than one item. It also held his means of escape, a scroll of epic quality for random teleportation. Random teleportation implies the possibility of transporting the user to an unknown location, the risks of which are evident. However, the advantages are equally notable. This item is instantaneous. Song Gua, still facing away from the divine monument, furrowed his brow and said, Bingshin, you have deceived me. Bingshin's expression turned pained. Do you truly believe that avoiding the sight of the monument would spare you from its effects? What? Song Gua sensed something amiss as an irresistible thirst for knowledge surged within him, an overwhelming desire to uncover the secrets inscribed within the illusionary divine monument. His body turned involuntarily, and his eyes opened wide, fixated upon the dark monument with unwavering focus. It was not just him. All nearby avatars shared the same fate. Bingshin, too, was captivated, unable to suppress his own insatiable curiosity. Yet, his hand had already grasped the random teleportation scroll. With a mere crush of the scroll, he could whisk himself away. Yet he felt a twinge of reluctance towards his cabinet and the precious divine steel he had painstakingly liberated. He intended to endure, to wait until this band of ruffians crumbled entirely. His confidence was unwavering. He had attained a higher level and undergone a third transformation, whereas these brigands were merely at level 20. Even equipped with the finest gear available at that level, they could not withstand his prowess. From the very beginning, he had adopted a strategy of feigned vulnerability, weaving half-truths into his words, all in pursuit of the moment to extricate himself. After gazing at the steel for a few moments, Song Gua suddenly discovered that his discomfort had diminished. The divine steel was transmitting its content, flowing towards all of his avatars. The other avatars encountered repetitions of content, which would automatically vanish from their minds upon infusion, essentially allowing it to be a singular experience for Song Gua. The avatars even began to converse within the local network. What on earth did you see outside the city? Suddenly, my mind is flooded with a plethora of memories that do not belong to me. It's the illusionary divine steel. It seems the content injected into us has been automatically distributed to the minds of over 200 brothers. According to Bingshen, the content that could be recounted over a lifetime can be shared among us 200 or so. Could it be that this rogue is deceiving us? Is the content within the illusionary divine steel not as abundant as claimed? No, it's that the bandwidth is sufficient. I see. If 1,000 vehicles surge into a dual-lane road, a traffic jam is inevitable. However, if the lane can accommodate 200 vehicles in parallel, congestion will not occur. Even if an additional 1,000 vehicles were to enter, the flow would remain uninterrupted. Song Gua's gaze gradually became clearer. He and his avatars had begun to adapt to this sensation of information infusion, as the initial congestion soon gave way to a smooth stream. Continuous observation merely facilitated the ongoing injection of new content into his and the 200 avatars' minds. Song Gua slowly approached, picking up the black bag from the ground, covering the divine steel once more. Beside him, Bingshen, who was overwhelmed by the influx of vast information, his eyes bloodshot and his steps unsteady, was rendered dumbfounded by Song Gua's calm demeanor. Bingshen's mouth hung agape, nearly reaching the ground. You, what kind of monsters are you? Song Gua replied, nonchalantly. We are not monsters. We are human. Impossible. With your low levels, can your mental attributes surpass mine? How can you remain unscathed? The 6 black dots on the dice-shaped headgear that adorned Song Gua's head now appeared to Bingshen as ominously terrifying, like 6 eyes belonging to an indescribable entity. A level 21st transformation practitioner could remain unfazed before the illusionary divine steel. This was truly unfathomable. To conspire with the tiger indeed requires utmost caution. You have imparted a lesson upon me. Well done. 8 Tubing, eliminate him. 8 Tubing drew a dagger from his bag and lunged it towards Bingshen's throat. Without hesitation, Bingshen crushed the scroll in his hand. Ha ha, how fascinating. I never anticipated such extraordinary individuals in the humble Yinshan city. Dice, we shall meet again. Song Gua recognized the item Bingshen had utilized. He hastily utilized a random teleportation scroll to escape, should he inadvertently land in the surrounding forbidden zone still engulfed in chaos. It is likely he would find himself unable to return, especially considering he possessed no equipment. Nevertheless, he demonstrated decisiveness. This venture was not in vain. He acquired the divine steel and was gifted a cabinet as well. Chapter 83, Evading the Storm. Yinshan City, headquarters of the Tianzhao Guild. Jun Qing has seized one of our mining districts. Upon receiving the news from the mining area, Zhao Xiong found it hard to believe. The person in charge of the mining site provided a detailed report of last night's battle. After listening, Zhao Xiong crushed his phone in anger. Those scoundrels! They show utter disregard for our Tianzhao. Have the reckless Jun Qing and the bandits conspired together? Now Zhao Xiong could comprehend the feelings of Zhao Wuji when he called them last night, cursing the bandits with a plethora of expletives for a full half hour. The 4 great families and 8 major guilds. Although the local powers in Yinshan City have been in constant conflict, they have maintained a certain equilibrium. The emergence of the bandits is ruthlessly shattering this balance. Inform the brothers in the guild that we, the Tianzhao Guild, will henceforth stand united with the Zhao family against the bandits, who are our irreconcilable foes. The mining district of Song Gua was not chosen at random. Subsequently, the psychiatric hospital, in a bid to seize the Bingshen, exposed Zhao family's illicit activities, declaring total enmity with them. The president of the Tianzhao Guild is also a member of the Zhao family. Thus, we will seize the opportunity to exploit their guild. In the palace, one must ensure equitable distribution of favors. Creating enemies cannot be approached in such a manner. Song Gua carefully stowed the divine steel and the golden cabinet into his backpack. Such significant items felt decidedly insecure when kept on his person. Fortunately, no one was aware that he possessed the divine steel. Although Bingshen was aware, he did not know that Song Gua was the one, assuming instead that it was the bandit leader who had obtained the illusory divine steel. Song Gua furrowed his brow. This posed a problem. The Night Owl thieves were exceptionally skilled at stealing, even pilfering from the federal government's insurance warehouse, making it a challenge to guard against. However, is this not merely a strategy for the illusion? Can we not simply utilize it? Beifeng suggested, let us observe the divine steel a while longer. Correlating the acquired information with the publicly available data on illusions, perhaps we shall glean some insights. Ah, you are indeed quite clever. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Great Sage. Let your code name be passed to someone more deserving. The great sage, upon returning, Song Gua donned the guise of the dice once more and proceeded to the bandit headquarters. Upon arriving at the abandoned warehouse, he released his avatars and convened another meeting. Ghost Brother and Monkey Brother expressed their excitement. Are we to hold an award ceremony? Where's the host? Let us get the athletes' march going. Where's the podium? Brothers from the construction sequence build 3 turrets as a substitute. The two busily organized the event. Song Gua doused them with a cold reality check. Stealing a few crates of energy crystals is hardly worthy of an award. Ghost Brother and Monkey Brother. Am I not charming? Subsequently, Song Gua's expression turned notably serious. Previously, when Bingshin was here, who knew when he might awaken? In light of the previous operation at the mental institution, the summary meeting that was originally intended did not take place. We shall now rectify that oversight. The mission to seize Bingshin was successful, and, as I had anticipated, he indeed pilfered the illusory divine monument, a treasure highly regarded by the Federation. The monument is now in our possession. However, this operation has yielded both experiences and lessons that require our reflection. Let us discuss any shortcomings we may have encountered. Brother Monkey was the first to raise his hand. The retreat mechanism is inadequate. We relied too heavily on you, old thief. Song Gua nodded in agreement. That is a valid concern. We should at least equip each member with a fixed-point teleportation scroll, though such items are rather costly. A logistics division avatar interjected. Purchasing them directly is indeed expensive, but if we acquire the materials and have our brothers from the scroll-making division craft them, the cost will be considerably lower. Among teleportation items, fixed-point scrolls are relatively economical. After all, initiating this item requires us to first activate a scroll at the destination, which limits its practicality. Single-scroll teleportation devices are prohibitively expensive and are merely toys for major guilds. Are there any other issues? Brother Monkey raised his hand once more. Wang Miao, how did he manage to locate us? Did he implant a tracking device on us? Song Gua recalled Wang Miao's earlier comments when he sought him out. The apparatus worn by the Anomaly Bureau can discern you amidst a crowd. However, it cannot track me. Discern us? Once we shed the disguise of the bandits, how could he possibly identify us? It seems to be some form of life wave detection. I researched it online, but there are no public records. It may be classified information within the Anomaly Bureau. According to his assertions, your life waves are abnormal, and that detector can pinpoint you in a crowd with a mere sweep. The avatars were perplexed. Why are our life waves deemed abnormal? Song Gua stroked his chin thoughtfully. Logically, you should be no different from me, and I do not fully comprehend what this life wave detection entails. Fortunately, the personnel from the Anomaly Bureau do not venture into the wilderness. We should remain vigilant regarding their presence in the city. By the way, Brother Shui was leisurely seated at the corner of the long table, savoring red wine with an expression of rapture. He continued. I came across a news article stating that the Yinshan municipal government has entrusted the Anomaly Bureau with the task of apprehending bandits. Evidently, because they find it more convenient to track us. We have just stolen from the 8 great guilds and disrupted the Zhao family's illicit enterprises. The authorities are now taking notice of us. Let us maintain a low profile for a while. Refrain from any heroic deeds at night to avoid drawing attention. Brother Shui nodded. That sounds reasonable. I too wish to take a break. Even superheroes require rest. Not only Brother Shui, but Song Gua decided to withdraw all avatars. Moreover, in just a few days, the results of the mock examination will be released, and the city will organize the top 50 candidates for training in the Illusory Mountains. We must conserve our energy to prepare for a grand endeavor within the realm. The discussion continued. Old thief, this time you ventured outside the city with Bingshan. You should not have placed yourself in such peril. Bingshan belongs to the Night Owl Thieves Guild, and they are not known for their benevolence. As it turns out, this was indeed the case. Had we not been able to share the flow of information, we would have faced dire consequences. Song Gua nodded in agreement. I understand, yet if I do not leave the city, given the current restrictions, it would be quite troublesome for over 200 of you to venture forth and seize the energy crystals. Thus, we cannot swiftly acquire the divine monument. As the saying goes, prolonged nights breed many dreams. However, I must concede that this expedition was indeed fraught with peril, and I shall exercise greater caution in the future. The optimal solution, of course, is to prepare some escape tools, much like those utilized by Bingshin. It seems I must allocate some funds for this purpose. Gazing at my balance, Song Gua fell into contemplation. It is difficult to earn money, and expenses flow like water with over 200 brothers at home. I hope that in a few days, when we journey to the illusion realm, we might reap some rewards. At that moment, Song Gua recalled a commission he had obtained over a month ago when he vanquished Brother Wang of the Wangba Guild. Chapter 84. How the bandits disappeared? After concluding a summary meeting with his avatars, Song Gua retrieved the illusionary divine monument. Brothers, are you prepared? At this moment, the abandoned warehouse contained only Song Gua. All avatars had merged back with the main body, ready at all times. My mind is already parched with anticipation. Let me see what kind of history this monument records. It seems to contain not only textual information, but also visual data. The black cover enveloping the monument was torn away by Song Gua. An uncontrollable thirst for knowledge seized his body, compelling him to gaze intently at the black stone tablet. The surface flickered with inscriptions. Initially, they were strange symbols, but as Song Gua focused, they instantly transformed into recognizable Chinese characters. A torrent of information flooded into the minds of Song Gua and his avatars. Initially, there was discomfort and headaches. However, once all avatars entered the information reception state, the sensation diminished to a mere faint unease. In the Central Plains, where heroes and the earth are blessed, since ancient times, people have battled beasts and barbarian tribes, gradually comprehending the existence of martial arts. In the year 890 of the Heavenly Era, the elder Wu Xian achieved enlightenment at the age of 100, founding the Heavenly Martial Sect, from which the martial arts of the world emerged. In the year 1995 of the Heavenly Era, the barbarians invaded from the north, and the men of the Central Plains wielded their 3-foot swords to protect their homes and country. In the year 1999 of the Heavenly Era, Marshal Saint Qin Shao emerged, winning the championship at the Martial Arts Conference, becoming the new leader of the martial world, after which he single-handedly repelled the barbarians to the desolate northern lands. In the year 2010 of the Heavenly Era, Qin Shao pioneered the path of martial energy, establishing the free and easy sect, attracting martial artists from all corners to seek his guidance, ushering in a new chapter in martial arts. In the year 2024 of the Heavenly Era, the Central Plains entered a prosperous era, with heroes emerging like bamboo shoots after a rain, all vying for greatness. Song Gua and his avatars received a plethora of information, detailing significant events of every year recorded within the monument, as well as the life experiences of an inconspicuous commoner in this world. Thus, it is unrealistic to attempt to document everything from the monument. It can only serve as a dictionary to consult when needed. As for how to consult it, during the observation of the divine monument, Song Gua gradually grasped the method. Time, place, and characters, the 3 essential elements. Understanding these components transforms the influx of information from a chaotic chronological barrage into a structured presentation guided by keywords. Thus, we arrive at the essence of the civilization chronicled within this ethereal monument. What kind of world does it depict? A glimpse is sufficient. It portrays a society whose productivity has stagnated since the ancient days of Blue Star, existing in a realm of extraordinary capabilities that straddles the line between low and high martial arts, though it harbors the potential to ascend to high martial arts. Civilization met its demise during an era of unparalleled brilliance, resulting in the extinction of all beings. A search reveals that this mirage has indeed been publicly documented. Someone has posted that the Cloud Mountain Mirage is akin to a realm of martial heroes. The post references historical figures such as the venerable Wu Xian and the martial sage Qin Shao. This must correspond to the mirage associated with our monument. Reflecting upon it, within the vast expanse of the Huaxia administrative region, there are countless cities. Yu Sheng brought Bing Shun to Yunshan City for medical treatment, likely not solely due to Zhao family's expertise in psychiatry. Perhaps it is also linked to the monument that Bing Shun pilfered, which is indeed the monument of the Cloud Mountain Mirage. Bing Shun has mentioned that once the main storyline of the mirage is unlocked, the mirage will dissipate. Yu Sheng might be here to monitor the mirage, ready to act if any anomalies arise, indicating someone has ventured in with a strategy. Armed with keywords, he delves into the readings, seeking what the monument requires of him. The so-called main quest proves to be merely a metaphor. The root of all destruction lies in the path of martial energy. The denizens of the Tianyuan world ultimately perished within the very power they so proudly wielded. This was not a natural disaster, but a calamity wrought by humanity. Had the martial sage Qin Shao not ascended to supremacy years ago, but instead chosen a mundane life with his beloved, refraining from evolving martial arts into the path of martial energy, the people of Tianyuan would have simply practiced martial arts for self-improvement, rather than pursuing the elusive desire for immortality. All might have unfolded differently. Song Gua persisted in his examination, uncovering records regarding the downfall of the Tianyuan world. Astonishingly, the apocalypse was precipitated by a chaotic clash among elite martial artists, whose formidable martial energy pierced through a dormant volcano. This eruption unleashed devastation, cloaking the world in ash and blocking out the sun, leading to its ultimate demise. Thus, it becomes apparent that had the people of Tianyuan refrained from transforming martial arts into martial energy, merely practicing rudimentary techniques without the ability to unleash shockwaves, they might have avoided their cataclysmic end. Song Gua mused that had these individuals not become so powerful, they would have sought ways to harness external forces for strength. This would inevitably lead to an industrial revolution, an electrical revolution, a computational revolution, each yielding similar outcomes. Nonetheless, viewed through the lens of the rise and fall of the Tianyuan world, staving off the emergence of the path of martial energy indeed represents a choice that could delay the world's demise. He remains confident that, with a strategy in hand, he could dispatch a clone to remain within, awaiting the moment to fulfill the task. Before completing the task, one must seize the opportunity to enter and reap the fruits of victory. That evening, Song Gua continued to extract information from the divine monument. Although the sheer volume of information was overwhelming, with much of it fading from memory all too swiftly, he discerned the main narrative and diligently recorded the pertinent details, ensuring that even if forgotten, a backup remained, thus alleviating the need to constantly reference this compendium. In the ensuing week, the Special Operations Bureau entered a phase of intense activity, even enlisting members from various guilds to partake in the search for the bandits. Among these, the Tian Zhao Guild exhibited the most fervent enthusiasm, while the Liu Yuqing Guild showed a hint of reluctance. However, the investigation team, led by Wang Miao, found themselves vexed as the bandits in Yinshan City had seemingly vanished in a thin air. It was perplexing. Where had they gone? Major guilds reported no sightings of the bandits, even in the wilderness. One team member suggested to Wang Miao, could they have shed their disguises and returned to living normal lives, leveling up as their true selves? But why haven't the detectors registered even a single life signature exceeding 100, given their audacious raid on the 8 major guilds? It was plausible that they numbered over 100. Surely, it was improbable that not a single one had crossed paths with them in days. Could it be that the bandits are aware of our intensified manhunt and have fled the city? Chapter 85. The Best in the City. The operation against the bandits in Yinshan City was akin to striking a cotton ball. They disappeared without a trace, for they had taken refuge within Song Gua's very being. This predicament left his avatars feeling utterly stifled. I feel as though I am imprisoned once more. Release me. A wily essence. I yearn to run, to leap, to perform acrobatics. It has been days since my experience fatigue subsided. Not leveling up feels like a loss of a fortune. A fortune? Oh, you have squandered far more than that. I miss the taste of the spicy hot pot near the school. I long for the milk tea from the shop beside the community. I yearn for the aroma of the massage parlor close to headquarters. What aromas? Do elaborate. At that moment, Song Gua sat in a classroom, awaiting the teacher to announce the results of the mock examination. The avatars in his mind, feeling utterly bored, could only engage in idle chatter to pass the time. Song Gua had grown accustomed to the incessant cacophony of voices, having trained his hearing to such an extent that he could still receive information from his surroundings. Despite the noise, I would like to congratulate 2 of our classmates for achieving a place among the top 50 in the city. They will participate in the Yunshan Illusion Trial in 3 days. Upon hearing the homeroom teacher announce this, the students erupted in discussion. 2 individuals? One of them must be the esteemed Song Gua. But who could the other be? To rank in the top 50 is truly remarkable. Given that this year's 4 prominent families have many offspring, it is no easy feat to rise above them. The homeroom teacher quelled the chatter with a smile, saying, "All right, enough suspense. The first place, of course, goes to Song Gua, who achieved the highest score in the city. Let's give a round of applause." The classroom erupted in thunderous applause. To everyone's astonishment, he had indeed secured the first position. Song Gua believed he would undoubtedly secure a position within the top 50. Yet he suspected he could not surpass the privileged offspring who had greased the palms of the judges. It appeared that the 4 prominent families maintained a semblance of decency, refraining from excessive scoring by the evaluators. After all, merely placing in the top 50 sufficed. It was just a mock examination. And what significance did first or second place hold when there were no prizes? Song Gua was curious about who else from the class might join him in the top 50, especially considering that most of the slots were occupied by the affluent. If someone managed to break into the top 50 under such circumstances, their score must have been exceptionally high. The second student who made the list was Yu Wenhao, ranked 50 in the city. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Yu Wenhao stood up with his hands on his hips, theatrically announcing his presence. Ding, ding, ding. What else with your reactions? Why did you applaud old Song, but not me? Yu Wenhao's penchant for theatrics was well known throughout the class, and the girls particularly scoffed at him. The boys, enamored by the girls' disdain, naturally joined in the ridicule. Consequently, the applause for Yu Wenhao transformed into derisive laughter. Some voiced their skepticism. Hey, did you bribe the judges? How on earth did you end up in the top 50? Indeed, if there were a citywide beauty contest, I would believe you could secure first place. Someone quipped. Did your family suddenly come into wealth? Yu Wenhao clenched his fists against his chest, adopting a woeful expression. I merely wish to interact with you all as an ordinary person, yet I find myself alienated instead. To be candid, I am a genius in the realm of combat, engaging in battles beyond my level, overcoming the odds, triumphing against the strong. Such feats are trivial for me. Seated beside Yu Wenhao, Song Gua could only twitch his lips in disbelief. He recalled that Yu Wenhao's occupation was a rank-level marksman. Indeed, the title aligned perfectly with his interests. However, Yu Wenhao was not particularly diligent. His effort mirrored that of an average individual. Today, his level was 14, likely even lower during the mock exam. Though there was only a 6-level difference between him and Song Gua, the experience required for advancement surged significantly from level 15 onward, and after level 20, it skyrocketed. As long as Song Gua continued to level up, Yu Wenhao would never catch up. In all honesty, Yu Wenhao did not seem like someone who could break into the top 50. You didn't actually bribe the judges, did you? Song Gua exclaimed. Come on, even you don't believe me? Yu Wenhao replied. I can believe you didn't bribe the judges, but please dispel the notion of me being a genius. He then lowered his voice, saying, honestly, I'm as puzzled as you are about how I made it, although I did win all 3 rounds. It was due to the excellent teamwork of our small group. None of them made it, leaving me as the sole representative, which is quite strange. Song Gua whispered, I noticed that one female judge seemed to be fixated on you during your performances. Could it be? Goodness, that 300-pound sow. 3 days later, outside Yinshan City, at the terminus of the light rail, the platform for the dungeon area, the 50 successful candidates from a mock exam had all arrived, gathering in small clusters as they awaited transport to the realm of illusions. Ma Feng was amidst the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on Song Gua. Beside him stood several members of the Zhao family. Ah, Ma Feng, I've heard you're quite close with Zhao Can. However, Zhao Can is of no further use. You should align yourself with me from now on. Ma Feng, being the only elite professional among this year's fresh graduates, attracted the attention of many prominent families. Zhao Shaming, of the same age as Zhao Can, was not a direct descendant of the Zhao clan. Coming from humble beginnings, Ma Feng had resolved to cling to the Zhao family's influence. Thus, he was well acquainted with its members. He was deeply grateful for the recognition from young Master Shanming, and if he could become a confidant of the Zhao family, he would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the cause. After Zhao Can's downfall, Ma Feng had indeed been in search of a new master. Although Zhao Shaming's position within the Zhao family was not as lofty as Zhao Can's had been, it was still respectable enough to merit his initial association, a means to secure a better opportunity. At the same time, Ma Feng was still fixated on Zhao Can's promise. If he were to eliminate Song Gua, the strategy to surpass the dungeon record would be his. Ma Feng had contemplated confronting Song Gua directly to extract the strategy from him. However, seeing that Song Gua had a level of 20 while he was only at 15, he thought better of it. The memory of that punch in the Sacred Hall of Professions still lingered painfully in his mind. As for daring to assist Zhao Can in the assassination of Song Gua, it was purely due to the lethal weapon Zhao Can had provided, the soul-devouring pearl. Once activated, the light it emitted would extract the target's soul for a specified duration, given the right moment for a surprise attack. Ma Feng was confident of securing a swift victory. Yet, such a domineering instrument of death came with its own costs. In comparison to the strategy for the dungeon, Ma Feng felt he could reluctantly bear this price. Old thief, that brat Ma Feng has been keeping an eye on you. Song Gua, possessing over 200 avatars, had the ability to see from all angles. While his own eyes could only gaze forward, the overlapping avatars allowed him to observe in all directions, even upside down. The possibilities were endless. Casting a glance at Ma Feng, Song Gua's avatars immediately understood. This rotten garlic, if he dares to provoke us again in this illusion. Nay, I shall self-destruct. How delightful. A mere little villain like him doesn't need to self-destruct. I could obliterate him with a mere puff. Chapter 86. The Lecherous Purple Dragon. Kindred Spirits. Before long, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the sky. Looking up, a fierce wind howled as a massive purple dragon-like creature, adorned with 2 colossal flesh wings and resembling the Eastern Divine Dragon, descended gracefully. This monster had a wingspan of 10 meters and a body nearly 100 meters long. with round dragon eyes, sharp fangs, and a robust tail. It exuded an imposing aura. The fresh graduates were taken aback. What on earth is that? Is it a creature from the Forbidden Zone? So enormous. How could such a being appear here? Did the world come to us? There was no announcement. Keep watching. Run for your lives. The students scattered in a frenzy. Yet, Song Gua remained motionless, for he had spotted Yu Sheng standing atop the dragon-like creature. Ha ha ha. Fear not, my fellow students, for I am here to escort you. Behind Yu Sheng stood several individuals who, upon witnessing the students on the platform in such a state of fright, could hardly suppress their amusement. When they heard Yu Sheng's voice, the chaotic crowd finally settled into silence. Zhao Shanming and other scions of prominent families fervently sought to uphold their dignity. Why flee? A bunch of timid souls who have never seen the world. Ma Feng cast a sidelong glance at this individual, silently scoffing. Just a moment ago, you were the swiftest to run, even brandishing a scroll. Had Yu Sheng delayed his utterance by a mere second, you would have likely teleported yourself away. The purple dragon descended onto the open ground outside the platform, astonishingly capable of human speech. Oh my, the high school students nowadays have developed so splendidly. I am particularly fond of this girl with twin ponytails. What has she been consuming to grow so well? The dragon's expression was bizarre, tinged with a hint of lewdness. Yu Sheng gave him a reprimanding kick. Cease your nonsensical chatter. The dragon fell silent but continued to make exaggerated gestures towards the girl, causing her to shy away in fear. Yu Sheng then offered an explanation to the gathered crowd. This is my mount, the divine dragon Ziyuan. I apologize for the spectacle. A mount, a function only accessible to professionals after their third advancement. Following the fusion of the Blue Star world with the game, the expanse of wilderness far surpassed that of the cities. As professionals progressed, it became impractical to engage in dungeons and hunt wild beasts daily. They would need to venture into more treacherous, fog-laden territories. Such places would be inaccessible by vehicle, and relying solely on one's legs would prove exhausting. A mount was thus an essential asset in the later stages of their journey. Of course, transportation was merely one function of a mount. It constituted a significant component of a professional's combat prowess. 50 students gradually ascended onto Ziyuan's back. As Yuan Hao passed by the dragon's head, he engaged in amiable banter with the dragon, who was still fixated on the female students. Brother Dragon, a kindred spirit indeed. One of Ziyuan's eyes pivoted towards Yuan Hao, while the other remained locked on its previous target. Young brother, might you have any resources to share? Indeed I do. This is my tribute to you, Dragon Lord. Yuan Hao produced a comic book, which Ziyuan deftly captured with its tongue and swallowed whole. You truly know the score, young brother. Sit behind the dragon's horns later. First class. Excellent. I also have a good friend. Can he sit in first class as well? That will incur an additional fee. Yuan Hao then retrieved a magazine featuring Western beauties. Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. European and American girls. Oh, ho ho ho. It even flushed with enthusiasm. Thus, Song Gua and Yuan Hao settled beside the dragon's horns, clutching them tightly to alleviate any anxiety during Ziyuan's flight through the skies. In truth, even without holding onto anything, one would not feel unstable on a mount's back, as it possessed a force field that secured its passengers unless disrupted by an attack. Once all had boarded the dragon's back, Yu Sheng patted Ziyuan's head. Let's take flight, old friend. Ziyuan was currently ensnaring Yuan Hao's comic book with its whiskers, savoring it with delight. Upon taking off, it continued to fly while perusing the comic. The illusion realm lay within a fog-drenched area, and traversing it would require some time. Seizing this opportunity, I shall introduce you to a few individuals. Accompanying Yu Sheng to welcome the newcomers were 3 media personnel, diligently capturing footage. Additionally, there were 4 other individuals. 2 officials stood before the camera, the Minister of Education of Yunshan City and the Vice President of the Yunshan Association of Practitioners. The minister, smiling warmly, addressed the audience, stating, "Our city has always placed great importance on education. In our golden era, educators were revered as the bearers of knowledge and wisdom. Today, as we embrace a nationwide shift in career paths, our responsibilities extend beyond traditional teaching. We must equip our children to navigate this perilous yet vibrant world. Thus, we have organized this illusion trial with hopes for their success." His words, however, were mere platitudes, leaving the students in a state of drowsiness akin to listening to a principal's speech during a long recess. Next, it was the Vice President's turn to speak. He too shared a series of customary phrases, yet concluded with a crucial message. Though the term illusion may suggest otherwise, dear students, do not underestimate its gravity. Should misfortune befall you within, it would be a matter of life and death. I understand your hopes for valuable experiences, But remember to adapt to the customs of the illusion. To achieve your desires, you must abide by its rules, rather than resorting to reckless plunder. Although the Yinshan illusion is classified as a low-tier realm, allowing only practitioners below level 30, it does not imply that dangers are absent. The illusion is a fragmented otherworld, constantly evolving at a pace far exceeding that of our external reality. Consequently, what may be deemed a low-level illusion can transform exponentially after multiple evolutions. Exercise utmost caution. The period during which the flow of time inside the illusion aligns with the outside world is known as the open time. During non-open times, the illusion remains isolated from the external realm. Furthermore, the open time for this Yinshan illusion will conclude in 10 days. To ensure safety, our trial will last only 3 days. After 3 days, it is imperative that you exit the illusion. Otherwise, by the time the next open period arrives, you may have unwittingly spent a lifetime within, perhaps even ending up as mere bones in a grave. Finally, the officials concluded their remarks. Yu Sheng, accompanied by 2 young individuals, stepped forward to address the crowd. One of them, Song Gua, recognized Lin Ruqing, the daughter of the Lin family bank, who had previously participated in the gold medal auction in the instance zone. Lin Ruqing and Pang Liang, both 1 year senior to the attendees and at level 30, would lead the trial, tasked with safeguarding and caring for the students within the illusion. Lin Ruqing, with her gentle demeanor, presented a striking contrast to the formidable warhammer she wielded. Greetings, younger students. I am Lin Ruqing, a level 30 practitioner of the Guardian sequence, specializing in Hammer Shadow. Should you encounter any troubles within the illusion, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Suddenly, Lin, who had been twisting his head around, exclaimed unexpectedly, "Wow, that's impressive." Song Gua glanced at Lin Ruqing. Despite her heavy armor, she indeed possessed a remarkable presence. Yu Sheng felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, exasperated by his rather irreverent mount. Su Kai, amidst the crowd of participants, waved at Lin Ruqing, calling out, "Sister Ruqing." She turned to him with a smile, acknowledging, "You're here too." It was Pang Liang's turn to introduce himself. He coldly remarked, "Everyone, be sharp and do not lag behind." The multitude of avatars echoed in unison. Indeed, Chapter 87, Stepping into the Illusion, the Attire of a Super Scion. Esteemed audience, I currently find myself at the periphery of the Cloud Mountain illusion. We are riding atop the steed of Captain Yu Sheng. Below us lies a dense fog zone, teeming with high-level elite monsters and the presence of creatures from forbidden areas, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Before us, a radiant beam of light ascends from the ground, piercing through the clouds. The emergence of this light signifies the opening of the illusion. Simultaneously, it serves as the gateway into this realm. The diameter of this beam shrinks daily, and once it completely vanishes, it will indicate the conclusion of the opening period. We can utilize this to estimate the remaining time. On the back of Ziyuan, 3 diligent officials from the media are engrossed in their tasks. The fresh graduates gaze downwards, marveling at the white beam that breaks through the mist and clouds. At this moment, its diameter exceeds 500 meters, a truly magnificent and dazzling sight. Old pal, no need to descend. Hover at the edge of the beam. Who was perusing a magazine with squinted eyes and bared teeth, reduced his speed and gradually approached the luminous column. Professionals may enter the illusion from any section of this beam, implying that if one can fly, there is no necessity to venture into the treacherous fog below. Facing the crowd, Yu Sheng spoke with solemnity. The essence of this trial lies in expanding one's horizons. Do not let greed lead to loss. Once inside the illusion, the only means of exit is to return for the light gate you entered. No other escape tools can extricate you from this realm. The illusion and the outside world are completely isolated, and no electromagnetic signals can be transmitted. Life is singular. Dear students, please cherish it. If you wish to withdraw from the trial, you may do so now. Naturally, no one chose to withdraw at such a moment. The number of illusions worldwide is not insignificant, yet when distributed among cities, they become scarce. Many urban areas lack any illusions. The Cloud Mountain illusion has only manifested in the past 2 years. Thus, the opportunity to enter such a realm is one that none wish to forego. Since no one is retreating, let us leap in ourselves, declared Yu Sheng. Yu Wenhao, standing in the front row, was momentarily taken aback. Are we really jumping in just like that? This place is at least 1,000 meters high. A tendril from Ziyuan floated over, ensnaring Yu Wenhao and unceremoniously tossing him into the beam. If I say jump, then jump. No need for all this chatter. Remember to gather more resources for Lord Long when you return. Yu Wenhao screamed as he plunged into the beam of light. The others, no longer hesitating, followed suit and leaped in. Amidst the monstrous roars of the avatars only he could hear, Song Gua also dove into the illusion. Oh la 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 la, the illusion awaits us. Here we come, grandfathers. Let us seize wealth, provisions, and women. Didn't we say not to act recklessly? We ought to be civilized about it. Let us civilly seize wealth, provisions, and women. Given that this is a martial arts world, the technological level is undoubtedly quite primitive. What if we were to invent glass? Or perhaps develop a steam engine? Maybe even tinker with gunpowder? The narrative of rebirth in a martial arts world climbing the technological tree unfolds. Behind Ziyuan, the Minister of Education rubbed his arms. Aware of the altitude, 1,000 meters high with the temperature decidedly low, Yusheng gently patted Ziyuan's dragon horn. Let us descend. The Minister of Education panicked. Descend? For what purpose, Captain? Below lies a dense fog zone, along with a restricted area nearby. It's perilous. Fear not. My period of experience fatigue has passed. It is time to venture into the forbidden zone for training. The minister and several media personnel were in a flurry. They were not combat professionals. The vice chairman summoned his mount, a large bird of prey. Though not as grand as Ziyuan, it could comfortably carry 4 or 5 individuals. Within the Cloud Mountain illusion, on the outskirts, the illusion comprised fragmented worlds. The lower the Federation rating, the smaller the internal space. The Cloud Mountain illusion was rated as level 1. Containing merely a city and its surrounding area of several dozen kilometers. Song Gua and the others found themselves 30 kilometers outside the city before a massive glowing portal. Due to their staggered descent, they emerged from the portal one after another. Naturally, the first to step into the illusion was Yuan Hao. Is this the illusion? He mused, stepping on the soft grass, inhaling the earthy aroma, gazing toward the distant horizon. It felt no different from the outside world. Song Gua's voice reached him from behind. What's wrong? Turning around, Yuan Hao was astonished to find that there was no grass. Instead, the sky and distant horizon were filled with a cascade of luminous points flowing like a waterfall. What on earth is this? It was the world's end, or rather, the end of the illusion. Wouldn't the inhabitants of this world find it strange if they reached this point? Lin Ruching stepped out from the light portal. Not at all. You can perceive the inhabitants of the illusion or other sentient beings as living within a predetermined trajectory. Even if they approach the edge of the world, they would not perceive it as odd, nor would they vanish. You may understand it as them entering an area yet to be loaded, although invisible to us. It continues to evolve. Once everyone had emerged, Lin Ruching gathered them together to discuss important matters. Although the Cloud Mountain illusion is a level 1 illusion, we must not let our guard down. First and foremost, we should respect local customs. I trust everyone has prepared appropriate attire. The Cloud Mountain illusion is a martial arts world. Thus, each individual had donned a traditional robe over their gear. The robes were sufficiently loose. Even students in heavy armor appeared merely robust rather than out of place. Song Gua, does your outfit also qualify as traditional attire? Observe 1. Noticing Song Gua clad in an orange training suit emblazoned with a large hexagram on his back. Tying a blue belt around his waist, Song Gua replied. Why wouldn't he it? Ma Feng chuckled derisively. Are you aiming to transform into a Super Saiyan? Song Gua chose to ignore him. He dresses this way because, within the realm of illusions, utilizing doppelgangers while clad in the attire of bandits proves quite inconvenient. To imbue the trials of the new graduates with greater significance. For the next 3 days, entry into the Yunshan illusion is prohibited for outsiders, and the realm itself has a limit on the number of participants. In such a high-level illusion, the number of adventurers concurrently present shall not exceed 100. Given that no outsiders are permitted, the appearance of bandits within is indeed perplexing. Wang Miao remains diligently investigating, while Song Gua wishes to avoid crossing paths with the bandits again. Consequently, Song Gua plans to commission over 200 identical traditional outfits. However, the tailor refuses the order, leaving him no choice but to craft them himself, which he finds familiar enough, as it merely involves operating a sewing machine. Traditional garments are intricate and require substantial fabric, making the process slow. Conversely, this particular outfit is far simpler to create. Chapter 88. Teaming up can also be profitable. Taking the young ladies out? Furthermore, we shall embark on this venture as teams, each consisting of 5 individuals, with a rational distribution of professions. Within the realm of illusions, everyone may act freely, yet it is advisable to refrain from solitary endeavors. Each squad should remain together to support one another, thus avoiding insurmountable troubles. Now, feel free to form your teams. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao immediately latched onto Song Gua's leg, pleading, Old Song, please take me along. No problem, he replied. Hardly had he finished speaking when nearly half the students flocked to Song Gua's side. His notably superior level instilled a sense of security, prompting everyone to seek his companionship. Big boss, take me with you. Big boss, take me along. Whatever spoils we gather in this illusion, I shall prioritize your share. Big boss, I can serve you tea and water and massage your shoulders. Big boss, I can warm your bed. Big boss, I have money. I can pay. Song Gua pointed at the last speaker. You. The crowd turned to look. The speaker was Su Kai. With a hearty laugh, Su Kai exclaimed, "This is the first time I've felt that having money is truly wonderful." Song Gua seized every opportunity to profit, particularly given the number of family members to support. Su Kai seemed to grasp Song Gua's intent, extracting a familiar gambling table and a hammer from his backpack. There are still 2 spots available in Song Gua's team. Let the bidding for the first spot commence. Does anyone wish to place a bid? 100,000? 100,000 going once. 200,000? 200,000 going once. A bead of sweat trickled down Song Gua's forehead. How is this fellow so adept? Moreover, what purpose does bringing a gambling table and auction hammer into the illusion serve? Lin Ruching, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head at the adorableness of the current students. Pang Liang stood with his arms crossed, displaying impatience. Can they hurry up? We only have 3 days. Must it take an entire day to form teams? Lin Ruching frowned slightly. What is the rush? Don't you find this amusing? Not at all. You all take your time. I shall depart with the well-organized teams first. Half of the teams followed Pang Liang as he set off. Ma Feng, let us go. Zhao Shanming and Ma Feng naturally teamed up. Noticing that Song Gua had yet to make a move, Ma Feng hesitated to leave. His primary objective for this journey is to eliminate Song Gua, hence he must keep a vigilant watch on him. Observing Zhao Shanming's urgency, Ma Feng reluctantly follows suit. It matters not, for the internal space of the Yunsen illusion is limited, and he is bound to encounter Song Gua again. After both slots are filled, Song Gua turns to Lin Ruching. Is it possible for my team to include a few more members? Lin Ruching, half amused and half exasperated, responds. Do you think forming a team is akin to a money tree? No, a team of 5 is essential for effective training. Your large group would attract too much attention. Very well, Song Gua concedes, not overly concerned. After all, the remuneration from their inclusion is minimal, merely a trifling bonus. Once the remaining individuals complete their team formation, Lin Ruching, wielding a massive hammer, leads the way. All right, we shall set forth. Time is of the essence. It is approximately 30 kilometers to the city. Let us advance at full speed. A throng of professionals takes off in haste. Each support role within the squads begins to bolster their comrades, utilizing various stamina-enhancing potions. Without the aid of a doppelganger to carry him, Song Gua finds himself unaccustomed to running on foot. The advantage of a mount is undeniable. He recalls Yu Sheng's dragon, undoubtedly among the finest of steeds. A twinge of envy and a hint of desire stirs within him. Yet there is no rush. The mount feature is not accessible until the 3rd-class advancement, which is still a way off. For now, he can rely on his doppelgangers as makeshift mounts, which suffices. The multitude of doppelgangers sneezes in unison. Although the trial period lasts merely 3 days, Song Gua does not intend to depart once the time elapses. He entered to fulfill the main quest inscribed on the illusion's divine steel and to obtain the rewards for clearing the illusion. If he can accomplish this within 3 days, splendid. If not, he plans to have a doppelganger impersonate him and accompany the others out while he remains behind. Thus, he is preparing over 200 identical garments. Here we are. Ahead lies Wushuan City, the sole city within this illusion, he announces. The group retracts their skills and proceeds as ordinary individuals. Lin Ruching guides the 5 squads to the forefront of a grand city. The towering black city walls are adorned with moss, their surfaces pockmarked, bearing the scars of past conflicts. The city gates stand ajar, with many queuing to enter. Soldiers clad in black armor inspect the identities and possessions of those wishing to enter. Beside the gate, a wooden board displays several wanted posters. Though the illustrations are abstract, they at least capture the fearsome countenances of the fugitives. Remove your veils. What brings you to Wushuan City? The soldiers at the gate appear quite stern. Lin Ruching instructs the squads, when entering the city, declare yourselves as merchants from afar, here to procure local specialties. Understood? Yu Wenhao, brimming with excitement, exclaims, Understood, understood. We are indeed the unscrupulous outsiders. The soldiers scrutinize the faces of the group, noting their dissimilarity to the wanted criminals. After a few questions, they allow them entry without further obstruction. Upon entering Wushuan City, the group feels as though they have stepped into a cinematic set. Everywhere one looks, there are antique buildings and passers-by dressed in ancient attire, creating a truly enchanting atmosphere. The streets resonate with the calls of various vendors, intermingled with the sounds of children frolicking and chasing each other. Occasionally, soldiers on magnificent steeds gallop by, stirring up clouds of dust. Have you noticed the wares along the roadside? If you're inclined to purchase, some of these items can be taken away and transformed into resources for practitioners. To acquire these goods, one must possess the currency of this realm, silver. However, Song Gua did not bring any, as he had no intention of buying. If something piques his interest, he might consider a zero-cost acquisition. Yet, in this trial of illusion, there are numerous affluent youths well prepared for such endeavors. An elderly man by the roadside is selling martial arts manuals. Sukai pointed to the bound volumes and inquired, Sister Lin, will these items become resources for practitioners if taken out? Lin Ruching responded, they will transform into skill books. But the type and quality will depend on the rarity of these manuals in this world. Someone pointed to a vendor selling strength-enhancing pills and asked Sister Lin, what would this be if taken out? It's likely a temporary attribute-boosting potion. Assuming his pills are authentic, she replied. Another person pointed to the swords and knives in a blacksmith shop, asking, Sister Lin, these items must be equipment if taken out, right? Indeed, but if they are readily available at a low price, they may be mere ordinary gear, she noted. Yuan Hao, pulling a stunningly beautiful young lady along, asked Sister Lin, what about this item? Can it be taken out? Lin Ruching smacked his forehead, exclaiming, that cannot be taken out. Chapter 89. Entering Wushuan City, seeking Qin Xiao. The top 50 student from the mock examination in Yinshan, along with Lin Ruching, Pang Liang, and others, are exploring the Yinshan illusion. Initially, everyone remained together, but soon they dispersed to pursue their own interests. Some attended a temple fair to witness a fire-breathing performance, while others entered martial arts halls to seek masters, hoping to acquire high-quality martial arts to transform into superior skill books. Some, armed with prepared silver ingots, indulged in lavish purchases throughout the city. Wushuan City is quite expansive. According to the information provided by the Divine Monument, this city is the birthplace of Wushuan Laoran, the progenitor of martial arts power in the Tianyuan world. Originally a small village, it gradually developed and was named Wushuan City in honor of the venerable figure. Sukai cradled a hodgepodge of items, martial arts manuals, thieving clubs, and miraculous elixirs. He had ample funds, having prepared plenty of silver, and he swept through any items related to martial artists. Come, brothers, take a little of everything. Don't be shy. Although the items may turn out to be of ordinary quality when they leave, there might be hidden gems. Especially this martial arts manual. Look here. The Palm of the Buddha. It sounds incredibly impressive. Perhaps the old man selling it has not deceived me. Song Gua stole a glance, flipped through it, and found it devoid of text, save for illustrations. Likely a counterfeit. The resources for false martial artists are not merely a matter of whether they can be transformed into professional resources. They simply cannot be taken outside. As they wandered, Yuan Hao noticed a gathering of people ahead. What would they be doing? Could it be that a beautiful woman is undressed? Song Gua glanced over and remarked, there's a sign nearby. Registration for the martial arts conference. The martial arts conference? Based on the historical information provided by the Divine Tablet, the legendary martial Saint Qin Xiao, who pioneered the path of martial energy, leading to the inflation of martial artist strength in the Tianyuan continent and ultimately shattering the dormant volcano, resulting in the world's demise, had also participated in this gathering. To prevent the emergence of the martial energy path, it was imperative to prevent Qin Xiao from comprehending it. Song Gua needed to find him in advance. What year is it today? With Sukai and others still nearby, Song Gua found it difficult to maneuver. However, it was manageable. I need to use the restroom. Yuan Hao clutched his abdomen and added, I also need to go. That fried dough stick I had this morning tasted spoiled. That wicked boss insisted it was a new flavor. Damn it, Sukai suggested. Then you should look for a restroom. We'll wait for you here. Song Gua and Yuan Hao set off in search of a restroom. Soon, they discovered a latrine in a nearby alley. The two entered separate stalls. Upon entering, Song Gua summoned a clone to occupy the stall while he harnessed the power of an assassin's sequence clone, employing an invisibility skill to stealthily escape from the latrine. The clones donned outfits identical to Song Gua's, leaving no discernible flaws. Oh, much better. Old Song, are you done yet? Is it your hemorrhoids acting up? I brought some ointment. Should I apply some for you? Don't. No intimate exchanges between men. The clone, substituting for the original, emerged, and the two proceeded to find Sukai and the others. Upon meeting Sukai, they found him excitedly exclaiming, hey, let us register for the martial arts conference too. Yuan Hao peeked over, curious. What is the appeal? Is it that fun? I just inquired a bit. And this martial arts conference is to select the martial alliance leader. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao's eyes lit up. If one becomes the martial alliance leader, Does that mean one can act with impunity? That's not the main point. The key is if one can become the champion of the conference. One would receive a great elixir. What is that? Is it akin to a strength-enhancing pill? No. It is a spiritual elixir that can instantly augment one's inner strength by 20 years. I believe, since this item serves as a reward for such a grand event, it must be exceedingly rare. Once outside, it would undoubtedly be an immensely valuable professional item. That's a valid point. Since we're here, why not give it a try? Moreover, as long as we pass the first round of preliminaries, there are rewards for everyone. I believe these rewards will surely be far superior to those from street vendors. What are we waiting for? Let's register. Let us bring a touch of professional shock to this backward martial arts world. Old Song, you should join us too. The clone of Song Gua placed its hands on its hips and followed suit. All right, I'll register as well. It's better than doing nothing. For those who lacked strategies and were oblivious to the historical intricacies of the illusion, entering the illusion often felt quite aimless. Aside from seeking ways to obtain resources, there was truly little else to do, unless one wished to experience life itself. Alone, Song Gua departed and sought a secluded spot. He apprehended a passerby and inquired, "What year is it in the Tianyuan calendar?" The passerby, feeling the remarkable strength of Song Gua and noticing his peculiar attire, which suggested he was a formidable figure, stammered, What year? Which year?" "It's the 3rd year of Kong Yong." Gang what? Is it the emperor's reign title?" Indeed. The era chronicled in the Divine Monument seemed to align with a unified calendar established by future generations, akin to how the ancient world of Huaxia transitioned to the Gregorian calendar in the new era. However, this did not daunt Song Gua. With this keyword, he believed he could consult the Divine Monument to uncover the corresponding year. He released the passerby and, finding a locked, unoccupied room by the roadside, shattered a window and slipped inside. Extracting the illusionary Divine Monument, he focused intently on it. Kong Yong, 3rd year, where's Qin Shao? A torrent of information surged in. Song Gua discovered that the 3rd year of Kong Yong corresponded to Tianyuan 1999. The very year Qin Shao participated in the martial arts convention and ascended to the position of leader of the martial arts community. Strangely, he could not find Qin Zhao's name in the historical records of that year. Altering his approach, he began to extract details about Qin Zhao's life from the monument. It became clear that Qin Shao, originally named Liang Shao, was born to a father who was a libertine and a mother who was a courtesan, growing up in the Yihong courtyard. Eventually, his mother found a man surnamed Qin who became his stepfather, leading to his name change. What astonished Song Gua further was that Qin Shao was merely 19 years old that year, a 19-year-old leader of the martial arts community. It seemed that with his profound understanding of martial energy, Qin Shao posed a significant threat to other martial artists in this era. Curious about Qin Shao's current whereabouts, Song Gua searched for his location and discovered he was at the Zhu residence. Without delay, he set off, persistently questioning passersby regarding the direction to the Zhu residence. It appeared to be a prominent household, as everyone in the city seemed to know its location. Meanwhile, Ma Feng, Zhao Shanming, and their small group, accompanied by Pang Liang, were wandering through the city. Pang Liang calmly remarked, "Do not mistake the senior's lack of care for you. The correct approach in the illusion is quite simple. Seize currency and low-tier resources from the weak and exchange them for high-tier resources from the strong. If necessary, selling women and children is permissible. The lower class can be exploited at will without fear of repercussions. The rules of society are dictated by the strong and only apply to them, much like our own world. Do you understand what to do now?" "Understood. Thank you, Senior Pang, for your guidance. Also, set your information viewing function to always on. This will allow you to easily discern who among the crowd are professional entrants." The group complied. As Ma Feng activated his function, he noticed a figure in the crowd with a level of 20, questioning passersby. Song Gua. Why isn't he in that bright orange martial arts uniform? There are no other professionals around him. If it is indeed Song Gua, it means he is isolated. A prime opportunity. Ma Feng immediately clutched his stomach and said, "Young Master Shanming, I have a stomach ache and need to find a restroom." Zhao Shanming's words nearly drove Ma Feng to despair. "What is the big deal? Hurry up. We only have 3 days to scavenge for resources." In Chapter 90, the debate over whether to relieve oneself in the street ensued between Ma Feng and Zhao Shanming, with Ma Feng ultimately prevailing in reason. He departed alone, muttering about the foolishness of the Zhao family. "Once I obtain Zhao Can's strategy, I will sever all ties with them." What a farce. Pang Liang paid no heed to his solo venture, instead berating him for being overly dramatic. "Damn it, it's all Zhao Shanming's fault for wasting my time. Where did everyone go?" Ma Feng ascended to the rooftop of a building, scanning the surroundings but failing to spot the 20 individuals he sought. However, He recalled the general direction in which they had moved and proceeded cautiously. In Wushuan City, at the entrance of the Zhu residence, it was foretold by the divine steel that today, the martial sage Qin Shao would come to propose marriage to the Zhu family. Yet, the patriarch of the Zhu family, self-proclaimed as the leader of the martial world, would disdainfully reject the son of a courtesan and cast him out. Song Gua crouched across the street, waiting for Qin Shao to be expelled. It wasn't too long before he heard commotion emanating from within the Zhu residence. Bang! Bang! A cacophony of sounds suggested a struggle was underway. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as a figure was hurled through the shattered entrance of the Zhu residence. A middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache emerged, his voice booming, "Liang Shao, how dare you? The Zhu family will not tolerate your insolence." This was evidently the patriarch of the Zhu family. Behind him stood several others, all bearing injuries and ragged clothing, as if they had been soundly beaten. Liang Shao lay on the street, spitting blood to the side. "Patriarch Zhu, my love for Inger is genuine. Why can't you bless our union?" The patriarch scoffed. "If my daughter were to marry the son of a courtesan, she would be the laughingstock of the world. Liang Shao, you may possess some martial talent, but do not deceive yourself into thinking you are invincible. In my eyes, you are but an ant." With gritted teeth, Liang Shao clawed at the ground, causing the tiles to crack beneath his grip, his fingers bloodied. "If I were to win the championship at this year's martial arts tournament and usurp your position as the new leader, would you still look down upon me?" The patriarch and his entourage paused, then erupted into laughter. "You, a new leader of the martial world? I would sooner believe a pig could climb a tree." This man must have been struck silly, spouting nonsense. A son of a courtesan, with no knowledge of his father's identity, aspiring to be the leader of the martial world? Such a notion was a disgrace to the martial community. "Get lost. I never want to see you again. Zhu Ying will marry the champion Ma in 3 days. Abandon all hope." Across the street, Song Gua rose, fixing his gaze on Liang Shao. Now that he had located his target, what steps must he take to complete the main quest? A suggestion from a clone emerged. Eliminate him, and it will all be resolved. However, other clones expressed dissenting views. Indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent does not align with our bandit ethos. This is but an illusion. Do not regard these individuals as true beings, for they are mere phantoms. Indeed, there is no need for guilt in their demise. Song Gua shook his head. This is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in how the divine monument wishes us to accomplish our task. He produced a small notebook, wherein he had recorded pertinent information related to the main storyline while studying the divine monument's messages. If several years ago, the martial Saint Qin Shao had not ascended to be the world's foremost warrior, but instead married his beloved and led a mundane existence, forsaking the path of martial arts for the way of martial qi, we shall facilitate his marriage. Indeed, eliminating Qin Shao would be a trivial endeavor. The warriors of this realm currently possess only rudimentary skills in hand-to-hand combat, supplemented by a modicum of inner strength. The various magics and superpowers of professional practitioners would be a dimensional assault upon them. Fire Fist. Without a moment's delay, Song Gua harnessed the power of Huizai and delivered a thunderous blow upon the gate of the Zhu family estate, engulfing it in flames and explosive devastation instantaneously. The Zhu family members who had just entered were thrown to the ground by the force of the explosion, the surroundings trembling violently, akin to an earthquake, instilling terror in their hearts. Lying on the ground, Liang Shao was stupefied, having witnessed Song Gua's display of power, utterly astounded. Passers-by who chanced upon the scene were similarly struck with fear, their legs trembling, collapsing to the ground. To unleash flames with one's fist that could also explode. What sorcery was this? A demon, a supernatural being. It must be sorcery. Quick! Summon a master from the city god temple to exorcise the demon. Panic ensued as the onlookers scattered in fright. Song Gua approached the Zhu family, and as he passed Liang Shao, he remarked casually, "You? Who are you?" Liang Shao stammered in astonishment. "It is of little consequence. If you wish to be with Zhu Ying, rise and follow me. This may be your sole chance to be with your beloved." With a clenched fist, Liang Shao decided he could no longer hesitate. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he struggled to his feet. "In truth, I could defeat the Zhu leader. It is merely that I have yet to grasp the nuances of that martial art, and my recent efforts have been futile." Song Gua's lips curved into a smile. "I know you are a prodigy, having discovered the advanced applications of martial arts." Liang Shao was once again taken aback. Who are you?" "I have told you, that is of no importance." Suddenly, the guards of the Zhu family surged forth. "Who dares to create a disturbance in my Zhu household?" Without glancing at who had emerged, Song Gua unleashed the borrowed skill, a tempest, sweeping all adversaries away. He then conjured flames from his hands and soared above the Zhu residence, witnessing a figure capable of spewing fire and levitating. The entire Zhu clan was left in a state of utter shock. Even the pinnacle of lightness skills in the world could not achieve such a state of hovering in midair, utterly still. Even Zhu Leoi, the current leader of the martial world, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was dreaming. A deity, a celestial being? Zhu Leoi. These two are a match made in heaven, genuinely in love. Who are you, an old meddler, to interfere? Do you not comprehend the essence of love's freedom? Immediately betrothed, Zhu Ying to Qin, no Liang Xiao. Zhu Leoi glared furiously at Liang Xiao, who could only respond with a face of helplessness. The heart pondered. I am at a loss as to where this divine being has appeared from, yet they insist on assisting me. What extraordinary fortune! Master Zhu bowed respectfully towards the heavens. Who is this esteemed individual, and why do they meddle in my daughter's marriage? Enough of this nonsense. Song Gua hurled a fireball downwards, creating a dark abyss in the Zhu family courtyard. Master Zhu, startled, felt his pupils constrict as he waved his hand. Quickly prepare the dowry. Where's the matchmaker? Done. This efficiency left Liang Xiao momentarily stupefied. The fireball landed on the ground, his brow slightly furrowed. There was no reaction. Upon completing the main quest, the illusion should dissipate, right? This is what Bing Shun had asserted. Chapter 91. Ma Feng, I'm truly a genius. Have I not completed it yet? Is it because the union has not yet been consummated? You, go and engage in intimate relations with Zhu Ying. Liang Xiao was left in utter confusion. What? I mean, consummate the marriage. Song Gua contemplated carefully. This matter cannot be rushed. Observing the bustling preparations within the Zhu household, Song Gua found it exceedingly tedious. The process was far too cumbersome. He could not simply leave, lest Master Zhu, emboldened by his position, change his mind. Thus, Song Gua seized an opportunity to summon a doppelganger to keep watch in his stead, while he discreetly made his way to Liang Xiao's residence at Yihong Courtyard. Do not misunderstand. Song Gua intended to pay a visit to Liang Xiao's home. Certainly not to assess the proficiency of the massage therapists in this world. After a while, Ma Feng arrived near the Zhu residence. The recent explosion had originated from this location. Such a commotion could not possibly be the work of mere martial artists. The Zhu family's gate and surrounding walls had been partially demolished. Ma Feng stood in the street, spotting Song Gua in the courtyard, garbed in an orange martial arts uniform. It is indeed you, Song Gua. Have you changed your attire? Irrelevant. I have you now. Song Gua had reached level 20 several days prior. The doppelgangers he had recently created were all at level 20. The one he left at the Zhu residence was precisely a level 20 doppelganger. This was a calculated decision. Placing a doppelganger outside could potentially lead to encounters with other students entering the illusion. If spotted, at least there would be no discrepancies regarding levels. As long as the two doppelgangers did not appear in the same place simultaneously, others would see them, and everyone was currently wandering about the city. At this moment, Ma Feng did not perceive any issues with Song Gua's level. He stealthily approached the doppelganger, standing outside the shattered wall, and retrieved the soul-devouring pearl. Zhao Can, this artifact had better be as effective as he claimed. I do not wish to have wasted 5 years of my life. Each use of the soul-devouring pearl costs 5 years of life. The price is undeniably steep. However, the thought that eliminating Song Gua would grant him the of the dungeon that Zhao Can had pilfered made Ma Feng instantly feel it was worthwhile. Illuminate. The soul-devouring pearl emitted a barely perceptible dark light, casting its glow upon this incarnation of Song Gua in the Zhu family courtyard. Based on Song Gua's level, it would only take 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, Song Gua would meet his demise. Ma Feng was filled with anticipation. But suddenly, this incarnation of Song Gua stirred. Zhu invited the esteemed guest to a secluded corner for tea. When did the master change his attire? The doppelganger inquired nonchalantly. What concern is it of yours? Indeed, you must be parched. I have prepared the finest by Luo Chun for you. Please indulge. The service is quite commendable. I would also like some roast chicken, roasted duck, pig trotters, and a whole roasted piglet. Furthermore, bring me some wine and an assortment of both meat and vegetable dishes. And that maid over there seems delightful. Summon her to keep me company. The doppelganger, feigning authority, sought to relish a heavenly existence at the Zhu residence. Ma Feng, observing the malfunctioning soul-devouring pearl, was infuriated. Damn it, this useless thing only illuminates 10 meters? No, I must infiltrate. He stormed through the back entrance of the Zhu house, incapacitated a servant, and donned his attire. Coincidentally, this servant was on his way to deliver a platter of roasted piglet. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Feng lifted the dish and, with a sudden inspiration, placed the soul-devouring pearl in the eye of the roasted piglet. I truly am a genius. Surely, you cannot escape this fate. In the front courtyard, the doppelganger sat at a lavish table laden with delicacies, surrounded by a bevy of maidservants providing massages and pouring wine. Where's the roasted piglet? Hurry, Ma Feng. Head bowed while carrying the dish, inwardly cursed. What is this Song Gua doing in the illusion? Always pretending to be a model student, yet in this realm, his true self is laid bare. Despicable. In that moment, Ma Feng concluded that by eliminating Song Gua, he would not only avenge Zhao Can, but also rid society of a scourge. Such a person, should they become powerful, would undoubtedly enslave the lower class. Truly, I am a genius in the service of the people. I'm a protagonist here. The Zhu House steward, noticing Ma Feng's hesitation, slapped him on the head. Why are you dawdling? Serve the esteemed guest without delay. How dare you strike me? Ma Feng suppressed his anger, knowing he could not confront Song Gua directly without revealing himself. He could only strike from the shadows. At the moment he set down the roasted piglet, he activated the soul-devouring pearl. A beam of dark light shot forth, illuminating Song Gua's chest. What kind of roasted piglet is this? With electrifying effects? Seeing Song Gua attempt to rise and inspect the dish, Ma Feng raised his head and shouted, Song Gua, do you recognize who I am? He intentionally exposed himself to buy time. Just 10 seconds, such a simple task. Ma Feng, what are you doing here? Ha ha ha. Song Gua, you are on the brink of death and remain oblivious. The 10 seconds elapsed. Bang! Song Gua's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed onto the table. Ma Feng retrieved the soul-devouring pearl from within the roasted piglet, laughing triumphantly. I have succeeded. From this day forth, I shall be known as the greatest prodigy of Yinshan City. Finally free from the long-standing moniker of Eternal Second, Ma Feng felt reborn. He promptly fled the scene, shedding the servant's garments as he escaped. Excellent. Song Gua has perished in this grand household. This family appears to be the leader of the martial arts world. Consequently, when the team discovers that Song Gua has perished, they can attribute the blame to this martial arts leader, ensuring that I remain beyond suspicion. Truly, I am a genius. The Zhu family members, encountering such a remarkable individual, have become somewhat bewildered. However, the temperament of such a sage may indeed be peculiar. His formidable prowess instills a sense of caution among onlookers. After a while, sensing that the sage's body seemed to have stiffened, they began to realize something was amiss. The sage is dead. A maid, risking her life, cautiously touched Song Gua's nostrils and found them cold. Mr. Zhu hastened to the scene, utterly astonished. How could he have died so suddenly? Gazing at the lavish banquet spread before them, the steward remarked, could it be that he overindulged and met his demise from excess? Mrs. Zhu interjected, my dear husband, now that this sage who supported Liang Xiao has passed, does that mean our daughter need not wed him? Certainly she need not marry. Mr. Zhu exclaimed, when Liang Xiao arrives, we shall eliminate him. How dare he seek to deceive us with such a fiend? Meanwhile, back at Song Gua's location, his avatars quickly sensed the anomaly through synchronized memories. 231. What has transpired? Why does your memory appear shrouded in darkness? The avatar, lacking a nickname or special designation, was merely identified by its serial number. To everyone's surprise, 231 responded. I am unsure. It seems I am confined within something, surrounded by utter blackness. Chapter 92. How are you not dead? Song Gua began to sift through the memories of his avatars, pinpointing the final moments before 231's demise. It was the soul-devouring pearl. The soul-devouring pearl, akin to the Fire Thunder Child, is a consumable item. However, its quality is exceptionally high, classified as legendary. How could such an artifact find its way into Ma Feng's possession? Remembering Ma Feng's previous close ties with Zhao Can, the truth swiftly became apparent. Zhao Can had stolen it from the Zhao family, entrusting it to Ma Feng to eliminate me. It was not surprising that Zhao Can sought my demise. After all, due to Zhao Xian's incident, Zhao Can had jeopardized the family's future and harbored a deep-seated resentment towards me. How perilous. Thankfully, it was 231 in that location. Otherwise, my true self would have faced annihilation. Song Gua shook his head. No, I possess many of you. My perspective is comprehensive. The moment Ma Feng approaches, I will detect him. It is impossible for the soul-devouring pearl to remain effective against me for a full 10 seconds. Gazing towards the Yihong courtyard, Song Gua sighed. The soul-devouring pearl was clearly not as formidable as the Zhao family had proclaimed. Its true effect merely separates the target's soul from their body. However, whether the Zhu family would incinerate 231 remains uncertain. Song Gua needed to act swiftly. Fortunately, Mr. Zhu is a leader of the martial arts world, a man of reputation. In light of the death, he refrained from desecrating the body. Instead, He arranged for his servants to respectfully collect 231's remains and transport them for burial in the wilderness. Upon Song Gua's arrival, he caught sight of his avatar's body being placed in a coffin, wheeled out on a cart. The two attendants pushing the coffin furrowed their brows. "Zhang-san, do you not feel suddenly lighter?" Zhang-san confidently replied, "That must be due to my recent improvement in martial skills. My strength has increased." Impressive indeed. At the end of the street, the rhythmic sounds of drums and gongs filled the air. Turning to look, Liang Xiao appeared, adorned with a bright red flower, riding a majestic steed and leading a wedding procession. The atmosphere was vibrant, with the cacophony of gongs and the explosive sounds of firecrackers, drawing a throng of onlookers. Such a grand display. After all, his mother had mingled in the Yihong courtyard for many years and was quite affluent. Moreover, Liang Xiao possessed remarkable martial arts talent, though his origins were often looked down upon. As Liang Xiao arrived at the gates of the Zhu residence, he was immediately encircled by the Zhu family's guards, brandishing crude blades. Among the spectators, Song Gua was momentarily taken aback. Was this a peculiar custom? The onlookers murmured among themselves. It's a wedding commotion. Given the backward nature of society, such outdated customs are to be expected. Next, they will surely beat the groom. Look, indeed they are. Good heavens, blood has been drawn. The scale of this wedding ruckus is astonishing. Song Gua quickly realized the gravity of the situation. How audacious. Lord Zhu must have thought I was dead and now intends to renege on the agreement by killing Liang Xiao. Summoning his strength, Song Gua plunged into the crowd, activating his special skill, the breaking limit fist, delivering a punch to each guard, sending them flying. Liang Xiao had sustained several cuts, but was not gravely injured. Upon seeing Song Gua, Liang Xiao was bewildered. Lord Zhu, standing at the entrance, was equally confounded. What is happening? He hasn't died? Or has he come back from the dead? What sort of creature is this? As Song Gua kicked one guard aside and prepared to ambush another from behind, he fixed his gaze on Lord Zhu and sneered. "Do you wish for my demise?" Lord Zhu's lips twitched in fear, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Aye. How could I? Drawing upon the healing power of a summoned clone, Song Gua executed a commonly used skill from the healing sequence, the Holy Light Technique. Instantly, he was enveloped in a radiant glow, appearing as a divine being to the onlookers. "Marry her at once, or I shall annihilate the entire Zhu family." Leaving no trace behind, Lord Zhu realized that this formidable figure was no mere mortal. If he did not heed his demands, not only the Zhu family, but the entirety of Wuxuan City could face destruction. Yes, quickly bring the young lady out. Liang Xiao, clutching his wounds, managed to rise. Benefactor, with my injuries, shall I still proceed with the marriage? Absolutely. Once the bride is in hand, we shall flee to a place where no one knows you. Elopement? What other choice is there? Are you not afraid your father-in-law will strike you down again? That is a valid point. The lively wedding procession set off once more, passing through the dilapidated gates of the Zhu residence, with the groom still bleeding. The sight was somewhat peculiar. Song Gua resolved to accompany them until the wedding concluded. However, at that moment, a clone following Yu Wenhao and Su Kai encountered trouble. A fugitive practicing dark arts? Su Kai and the others cannot handle this. I must rush to their aid. With no other option, Song Gua discreetly slipped into an unoccupied area, summoned a clone to follow the wedding party, while he himself hastened towards Yu Wenhao's side. Turning around, he noticed his benefactor had changed into a new outfit. "Oh, what did you change your clothes, benefactor? This attire, I know, it's quite fitting for riding your horse." The wedding procession had just departed when Ma Feng and Zhao Shaming's party arrived at the Zhu residence. "Behold, this is the most powerful family in the city. Akin to our Zhao clan, they must possess valuable items. We shall utilize the silver we recently acquired to exchange for rare martial resources." Zhao Shaming's group had previously plundered various commoners' homes throughout the city, even selling their wives and daughters to brothels. Although the clan had preemptively provided Zhao Shanming with silver, he would gladly save that amount if he could procure it without cost. After all, he was merely a high school student, and aside from the monthly allowance from his family, he had no other income. Such revelry, could it be a wedding? What is so extraordinary about a wedding? Do you wish to disrupt the bridal chamber? Oh, among the wedding procession, is that one of ours? Level 20, clad in orange. Could be Song Gua? Upon hearing this, Ma Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Impossible. How could it be Song Gua? Zhao Shanming looked at Ma Feng with a puzzled expression. So what if it's Song Gua? Why the fuss? Let us hurry into the Zhu residence to exchange our goods. Ma Feng, however, could no longer hear Zhao Shanming's words. He had distinctly used the soul-devouring pearl to eliminate Song Gua. How could he still appear so vibrant? Had he just failed? No, I must ensure his demise once more. Gritting his teeth, Ma Feng dashed after him. Ma Feng, Where are you going? Ma Feng offered no reply as he ran off. Zhao Shanming cursed under his breath. Damn it, what a lunatic. Even ancient weddings attract such crowds. Let him be. He didn't contribute during the recent raid anyway. Chapter 93. Cannibal Tribe? Encountering a master. Ma Feng once again caught up with Song Gua. He drew forth the soul-devouring pearl and aimed it at Song Gua, who was gradually following the wedding procession. This time, I refuse to believe you will escape death. 10 seconds later, smack. Liang Xiao jumped in surprise as the divine being beside him suddenly collapsed, his body rigid. Benefactor? The wedding procession halted amidst a flurry of chaos. Seeing this, Ma Feng retreated with satisfaction. Leaving no trace. Who would suspect me? I am truly a genius. Within the wedding party, the Zhu family steward observed Song Gua's demise and hastily declared, Young Master Liang, do not panic. The esteemed one is unharmed. Liang Xiao fell for Song Gua's neck, finding no pulse. Unharmed? Is he not dead? Earlier, at the Zhu residence, the esteemed one had also appeared lifeless, only to revive when we were about to bury him. Liang Xiao now understood why the Zhu family had suddenly attempted to kill him. It was not that they feared the divine being, but rather they believed him to be deceased. Truly, he is divine, life and death a mere switch. Let's place the benefactor in the palanquin. He should awaken shortly. The wedding continues. Inside the soul-devouring pearl. 231. Is someone entering? 232. I am 232. 231. Have you also fallen victim? That old rascal is far too careless. 232. Trouble has arisen over at 233. The old rogue must hasten to assist, lest 233. Su Kai and Yu Wenhao meet their doom. 231. This Ma Feng is indeed a fierce individual. One way or another, he must have shortened his lifespan by a decade. 232. Is the old rogue attempting to play this fool to death? 231. Let him continuously use the soul-devouring pearl and dig his own grave. That would be quite amusing. The two engage in conversation within the confines of the soul-devouring pearl. In Wuxian City, near the registration point for the martial arts tournament, after an extensive wait and the payment of the registration fee, Yu Wenhao, Su Kai, and Song Gua's group finally succeeded in signing up. Here, Song Gua is the 233rd avatar, newly born and still at level 20, yet untransformed. Su Kai proposed, It's still early. Let us find a place to amuse ourselves. Yu Wenhao rubbed his hands together. Isn't this an ancient society? Shouldn't there be brothels? Su Kai frowned. That may not be wise. Who knows what peculiar diseases this world harbors? If we were to contract something, we would be unable to seek treatment upon our return. We can observe from a distance, without engaging in any indiscretion. This was agreeable. The group, sharing a common interest, inquired with passers-by regarding the location of brothels. And soon they were arm in arm, singing cheerful tunes, making their way toward the Red Chamber. Along the journey, Yu Wenhao felt the urgent call of nature, prompting the others to halt for him. Where are the lavatories around here? Goodness, I can hardly hold it. I must find a spot to relieve myself. Yu Wenhao meticulously selected a seemingly secluded alley, winding through several turns until he found himself at the back wall of an unknown residence, squatting in a corner to attend to his needs. Damn it, from now on, fried dough sticks are on my forbidden list. Not long after squatting, Yu Wenhao suddenly heard a crunching sound from the courtyard behind him, as if someone were munching on something crispy. His stomach growled in response. Yu Wenhao pulled up his trousers, leaped, and perched on the wall to peer into the yard, curious about what delicious morsels were being consumed. What he beheld left him utterly astonished. In his mind, he exclaimed, What on earth? In the courtyard sat two individuals, their faces adorned with thick beards, their physiques robust, and unlike the average man, their skin darkened. Before them lay two mangled corpses, and each of the pair gnawed on a piece of human bone. In the yard, two young maidens were bound with ropes, their mouths stuffed with fabric, weeping piteously, evoking sympathy. Cannibals? Does such a thing still exist in this world? No. Wait. Yu Wenhao scrutinized them closely. These two resembled the individuals depicted on the wanted poster seen at the city gates. The abstract nature of the illustrations made them difficult to recognize. Without internal energy, flesh lacks flavor. Brother, just indulge a little. During the martial arts tournament, delicacies abound. Ha ha ha. Indeed, other comrades have infiltrated as well. This Wuxian city shall serve as our banquet for the Blood Knife sect. Yu Wenhao's thoughts raced. From their conversation, it was evident they were human, merely enhancing their internal energy through this grotesque method. Although the desire to be a hero and save the damsel in distress was strong, the two individuals appeared quite formidable, so it seemed prudent to withdraw for the moment. Just as Yu Wenhao was about to retreat, the two young ladies bound in the courtyard noticed him. They desperately cried for help, but their mouths were gagged, producing only muffled sounds. The sudden urgency in the girl's demeanor alerted the two wanted criminals, who turned to see Yu Wenhao. "Who goes there? Seize him," they shouted, their bearded faces smeared with blood as they hurled their bones aside and charged through the crumbling wall in pursuit. "What monsters are you? Doesn't it hurt?" Yu Wenhao thought, daunted by the prospect of smashing through such a thick wall himself. Though his abilities could indeed achieve it, he was not keen on enduring the pain that would follow. It simply wasn't worth it. "You've seen things you shouldn't have. Perish," one of the criminals threatened. Yu Wenhao, retreating, retorted, "You two are causing quite the ruckus. Aren't you worried the neighbors will notice?" One of the bearded men licked his lips menacingly. "Whoever dares to meddle will be devoured." Yu Wenhao pointed at them and scolded, "Brutes, you are utterly lawless. Even we, the fourth calamity, abide by the law." Before he finished speaking, he swiftly drew a bow and shot an arrow. Smoke arrow. A cloud of smoke enveloped him as he made his escape. "Brother, did you see that?" one criminal exclaimed. "That kid conjured a bow, an arrow out of thin air. What kind of martial art is this? It doesn't seem like martial prowess. It feels as if he possesses some treasure. Ha, let's seize it." One of the bearded men took a deep breath and blew forcefully, dispersing the smoke instantly. The other, spotting Yu Wenhao sprinting away at the alley's end, leapt into action, effortlessly scaling walls to close in quickly. "What the? Lightness skills." Yu Wenhao realized he was about to be caught and shouted urgently, "Lao Song, Sukai, help!" The two waiting on the main road faintly heard his voice. Turning to look, they noticed smoke rising in the distance. Sukai said, "I think I heard Yu Wenhao's voice." Song Gua recalled something and pulled up the team interface, which displayed the health, mana, and status of the members. "Huang Mao is losing health." Sukai and the other two teammates immediately sprang into action. He was certain Yu Wenhao had encountered a master of this world and needed assistance. The 233rd clone hesitated. After all, he was just an imposter without any actual profession. Yet, he could not afford to stay back. He had to portray his original self convincingly. Chapter 94, Instant Kill. "I'm this powerful." Phew. Yu Wenhao was caught by the two wanted criminals who struck him, causing him to spit blood and be flung backward, crashing into a dirt wall, which shattered into dust. Damn it. The strength of people in this martial arts world is astonishing. I underestimated the power dynamics of this realm. The criminals approached Yu Wenhao, licking their lips as they drew crude knives from their belts. "Brother, the bloodthirsty demonic arts are indeed formidable. Joining the blood knife sect was the right choice." Impressive. Observing the swiftness of that individual as sprint, it is evident that their internal strength must be honed over at least a decade. Yet, they could be caught up by two practitioners with less than 3 years of training and easily vanquished, revealing much about the situation. The duo brandished their swords, ready to strike down. Suddenly, a fierce shout echoed. Sukai, a combat specialist, warrior rank, level, Ghost Blade Master. The two wanted criminals, upon hearing the sound of blades slicing through the air, immediately employed their lightness skills to retreat. The crimson blades surged forth between them. Sukai seemed to glide effortlessly, shifting left and right, delivering a strike to each of the two. Clang! Clang! The fugitives reacted swiftly, crossing their blades to block the attack. Among the group, except for Song Gua, the other two drew their weapons and confronted the criminals. Sukai approached Yu Wenhao, offering him a vial of high-quality life potion. "Are you all right?" Yu Wenhao consumed the potion, his health restored, though he still felt some pain. "I'm fine, I want to die. If you don't arrive soon, I can handle them alone." The criminals erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, boasting. A bunch of wet-behind-the-ears youngsters, not even fully grown, daring to meddle in our affairs. These lads seem to possess some skill. Today shall be a feast." Yu Wenhao quickly explained the situation. Learning that these two were cannibals, Song Gua, in his avatar form, promptly relayed the information. At that moment, the real Song Gua became aware of the circumstances. Upon hearing the news of cannibalism, one of the avatars recalled certain contents from the divine tablets, recognizing them as a band of madmen practicing demonic arts. For ordinary martial artists, those with levels in the teens could handle them easily, provided their equipment was not overly inferior. However, those who practiced demonic arts posed a different challenge. Thus, Song Gua swiftly detached from the wedding procession and made his way over. Yu Wenhao, hands on hips, leaped atop a half-collapsed earthen wall. "Old Song, why are you standing so far? It's your turn to perform." Sukai added with a smile, "You two criminals. Do you realize how formidable this individual before you truly is?" The criminals turned to regard Song Gua. His legs seemed to be trembling, ha ha ha. "Even if I grant him 3 moves, he wouldn't harm a hair on me." Yu Wenhao, in excitement, waved his fists. "Old Song, strike quickly, with your combat prowess. A single skill could annihilate them. The other two teammates approached Su Kai and Yu Wenhao with expressions of ease. Who is Song Gua? He is the one who can solo break instance records, scoring first in the citywide exam, reaching level 20 just over a month after his job change. We're two mere fugitives in the realm of martial arts worth. Avatar 233 swallowed hard. Well, he longed to express that although he was level 20, he only possessed one skill, self-detonation. Self-detonation was no issue. But now, in their eyes, he was Song Gua. If Song Gua exploded and then reappeared, how would he explain that? Avatar 233 felt overwhelmed. He could only cough lightly and say, "Leave these trivial characters to you. Aren't they wanted criminals? Capture them and collect the bounty at the government office. There is quite a bit of silver to be had." The two wanted criminals felt their dignity was insulted. Their fury ignited. "We'll slaughter you." Su Kai swung his blade and took action. "All right, brothers, let us go." Yu Wenhao leaped to a great height, brandishing his bow and unleashing a flurry of arrows with fervor. Indeed, as a distinguished archer, I require my comrades to charge forth. Alone, I could hardly exploit the advantages of this formation. Observe my fiery thunder arrows, charge shots, double shots, and triple shots. Su, amidst the fray, interjected with a jest. "You seem to have mastered solely offensive skills. No wonder you barely escaped just now." Yu Wenhao flashed a grin, relishing in the notion that offense embodies a man's romance. In the face of a 4-against-2 standoff, victory remained elusive. The other two teammates comprised one from the Guardian sequence and another from the Healing sequence. Despite the peculiarities of their skills, which seemed incongruous with the aesthetic of this realm, they managed to function as a bizarre form of martial healing, providing support to their allies, emitting merely a flicker of light. The two wanted criminals, though internally astonished, did not falter. Their blood surged, muscles bulging, rendering them remarkably resilient. Yu Wenhao exclaimed, "What the hell? Do you two even sustain any damage? How are you still bouncing around?" Su retorted, "Damn it, I can't see any damage numbers. We should have formed a control sequence." The 233rd clone stood at a distance, maintaining an air of superiority while internally panicking. "Hurry up, you old thief. These two practitioners of dark arts are formidable, akin to the protective sorcery of the White Lotus sect. They're impervious to blades and bullets. I'm already advancing at full speed." Song Gua summoned his maximum clone, equipped with skills of mobility and acceleration. At that moment, his figure darted across the rooftops of Wushuan City like a gust of wind. 10 minutes later, bang, Su found himself pinned beneath one of the wanted criminals. "Damn, these little bastards have some skill." The criminal spat blood, revealing his own injuries but still faring better than Su and his companions. Su grasped a handful of earth and tossed it. "Get your filthy foot off me." With a taunt, the criminal replied, "Ha, you shall soon become a delectable feast in my belly. Is it your dying wish?" High above, Yu Wenhao and his comrades, having been defeated, shouted, "Old Song, stop posturing and lend us a hand." To their astonishment, Song Gua fled. "Where are you going?" "To change my clothes." Distracted by Song Gua, Yu Wenhao failed to notice another wanted criminal climbing up, who promptly kicked him off the rooftop. Nearby, some common folk had witnessed the entire scene. However, lacking martial prowess, they dared not approach, opting instead to shutter their doors and windows, hoping the criminals would depart swiftly. This secluded location was Yu Wenhao's chosen spot for relief. Hidden from main road, hence no passers-by had appeared. "One has fled," one criminal noted. "Forget him. We have 4 here. Let us each take 2 and find a place to feast first. Indeed, tread lightly. I prefer my meals fresh." Just as they were about to bind Su and his companions, a voice resonated from the alleyway. "You may disregard me, but I shall claim your lives." One of the criminals scoffed. "Isn't this the same young man who fled earlier? Did you think that a change of attire would render me unrecognizable?" Song Gua approached. Fists clenched, his steps steady. The wanted criminal pointed to his own chest and taunted, "Your fists are tightly wound. Come, strike here." With a smirk, Song Gua replied, "As you wish." Fiery flames ignited around his fist as he executed a displacement skill, propelling himself forward with such swiftness that the criminal could hardly perceive his movement. With a resounding impact, Song Gua's punch pierced the man's chest. Chapter 95. History is inevitable. Discovering the correct solution. What? The wanted man, impaled by Song Gua's blow, fell lifelessly to the ground. With a flick of his wrist, Song Gua opened his palm, and flames engulfed the body, reducing it to ash. Another onlooker stood in shock. Sorcery, or perhaps a new form of magical prowess. Casting a sidelong glance, Song Gua surged forward. The man immediately brandished a machete, unleashing the Bloodblade sect's ultimate technique, the Bloodblade Slash. Wind Fist. Song Gua retaliated with his own skill. The Wind Fist unleashed a rapid barrage of 2 strikes. The first shattered the weapon in the man's grasp. The second struck his face, deforming it and sending him hurtling backward. Before the assailant could hit the ground, Song Gua hurled a fireball, mercifully finishing him off. Both wanted criminals were swiftly dispatched. At this moment, Song Gua had amassed the attributes of 9 clones, his power surging beyond 1,000. No matter how sinister the magic skills of these 2 criminals, they were utterly powerless against such overwhelming strength. Yuan Hao, Su Kai, and the others lay on the ground, applauding. Impressive, truly impressive. But seriously, old Song, why do you choose to emulate Kakarot's bad habits? Why wait until the last moment to strike? Indeed, had you acted sooner, we could have avoided a beating. Song Gua casually provided a rationale. Aren't we here for training? You shouldn't rely too heavily on me. You must experience this for yourselves. Yuan Hao noticed that Song Gua had indeed changed his attire. The previous outfit was orange, while the current one was a costume he donned for disguise. Did you really change your clothes? Was that necessary? Song Gua had just arrived, leaving no time to swap outfits. He hastily instructed number 233 to depart. Upon his arrival, he quickly stowed number 233 away and revealed himself. His primary concern was that if he delayed even slightly, these 2 practitioners of dark magic might endanger Su Kai and the others. I preferred the earlier outfit. I fear it might get soiled. This one was merely picked up at random. The teammates did not linger on the clothing issue, rising to employ healing skills and items to mend their wounds. Health could be restored, but the pain of their physical bodies would linger for a while. Su Kai sighed. Captain Yu and Sister Ruching had excellent advice. We must not underestimate the level of illusion here. There are forces within that we could never have anticipated. Yuan Hao remarked. I believe I saw Zhao Shanming and his crew robbing the citizens. They are likely in for a rough time. After such a beating, I have lost all interest in visiting the brothel. I too am quite hungry. Let us find a place to indulge in something delightful before I wither away. At this moment, Song Gua had already sensed the presence of the 232nd avatar, which had also been ensnared by the soul-devouring pearl. Seizing the opportunity, he substituted his avatar for himself and joined Su Kai and the others for dinner. Along the way, he also attended a wedding banquet and took a fleeting glance at Liang Xiao and Zhu Ying's bridal chamber. Observing that the couple had consummated their union, Song Gua felt a sense of relief. The postures of ancient people were indeed quite diverse. As night fell over Wushuan City, a curfew was imposed. The streets were deserted, save for the patrolling soldiers. Prior to this, he had sought a secluded spot to examine the divine monument once more. Why had he not yet received any notification regarding the completion of the main quest? Had he not altered the course of history? Or was it that no notification was forthcoming at all? In the original timeline, the Marshal Saint Qin Xiao did not marry the woman he cherished. In a bid to prove himself, he participated in the martial arts tournament, where he ultimately mastered the path of martial energy through combat. The current Qin Xiao had indeed acquired this mastery, albeit without proficiency. He often faltered, unaware that he had already established his own school of thought. Song Gua had intended to delve deeper into history to check for any omissions, only to be taken aback by the revelation that the historical records within the divine monument had, astonishingly, been altered, with the assistance of a mysterious figure. Qin Xiao wed the woman he adored and subsequently led a blissful life, gradually neglecting his martial arts training. Did the information recorded in the divine monument dynamically change according to the circumstances within the illusion? If so, would the actions of every practitioner entering this realm influence the records within the divine monument? Upon further reflection, this made sense. Only by ensuring the information inscribed in the divine monument aligns perfectly with the actual circumstances within the illusion could it serve as a guide. Simply chronicling the initial history would eventually lead to discrepancies. Given that Qin Xiao had already forsaken the path of martial arts, why had this not counted as the completion of his main quest? Might I have misinterpreted the task? Was the primary objective not to prevent the emergence of the path of martial energy? Song Gua gazed at the divine monument for a while longer until he unearthed a key piece of information. In the year 2055 of the Heavenly Yuan, the martial Saint Tang Fei emerged, having devoted 30 years to arduous training in the mountains. In his later years, he comprehended the path of martial energy. Through this understanding, he avenged his father and established the Tang sect, drawing martial artists from across the land to seek his guidance, thus turning a new page in martial arts. Alas, Song Gua was rendered speechless. At this very moment, Tang Fei had yet to be born. How could he intervene? This was becoming unmanageable. Having dealt with one Qin Xiao, now another Tang Fei had appeared. It seemed endless. I have a nagging feeling that the path of martial energy will inevitably manifest. The martial artists of this world, while cultivating their internal power, are bound to discover it sooner or later. Indeed, while the theory of relativity may not have been discovered by Einstein, it is destined to be uncovered eventually. Our approach is misguided. It is inadequate to focus solely on one individual. History is an inevitability, not merely the result of random chance brought about by a single person. What then shall we do? O great sage, what say you? The great sage pondered deeply before offering his thoughts. If we could substantiate that the path of martial prowess is a misguided direction, would it not deter the people of this world from pursuing it further? It is akin to the past when certain scientists on Earth were fixated on the concept of perpetual motion. Once it was proven that perpetual motion is unattainable, no one continued to explore that avenue. Suppose, I say suppose, it were demonstrated that the theoretical foundations of perpetual motion were flawed, and that such a phenomenon could indeed exist. Would those scientists, through generations of relentless inquiry, not eventually succeed in manifesting it? As I ponder this, I find myself in admiration of your keen intellect. I now grasp the course of action I must undertake. At this moment, Liang Xiao has concluded his task and, in a state of contemplative repose, is startled when the door bursts open. He swiftly rises, drawing the treasured sword that hangs by his bedside. Who goes there? Upon closer inspection, he recognizes Song Gua and promptly sheathes his sword, realizing it is his benefactor. My apologies, esteemed benefactor. Indeed, his benefactor has survived against all odds, a true celestial being. With a mere utterance of life or death, he can command existence itself. You shall participate in the martial arts tournament tomorrow. Liang Xiao, perplexed, inquires why. Do you not wish to prove to your father-in-law that you are not inferior to him? Yet Liang Xiao protests, but did you not urge me to elope with Inger? Plans have changed. Changed? Do not concern yourself with the details. Simply remember to attend. Chapter 96. The winds of the world rise from our generation. Once entering the Jianghu, time flies. The following morning, at the martial arts tournament held in Wushuan City, Liang Zhao's father-in-law, the current leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Lord Zhu, passionately presides over the event. The winds of the world rise from our generation. Once entering the Jianghu, time flies. The illustrious martial arts dominion is discussed amidst laughter, transcending the intoxication of life. Esteemed heroes, I, Lord Zhu of Zhu Mountain, have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The triennial martial arts tournament commences today. Who among you shall seize the championship and ascend as the new leader of the Martial Arts Alliance? Let us observe with eager anticipation. Beneath the stage, thousands of participants raise their arms in unison, echoing a resounding cheer. Huzzah! Huzzah! All are practitioners of martial arts, their voices resonating with vigor, filling the air with an overwhelming presence that can be heard throughout half the city. Among the throng are Song Gua and his companions. Many students who have entered the illusion participate in the tournament, as they discovered little of value during their wanderings in the city. However, they have heard whispers that the prominent martial families possess some treasures. Yet, these individuals are formidable, endowed with profound inner strength, making it challenging for the students to contend with them. They find it impossible to seize anything by force. And seeking a trade proves difficult due to the insular nature of these circles. Without a reputation, one may not even gain an audience. Thus, upon hearing of the enticing rewards of the martial arts tournament, most have flocked to register for a chance to try their luck. The tournament is to last 2 days, coinciding perfectly with the conclusion of the trial. Su Kai surveys the area and remarks, Why do I not see Zhao Shaming's team? Did they not register yesterday? Yu Wenhao chuckles and replies, they were apprehended. Song Gua's brow furrows in curiosity. Apprehended? Indeed, this group engaged in robbery and truly mistook the locals for easy prey. The authorities dispatched over 50 constables and enlisted the city's martial arts experts to capture them. It has come to my attention that the sorcerer of their team, during a rebellion, unleashed a single spell that vanquished over a dozen constables. Remarkable indeed. I surmise that they will soon find themselves imprisoned for a considerable duration. I have heard that Pang Liang is organizing a rescue mission for them. Song Gua instructed his duplicates to survey their surroundings and spotted Ma Feng. Wasn't Ma Feng supposed to be teamed up with Zhao Shanming? Why was he not apprehended? It appears he did not partake in the looting. Although the authorities had detained him, the victims, upon identification, claimed not to have seen him, leading to his release. Ma Feng had previously attempted to take his own life twice, and Song Gua intended to confine him eternally within the illusion. At this moment, with so many people around, it was not prudent to confront Ma Feng directly. He would seek an opportunity later. Meanwhile, Ma Feng noticed Song Gua and was utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. What is this soul-devouring pearl? Is it counterfeit? How is it that Song Gua is still alive and well? Ma Feng's worldview shattered into fragments. A decade, 10 years of life. I was once a vibrant 18-year-old youth, and now I feel like a 30-year-old nearing my 30s. Ma Feng ground his molars in frustration, yet outwardly he had to maintain an fa ade of nonchalance. His duplicates observed the change in his expression, delighting in his misfortune. This fool has squandered a decade of his life. He must be on the verge of spitting blood. How amusing! Shall we not make his suffering a tad more pronounced? Is he truly so foolish as to have aged prematurely? Do you grasp the concept of sunk costs? Today we have no pressing matters. Let's toy with Ma Feng. Thus, Song Gua and his duplicates joyfully resolved to indulge in this amusement. On the arena stage, Zhu Jishan announced the rules of the martial arts conference. The event would unfold over 2 days. On the first day, the over 5,000 registered heroes would be swiftly filtered down. Only 64 individuals would qualify for the second day's arena competition to vie for the title of champion. Exiting through the North City Gate and traveling 5 kilometers north, one would encounter a bamboo forest. This is no ordinary bamboo grove, but a maze of bamboo. At the heart of this labyrinth lie 64 command flags. The first to seize a command flag and exit the maze will be deemed victorious. I must caution everyone. Within the maze, you are free to contest for the command flags, but once you leave the maze, no further conflict is permitted. And now, I bid you all to set forth. The contest has commenced. The throngs of martial artists nearby erupted into a frenzy, racing towards the bamboo forest outside the city. The students entering the trial followed suit. The prospect of snatching flags appears quite exhilarating. No wonder so many are drawn to the illusion. The experiences here are far more engaging than the monotony of daily dungeon runs and battling wild creatures. Although rewards may not be guaranteed, indulging in diverse worlds when weary of experience fatigue is indeed a delightful pursuit. Yuan Hao observed as everyone dashed off while Song Gua ambled along leisurely, prompting him to hurry. Old Song, we must quicken our pace. The flags will be snatched away. What is the rush? Do you truly believe it is merely about seizing flags? Inside, it is a test of wisdom in navigating the maze and the strength to wrest flags from others. With so many present, let them engage in battle first. Once they are fatigued, we shall enter and reap the rewards. Su Kai raised his thumb in approval. Impressive. There are not only a few individuals sharing the same thoughts as Song Gua. Hundreds more leisurely make their way towards the bamboo grove, engaging in cheerful conversations and admiring the scenery with an air of tranquility. Ma Feng blends among this throng, his gaze fixed upon Song Gua. Naturally, Song Gua is aware of his pursuit. The closer he is, the better the opportunity to outwit him. 5 kilometers is not a daunting distance. By midday, the group arrives at the periphery of the bamboo grove. From the outside, one can observe the bamboo swaying incessantly. Be cautious upon entry. This is a maze, and the bamboo will shift. Do not disperse, Song Gua warns. However, before he can finish his sentence, he realizes that he is utterly alone. This maze is indeed formidable. Yu Wenhao and Su Kai share his confusion. Yu Wenhao, exasperated, muses, my invincible archer sequence cannot function without teammates. Perhaps I should withdraw. Upon turning back, he finds himself surrounded by dense bamboo, with no path in sight. Curse it! Although the maze is impressive, it does not confound Song Gua. He dispatches his doppelganger to survey the terrain, marking various locations and assembling a mental map of his immediate vicinity. During this process, one doppelganger encounters other martial artists participating in the competition. However, lacking a command banner, the opponents merely glance and move on. Shortly after entering, Ma Feng finds himself lost as well. Damn it, where has Song Gua gone? After a while, Ma Feng finally encounters Song Gua, or rather, a doppelganger of him. This doppelganger, fearing exposure due to its level not being 20, hastily flees upon spotting Ma Feng. Was he running from? Is he afraid of me? Not long after, Ma Feng encounters another version of Song Gua, who also bolts upon seeing him, for the same reason. Damn, has Song Gua sensed something amiss? I must act swiftly if I encounter him again. At last, Ma Feng comes upon a true 20-level Song Gua. This version is aware of Ma Feng's presence, but deliberately remains still, awaiting an attack. Ma Feng quickly retrieves the soul-devouring pearl and directs it towards this doppelganger. Chapter 97. The Eye of Horus appears. Is it really him? This device is truly cumbersome. I cannot move while activating it. Fortunately, I am a genius and have bestowed upon myself a control skill, remaining immobile. HMPF. Ma Feng succeeds once more. This marks the 3rd time. He witnesses Song Gua collapse to the ground, even approaching to kick him twice, confirming that he is utterly lifeless. Yet, a final strike is necessary. Just as he prepares to deliver the coup de GRC, Footsteps echo nearby. The bamboo grove has welcomed a staggering 5,000 participants. Although the grove is vast and intricate, encountering others is still quite feasible. Ma Feng, not wishing to be seen committing the act of slaying Song Gua, refrains from the finishing blow. After all, the body is cold. There is no chance of revival. 10 minutes later, what the hell? Ma Feng sees Song Gua again, grappling with existential doubts. This version of Song Gua appears dazed, marking the bamboo, but not advancing. Ma Feng glanced at the soul-devouring pearl in his hand. Is Zhao playing me for a fool? But I just checked, and Song Gua is indeed dead. In the previous two instances, Ma Feng had not inspected closely, which could still be excused. However, this time, he was 100% certain that Song Gua had perished, having already expended 15 years of his lifespan. If this illusion did not succeed in eliminating Song Gua, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss for him? Fellow classmates, this is what we call sunk cost. 10 seconds later, Ma Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At 38 years of age, he often felt overwhelmed by the burdens of middle age. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, it seemed as if something in Ma Feng's mind had snapped, and he began to cackle strangely. Song Gua, this time I shall watch you closely. I will see how you survive, ha ha ha. Within the soul-devouring pearl, this person seemed to have lost his sanity. 2 days had aged him by 20 years. You would not remain sane either. Poor Ma Feng, I could see the wrinkles forming on his face. Damn it, this bastard has trapped me in here, and I don't even know if I can escape. I'm the one who deserves pity. Let me out. Then came the moment that shattered Ma Feng's composure. The body of Song Gua lying on the ground vanished. Ma Feng could not recall any setting in the illusion where a corpse would disappear after death. Indeed. Song Gua, you're not dead. You must possess some treasure. Yes. If you had died, the items in your backpack would have exploded out. Ma Feng felt foolish for his own tears. He tried to kill Song Gua 4 times, and each time, nothing emerged from his body. The soul-devouring pearl had not succeeded in a complete kill. Once more, I shall sever your head. Seeing Ma Feng frantically searching around, Song Gua smiled faintly and remarked, Is there anyone else who wishes to play with him? If not, we can set him free. Even if he did not kill Ma Feng, the latter was already incapacitated. At the young age of 38, he was of no use. The avatars were merely a group of jesters. Where there was amusement, there was no reason not to partake. Old thief, let me go. I wish to explore the soul-devouring pearl. A competent team would surely endeavor to meet the requests of its subordinates. The dispersed avatars had yet to locate the flag, so Song Gua was in no rush to deal with Ma Feng. With the charm of this bamboo forest, even if he encountered acquaintances, it was impossible for 2 avatars to be seen simultaneously. This time, Ma Feng did not search long before he encountered Song Gua again. This was, of course, because this avatar had approached him willingly. He was eager to see what lay within the soul-devouring pearl. Curious about what happens to a person after death and the state of the soul. Let's refer to him as Curious Brother. The corners of Ma Feng's eyes were lined with wrinkles, and he smiled grimly. He was at level 20. He could not defeat him in combat. And if he chose not to fight, all his previous 20 years of lifespan would have been in vain. Heaven, why do you toy with me? Song Gua observed Ma Feng from distance. The bamboo in the maze was shifting, and it followed a certain pattern. Through the observations of his numerous avatars, Song Gua had already grasped some of these rules. He can now maneuver with specific steps, ensuring that he maintains a clear line of sight between himself and Song Gua, unimpeded by the dense bamboo. Faced with sunk costs, Ma Feng chose to double down once more. The soul-devouring pearl activated again, and success followed. Why was it so effortless? Perhaps with age comes wisdom. Ma Feng finally perceived the anomaly. Damn it, are you toying with me, Song Gua? Ma Feng drew his weapon. A flawless level 15 katana. Wave slash. Ma Feng believed Song Gua was not truly dead. He was merely feigning. Having broken records numerous times, he must possess some rare item that grants immunity to soul attacks. After being played for so long, even a clay figurine has its limits. Despite knowing he could not best Song Gua, Ma Feng felt compelled to avenge his indignation. He unleashed his skill, charging forward, the blade aimed at Song Gua's neck. In the distance, Song Gua reached out, yet was obstructed by the moving bamboo. Just as he was about to unleash a clone, one of the clones shouted, Don't go over there. Yu Wenhao is there. Yu Wenhao had been lurking nearby, lost and wandering aimlessly. It was only due to the bamboo's obstruction that Song Gua, Ma Feng, and Yu Wenhao had not seen each other. At this moment, the bamboo's movement cleared the barrier between Yu Wenhao and Ma Feng. Yu Wenhao caught sight of Ma Feng, striking Song Gua's neck with a blade. Old Song. Yu Wenhao sprinted forward, feeling the wound that bled profusely in the already stiffening body, his eyes wide with fury. You killed him. Ma Feng was taken aback. Why was Song Gua resisting? Had he misjudged the situation? Was Song Gua truly affected by the soul-devouring pearl and not merely pretending to be dead? But why didn't he drop any items? Had he entered the illusion without anything? The sight of blood unnerved Ma Feng, but upon seeing Yu Wenhao's furious expression, he panicked. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that the act of murder could not be revealed. Otherwise, the enforcement team of the Adventurers Association would apprehend him. He was no noble scion, exempt from punishment. The influential Zhao Can had already fallen, facing imprisonment. He had to silence Yu Wenhao. Steel slash. Ma Feng thrust his sword, piercing Yu Wenhao's shoulder blade. In the distance, Song Gua had released a clone, but the maze S obstruction prevented the clone from rushing to aid immediately. Save him. Just then, another clone shouted, Wait for what? Look at Yu Wenhao's forehead. From Song Gua's position, he could no longer see Yu Wenhao or Ma Feng, as a shifting bamboo made even slight missteps easily obstructive to visibility. However, the released clone had a clear view. A black Horus eye glowed ominously on Yu Wenhao's forehead. Synchronizing with the clone's memories, Song Gua felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, a sense of foreboding rising within. Could it be that the sought-after item lies within that $8 million commission?